Chapter 1. The instant the tips of his toes made contact with the branch, chakra converged in his legs, causing the tree limb to bend slightly before the youth propelled himself over 10 meters away. In a flurry akin to a gust of wind, the young boy darted through the dense forest. Though he was still quite young, his handsome visage was complemented by a form-fitting black suit, topped with a green standard vest armor. His thick black hair was bound at the ends with a red ribbon, exuding a demeanor that was both gentle and composed. Should a stranger lay eyes upon him, they would undoubtedly notice two striking features that defined his identity. Firstly, the metal forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village. Secondly, his pair of snow-white eyes, devoid of any blemish. He was a member of the Hyuga clan from the land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village. The powerful ninja village, renowned for its formidable combat capabilities, possessed the bloodline limit known as Byakugan, making the Hyuga clan a force to be reckoned with. There are still 15 kilometers to the border of the land of fire. Hyuga Yuto calculated as he ran. Too dangerous. Hyuga Yuto paused momentarily, landing heavily on a tree trunk, coming to an abrupt halt from his rapid pace, his robust and flexible physique on full display. Swish, 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 swish. Four figures swiftly converged around him, forming a standard tactical formation with their backs against one another. "What is it, Hyuga Yuto? Have you made a discovery?" inquired a middle-aged man with short hair and an indifferent expression. Hyuga Yuto nodded. "Senpai Tetsudru, there are footprints in the forest, and they appear to belong to a woman." A gentle breeze swept through the trees, causing the other three lower-ranked ninjas to instinctively grip their kunai tighter. The squad led by Jonin Tsugisaki Tetsuru consisted of one Jonin, one Hyuga Chunin, and three civilian Genin, hastily assembled for reconnaissance during wartime, and there were no women among them. So, could it be an enemy? Tsugisaki Tetsuru stated calmly. "Well done, Hyuga Yuto. Let's circumvent this area." Tsugisaki Tetsuru drew his kunai, running his fingers along the sharp blade. "If those fellows are lying in wait at the end of this path, they could be ambushing elsewhere. As well, let's charge ahead. We have Byakugan after all." The three Genin sighed in relief, casting respectful glances at Tsugisaki Tetsudru and Hyuga Yuto. The millennia-long history of the ninja world has proven that the Byakugan's reconnaissance abilities are indeed trustworthy. "Understood, Lord Tetsudru," Hyuga Yuto replied respectfully. He brought his index and middle fingers together before his nose, forming a seal. Chakra surged almost instantaneously to his visual nerves, causing the veins around his eyes to bulge, revealing faintly bluish pupils at the center of his gaze. His field of vision transformed abruptly, unveiling an extraordinary 360-degree perspective, revealing the flow of chakra, the meridians, birds concealed behind trees, and beasts drinking water several kilometers away. With clarity and long-range vision, everything lay bare before his eyes. Hyuga Yuto lowered his hand. Although activating the Byakugan merely required a concentration of chakra, the members of the Hyuga clan enjoyed employing various seals to engage their spirits, which over time had become a family tradition. Seeing Hyuga Yuto ready, Tsugisaki Tetsudru charged forth, with Hyuga Yuto following closely behind, while the three Genin formed a half-circle around him, propelling them forward once more. However, this time, every nerve in their bodies was taut with tension. In Hyuga Yuto's view, everything was rendered in stark shades of black and white, with semi-transparent foliage rapidly retreating behind him as he scanned his surroundings at high speed, leaving no suspicious area overlooked. At last, amidst his sprint, several thin streams of water abruptly appeared before him. These were the flowing chakra within the enemy's meridians. "I've found it," Hyuga Yuto exhaled, discreetly signaling his teammates with several hand gestures, before accelerating to the front alongside Tsugisaki Tetsudru to relay his findings. Despite Hyuga Yuto's swift movements, they were still less than 400 meters from the enemy. Ninjas, entrenched in the shadows of war, possessed superior combat acumen. Though their formation had been established for a short time, Hyuga Yuto's squad maintained a remarkable synchronicity, continuing at a consistent pace as if nothing had transpired. Until, at the forefront, Jonin Tsugisaki Tetsudru approached within 20 meters of the first enemy. 20 meters for a Jonin of the Leaf was nearly akin to face-to-face proximity. Bang! Hyuga Yuto's vision blurred momentarily, and when he refocused on Tsuchisaki Tetsuru, the Jonin had already positioned himself directly above an enemy concealed underground. Tsuchisaki Tetsuru thrust his kunai into the earth, releasing it suddenly, and with a powerful kick, a scream and blood erupted from the ground. The basic body flicker technique, combined with the precise intelligence provided by Hyuga Yuto, allowed him to instantly eliminate one enemy. Yet, the Jonin's assault was far from over. Ignoring the shouts and whistling projectiles from other directions, he calmly formed hand seals. Utilizing his foot to propel the kunai, the two combatants were already engaged in close-quarters combat when Hinata Yuto suddenly unleashed his explosive force, instantly burrowing into the embrace of his adversary. The hidden cloud ninja was taken aback, instinctively leaping backward in an attempt to create distance. However, his earlier distraction had caused a delay in the mobilization of his chakra. Hinata Yuto had completely infiltrated his space. Within the confined area, the finely honed palm struck fiercely against the chest of the hidden cloud ninja. Hinata's chakra surged forth, penetrating the skin of the hidden cloud ninja, shattering flesh, meridians, internal organs, acupoints, and nerves alike. The gentle fist technique. Ugh! The ninja from the hidden cloud let out a pained cry, hurtling backward until he collided with a great tree, bringing him to a halt. At the moment of impact, Hinata Yuto swiftly appeared before him, extending a finger to press against the left side of the hidden cloud ninja's chest, where chakra erupted once more, obliterating his heart. Thud! The groan of the hidden cloud ninja grew even weaker. In his final moments, he gazed up at the leaf ninja who had claimed his life, whispering, "At your age, you truly are the jewel of the Hyuga clan. Your reputation is well-deserved." Hinata Yuto observed him calmly until the hidden cloud ninja drew his last breath. Once he confirmed the enemy's demise, he promptly deactivated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes receding, returning them to a pristine white. He leaned against the tree, breathing heavily, his expression weary. Although the Byakugan's consumption was not as taxing as that of the Sharingan, prolonged usage still placed a burden on the body. From the initial assault by Tsuchisaki Tetsuru to the chaotic clashes between two groups, and then the scattered skirmishes, 10 minutes had elapsed. 3 enemies had perished at the hands of Hinata Yuto, including the elite Chunin from the Hidden Cloud. Despite his relentless training and unrivaled close combat skills among his peers, having flawlessly executed numerous missions and earned the title of Jewel of the Hyuga, he was still merely 12 years old, not yet fully grown, and prolonged combat was taking its toll on his body. He took several deep breaths and retrieved a handful of soldier pills from a pouch at his waist, hastily consuming them. I cannot afford a rest here. If the opposing Jonin frees himself, it will truly be disastrous. Hinata Yuto murmured, leaving no time to attend to the bodies of the fallen hidden cloud ninja and his leaf comrades as he dashed swiftly toward the left front. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he refrained from revealing himself immediately, opting instead to conceal his presence and activate his Byakugan for a careful observation. Tsuchisaki Tetsuru stood back-to-back with a leaf genin, surrounded by 5 hidden cloud ninjas, while the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of fallen shinobi, one of whom still wore a leaf headband. At this point in the battle, only Hinata Yuto, Tsuchisaki Tetsuru, and Genin Sato Masahi remained on the leaf side, while the hidden cloud retained 5 fighters. Hinata Yuto chose not to jump into the fray just yet. Instead, he patiently maneuvered around to the flank of the hidden cloud Jonin, maintaining a safe distance. He proceeded with utmost caution, moving silently as the two opposing sides engaged once more in combat. Lightning release, earth walk. The hidden cloud Jonin rapidly formed hand seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Silver lightning erupted from the center of his palms, engulfing the forest ahead for dozens of meters, with countless electric arcs darting about like agile serpents, ferocious and deadly. Tsuchisaki Tetsuru and the leaf genin leaped simultaneously into the trees. This is bad, Hinata Yuto thought, his brow furrowing as he observed from a distance. Indeed, as the two from Konoha leapt into action, all the forces from Kumogakure surged forth. Amidst the flickering of lightning, the elite ninja from Kumogakure frantically ensnared Tetsujiro Sudasaki, while four other lower-ranked Kumogakure ninjas launched their assault on the remaining Konoha ninja. With ruthless strikes, they exchanged injuries, and in mere moments, several gashes appeared on the Konoha ninja's body. Their intention was to decisively eliminate a weak adversary with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, in order to concentrate their efforts on besieging Tetsujiro Sudasaki. Tetsujiro Sudasaki's expression darkened, as if he were about to drip with water. He ceased to conserve chakra and unleashed his full might against the enemy. However, as they were all of comparable skill, a clear victor could not be determined in such a short span. While he remained locked in a stalemate, the Konoha ninja found himself in dire peril, facing four foes, a near-certain death for an ordinary ninja. Indeed, one of the lower-ranked Kumogakure ninjas seized the moment, drawing forth his concealed ninja blade, and executed a sudden and vicious Iato, a technique customary among warriors, brutally severing the left arm of the Konoha ninja. The Konoha ninja's terrified wail echoed through the forest. Tetsujiro Sudasaki clenched his teeth in frustration. Utterly helpless, the Kumogakure elite ninja felt a surge of joy, realizing that his four subordinates were on the brink of eliminating their foe, allowing him to join the fray against the difficult-to-handle Konoha elite. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden twist of fate occurred as a stealthy sound of slicing air erupted from behind him, shuriken piercing the atmosphere. Following there was the swift and fierce assault of a striking youth, his fists wrapped in a deadly chakra. Yuto Hyuga had once again seized the opportunity for battle, just as Kumogakure had anticipated. Yuto Hyuga believed that eliminating the enemy's key figure was paramount to victory, but if they could slay this sole elite ninja, the Kumogakure forces would lose all resistance. In that moment of Yuto Hyuga's explosive action, Tetsujiro Sudasaki reacted with instinct. As a seasoned veteran, he quickly comprehended Yuto's intention to prioritize the elimination of the sole elite adversary over aiding the besieged Masahi Sato. Prioritizing the safety of their leader hinged on the speed of dispatching the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the Kumogakure elite ninja evaded the shuriken thrown by Yuto Hyuga, leveraging his adult stature to grasp Yuto's elbow, abruptly halting his advance. The Kumogakure elite ninja was well-versed in lightning techniques and taijutsu. In this clash of physical strength, the 12-year-old Yuto Hyuga found himself at a disadvantage. Yet the prodigy from the Hyuga branch displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he used the elite ninja's grip as leverage. Suspending his body in mid-air and thrusting his feet against the enemy's chest, a tremendous force erupted between them. But Yuto's skeletal strength paled in comparison, his joints creaking as if they would snap at any moment. Earth release. Heart-cutting technique. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground beneath the Kumogakure elite, yanking him downwards, exposing only his upper body. Bang! Tetsujiro Sudasaki emerged from the earth, and with the enemy temporarily subdued, he brandished his shuriken, aimed at the opponent's throat. With his lower body buried and his arms pulled by Yuto Hyuga, the Kumogakure elite had no choice but to use sheer force to hurl Yuto away. Raising his arms to block the shuriken, his palm was pierced, the bone shattered by the shuriken. In that moment of danger, the Kumogakure elite's ferocity surged forth, and his formidable physique erupted in an instant. Resembling a maddened beast, unfazed by his injuries, he wrenched free the shuriken. Extending his arms to seize Tetsujiro Sudasaki's waist, he lifted the Konoha elite, unleashing a desperate chakra that crackled with silver arcs. And with all his strength, hurled Tetsujiro Sudasaki to the ground. Taijutsu. Lightning bolt explosion. Tetsujiro's head struck the earth, shattering the forest floor and rocks into a web of terrifying fissures. The Konoha elite coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, an elite remains an elite. Even when gravely wounded, he retaliated with precision and swiftness, forming several hand seals, but a slender jet of ultra-high-pressure water erupted from Tetsujiro's mouth, piercing the air at blinding speed, accurately striking the enemy's abdomen. This razor-sharp water blade penetrated the Kumogakure elite's body, continuing through a dozen trees before finally dissipating into a puddle. Water release. Water severing wave. This was Tetsujiro Tsujisaki's ultimate technique, an S-rank jutsu. The only one he had mastered. The assault from Konoha did not cease. Yuto Hyuga charged from behind, seizing the moment while the enemy was reeling from the heavy blow, delivering a fierce punch to the elite's temple. The chakra erupted explosively, showcasing the characteristics of the gentle fist. Poisonous, penetrating force, shattering the adversary's vulnerable brain entirely. The Kumogakure elite emitted a muffled groan before collapsing, slain on the spot. Yuto Hyuga gasped for breath, sweat steaming off his body. Tetsujiro Tsujisaki struggled to rise, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Tetsujiro-senpai. Yuto stood beside him. I'll take the lead from here. Your cervical vertebrae could snap at any moment that you've worked hard. Yuto-kun, Tetsujiro replied with a wry smile, not pretending to be strong. The two faced the remaining foes. This moment, the body of Konoha's lower ninja, Masahi Sato, slowly slumped to the ground. Both sides had simultaneously slain their respective assailants. The Kumogakure ninjas exchanged glances, forming their stances, bracing for the final confrontation. They understood that fleeing was futile beneath the Byakugan's gaze. 30 minutes later, in the dense forest bordering the Land of Fire, Yuto Hyuga and Tetsujiro Tsujisaki walked side by side, staggering as they advanced, enduring the pain as they lacked medical ninjutsu. Fresh wounds marred their bodies. Even lower-ranked ninjas could not be underestimated in their dying breaths. Nevertheless, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Yuto Hyuga and Tetsujiro Tsujisaki had joined forces to annihilate the Kumogakure contingent, safeguarding the invaluable intelligence. Remarkable indeed, Yuto-kun, Tetsujiro suddenly spoke. Battles have a way of rapidly forging bonds between men. Initially, Tetsujiro had addressed Yuto by his full name, but now their tone had grown more familiar. Yuto-kun, I became aware of your name when our reconnaissance team was established. Just 12 years old. You have touched upon the realm of elite ninjas, earning the title of Jewel of Hyuga. You are endowed with exceptional ninja talents, diligent, astute, and you regard the honor of your village and family above all else. Meeting you this time has made me realize that no amount of praise could be excessive. Tetsujiro-senpai. You flatter me. Yuto Hyuga replied with a smile, having also altered his address, speaking gently to Tetsujiro. You held back the majority of the enemy's forces and that elite ninja. In a crisis, you severely wounded the foe using S-rank jutsu. Without you, we all would have perished. Yet the prodigy from the Hyuga branch lowered his head, his tone growing somber, his pace slowing, clearly weighed down by sorrow. It's a pity that Masahi Sato, Rairu Yamagata, and Eiji Hirahara are no longer with us. Tetsujiro Tsujisaki sighed in shared lament, but he did not pause to offer comfort. For a ninja, accepting the loss of comrades is an inevitable part of their existence, an unavoidable lesson that must be learned. Yuto-kun, look ahead. You have once again achieved merit, vanquishing foes and safeguarding intelligence. You are truly worthy of the title Jewel of Hyuga. Tetsujiro-senpai, thank you. That intelligence was indeed vital, worth the sacrifices we made. It is truly commendable that you understand this, Tetsujiro remarked, suddenly tapping his forehead. He reached into his military pouch at his lower back, producing a cylindrical scroll and extending it to Yuto Hyuga. Fortunately, you reminded me. I almost forgot. During the escort of intelligence, the main scroll should be alternately carried by the leading elite ninja, although you are not yet an elite. Given my current condition, it is better for us to alternate custody in order to make informed judgments based on the evolving situation. This, too, is a fundamental lesson for a ninja. Understood. Tetsujiro. A gentle and calm voice resonated from behind. Tetsujiro Tsujisaki felt the weight in his hands suddenly vanish. Yuto Hyuga had evidently taken the intelligence scroll. Almost simultaneously, Tetsujiro sensed another kind of pain, a searing agony. As an elite ninja, he instantly recognized what had transpired. A shuriken had pierced him from behind, penetrating between the fourth and fifth lumbar vertebrae, severing his nerve center. It was the enemy. Yet, how could the enemy still be? Before he could fully comprehend, Yuto's voice reached his ears once more, still gentle, still calm. Tetsujiro-senpai, what are you surprised about? In such moments, I would certainly refrain from employing the gentle fist technique. The young Hinata Yuto's voice. akin to tranquil waters, signified an unwavering resolve within him, unyielding as a ninja. This thought abruptly crossed Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's mind. In the dense forest, Hinata Yuto clenched the hilt of his kunai, the sharp iron blade piercing through Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's body. Severing his spine, he could not, of course, resort to the gentle fist. The corpse of a ninja harbors immense intelligence. When Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's remains are returned to Konoha, they will undoubtedly be examined by experts in medical ninjutsu. To use the gentle fist would be tantamount to inscribing the words, "I am the murderer," upon one's forehead. The kunai, a tool utilized by ninjas worldwide, is virtually untraceable in terms of its model. With a slight adjustment in the angle and force of the thrust, it serves perfectly for eliminating one's own kind. As the kunai was withdrawn, it drew forth a copious amount of blood. Tsuchisaki Tetsuru let out a low groan, raising his hand with lightning speed. However, Hinata Yuto had already used the body flicker technique to position himself before him, swinging the kunai mercilessly to sever his wrist. The J-nin of Konoha could no longer form hand seals. Hinata Yuto lifted his foot, delivering a fierce kick directly into Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's chest, the sickening sound of cracking bones echoing as the J-nin was sent flying over 10 meters. Crashing against the trunk of a large tree, he fell to the ground in despair, his gaze vacant. With his spine severed, hands rendered useless, and chakra nearly depleted, the traitor before him possessed the Byakugan. Escape was impossible. Tetsuru-senpai, please do not move. Hinata Yuto exhaled softly, calmly stating, "I have no intention of torturing you. Please remain here and await the draining of your blood. Trust me, this manner of death is not particularly painful." His words were interrupted by Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's derisive laughter. "The scum of Konoha puts on a fade. How could the Hyuga clan produce a beast like you?" Hinata Yuto shook his head impassively. "Tetsuru-senpai, if you intend to provoke me with words to draw me closer, such tactics will not suffice. You are a highly skilled ninja, and during these past 10 days under your command, I've come to appreciate that deeply. Until your blood has fully drained, I shall not recklessly approach you. That would be far too perilous." A heaviness settled in Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's heart. The shortened sunbon concealed beneath his tongue grew sluggish, burdened by its master's despair. Although his chakra was nearly depleted, invoking the ninjutsu, sunbon rain required merely a sliver of chakra and was infallible against an enemy who believed victory was assured. Unfortunately, the young traitor before him was far too clever and composed, revealing not a single flaw. Truly, he was the jewel of the Hyuga, Tsuchisaki Tetsuru bitterly mused. After a brief silence, Tsuchisaki Tetsuru scrutinized the young man with snow-white eyes. "Hinata Yuto, do you desire my corpse?" "Indeed," Hinata Yuto nodded, caressing a scroll. "The reconnaissance team has been entirely annihilated, yet they returned with invaluable intelligence, and I alone survived. With the enemy eradicated, I have no reason not to safeguard the remains of you. The J-nin captain. Should your bodies be disposed of to the point of leaving not a shred of flesh, it would appear overly deliberate. Are you not afraid that the villagers might uncover something from my corpse?" "I am indeed afraid, and I am aware that certain forbidden techniques can extract answers from the deceased soul." Hinata Yuto recalled the infamous Edo Tensei. "However, engaging in such acts entails risks. Should I be discovered, death would be the consequence. Do such a thing." Tsuchisaki Tetsuru's face paled slightly, the prolonged blood loss causing his consciousness to waver. Betraying the village, betraying the clan, betraying comrades. Such matters can be so casually spoken of by you? The J-nin paused, taking a considerable time before continuing. "May I inquire about your reasoning?" Hinata Yuto regarded him with calm eyes, slowly removing his forehead protector, revealing a teal-green curse mark, caged bird. All members of the Hyuga branch family bear the curse mark known as caged bird on their foreheads during their youth, binding them thus until death. This curse mark seals the Byakugan's abilities and can irrevocably destroy the eyeballs and brain once the user loses their eyes or perishes. Moreover, the main family can control and dismantle the neural and cerebral structures of branch family members through this curse mark. Within the Hyuga clan, this is an ironclad hierarchy. For generations, the curse mark of the caged bird has been passed down for a millennium. Tsuchisaki Tetsu widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it merely because of the caged bird?" His breath quickened, his tone finally revealing confusion and anger. Hinata Yuto, for the sake of a mere curse mark. You would betray the village and your clan. The caged bird indeed restricts your freedom and abilities. Yet it is a tradition and rule of a powerful ninja clan. Furthermore, this curse mark successfully prevents others from coveting the Byakugan, safeguarding you. Even as an outsider, he understood that within the Hyuga clan, the main family are the true heirs, bearing the responsibility of protecting and promoting the Hyuga lineage. The branch family serves as guardians, tasked with safeguarding the main family. Sacrifices are necessary for the clan's strength, for the village's prosperity, and for Konoha to flourish. Hinata Yuto donned his forehead protector, concealing the caged bird. He looked down upon the nearly lifeless Jainin. Speaking softly, for reasons unknown, I've been aware of my surroundings since a tender age. Long ago, I pondered a question. Why not endure it? Konoha is a fine village, despite its many flaws. It remains, on the whole, an uplifting place. The Hyuga clan's hierarchy is rigid, yet it at least appears tolerable on the surface. Why not endure it? Striving to complete missions, diligently training, and reaching a certain level of achievement should suffice for a decent life. At worst, I could endure for another 30 or 40 years. Perhaps when a new era dawns, everything will improve. After considerable reflection, I arrived at a conclusion. Hinata Yuto's expression shifted from serene and gentle to somewhat exuberant and resigned. No, it cannot be. I cannot endure it. I cannot bear the brand of slavery upon me. To be forever relegated to the role of a guard for certain individuals, that I cannot tolerate the thought of my descendants bearing that grotesque, caged bird upon their foreheads. What I find most intolerable is the prospect of living a life filled with repression, never daring to resist until death. The expression of the dying Tsurusaki Tetsudoro was now filled with confusion. What was this Hinata Yuto saying? Unable to endure. What is there to endure? For so many years, why could the other branch family members endure, yet he could not? Shouldn't he, for the prosperity and strength of the Hyuga clan, cast aside his own feelings and become the strongest shield for the main family? You are the jewel of the Hyuga. After all, with confusion and doubt, the Jain's heartbeat slowed. Ultimately, his blood drained away, leaving him lifeless, standing alone. Hinata Yuto let out a soft sigh and slowly approached Tsurusaki Tetsudoro's corpse. You cannot comprehend me, nor can I understand you. The chasm between individuals is, from the outset, as vast as the heavens and the abyss. He crouched down, leaning closer to the gradually cooling body. However, allow me to share one last thing with you. Tio speaks sincerely. I truly, truly detest that title. One day later, Hinata Yuto halted his stride, ceasing to run and instead walking slowly from the woods. Before him lay an expansive plain, densely populated with buildings. Behind the structures, a massive rock face loomed silently, upon which three colossal human-faced sculptures rested. This is Konoha, the ninja village of the Land of Fire, one of the 5 great shinobi nations and often the most formidable power in the world. Hinata Yuto gazed calmly at the village gates, approaching with measured steps. The duty-bound Nin guarding the village nodded slightly upon seeing him. Acknowledging his presence, the Land of Fire and Konoha have always boasted a large population, yet the village is relatively small. Even if one does not know everyone, familiarity grows over time. Moreover, in recent years, the reputation of Hinata's jewel has begun to resonate, and Hinata Yuto's striking appearance makes him easily memorable. The architecture of Konoha is steeped in antiquity, with only a handful of towering edifices. Yet there is no sense of decline. The power infrastructure is ubiquitous, and the roads are notably spacious. Sturdy trees flourish with verdant foliage, their leaves fragmenting sunlight, casting mottled patterns upon the passersby. The fragrant aromas wafting from the shops lining the streets mingle with the air, rich with the essence of everyday life. Setting aside all biases, even Hinata Yuto must concede that Konoha is indeed vibrant. In his previous life, while indulging in comics or television, he harbored a fondness for Konoha and often fantasized that should he ever traverse into this world, he would stand on the side of justice amidst the battleground of the Fourth Great Ninja War, witnessing the legendary clash between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Those who disregard their comrades are the lowest of the low, a sentiment that once ignited his passion. Thus, he devotedly followed the latest manga, accompanying that golden-haired underdog. However, contrary to his expectations, upon truly reincarnating as an infant in the world of ninjas, his perspectives shifted entirely. What sane individual would draw caged birds upon the foreheads of comrades, binding them to a fate of servitude? Hinata Yuto sighed silently and continued his stroll down the street. Logically, as a nin, he was expected to accompany a nin on a mission outside the village. The annihilation of his entire team, save for himself, was no trivial matter. He must report to the Hokage Tower at once to recount the entire mission and submit the hard-won intelligence. Yet Hinata Yuto knew he could not do so. He was Hinata Yuto, a prodigy of the branch family, indoctrinated from a young age to prioritize the interests of the main family above all else. Thus, his first act upon returning to the village was to report to the clan head in their ancestral grounds. Every gesture had to align with his identity, concealing his true intentions. As he pondered this, he soon arrived at the Hinata clan's estate. Unlike the Uchiha, the Hinata clan, though occupying a considerable area, was not far from the village's center. Even with the vision of an ordinary person, one could easily spot the Hokage Tower from the entrance of the clan grounds. Hinata Yuto did not enter through the main gate. Instead, he signaled to the guards of the Hinata household, accessing a concealed pathway that led deep into the clan's territory. Having survived in this world for 12 years, Yuto understood that life here was far from the sunny depiction found in manga. There were far too many sordid matters requiring careful navigation. This time, both the Hinata and Uchiha clans wielded significant influence in Konoha, enjoying numerous privileges. Even returning ninjas were expected to report to their clan grounds first. Such a transgression would be overlooked by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, provided it did not provoke undue ire. If Hinata Yuto were to swagger back into the village and directly enter the clan grounds, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face. On a minor scale, it might be seen as a child's naive longing for home, but on a larger scale, it would signify a blatant disregard for the Hokage's authority. By quietly entering the clan grounds, face was preserved on all sides, and all was well. Before long, Hinata Yuto arrived outside a courtyard, half kneeling on the ground, his gaze fixed upon his toes. Yuto, come in. A voice beckoned from within. Responding respectfully, Hinata Yuto slowly stepped into the room. Inside, a young ninja clad in a spacious kimono sat quietly at the center. His long hair fell about him, and his snow-white eyes, coupled with his subtly pressed lips, exuded a natural gravitas. He bore no forehead protector. His brow was smooth and devoid of any markings. Clan head Hinata Yuto addressed him with respect, remaining half kneeling. The young man before him was none other than the newly appointed head of the Hinata clan, Hinata Hayashi. Yuto, Hinata Hayashi smiled slightly. How did the mission proceed? Regarding the clan head's inquiry. There were some complications, but I managed to acquire the intelligence from the land of clouds. Complications? Indeed, the esteemed Tsujiaki Tetsuger, along with comrades Sat Masahi, Yamagata Rear, and Hiroka Eiji, all perished in battle. That a barely perceptible frown crossed Hinata Hayashi's brow at the mention of Tsujiaki Tetsuger. The young clan leader sighed, reflecting for a moment before stating, "The world is a perilous place. I am relieved you returned alive. It speaks volumes of our clan's teachings." Hinata Yuto responded with unwavering composure. Hinata Hayashi continued thoughtfully, "Your reconnaissance team has achieved merit, yet all members have perished, leaving you as the sole survivor. The Hokage is known for his discernment in matters of reward and punishment. Have you considered what you wish for? All is at the discretion of the clan head." Such words, Hinata Hayashi chuckled lightly. "Even I cannot sway the Hokage's decisions. Do you understand?" "I understand." Hinata Hayashi waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now. Should the Hokage wish to reward you immediately, simply delay it. Positions within the Barrier Corps, or even a direct promotion to Nin within the Hokage Tower would all be of significant benefit to the clan. Are you concerned only with the Hinata clan, showing no regard for me?" Hinata Yuto scoffed inwardly, though he maintained a facade of respect as he retreated. However, he did not anticipate that just as he was about to exit the room, Hinata Hayashi would suddenly remark, "The children, Ruimei, Yoshihiko, and Kengo, are nearing 3 years of age. A ceremony will be held for them this week." As an esteemed junior of our Hinata clan, I shall make an exception and allow you to serve as a guardian to witness this honor." Yuto was taken aback. Clan head, to draw caged birds upon the foreheads of 3-year-olds, condemning them to a life devoid of choice, is to witness a cruel ceremony. For me, a slightly older slave, is this also a form of grace? Hinata Yuto pressed his tongue against his lower jaw, exerting every effort to suppress any unusual reaction, and steadily exited Hinata Hayashi's chamber, leaving the clan grounds. Upon stepping outside, he inhaled deeply, pushing down all emotions. He knew that the arduous task of the day was merely beginning. The reckless choice to eliminate Sugiyaki Tetsuger and claim the glory for himself was all part of the forthcoming scheme. Hinata Yuto lifted his gaze towards the towering Hokage building that loomed in the distance. For the ninjas of the village, an audience with the Hokage is not particularly arduous, especially for someone like Hinata Yuto, who had just returned from a mission. Reporting to the leader was a perfectly normal occurrence. Upon being ushered into the Hokage's office by a masked Umbu member, Hinata Yuto knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "I pay my respects to the Hokage." Inside the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man in his 50s, slowly turned to face him. Clad in the Hokage's robes and puffing on a pipe, his hair was already graying, giving him the appearance of an unassuming neighbor rather than the leader of a village. Yet Hinata Yuto was acutely aware that this aged Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a ninja, was at the tail end of his peak. Possessing formidable strength and undoubtedly Konoha's foremost combatant at this time. 16 years later, when Orochimaru attacked the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body would have deteriorated. Even without resorting to the Reaper Death Seal, he would have been at the end of his rope. With little time left to live after the battle, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not only powerful, but also possessed wisdom and cunning far beyond that of ordinary men. During his tenure, formidable ninja clans had gradually come under the influence of the shadows, and Konoha's talents flourished, thriving in prosperity. To commend him as a hero is not mere flattery. Yuto, rise that. No need to kneel. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, observing the boy as he stood. The barrier core reported only detecting your chakra. I sincerely apologize, Hokage-sama. Hinata Yuto rose, his handsome face marked by visible anguish. Sugiyaki Tetsuger, Satmasai, Yamagata Rear, and Hiroka Eiji all perished in battle. I am the sole survivor of the special reconnaissance team. Even Sugiyaki Tetsuger is gone? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, a hint of sorrow evident in his voice. He was overwhelmed by Cloud Ninja and could not escape. Hinata Yuto replied, Hokage-sama. Here is the scroll. He presented the cylindrical object. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted it, lightly tapping it a few times to unlock the special seal before reading it with care. Throughout this process, Hinata Yuto kept his head bowed, refraining from even a furtive glance. Estimating that Sarutobi Hiruzen had finished, Hinata Yuto finally spoke, reciting the mission summary he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. The first half of the mission proceeded smoothly, and we reached the land of hot water and retrieved the intelligence from the designated cave, but encountered issues on our return journey. Within the borders of the land of soup, we were ambushed by the cloud-hidden ninjas. Subsequently, relentless pursuers followed us, forcing us to retreat towards the borders of the land of fire while fending off their attacks. Little did we expect that the opposing side would also deploy elite ninjas. As Hinata Yuto stated, 99% of it is true, except for the most crucial detail regarding the sudden assassination of Sugiyaki Tetsuger, which he did not conceal, that he even meticulously illustrated the locations where those from the Leaf Village perished. Following this, the Leaf's Umbu will clean up the aftermath, according to what Hinata Yuto said today. They will retrieve the bodies of the fallen ninjas from that location, conduct an autopsy, and carefully examine the findings to reconstruct the events of that day. This is protocol and a matter of procedural justice. Every ninja village has a similar system of accountability, and one cannot simply take their subordinates' words at face value. After Hinata Yuto finished speaking, he noticed Sarutobi Hizashi's lack of response and obediently stood still, his gaze fixed on his own toes throughout the exchange. Once you exit from here, you may assist the Umbu in their investigation, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly remarked. Sugiyaki Tetsuger is an elite ninja, and the demise of such a figure must be documented independently. Any oversight is unacceptable. Yes, Hokage-sama, I understand that I will cooperate with the Hinata Yuto affirmed. Indeed, the jewel of the Hinata clan, Yuto, although you are still young, you are already adept at handling matters with the maturity of an adult. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled broadly, handing a scroll to Hinata Yuto. Take a look. The clan's elders are well versed in knowledge, and you should comprehend its significance. The handsome youth nodded, and after a brief glance, he grasped the value of the intelligence. The rising grain prices in the Land of Thunder indicated impending conflict. Yes, those warmongers in the Cloud Village are about to instigate trouble again. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the Leaf, Hinata Yuto declared, his voice ringing with fervor. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled lightly. Of course, he would not engage in discussions about inter-country warfare with a 12-year-old from the Hinata branch. But rather, he used this information to segue into another topic. This scroll holds great value, not only revealing the Cloud's intentions to wage war, but also outlining several supply lines. The Cloud will surely face difficulties. Now that we are aware of their locations, they will have to invest considerable effort and time to establish new supply routes. Moreover, during the escort of this intelligence, your team eliminated multiple enemy ninjas, including an elite ninja. Aside from you, all members of your squad, including Tsuchisaki Tetsujiro, have perished. The Leaf will ensure that the families of these fallen heroes receive their compensation, but the accolades for this achievement will rest solely on your shoulders. Since you became a genin, you have successfully completed 92 missions, 5 of which were classified as high-risk erranked tasks, all executed flawlessly. With this latest operation, you have amassed a considerable amount of merit. Now, proceed to the Hinata Yuto. I will grant you special authorization to interpoint one of my captains is aging, and considering the time, you still have room to grow. If an ordinary Leaf ninja were present, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. The are the Hokage's elite forces, and the captains are all trusted confidants of Sarutobi Hizashi, should one seize the opportunity to ascend to the captaincy. It would mean a rapid rise to the middle and upper echelons of the Leaf. However, Hinata Yuto merely lowered his head, without a trace of hesitation, and replied, I apologize, Hokage-sama. Regarding the reward, I have not yet thoroughly contemplated it. May I have a few days to reflect? Sarutobi Hizashi did not respond but exhaled a puff of smoke, the sharp and peculiar scent wafting through the office, petite over 50 years of age. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a swell of displeasure. Does the Hinata clan's custom supersede that of the village? As the ruler of the Leaf, he understood that upon returning to the village, Hinata Yuto went directly to the Hinata clan's territory. Though discreet, such a small action could not escape his notice. Was it Hinata Hizashi who instructed you to respond in this manner, to stall and seek an optimal reward for the Hinata clan? Sarutobi Hizashi sighed inwardly. The interests and authority of the village must surpass that of any individual clan. Both the Hinata and Uchiha clans still have a long way to go. However, known as the Ninja Doctor, Sarutobi Hizashi ultimately did not lose his composure. His temperament was not one to take out frustrations on a 12-year-old from the Hinata branch. Very well. Take your time to consider, he stated calmly. However, Yuto, you must provide me with a general idea of what kind of reward you seek. Upon hearing this, Hinata Yuto's heart tightened. Here it comes. He had finally awaited this question. There was no need to deliver a grandiose response or express disdain for the Hinata clan or resentment towards his cage. As long as he revealed a hint of a particularity in his answer, based on his identity, Sarutobi Hizashi would surely elaborate, and he could leverage this opportunity to advance his next plan. He needed to adjust his emotional demeanor and body language accordingly. In the tranquil Hokage office, Hinata Yuto remained silent for a moment. Then he raised his head for the first time, exposing his striking white eyes. His voice was gentle yet resolute, tinged with a youthful shyness. Hokage-sama, I was pondering. If the reward you grant me could satisfy everyone in the village, that would be splendid. Sarutobi Hizashi's hand momentarily faltered. With his formidable will, even in the face of flames, his brow would not furrow. Yet at this moment, the words of the 12-year-old from the Hinata branch left him astonished and speechless. If it could satisfy everyone in the village, that would be splendid. N.O. demands for greater power, N.O. yearning for higher status. Not even a mention of the Hinata clan, T.O. satisfy everyone in the village. Hinata Yuto, in your subconscious, does the importance of the village surpass all else? The teachings of the Hinata clan surely do not instill such thoughts. Was your statement meticulously crafted for my ears, or did it flow from the depths of your heart, even unbeknownst to you? For the first time, Sarutobi Hisashi regarded the 12-year-old from the Hinata branch earnestly. He was strikingly handsome and youthful, his hands bearing thick calluses, suggesting he had endured considerable hardship. Indeed, the jewel of the Hinata clan. After becoming a genin, had spent much of his time away from the Hinata territory, frequently undertaking missions. He had only been 6 years old when he ascended to genin, leaving little time for clan education. Suddenly, he recalled a genius who had fought alongside him, ultimately sacrificing his life for the leaf, Uchiha Kagami. Even within the closed and proud stronghold of ninja clans, there arise those who inherit the will of fire. Sarutobi Hisashi contemplated many things, but ultimately suppressed all tumultuous thoughts and gazed deeply at Hinata Yuto. Yuto, you may withdraw now and rest well. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hinata Yuto replied, bowing respectfully before exiting. He did not linger unnecessarily, but left the Hokage building with a sense of lightness. He had exerted all possible effort, yet how things would unfold next remained uncertain to him. What would Sarutobi Hisashi, a gifted youth with a will of fire, do? If it were 16 years later, when the plot officially commenced, the aging and decrepit third Hokage would likely adopt a passive stance, at most providing some discreet assistance. However, at present, the one governing the leaf was a man just over 50, a figure filled with ambition, willing to undertake bold actions and make fierce decisions, unencumbered by the opinions of others. Do not disappoint me, Sarutobi Hisashi. Hinata Yuto thought to himself, adhering to his usual demeanor, avoiding unnecessary distractions, and promptly returning to the Hinata clan's territory. This time, he was able to enter through the main gate. The Hinata clan's estate was expansive, with the central area housing the main family, while the remaining space was occupied by numerous branch family residences. Just by observing the positional and height differences between the two areas, one could comprehend how deeply ingrained the notion of the main family supremacy and the branch family's duty to protect and honor the main family was. Over 1,000 years of customs, the concept of hierarchy flows through the veins of every member of the Hinata clan, as natural as blood. The main family believes this hierarchy is ordained by nature. The branch family shares the same belief. Throughout the long passage of time, the seeds of rebellion have been thoroughly eradicated. Hinata Yuto's home lay in the southwestern portion of the clan estate, a mere 400 meters from the towering walls, placing it at the periphery. However, it was worth noting that his house was quite spacious. Although valuable possessions are scarce, his parents had a profound affection for cultivating flowers and plants during their lifetime, tending to the garden with great care. Upon entering, one is enveloped by a sensation reminiscent of wandering through a botanical garden of a past life. He traversed the yard and stepped inside the house, commencing the task of organizing the room and cleaning. After 18 days away from home, dust had accumulated on the tatami mats. While cleaning is a laborious chore, Hinata Yuto approached it with enthusiasm. As a ninja, he could concentrate his chakra in his feet, enabling him to walk upon walls. Thus, no corner was spared from his meticulous attention, as he diligently cleared away cobwebs, dust, and tiny insects. Once he had rendered every room spotless, the sun hung low in the west. Lying back on the tatami, imbued with the scent of fresh grass, he removed his forehead protector and caressed his smooth forehead. He was acutely aware that the malevolent curse mark of the caged bird lay upon it. Though devoid of pain or sensation, Hinata Yuto often felt as if a spider was spinning silk atop his brow. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over him the thought, prompting him to shiver and rise to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Even for a 12-year-old boy, even one trained as a ninja, culinary skills are not easily mastered. Skilled in wielding kunai and capable of concentrating chakra within a fraction of a second, he still struggled to grasp the nuances of cooking. From the perfect timing of heat to the optimal moment for seasoning. Often, the most peculiar cooking implements would leave him flustered. However, fortune smiled upon him, for he needed to prepare only a modest amount of food, as he was alone. After much effort, he finally succeeded in cooking a dish of grilled fish, a plate of greens, and a bowl of rice. The fish bore a slight char, the greens were overly salty, and the rice was undercooked. Yet despite these shortcomings, Hinata Yuto found joy in his meal. Unbeknownst to the villagers of Kanahagakure, when alone, Hinata Yuto was quite a spirited and cheerful individual. Born into the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he was destined from birth to be a slave. If he were to wear a frown in solitude, he likely would not have survived to this moment, having succumbed to despair long ago. As he ate, a sudden pang of loneliness struck Hinata Yuto. Swiftly, he rose and ascended to an upstairs room, where he located a box and retrieved 2 kunai stained with blood that had long since dried. These were among the few treasured possessions of his parents 9 years prior. At the tender age of 3, Hinata Yuto, a reincarnator, was a carefree child brimming with hope for the future. He was aware of the impending developments in this world. With the child of prophecy, Naruto Uzumaki, heralding brighter days ahead. However, that fateful day arrived when his parents, serving as guards, were brought back to the clan's estate, bloodied and battered. An esteemed member of the clan had been attacked, and his parents fought valiantly, sustaining life-threatening injuries to protect the clan's legacy. Out of gratitude for their nurturing, or perhaps out of fear of the cataclysmic change, Hinata Yuto clung desperately to his dying parents, determined to witness their final moments, whether they lived or perished. Yet ultimately, he could not bear witness to their passing, for he was forcibly taken away through brute strength, whips, and dogma. The day his parents fell in battle for the main family was the day their son was marked with the curse of the caged bird. To honor the fallen heroes, their offspring were branded with the mark of slavery. The day for the cursed seal had long been predetermined, immutable regardless of circumstance. A rule, a point of pride for the Hyuga clan, enduring for millennia. When 3-year-old Hinata Yuto staggered towards his parents, clutching his forehead, all he encountered were 2 lifeless bodies. He gazed upon the remains of his parents and noticed their lips moving, as if attempting to convey something. After much contemplation and careful observation of their lips, he inquired of those present, and eventually learned their final words. "Yuto, forgive us." "Forgive you for what?" At this moment, in the desolate, frigid home, Hinata Yuto caressed the 2 kunai, stained and rusted, and whispered softly, "There is nothing to apologize for. You have committed no wrongs, father, mother." The following day, the sun rose as usual. Hinata Yuto awoke early, as young ninjas often do after returning from a mission, savoring a few days of peace in Kanahagakure. However, before dawn had even broken, he had already risen, washed up simply, packed a small bag of provisions, and ventured alone beyond the clan grounds to the secluded forest on the outskirts of the village. He navigated his way to his secret training ground, a small clearing surrounded by towering trees. The clearing was modest and rather remote. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the ground was exceptionally hard, akin to rock. Hinata Yuto retrieved a box from beneath one of the great trees. Extracting its contents, heavy wrist guards and armor, a specially designed training dummy adorned with acupuncture points and meridian patterns, sealed drinking water, emergency bandages, and hemostatic medicine, he donned the cumbersome protective gear, binding metal weights to each finger, and after taking a few deep breaths, commenced his training in the dense forest. Stepping, punching, activating his Byakugan, he executed each use of gentle fist with utmost precision, for the coordination of chakra and physical movement is a profound discipline. During training, should his strikes deviate even by a millimeter, Hinata Yuto would impassively punish himself by repeating the action 100 times. Over the years, the once soft soil of this narrow forest had become as hard as stone beneath his feet. How could a boy from the branch family, bereft of his parents, earn the moniker jewel of the Hyuga? The answer lies in 4 words. Perseverance is key. Each drop of sweat, each punch thrown, advanced him one step closer to strength. Even the simplest of methods bore fruit. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Hinata Yuto discerned that his progress had begun to plateau. In his secret training ground, he suddenly sprang forth, akin to a bird taking flight, darting towards the training dummy. His hands moved with such speed that they seemed to meld into a blur, striking the dummy's chest and abdomen with lightning speed, targeting 16 vital points. After landing, he inspected the dummy and let out a silent sigh to the 16 wounds. Only 3 penetrated deeply. The remaining 13 failed to breach the dummy's thick armor. His striking power was still insufficiently piercing. Not yet ferocious. The gentle fist, centered around the Byakugan, employs direct attacks using both body and chakra. In essence, it is a family heirloom, a bloodline limit technique of the Hyuga. The refinement of the body is an essential facet of this martial art. Hinata Yuto was certain that among his peers in the village, none exerted themselves more diligently than he. Children typically do not abandon their play to endure hardships in the woods. Yet, despite his unwavering dedication, he had not experienced significant advancements for some time. The potential of his body had been fully realized. Hinata Yuto possessed commendable physical attributes and a satisfactory chakra reserve, categorizing him as a talent. However, he merely epitomized a standard level of genius. As time progressed and his body matured, he was destined to become a J-nin, yet ascending further would prove exceedingly difficult. With only a fraction of his abilities sealed and the inherent limitations of the branch family's Byakugan, Hinata Yuto would not surpass the rank of J-nin, forever remaining distant from the heights of the Hokage. Through sweat and perseverance, the reincarnated soul shortened the path from Genin to J-nin. Yet absolute talent constrained his potential for further advancement. Unless he acquired methods to master other exceptional techniques, breaking free from the confines of the Byakugan and gentle fist, his aspirations remained limited. Legendary techniques, such as Flying Thunder God, Sage techniques, Impure World Reincarnation, and Wood Release were his only hopes for transcending his limitations. Otherwise, relying solely on the Byakugan and gentle fist would render a lifetime of vengeance an unattainable dream. It is worth noting that even if the Byakugan had not been sealed, and the main family possessed the complete gentle fist techniques, apart from the legendary Hyuga Tenjin, no other shadow-level power had emerged over the years. Do not rush. Take your time, Hinata Yuto murmured to himself. Yet he successfully completed the weighty training tasks of the day, after finishing all his training exercises, consuming every last morsel of his rations. And tidying up the secret training ground, it was already evening. Changing into a clean outfit, Hinata Yuto retraced his steps. Since becoming a genin, his life had become quite simple, either venturing out of the village to undertake missions or honing his skills in the training grounds, leading a highly regimented existence. Consequently, he had few friends and only a handful of people to converse with. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, although the jewel of Hinata possessed a gentle disposition and treated others well, he also exuded an aloofness befitting a genius, making him not particularly easy to approach. That on his way back to the village, Hinata Yuto did not feel lonely. Farmers returning from their labors and low-ranking ninjas returning from missions gradually filled the streets. Despite the ongoing tensions among the great nations, the atmosphere within Konohagakure remained peaceful and leisurely. People laughed and chatted, and those who had encountered Hinata Yuto would greet him warmly. However, as the third great ninja war loomed ever closer, the village would inevitably be shrouded in an air of dread and tension. Upon entering the village, Hinata Yuto made his way toward the clan grounds, unaware that along this very path, the renowned trio from the comics would suddenly come into view. "Obito, you're late again," shouted a charming girl with purple markings on her cheeks, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation as she glared at the rushing boy. "Rin, I'm sorry. I was wrong." The boy, wearing sunglasses and a bright smile, scratched the back of his head, drenched in sweat as he apologized that I helped an elderly lady cross the street. That doesn't excuse being 30 minutes late, and then I went to help the tofu vendor fetch water and bandaged up an injured animal. They all looked so pitiful. Rin's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Uchiha Obito's woeful expression, torn between wanting to scold him and feeling sympathy. She could only turn to her handsome, white-haired companion beside her. Every time you make us wait so long with Kakashi. Next time, you could go play by yourself." "Hey, don't say that, Rin," Uchiha Obito exclaimed. "What are we if not comrades who have fought together? The strongest triangle of Konoha. Not a single one of us can be absent, right, Kakashi?" The boy Kakashi looked up in confusion. "Rin, was there a fly buzzing in front of me just now?" "Ah, Kakashi, you insufferable tease." Kakashi dodged Uchiha Obito's playful attempt to put him in a headlock and caught sight of Hinata Yuto standing by the street. He nodded gently at Hinata Yuto as a greeting. Hinata Yuto was a year older than Kakashi, and they had become quite familiar with each other during their time in the Ninja Academy, often being pulled out by teachers for taijutsu demonstrations. Hinata Yuto smiled and greeted them warmly. They were classmates, after all, and not strangers. "Hey, Yuto, you're working too hard. Come try the takoyaki from this shop." Uchiha Ito's voice rang with enthusiasm under the orange glow of the setting sun. Little did Hinata Yuto know that while he leisurely returned to the clan grounds, a meeting that would profoundly affect his fate was already quietly underway. An exceedingly detailed analysis report lay before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The autopsy reports of Sujizaki Tetsujiro, Sato Meiho, Yamagata Rear, and Hirohara Eiji had been submitted by the medical ninjas. There were no suspicious points worth mentioning. If one had to point out something, it was the penetrating wound located between the fourth and fifth lumbar vertebrae of Sujizaki Tetsujiro, which had been inflicted from behind, employing a kunai, for the Cloud Nin adept, at utilizing lightning-style ninjutsu. Fingers were akin to the sharpest blades. Thus, the report concluded, it was puzzling why the final battle had ended in close combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely glanced at the report before dismissing the doubt from his mind. The Hokage of Konoha had always risen through the ranks based on merit and strategy, and having lived through countless battles, he naturally understood that in the final throes of combat, ninjas would claw and bite at each other like wild beasts. He had witnessed powerful Nin exhausting themselves to the point of desperation, stabbing frozen fish into one another's bodies, with the bodies of the fallen ninjas from Konoha accounted for. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not question the report from the sole survivor. The accomplishments of the surprise reconnaissance team, which had gathered critical intelligence and slain numerous enemy ninjas, were attributed entirely to Hinata Yuto. Adding to his prior achievements, the talented scion from the branch family had amassed a substantial record of merit. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, and the words Hinata Yuto had spoken to him in this very office the previous day involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The door creaked open, and 3 figures entered in single file. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the intruders without annoyance and spoke softly. "Toanzo and Karu, you've arrived." Hiruzen, the 3 stood before the desk, addressing each other by name rather than their esteemed titles in the absence of outsiders. Each week, in this Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate-on, and Tirun Kaharu would hold clandestine meetings, free from the eavesdropping of ANBU, the heads of the ninja clans in the village, or even the legendary 3 ninjas, whom Sarutobi Hiruzen took pride in having trained. Much of the unsavory machinations that could influence the policies of the entire Land of Fire took shape during these discussions. Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, spoke first. His jaw scarred and his right eye and forehead bandaged, creating an aura that made him difficult to approach even in silence. "Let us take the initiative. Allow Namikaze Minato to infiltrate the Cloud Village and attack the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. We will prepare a portable technique that may be capable of breaking the sealing jutsu and releasing the Eight Tails. Releasing the Eight Tails in the heart of the Cloud Village will be considered excessively inhumane, even in the world of ninjas, as countless ordinary people resided within the ninja villages. Moreover, given the destructive power of the Eight Tails, the casualties in the Land of Lightning would undoubtedly reach 6 figures." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. There were no outsiders present, and he need not maintain the facade of righteousness. He pondered the feasibility of the plan. The Eight Tails was a perfect Jinchuriki with an excellent compatibility. Ordinary techniques would likely prove ineffective. Then let Namikaze Minato bring along a member of the Uchiha clan. With the Sharingan and that forbidden technique, our chances of releasing the Eight Tails would exceed 40%. "Danzo, do you wish the world to know that this deed was committed by Konoha? Even if the plan succeeds, the major nations would unite against us. Then let them come," Shimura Danzo replied dismissively. "At that point, the cloud will be severely weakened, and the Rock's only concern will be that old fossil, Anoki. As for the sand and mist, mere chickens and dogs." After contemplating for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately shook his head. "Too risky. 1 against 4. I am the Hokage. I cannot gamble the entire village on a whim." "Humph," Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, but as Sarutobi Hiruzen had referred to himself as Hokage, it was evident he had made up his mind, and Danzo could not press further, reluctantly conceding tea that moment. The usually silent Tirun Kaharu suddenly spoke up. "However, war is imminent. The cloud has already begun to stir, and the Rock has been increasingly aggressive in their attacks. The other 2 powerful ninja villages are also preparing for battle. Once it begins, it will not be a minor skirmish, that I believe the third great ninja war will erupt within the next 2 years. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Today, I primarily wish to discuss this matter. If war engulfs the entire world and all 5 major ninja villages participate, we cannot respond with conventional forces. He paused before continuing, we must ensure that the Uchiha and Hinata clans contribute more combat power. The influence of the Sharingan and Byakugan on the battlefield is significant that we need these 2 bloodline limits. Mito Gate nodded in agreement, a sound strategy. Hiruzen in the past, while the Hinata and Uchiha clans have lent their support to the village, their core forces have remained hidden for minor border skirmishes. That has sufficed. However, if the third great ninja war truly breaks out, we will indeed require their full assistance. Yet increased deployment means greater casualties for them. Shimura Danzo sneered, his teeth seemingly stained with blood. If they refuse, we can take advantage of this, too. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, shaking his head, we are all from the same village, Tiomi. Both the Hinata and Uchiha clans are like brothers. They're the strength of Konoha and do not require that level of coercion. Oh, then what do you propose we do? We can give them a hint. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, contemplating his thoughts, subtly hinting to them that the positions of the next or the one after next Hokage would prioritize the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Torian, Nin, Ko, do not fret that I am aware that it would be inappropriate for such powerful clans as the Hyuga and Uchiha to hold the title of Hokage. Thus, this is merely a suggestion, a so-called hint that amounts to nothing more than an empty promise. It is akin to blindfolding a donkey grinding grain and placing a carrot in front of it. It can smell the enticing aroma, compelling it to work tirelessly, yet it shall never partake of the reward. The other 3 remained silent, fully cognizant of the desires harbored by the Hyuga and Uchiha for the Hokage position, using this as leverage to motivate both clans to exert their utmost efforts is indeed an ingenious strategy. The crux lies in the cunningness of the hint that IT must evoke a genuine sense of hope for the Hokage throne while allowing me to easily evade responsibility post-war, and substantial commitments can be made. Yet the implication must carry sufficient weight that IT should be a blatant, naked suggestion. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not keep them in suspense. My 3 disciples consist of 1 senju and 2 commoners. The disciples of my disciples do not include any Uchiha or Hyuga, which seems to imply that for a considerable time, these 2 clans will not occupy the core of Konoha's lineage and will remain distant from the Hokage title. I am old and lack the energy to mentor any further disciples. Thus, I will allow my disciple to select a scion of a prominent clan, thereby conveying to the outside world that I do not exclude the Hyuga and Uchiha, and am even willing to consider them for leadership in Konoha. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yuto had already spent 6 days in the village. During this period, the atmosphere remained tranquil, and he traversed between the clan grounds and secret training fields, diligently yet monotonously honing his skills. Occasionally, he would encounter characters who appeared frequently in the original narrative. Notably, yesterday, he happened upon the prominently pregnant Uchiha Mika. By the year's end, Uchiha Itachi would be born into the Uchiha clan, delivering the most profound sorrow to this illustrious clan with a legacy spanning millennia. This knowledge left Uchiha Yuto feeling somewhat anxious, as there were still 16 years until the official storyline of the Hokage saga would commence. However, with each key character making their appearance, he felt an ever-looming sense of urgency. Yet, regardless of his impatience, he could only suppress his anxiety and continue with his training. That on this particular day, Uchiha Yuto rose early, prepared his attire, and set off for the secret training grounds, only to be intercepted by 2 clan guards as he stepped out of his courtyard. Uchiha Yuto, one of the clan members, wearing a forehead protector, spoke in a tone as calm as a machine. The clan leader has instructed me to inform you that there will be a banquet tonight, and you are to attend alongside the clan leader. A banquet? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Uchiha Yuto. Might you elaborate, brother? I have delivered the message. Beyond that, I know not. Oh, is the clan leader available now? The clan leader is not free, the messenger stated without batting an eye. Adhering strictly to the instructions given, do not wander anywhere today. Uchiha Yuto, do not be disrespectful this evening. Hyuga Yuto pondered over these words and replied with a respectful gesture. "Thank you, brother," once the messenger departed. Hyuga Yuto stood alone in the courtyard, his heart racing. He had a vague premonition that this was likely a consequence of the remarks he had made to Sarutobi Hiruzen a few days prior. The days swiftly passed, and, as darkness fell, a carriage arrived at the entrance of Hyuga Yuto's home. He boarded the carriage and met up with the clan leader and others at the clan gates, embarking on a grand departure from the confines of the Hyuga clan. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, Hyuga Yuto's eyes were immediately drawn to a peculiar emblem consisting of 3 line segments and 5 small circles. This was the crest of the Sarutobi clan. Here, they stood on the territory of the Sarutobi. Guided by the attendants, the Hyugas entered the main residence of the Sarutobi clan. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension as the 3rd Hokage, the Sarutobi territory had undergone numerous expansions, particularly the main residence, which had been transformed into a grand banquet hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen frequently met with influential figures of the shinobi world here, and though it could be considered a familial gathering, it lacked the rigid hierarchy found within the Hokage building in the hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the host, sat at the center. To his right were several long tables, all unoccupied. To his left, a long table was filled with a dozen individuals, all possessing striking features, their dark, pure eyes reflecting a pride cultivated over time. Even before the 3rd Hokage, their arrogance was only slightly restrained. They were members of the Uchiha clan. "Hizashi, come, do not linger," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Hyuga Hizashi bowed, and soon the rest of the Hyuga clan took their seats. Thus, the 3 most formidable factions of Konoha, the Hokage lineage, the Uchiha, and the Hyuga, converged in this space. As guests gathered, servants began to present dish after dish, marking the commencement of the banquet. Hyuga Yuto sampled a slice of sashimi, his gaze wandering across the attendees on the Hyuga side. Aside from clan leader Hizashi, his younger brother Hayashi was present, along with 3 elder clan members and 4 youths, including Hyuga Yuto. Among them, Hyuga Yuto and another boy with Byakugan belonged to the branch family, while the remaining boy and the soul girl were of the main family. The distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was easily recognizable. Those who did not wear forehead protectors or any bandages to cover their foreheads were of the main family, a privilege they appear to take pride in. The Uchiha contingent mirrored this arrangement. Clan leader Fugaku, his wife Mikoto, several elder clan members, and 4 youths. As for the evening's host, seated beside Sarutobi Hiruzen were 3 notable figures. Point 1, with flowing white hair and a red mark beneath his eye, possessed a tall and robust physique. Though he appeared to lounge lazily, his broad shoulders exuded a sense of reassurance, as if he could withstand any calamity. Another bore a pale complexion, his eyes golden and serpentine. Handsome, yet intimidating, he emanated a peculiar allure, both dangerous and powerful. The final figure was a woman, with cascading golden hair, a rare beauty adorned with a diamond-shaped purple mark on her forehead. She sat boldly, drinking copiously, her aura rivaling that of any man. These 3 were none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen's prideful disciples, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. At this time, only Orochimaru held a significant position within Konoha, while Jiraiya roamed the lands writing novels. And Tsunade, afflicted with hemophobia, distanced herself from the political center of Konoha, wandering with a young Shizen, perpetually losing at gambling. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had exerted considerable effort to gather his 3 disciples. Such a plethora of distinguished individuals, Hyuga Yuto mused, savoring his meal slowly, aware that this banquet was unlikely to be merely a feast. Hence, he refrained from overindulging. Amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere remained congenial. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi, though youthful, were both wise beyond their years, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was astute and shrewd, his words measured and deliberate. After engaging in idle chatter for several minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the table and turned his gaze toward the Uchiha direction, smiling. "Fugaku, the child to your left, is that Shoyuta, the quick blade?" "Indeed," Fugaku replied modestly. "This child is my nephew, fond of blades, and has become quite unruly beyond the village. even adopting the moniker Shoyuta. Presenting myself to the Hokage, Uchiha Shoyuta emerged from behind the dining table, kneeling on one knee. His voice resonated with youthful energy and pride. "Good lad," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, stroking his beard. "Hizashi, the one standing behind you must be Hyuga Shinshu, correct? I have heard that at such a young age, he has mastered the 8 trigrams and has shown himself to be a young hero." Hyuga Shinshu arose to pay his respects, his forehead smooth and unadorned. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared pleased, surveying the 8 youths from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and laughed heartily. "In my youth, I had the honor of being by the side of the second Hokage. The world was tumultuous then, and the games I played with my classmates involved endless sparring with ninjutsu and taijutsu, a source of endless joy. Today, with my 3 disciples present, and Fugaku and Hizashi here, it would surely be dull for this old man to drink alone. How about we let these young ones have a go at some practice?" Beneath the table, Hinata Hizashi's hands suddenly clenched tightly. 3 days prior, a captain from the Umbu had unexpectedly appeared within the Hyuga clan's territory, delivering a single, weighty message. One of the legendary Sannin would soon reopen their doors to disciples. Selecting suitable candidates from both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. 3 days later, he was to bring 4 promising young members of the Hyuga family to the Sarutobi clan's grounds, specifically those under the age of 14. Only heaven knows how exhilarated Hinata Hizashi felt upon hearing this news. As Sarutobi Hiruzen approached his 50th year, the pinnacle of his ninja prowess was rapidly waning. Unlike the Uzumaki or Senju clans, he lacked their robust vitality. With his energy diminishing, it was inevitable that he would relinquish the position of Hokage in the near future. Presently, within the village of Konoha, the leading candidate for the title of 4th Hokage were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Being accepted as a disciple by one of the Sannin signified that the bloodlines of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would enter the very core of Konoha's master-disciple lineage, implying that with the right maneuvering, members of both clans might one day ascend to the Hokage's seat. Although Jiraiya's apprentice, Namake's Minato, also had a disciple from the Uchiha clan, in the current Konoha, no one viewed Minato as a viable candidate for the next Hokage due to his youth. Despite his strength, he lacked a solid support base, rendering Uchiha Obito merely an appendage in the eyes of many, often dismissed as a serious contender in the master-disciple hierarchy. However, before Hizashi could voice his thoughts, the Umbu captain continued. "What I am about to say is not a command, but a personal request from the Hokage." He mentioned that the intelligence brought back by Hinata Yuto is highly valuable, and suggested giving the youth a chance. Bring him along as well. After delivering this message, the Umbu captain departed, leaving Hizashi in a whirlwind of contemplation. "What? The Hokage wants me to take Hinata Yuto along. How could this master-disciple lineage possibly consider a branch family member? How could a mere bird in a cage exist above the shadow of a village leader? Is this a sign of the Hokage's dissatisfaction with the Hyuga clan's division system? But this is an internal matter of the Hyuga. From the village's inception, it has been established that ninja clan affairs are not to be interfered with." He pondered extensively, but remained utterly baffled. Although Hizashi felt an impulse to summon Yuto for inquiry, he restrained himself out of respect for the 3rd Hokage. At the evening banquet, Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, only to swiftly avert their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this opportunity must be seized by the Hyuga, or Uchiha clan. "What a splendid idea!" Jiraiya exclaimed, relishing the role of the master of ceremonies. "As ninjas, why engage in flowery rhetoric? If you're not here for the fun, you might as well go take a bath in a hot spring." Tsunade scoffed at this, casting a disdainful glare at Jiraiya, well aware that he was not merely interested in a soak, but was likely scheming for sources of inspiration. Orochimaru remained silent, merely smiling knowingly, clearly aligning with the prevailing sentiment. Unfazed by Tsunade's sharp gaze, Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Come on, young lads and lasses, where's your youthful enthusiasm? No need for draws or lots. Whoever has a grudge against whom, step up." Hinata Yuto's heart stirred. He understood that this banquet was organized for the purpose of the Sannin recruiting disciples, and that the Hokage's direct selection of members from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans carried significant political implications. In Konoha, The core of the master-disciple lineage was akin to the prime nominations for the Hokage position. Yet he couldn't help but wonder why the original story made no mention of the new disciples of the Sannin. Or if perhaps this banquet was a consequence of his own actions, like a butterfly flapping its wings. Yuto reflected on many things, but chose not to be the first to rise. Instead, taking a sip of tea, "I'll go first," Uchiha Shota suddenly declared. True to his title of Quick Blade, Uchiha Shota was a fiercely aggressive individual. He bowed to Tsurutobi Hiruzen and the Sannin, then boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, "Hyuga clan members, will you come one by one, or shall we engage all at once?" Yuto clearly observed the slight twitch at the corner of Fugaku's mouth. Such a foolish young buck. It was all too predictable. Yuto couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although the rules of the Hyuga clan were even more stringent, lacking the flamboyance of the Uchiha, the patience of youth ultimately has its limits. Hinata Shinji first offered a formal greeting, then stepped before the Uchiha fool. "Uchiha Shota, I, Hinata Shinji, am here to be your opponent." As the space indoors was insufficient, the two stepped outside for their match. With the assembled onlookers, either clan members possessing hereditary techniques or elite ninja, able to observe every detail of the bout clearly. Without unnecessary words, the young combatants commenced their duel, with a fireball the size of a carriage. Uchiha Shota launched the first attack, the foolish young buck's fire release. Great fireball technique made an impressive opening move, and after Shinji evaded, Shota immediately drew his blade, utilizing the body flicker technique to close in. His speed rivaling that of his own blade. Bang! A dome of chakra suddenly erupted in the courtyard, deflecting the fierce blade's arc away 0.8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. Hinata Yuto's eyes narrowed slightly, veins bulging at his temples as his Byakugan activated. Heavenly spin was a secret technique of the main family, serving as an absolute defense that could reflect all physical attacks, and it was exceptionally powerful. Under normal circumstances, branch family members were unlikely to be taught this technique. To master it, one had to covertly learn it through observation, making this close-range opportunity invaluable for Yuto. He was thoroughly engrossed in this chance to learn. While the battle in the courtyard intensified, Uchiha Shota's eyes glowed crimson, his pupils swirling with two tomo, his blade moving as swiftly as lightning, now imbued with a layer of silvery lightning chakra, indicating the use of lightning release. Hinata Shinji was no less impressive. Heavenly spin was a technique that consumed considerable chakra. After initially countering the great fireball and Shota's blade strike, he refrained from further use, relying instead on his solid, gentle fist techniques and the main family's Byakugan's all-seeing vision to evade and retaliate. The clash of their techniques continued for under 5 minutes, culminating in Uchiha Shota narrowly defeating Hinata Shinji. In terms of dynamic vision, the Sharingan undeniably surpassed the Byakugan. With the back of his blade pressed lightly against Shinji's neck, Shota nonchalantly remarked, "You're quite strong, but alas, not my match. Under these eyes, you are but a bird in a cage." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened considerably. He regretted bringing this nephew along. "Did your mouth develop a lightning release technique? Your words seem to pierce through the air, don't they? Calling the Hyuga clan members birds in a cage. Why not wish for a flourishing family for Tsunade?" Hinata Shinji was furious, his Byakugan nearly turning red with anger. However, with the Hokage and the heads of both clans present, he could only scowl as he approached his opponent to form a peace seal. What remarkable skill! Hinata Yuto took a sip of tea, savoring the leaves as he chewed slowly. Even he had to concede that both young combatants who had just determined the victor were geniuses, having brushed against the threshold of Jonin at merely 12 or 13 years of age. After forming the peace seal, Hinata Shinji's face was as dark as if it could drip water. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shota remained brimming with energy, one hand resting on his shoulder with his blade, taunting the Hyuga table. "Come at me together. You stand no chance one-on-one." The dual Tomo Sharingan spun slowly, casting a crimson glow in the darkness. Arrogant and powerful, the Uchiha clan had always evoked a sense of conflict. At times, one could hardly bear to partake in their flesh, yet at other moments, one could almost love them to madness. All were young and fiery geniuses, unable to tolerate such provocations. Especially in front of their own clan leader, the Hokage, and the legendary Sannin, if the young members of the Hyuga clan could endure this. They might as well rename themselves the Hinata Tortoise clan. The Soul Byakugan-wielding girl raised an eyebrow, preparing to stand and confront the challenge. Just then, the recently returned Hinata Shinji subtly pulled her back, imperceptibly shaking his head, and then exchanged a glance with Hinata Yuto and another branch family youth. You two go were down Uchiha's stamina and chakra, and let her claim the final victory. In the Hinata clan, the roles of cannon fodder, shields, and harvesters of triumph were never a matter for debate. Hinata Yuto smiled at Hinata Shinji, reassuring him with a glance. He then diligently followed the Hinata customs, placing his teacup down according to ancient rites, wiping the table clean, and smoothing out the folds of his ample white robe. With this impeccable routine completed, the branch family youth had already stepped into the center of the courtyard. Hinata, Naoto. The branch family youth was quite proper, adhering to the etiquette. Uchiha Shota tilted his head, leaning on his blade. A branch family member? Indeed. Then you're even less of a match for me. The proud Uchiha youth waved his hand dismissively. That Byakugan fellow ahead has already lost. You stand no chance against me either. Perhaps. Hinata Nagito raised his right hand and pointed forward, adopting a classic stance of a gentle fist. However, protecting the main family is my duty, as the elders of the clan have stated. How can we fear when we have devoted all our flesh and blood? Well, although I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend. If this is your justification for striking at the strong, then I shall accept it. Uchiha Shota once again drew his sword and laughed arrogantly. Come, let's battle. Hinata Yuto lowered his head, choosing not to witness this confrontation. He feared that the murderous intent in his eyes would uncontrollably spill forth during the fight. This lethal intent was certainly not directed at the Uchiha, the elders of the clan have stated. How can we fear when we have devoted all our flesh and blood? To fight to the last drop of blood for a clan that brands its own descendants with the mark of slavery. The cruel and cold-blooded oppressor is indeed detestable, but such is the nature of opposition. No amount of hatred is excessive. However, what truly chills the hearts of the passionate is the numbness of their comrades. Completely tamed like slaves, such a clan, such a branch family, such a grotesquely distorted lineage. Hinata Yuto bowed his head to mask his thoughts. The battle in the courtyard drew to a close. Uchiha Shota was correct. The main family, possessing greater ocular prowess and mastery over secret arts, had not emerged victorious, and the branch family youth were indeed no match. Hinata Nagito was battered and bloodied. Yet the Uchiha were not a family that relished in cruelty. Nevertheless, Nagito was tenacious, repeatedly rising after each fall. Ultimately, even Uchiha Shota could no longer bear to watch, unleashing lightning release to strike his opponent's body, paralyzing all his muscles. Hinata Nagito lay on the ground, taking a while to rise. As he turned to leave, blood still trickled from his wounds. He furtively glanced at Hinata Shinshur and the main family girl, cautious yet filled with anticipation, resembling a dog waiting for its master's praise. However, Hinata Shinshur showed no approval or pity, not even a glance of compassion. Hinata Yuto lifted his head and stood up. He passed through the porch, brushing past Hinata Nagito without a word, as if they were two parallel lines. Another branch family member stepped forward. Uchiha Shota gasped for breath, having defeated two opponents. Even he felt his strength waning. Yet, the voice of this Uchiha youth remained vibrant. You are not my opponent either. Hinata Yuto raised his head, his handsome face devoid of expression, as he cracked the joints of his pinky finger, producing a sharp sound, and under the natural flow of chakra, the veins at the corner of his eyes bulged, activating his Byakugan. Hinata Yuto, I presume. I am Uchiha Shota. So you are the jewel of the Hinata. Uchiha Shota stroked his chin, exclaiming in wonder, as the Uchiha clan naturally possessed a profound sense of love, making them sensitive to the emotions of others. Are you angry? Indeed, the Hinata are a united clan. Hinata Yuto's lips curled slightly, almost breaking into a derisive laugh. Nevertheless, even if familial bonds are touching, you cannot escape defeat at my blade. Boom! Uchiha Shota's vision blurred, losing sight of Hinata Yuto's position. Bring it on. The Uchiha youth roared, for Tomo spinning rapidly. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan was unrivaled in the shinobi world. Although it was a strained effort, Uchiha Shota managed to catch a glimpse of Hinata Yuto's form. Your body flicker technique is swift, but under these eyes, you are destined to fail. The blade was drawn, its finely honed technique slicing through the night sky, accompanied by the crackling silver lightning of lightning release. Aimed at Hinata Yuto's body in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shota's mind flickered with the next tactical move. This strike would not suffice to eliminate the jewel of Hinata. He would likely lower himself to evade. Providing me the opportunity to knee him hard, bang! A thunderous sound interrupted Uchiha Shota's thoughts. His blade halted midway, gripped tightly by a hand. Even among elite shinobi, few could withstand a blade with sheer physical strength, especially one imbued with significant lightning release. Yet Hinata Yuto managed to catch it. Through relentless training, he had developed formidable finger and wrist strength, exceptional ocular prowess, and the audacity to match that, of course, most importantly, was the chakra that danced around Hinata Yuto's hand. Surging like flames, self-created ninjutsu. Gentle fist technique. Lion's Fang bite. This was the sole technique Hinata Yuto had crafted over 12 years, a synthesis of his understanding of taijutsu and gentle fist, combined with imaginative reflections on jutsu like the Rasengan from his previous life. The flames of chakra were sharp and agile, resembling the flowing fangs of a beast king. Creak, creak, the exquisite blade emitted a mournful cry. On the verge of breaking, Hinata Yuto advanced indifferently, igniting the lion's fang bite in his other hand as well. With power and speed surpassing that of a chunin, this hand struck Uchiha Shota. Blood splattered as the Uchiha youth was sent hurtling backward. From the high seat in the hall, Jiraiya widened his eyes, tilting his head with a questioning expression towards his teacher. After years of camaraderie, they were as close as father and son. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Jiraiya's unspoken inquiry. It was likely not a secret technique passed down in the Hinata family. And for the Byakugan, such an external chakra armor attack was indeed rare. I knew it, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin. The moment this kid initiated, I thought he was going to use the Rasengan the one developed by Minato. It's reminiscent, but this technique lacks the compression and rotational power of the Rasengan. It seems this kid borrowed many principles from Gentle Fist to enhance its penetrative quality and hardness, suggesting it is perhaps not fully developed. Truly a genius, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. What a shame for such a promising talent. Jiraiya huffed with dissatisfaction, though this displeasure was certainly not directed towards Hinata Yuto. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently gazed down. Below, Uchiha Shota was being supported back by his kin, appearing not gravely injured. Hinata Yuto stood in place, awaiting the next battle, but behind this precious gem, the Hinata clan members showed no signs of jubilation. Instead, Hinata Shinshur and the main family girl seemed to harbor different emotions, ones that were certainly not joy or pride. Observing it all, the third Hokage felt a growing dissatisfaction towards the Hinata clan. Long ago, the Hinata's influence was far greater than it is today. Their Byakugan, when employed in warfare, was an invincible weapon. And once upon a time, even the Uchiha and Senju would tread carefully around them. Yet the system of main and branch families had utterly destroyed the Hinata's vibrant vitality. Stagnation led to decline, each generation weaker than the last. And even when a genius emerged, they often perished due to various reasons. This day, the Hinata clan had not seen a shadow-level powerhouse in ages. Throughout Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, diminishing the influence of the shinobi clans had always been one of his steadfast policies, a principle that had never wavered. Yet the Hinata clan was a peculiar case. They needed no intervention from him, as they willingly castrated themselves. Year after year, the Hinata clan continued to decline, relying on their bloodline limit and the remnants of their ancestors' prestige to maintain a facade, barely surviving. The entire clan was akin to caged birds, trapped by the system of main and branch families. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed silently, employing a certain ninjutsu to compress his voice into a single line, discreetly addressing his three beloved disciples. You all know why I gathered you here. Speak. What are your thoughts? The teacher's inquiries received not the slightest response from the disciples. Orochimaru sat there, composed, quietly observing the battle in the courtyard while occasionally sipping tea. Jiraiya, on the other hand, discreetly took out a small notebook, dipped his pen in ink, and appeared to be writing something, seemingly struck by inspiration. Tsunade was the most excessive. She acted as if she heard nothing, drinking bowl after bowl of alcohol, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze vacant and bewildered, making one wonder if the Senju clan sage body was inherently intolerant to alcohol. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes in exasperation. He knew all too well what his disciples were like. The plan to have the legendary three take on disciples, to stimulate the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to contribute more during the war, sounded splendid and plausible, yet hinged on the crucial precondition that the legendary three were willing to accept apprentices. Once children grew up, they became difficult to manage, let alone three young, powerful figures at the level of a Hokage. The legendary three were quite resistant to the idea of taking on disciples. At this moment, although Orogaru had begun human experimentation, he still retained a semblance of loyalty to Konoha, preparing to vie for the position of fourth Hokage as the third aged. Accepting members of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans would undoubtedly garner support from both families. But this endeavor was merely a means to an end. It could very well lead to unforeseen complications in the future, so it was better not to take the initiative to AS for Jiraiya. He was somewhat willing to impart knowledge to the youth, yet following the prophecy made by the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, stating that his disciple would bring significant change to the ninja world. He became particularly cautious about taking on apprentices. Tsunade's reluctance stemmed purely from psychological trauma. After the deaths of her brother Senju Tree and her lover Dan Kato, she developed a severe phobia of blood. As a ninja, fearing blood was an enormous flaw. Consequently, Tsunade became disheartened, distancing herself from Konoha, wandering with the young Shizen, and neglecting the affairs of the village. The legendary three remained in a state of stubbornness, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not scold his disciples in front of so many people. He could only suppress his frustration and sit quietly, watching the battles of the young boys and girls in the courtyard. Time passed swiftly, and soon, 4 geniuses from the Uchiha and 4 from the Hyuga clan had showcased their talents. Among them, the most impressive was undoubtedly Hyuga Yuto, his outstanding physique and refined gentle fist techniques. The genius-level, self-created ninjutsu Lion's Bite, along with his keen insight and excellent judgment, set him apart from his peers, nearly overwhelming them. Ultimately, these individuals were merely ordinary geniuses, true monsters, such as the still young Uchiha Shursui or the unborn Uchiha Itachi. Could not possibly appear here. It was precisely because of this that Hyuga Yuto could achieve such an effortless victory. The boys and girls had all displayed their abilities, and the banquet resumed its previous state. No one was seriously injured, as the Sarutobi clan had a dedicated medical team. Before long, the 8 geniuses returned to their seats. After some time spent eating and drinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly cleared his throat and stretched lazily. Ladies and gentlemen, our Sarutobi clan has long been renowned in the ninja world for our botanical research. Even now, this clan grounds preserve the exotic flowers and fruits nurtured by our ancestors. Let us all take a moment to stretch. We shall reconvene here in 15 minutes. The guests were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the third Hokage's intentions. He aimed to send them away for a private discussion with the legendary three, undoubtedly regarding the matter of taking on disciples. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi exchanged polite remarks and respectfully withdrew with their clansmen. In the hall, the over 50-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands behind his back for quite some time. Eventually, he slowly turned around, weary, and said, "Little Tsunade, Jiraiya." Just as he intended to express his sentiments and counsel the legendary three, he was taken aback to find that none of his 3 apprentices remained. Seizing the opportunity while their master was gathering his thoughts, the disciples had already slipped away. "You 3 little rascals." In the grand hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen tugged at his beard, nearly losing his composure to curse aloud. Meanwhile, in a fragrant garden somewhere in the Sarutobi clan's grounds, Hyuga Yuto halted his steps. He performed a respectful bow, as taught by his clan, acknowledging young Master Shinji, Miss Miko. Hyuga Yuto bowed in greeting, standing before the 2 talented members of the main family. Even the most stringent and traditional elders of the Hyuga clan could find no fault in his demeanor, the jewel of the Hyuga. "Hyuga," Shinji murmured, the shadows of the leaves obscuring much of his face, rendering the expression of this young heir fragmented. No wonder you are the jewel of the Hyuga. I had heard that the branch family produced a remarkable individual, but I was reluctant to believe it. After witnessing your prowess tonight, indeed, you were quite impressive. He paused, his voice suddenly sharp. However, the branch family cannot bear the title of the jewel of the Hyuga. That is the responsibility and glory of our main family. Hyuga Yuto, you have overstepped your bounds. Do you think I wish to shoulder the name of the Hyuga? Hyuga Yuto silently mocked, though his expression remained unfazed as he calmly replied. That was merely the praise of a fellow villager. Yuto is but a novice and certainly cannot represent the Hyuga family. As long as you understand. Shinji's tone softened slightly. The technique you used to defeat Uchiha Itachi tonight, was it your own creation? It was. Take him to the clan's secret arts chamber. Hyuga Shinji's expression was as casual as if suggesting they feast on grilled meat that evening. As a member of the Hyuga, everyone has the obligation to enhance the clan's legacy. According to our rules, the branch family must submit their comprehended secret arts to receive appropriate rewards. At the next clan meeting, you may kneel behind me or even the elders of the main family to listen. As long as you continue to achieve merits, such opportunities will abound. How about you hand it over to me right now? If it weren't for the inappropriate atmosphere, Hyuga Yuto would have genuinely laughed out loud. After countless days and nights of meticulous thought, enduring solitude and pain to develop a secret technique, could it truly be taken away with a mere statement? Rewards come from kneeling beside you. I certainly understand that in such gatherings, the closer the branch family members are to the main family, the higher their status. But do I really seem like a dog to you? Hyuga Yuto blinked, attempting to deflect the troublesome situation. Apologies, young Master Shinji. The time for our agreed reconvening with the Hokage is approaching. Hyuga Shinji's expression darkened entirely. Hyuga Yuto, do you dare defy the clan regulations? He stepped forward, veins bulging at his temples. The main family is the master of the Hyuga. The branch family serves as the shield and sword of the main family. That it seems you have truly forgotten the duties of the branch family. Sensing a shared understanding, the main family girl, Hyuga Miko, also activated her Byakugan, coldly staring at Yuto. Hyuga Yuto frowned, realizing the predicament. He had overshadowed them too much tonight, injuring their ridiculous pride, before he could devise a countermeasure. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, treading on the grass. Activating his Byakugan instantly, Hyuga Yuto did not turn around but perceived through his comprehensive vision that Hyuga Naoto was forcefully approaching from behind. What a well-behaved dog, Hyuga Yuto sneered inwardly. Facing three opponents, Hyuga Shinji, Hyuga Miko, and Hyuga Naoto were all formidable adversaries. If a real fight ensued, he would have to give it his all. The rules of the main family? Ridiculous. Did they expect him to present his face to be trampled upon? Hyuga Yuto was not so lowly. The solitary youth wore an expressionless face, yet within him, chakra surged rapidly, and the lion's tooth quietly manifested. However, the fierce battle he anticipated did not unfold. In the dark garden, Hyuga Shinji raised a hand, placing it near his mouth, and sneered at Hyuga Yuto. That smile was so frivolous, it seemed to crush a mere insect. In the next moment, boundless agony erupted from the depths of Hyuga Yuto's eyes, starting from his eyeball, spreading to his optic nerve, and then to his entire brain. It felt as if a rusty pair of scissors was torturing his flesh and nerve from the inside out. The pain of needles, knives, fire, and swords. None could compare to this torment. Unable to resist, Hyuga Yuto clutched his head, curling up in pain that a hand suddenly appeared before him. It was Hyuga Naoto, who forcefully covered Hyuga Yuto's mouth, his nails digging into flesh, utterly indifferent to the battered body of this branch family member, preventing him from uttering a sound. It was unclear how long it lasted, but eventually, Hyuga Yuto ceased his struggles. Hyuga Naoto released him, shaking off the bloodstains that were remnants of Hyuga Yuto's tongue, which he had bitten off in agony. Hyuga Yuto's consciousness was hazy as he propped himself up, desperately trying to widen his eyes, only to find everything before him was blurred and indistinct that can't see anything clearly now. Can you? Hinata Shinjiro approached, observing Hinata Yuto's bloodshot eyes with great interest. Caged bird, a cursed seal perfected over a millennium, not only obliterates the brain and eyes of the recipient upon their death, but can also be manipulated through secret commands. actively destroying brain tissue at the behest of the clan's will. Of course, even the most flawless of creations harbors flaws. The scion of the clan lowered his head, his snow-white eyes brimming with a palpable malice. For instance, once the caged bird is activated, the recipient often suffers varying degrees of visual impairment. Some recover within days, while others face irreversible blindness. It is not inconceivable that you may become blind in the future. Suddenly, a guttural sound emanated from Yuto's throat. Shinjiro leaned in to listen for a moment, but could discern nothing. Rising in disappointment to remark, "You must have bitten your own tongue to shreds. Your endurance is commendable, but what does that matter? In the end, you are merely a branch family member. Hinata Yuto, listen closely. I shall speak only once tonight." Shinjiro pointed to himself and then to Yuto's forehead protector. "I, as a Hinata, am fundamentally different from you. For a ninja, the most crucial aspect is the ability to reincarnate." Having said that, he did not spare Yuto another glance and departed alongside Maiko and Naoto, leaving Yuto immobilized in place. The handsome branch family youth clutched the earth tightly. Desperately striving to rise and pursue them, he disregarded all plans and the notion of waiting for the right moment. All he desired was to rend the throats of those three with the teeth of a lion, drenching himself in the blood of vengeance. Regrettably, despite his prolonged efforts, he could not succeed. The activated cage bird was a premier torture within the ninja world in the Dark Garden. The moonlight gradually spilled forth, and after an extended period, Hinata Yuto regained a modicum of strength. Trembling, he fumbled through his waist pouch for a hemostatic ointment, applying it fiercely to his tongue, the stinging pain of the ointment tormenting his nerves. Yet this pain was trivial compared to the suffering inflicted by the caged bird, overshadowed by the blazing fury and hatred ignited within the youth's heart. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps echoed from behind. Someone had unexpectedly arrived. "You look dreadful, young man." A woman's voice reached Yuto's ears in the darkness. The branch family youth turned around, and a golden-haired woman held a jar of wine, slightly inebriated, exuding a certain bravado and languor. The unique vitality of the Senju clan, coupled with a chakra as radiant as the sun, seemed to dispel some of the night's chill in a garden within the Sarutobi clan's territory. Hinata Yuto leaned against a stone bench. Eyes tightly shut, Tsunade extended a hand, gently covering Yuto's eyes, her soft chakra flowing from her palm to his eyes and optic nerves, stimulating cellular repair and regeneration. Chakra is a volatile and immensely powerful energy. Employing it for the healing of the human body is a formidable task, when the area in need of healing is the intricately delicate visual system and brain tissue. The challenge is akin to embroidering on the tip of a needle. In the entire ninja world, there are scarcely a handful capable of treating such injuries. Fortunately, Tsunade is one of them, and when it comes to medical ninjutsu, this last scion of the Senju clan is undoubtedly the foremost expert. Time passed, and the cool sensation abruptly vanished. Hinata Yuto opened his eyes. Apart from a needle-like pain, his vision finally regained clarity. The pain would likely persist for a week. Drink plenty of water and get ample rest. Tsunade advised with a sigh of relief. She let her hair down, taking a sip of wine. Tsunade was a woman of great medical ethics, and during the process of healing others, she certainly wouldn't indulge in alcohol. Hinata Yuto rubbed his still tight forehead, remaining silent for long, while before finally bowing solemnly to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, you have salvaged my life as a ninja. From now on, whatever you command." Hinata Yuto will not hesitate to face death. "Oh, enough of that, little brat from the Hinata clan," Tsunade replied, grinning without regard for her image. If anyone else had made such a gesture, it would appear comical. Yet, being a stunning beauty, even with her unrestrained expressions, she surpassed the moonlight in allure. "You are Hinata Yuto, correct? How old are you?" In response to Lady Tsunade, "I am 12, the golden-haired woman paused, taking a swig of wine. "At 12? Many people are still mischievous kids fresh out of graduation, yet you have made a name for yourself through your own efforts. With young successors like you in Konoha, the will of fire shall surely be passed down." "Lady Tsunade, I am not yet strong enough. There is still much I need to learn. Little brat, when I was your age, I also aspired to master the clan's bloodline limit and restore the glory of the Senju. However, Now I realize that often, sheer strength does not yield what you desire. The powerful may not achieve their wishes, yet the weak will inevitably lose even more. What a perspective for a young lad. Tsunade remarked lightly, tilting her head to gaze at Hinata Yuto, before suddenly asking, "Is your injury from the caged bird?" Hinata Yuto lowered his head, and after a moment, he stood up, resting his hands on the stone railing of the pavilion. The night breeze tousled his bangs, carrying a trace of lingering bloodstains. Tsunade could not see the youth's expression, but the sight of him leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance, stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. 10 years ago, her brother, Senju Rope Tree, was also 12. On his birthday, he wore the crystal necklace she gifted him, leaning over the railing of the Hokage building, discussing dreams of youthful ambition. The day after his birthday, he perished in the chaos of war. Tsunade took another hearty swig of wine. When one is in a foul mood, they often seek escape, and while alcohol is a fine companion, the Senju clan's robust physique had its drawbacks. Mere alcohol could not intoxicate Tsunade Senju. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, you are correct. Just then, Hinata Yuto's voice floated from ahead. Perhaps there is some family disgrace in this, but you are one of Konoha's Sannin, and in my eyes, you are a worthy elder to rely upon. I shall not conceal from you that the one who performed the cage bird technique is Hinata Shindru. Fiske, the golden-haired beauty, did not hold back her derision. The Hinata clan has fallen so low that the secrets of the cage bird are divulged to a mere child. Tsunade seemed to harbor a strong opinion of the Hinata clan. When I was small, the Hinata clan still had several formidable figures, though they could not compare to my grandfather and the others. They were nonetheless not to be underestimated. But now, the cage bird ensnares the branch family and confines the main family as well. Perhaps, Hinata Yuto replied calmly, the moment the cage bird is activated. It is excruciatingly painful. For a second or two, I thought, if only I had a kunai nearby. That way, I could have plunged it into the neck of the caster. Such words were blasphemous within the Hinata clan. Yet to Tsunade, they sounded entirely reasonable, that if a 12-year-old genius was rendered nearly lifeless by a cursed seal and still thought of serving the main family, Tsunade would only conclude that the boy's mind had been muddled or he was simply lying. Little brat, saying such things in front of me is one thing. But once you leave the Sarutobi territory, forget those feelings entirely. I spoke these words to Lady Tsunade because I believe you are a genuine elder of kindness. Worthy of my trust. Oh, you certainly know how to speak. But now, Hinata Yuto, what are your thoughts on the main family? As for now, Hinata Yuto lowered his head, turning his back to Tsunade. He discovered that having long hair indeed had its advantages. Even though his heart was still filled with rage and murderous intent, he could conceal his expression and concentrate on controlling his tone. At present, I am unsure of my own thoughts. Yet, to my surprise, there is not an abundance of negative emotions within me that I, Lady Tsunade, do not know how to articulate it. Speak boldly, little brat. It is just you and me here. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Hinata Yuto paused. For the first time experiencing hesitation, could he truly say such things? In the face of the loss of beloved women, was he prepared to tear open the still healing wounds to achieve his own goals? Hinata Yuto, how utterly despicable of you. This pause lasted but a moment. The next instant, Hinata Yuto suppressed his hesitation and recounted the words he had seen in a comic book in his past life. Losing those dear to you during battle is not a ninja's mission. I live in a world filled with death and chaos as a ninja. Thus, I strive to quell this turmoil, but I cherish this village and my comrades, so I wish to protect them, since the passing of my parents. This thought has sustained me. Therefore, Lady Tsunade, I aspire to become Hokage to be a figure who protects everyone. That is the dream I have cherished for so long. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. I in her mind. Those dusty, sorrowful memories surged forth. 10 years ago, when she had pledged her eternal love to Dan Kato, he had spoken similar words. This was a secret shared only between her and Dan, after his demise in the Second Shinobi World War. The world had forgotten those fervent vows, leaving her as their sole keeper. Before her stood the 12-year-old Hyuga Yuto, who suddenly appeared to embody the shadows of two figures. A golden-haired beauty tilted her head back and raised a wine jug. Yet it yielded not a single drop. Sh. Dan, are you urging me to assist this boy? In the depths of the night, within the Sarutobi clan's estate, behind the banquet hall, lay a sealed chamber protected by ancient sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in an armchair, discontentedly pounding the table. You two rascals, one idles away, intent on becoming a writer, while the other lurks in secrecy, tinkering with who knows what, like a ghost. You're both nearing 30. Could you not ease my worries? Tsunade. I haven't seen her in ages. I wouldn't know, old man. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, his hands cradling the back of his head, chuckling nonchalantly. Maybe she's gone gambling. No worries, she'll come to you when she loses everything. After all, she is notoriously unlucky at games. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru lifted an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Though his demeanor was far more respectful than Jiraiya's, it was evident that he regarded Hiruzen's reprimand as little more than a loving nudge from a teacher to his pupils. At least for now, the bond between Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade transcended mere hierarchy. It resembled a familial connection. Father to son, father to daughter. You two imbeciles. Sarutobi Hiruzen huffed, his frustration palpable. S the legendary Sannin. You must consider more than just yourselves. Think of the village. If you take in the children of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, they will undoubtedly contribute significantly in future conflicts. He earnestly lectured them at length. Yet in the end, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru showed any inclination to change their minds. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of disappointment at the thought of his son's ineffectiveness. Very well, I shall contemplate alternative methods. There are always other paths, as he pondered. A resounding crash echoed from the wall. Dust rose as an overwhelming force breached the seal with ease. The golden-haired woman kicked aside the obstructing rubble and, shaking her fist, called out, "Old man, do you have any alcohol left?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow twitched, a rare sense of bewilderment washing over him. How had he raised these three in his youth? Surely he had instilled the principle of respecting one's elders. Yet here they were, each seemingly in the throes of rebellion. "Old man, fetch me some wine." Tsunade grinned mischievously, throwing an arm around Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. "I have some delightful news that will surely make you happy." His eyes brightened. "Little Tsunade, you—" "Yes, indeed." Tsunade patted her chest, her excitement palpable. "I plan to take on an apprentice." Who? Who else could it be? Among those gathered tonight, only that boy from the branch family stands out. Uchiha Yuto. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief, nodding approvingly. "An excellent choice, little Tsunade. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he also possesses the ability to view matters from a higher perspective. The insight granted by those Byakugan eyes extends beyond the confines of the Hyuga clan." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, while Jiraiya, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Wait, didn't you say you weren't interested in taking on students? Before we returned to the village, we three secretly agreed to stand united against any attempts to sway us." No matter how much the old man insisted, Tsunade firmly twisted Jiraiya's arm, huffing, "I've suddenly changed my mind. This village is a treasure founded by my grandfather. Gifted youths deserve to be nurtured. Leaving them to languish within the branch family would be a waste." As she spoke, her hand instinctively went to the crystal necklace hidden within her garment. Ju, Dan, today, in the presence of this young Hyuga boy, I see your reflections. Like you both, he yearns to become Hokage and protect this village. I long to see you again, which is why I cannot help but assist him. I shall temporarily return to Konoha and become his mentor. I hope I will not regret this decision. By the time Uchiha Yuto returned home, it was already midnight. As he entered, he collapsed onto his bed. Fatigue and pain surged through him, and he felt his head growing heavy. On the verge of sleep, the activation of the caged bird curse had inflicted significant harm on him. Although Tsunade had done her utmost to heal him, Yuto still required a period of quiet recovery. "Shinji Miko, no. Uchiha Yuto murmured softly, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. This moment, his heart was a tranquil sea. Since the tragic loss of both parents at the age of 3, he had regarded the entire Hyuga clan as adversaries. Performing, scheming, and donning a thick mask every second spent in the clan's territory. Among enemies, slaughter and harm were simply part of the norm. Where was the notion of betrayal? The main house could mark him with the caged bird seal. While Hyuga Shinji could carelessly activate the curse, and Hyuga Naoto could restrain him from behind, allowing him to endure endless suffering. Naturally, Hyuga Yuto could retaliate, perhaps even with greater ferocity and ruthlessness. Inflicting pain upon the enemy was merely the job description of an adversary. With his mind clouded, the Branch family youth retrieved a worn kunai, placing it in his mouth, and soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Time passed, and he was startled awake by a faint tap-tap sound. "Who is it?" "Hyuga Yuto. The clan leader requests your presence." "Understood." Hyuga Yuto washed his face, spat out the short needle that prevented him from sleep-talking, and opened the door, following the messenger deeper into the clan's estate. The night was thick, and glancing at the moon's position, Hyuga Yuto realized dawn had yet to arrive. He had barely managed 3 hours of sleep. The residence of Hyuga Hayashi. Only one room was lit. Yuto was led inside, kneeling on one knee before Hayashi. "Yuto, rise," Hyuga Hayashi said gently. "Tomorrow, 2 hours after the sun fully rises above the horizon, a servant of the Senju clan will deliver an invitation. As a courtesy, I will prepare a reply." Under the scrutiny of Hayashi's Byakugan, Yuto's chakra remained utterly undisturbed. Such composure. No wonder Lady Tsunade has taken an interest in him, Hayashi mused, continuing, after exchanging name cards. "You will become Lady Tsunade's apprentice. You performed admirably at tonight's banquet." Hyuga Yuto exhaled softly. It appeared that S.H. Ju and Dan held a significant place in Tsunade's heart. Through risk and cunning, Yuto had finally achieved his goal. Altering the course of events, he was the second apprentice of Tsunade, following the esteemed Shizen. Yuto, Hyuga Hayashi regarded the boy's forehead protector, though there are distinctions between the main and branch families. The heart of the clan remains unified. Both houses inherit the Byakugan. There are no family ties closer than ours. You must remember this. The clan leader's words resonated within Yuto, quietly bowing his head. He listened intently, then, in earnest tones, replied, "Every little detail I shall never forget." In the days that followed, a significant event transpired in Konoha. Tsunade, the sole heir of the Senju clan and granddaughter of the first Hokage, had taken on a new apprentice. Furthermore, that apprentice was none other than the recently famed jewel of Hyuga, Hyuga Yuto. Commoners and ordinary shinobi did not dwell too much on the implications. They merely felt a sense of joy. After all, Lady Tsunade's return to Konoha to mentor a new generation was undoubtedly a positive development, signaling the village's orderly succession and the potential emergence of another formidable warrior. However, those with a deeper understanding of the village's darker aspects felt a twinge of surprise. The legendary Sannin had not taken on an apprentice in quite some time, and Tsunade's sudden and ostentatious return to the village to accept a youth from the Hyuga clan raised questions. Had the village's higher-ups wavered in their oppressive policies against the ninja clans? Or perhaps, in both overt and subtle conversations, the name Hyuga Yuto began to circulate among many. The moniker Jewel of Hyuga had become widely recognized throughout Konoha. Meanwhile, the renowned Hyuga Yuto found himself within the Senju clan's estate. He sat cross-legged on a tatama mat, clad in an oversized white robe, his long hair neatly tied with a red ribbon at the end. Exuding an air of gentleness and tranquility, Tsunade stood before him, tossing a package his way. "This is for you." "Yes, Tsunade-sensei." Hinata Yuto carefully unwrapped the parcel, revealing its simple contents. A few articles of clothing. The trench coat, vest, and jacket were crafted from exquisite materials, and despite his efforts, Yuto found himself unable to tear them apart. More importantly, the backs of these garments bore the crest of the Senju clan. These had been purchased long ago from the hidden cloud village. The blonde woman clicked her tongue in admiration, remarking that while those brutes were fond of brute force and ninjutsu, they certainly did not lack attention to detail. Particularly noteworthy was the specially designed fabric for combat, renowned for its unparalleled durability among the 5 great nations. Perhaps due to the rigorous training and physical techniques, one must wear more resilient attire. You are merely 12 years old. Although you have developed well, you are still an unformed youth. I searched for quite some time to find clothing suitable for you. In the future, when you have matured, we shall prepare new attire. For some reason, Hinata Yuto sensed a hint of melancholy in Tsunade's tone as she spoke. Upon reflection, he deduced the likely cause. She was perhaps reminded of her deceased brother. Or perhaps these garments were simply remnants left by Senju Hashirama. With a quiet sigh, Yuto selected a green coat to wear over his outfit, while he preferred red, in the village hidden in the leaves. The white and red robes were reserved for Hokage, and given that he donned the white kimono of the Hyuga clan, he felt it prudent to be mindful of appearances. Looking quite dashing, Tsunade remarked, patting Yuto's shoulder with satisfaction. How have you been feeling these past few days? Quite well, Yuto replied sincerely. More people in the village recognize me now, although I understand that most do not acknowledge me for my own merit, but rather due to the renown of Senju Hashirama and your esteemed reputation. It is nonetheless gratifying. The sensation of being trusted and anticipated is intoxicating. As disciples of the Sannin, we naturally bear such scrutiny. Ever since that individual produced Minato Namikaze, the village has held high expectations for our students that I shall not disappoint you. Sensei Dado, do you have confidence in surpassing Minato Namikaze? To be frank, I possess none at all. Lord Minato is a true genius, far beyond my capabilities. Indeed, the wielder of the Flying Thunder God technique is truly formidable, Tsunade mused, smiling as she tousled Yuto's hair. So, simply be yourself and do not concern yourself with others. Suddenly, Yuto felt a surge of warmth. The chakra of the Senju clan was vibrant and life-affirming. Tsunade stood with her back to the sunlight, and Yuto experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to being affectionately petted by a large golden retriever. Do not be disrespectful, Yuto. The woman before you has just gifted you new clothing. Yuto inhaled deeply and straightened his posture. Do not be nervous, Yuto, Tsunade reassured him, her gaze earnest. Tell me, what are your goals? Do not mention becoming Hokage or anything of the sort. That is a dream that requires an interminable amount of time to realize. In the short term, what do you wish to pursue? Yuto pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Sensei, I am aware that war is imminent. An increasing number of reports indicate that the world is on the brink of tumultuous change. It seems that all ninja villages, Konoha, the hidden cloud, the hidden mist, are amassing something. A ninja of Konoha, a member of the Hyuga clan, and a disciple of the Sannin. I have no reason to shy away from the battlefield. Thus, my singular thought at present is to safeguard my comrades in the village during the war. I would not flinch even if it cost me my life and these eyes. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback. She recalled her teacher's words from the previous night, reflecting on the notion that this child was capable of contemplating issues from a higher vantage point, perceiving things beyond just the confines of the Hyuga. Could it be that a 12-year-old could already discern the shifting tides of the world? Tsunade sighed softly and spoke gently. If you wish to protect your comrades, you must accomplish two things. First, acquire at least a basic understanding of medical ninjutsu, and second, possess the strength to combat your enemies. She lifted her gaze toward the window, observing the vast, desolate grounds of the Senju clan, devoid of any presence. In truth, at this moment, only she and Hinata Yuto remained in the Senju estate. You likely know that the Senju clan's most formidable power is the Kenjutsu of Wood Release. However, regrettably, there is no one left in the world, including myself, who possesses such power. The Senju clan's ultimate techniques cannot be imparted to you. I can only share the knowledge I have personally comprehended. What you teach, Sensei, is undoubtedly the finest. You certainly have a way of flattering others. Indeed, men are most endearing in their youth. Tsunade chuckled. In the coming period, I will instruct you in the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, along with several techniques in which I excel, adjusting the pace of instruction according to your progress. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. That night, I observed your combat skills. You possess excellent physical condition, and your foundation in the body flicker technique is solid. The ninjutsu you developed has considerable potential, especially when coupled with your brute strength. As she spoke, the blonde woman suddenly slapped her thigh with force. Enough of this. What purpose does it serve to talk so much? Both of us lean toward physical techniques, and it is only through deeper understanding that we shall determine what kind of guidance suits you. She retrieved a length of rope to secure her hair, then produced a bell to hang from her waist. Hinata Yuto immediately understood her intentions, a traditional training exercise between Konoha's master and apprentice, a game of bell snatching. Come now, Yuto, the blonde woman declared, cracking her knuckles like a valiant Valkyrie. The location is limited to the back mountains of the Senju estate. From now until sunset, you have half a day to seize my bell. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the Senju estate, once a bastion of the prominent clan, had suffered greatly due to war and misfortune. The direct bloodline had dwindled to only Tsunade. And the once grand estate lay deserted, its walls weathered and peeling, roofs and stone steps cracked and worn. Only the imposing statue of Hashirama Senju stood as a testament to the clan's former glory. Yet today, the long-abandoned Senju estate thrummed with newfound vitality. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the back mountains of the Senju estate as a tree, large enough to be embraced by several individuals, was effortlessly shattered, sending splintered branches soaring through the air, creating a cloud of dust akin to a dragon. Such delicate, fair arms could unleash such terrifying might. Tsunade's brute strength alone was sufficient to secure her position among the elite Genin. Hinata Yuto gasped, hiding behind a massive rock. Several hours had elapsed since the commencement of the bell-snatching game, and he had exhausted all methods, setting traps, ambushes, even employing explosive tags. Yet despite the enhancement of his Byakugan, the gap between him and Tsunade remained insurmountable. Ah, my dear apprentice, are you so bashful that you dare not face your teacher? In the glow of the setting sun, the blonde woman perched atop a large tree, arms crossed, surveying her surroundings. Oh, not forget. Your task is to take the bell from my waist. Tsunade jingled the bell, its clear sound ringing out. Yuto took a deep breath and, with a hint of resignation, replied, Sensei, it is truly premature for me to challenge an opponent of your caliber. Though it may be embarrassing to admit, could we perhaps lower the difficulty? Tsunade chuckled. To your current level, you truly cannot even touch me. So let us adjust the challenge. She removed the bell and tossed it high into the air. For 5 seconds, I shall not attempt to take the bell if you manage to catch it during this time. You shall have succeeded in the 360-degree field of vision granted by his Byakugan. Yuto could see the delicate fingers of the woman spread wide. The bell would likely hover at its peak for about 3 seconds before plummeting freely. Gathering the remaining chakra in his eyes and legs, Yuto surged forth from behind the rock. The terrifying perceptive abilities of the Byakugan allowed him to absorb every detail within a kilometer. The depression in the earth where his feet had pressed down, the faint traces left by the wind brushing through the leaves, the slight upward curve of the blonde woman's lips, and the golden bell glimmering in the sunset. With a roar, Yuto propelled himself over 100 meters in an instant. Leaping onto a tree, directly above him, the bell had lost its momentum, pausing momentarily before beginning its descent. It is time. Just then, Tsunade's voice rang out, and with a swift motion, she vanished from her spot. A body flicker technique? Yuto thought, swiftly making his decision to seize the bell first. Almost simultaneously, Tsunade's fist struck Yuto's back, sending him sprawling as his hand brushed the bell. The branch of the tree cracked under the force, sending the young Hyuga spinning like a top. Fortunately, Tsunade had held back. Otherwise, this blow could have easily fractured his spine. Where's the bell? Hinata Yuto lost his balance, feeling the world spin around him. The bell was right beside him. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp it. Thankfully, he still retained his sense of height. At the moment of impact with the ground, he kicked the nearby tree with all his might, adjusting his posture, and successfully landed on his feet at the last moment. He had to seize the bell. Hinata Yuto extended his left hand forward, attempting to grab the bell, while his other hand swung backward with fierce intent, channeling all his chakra to his fingertips. With a resounding crash, Tsunade and Hinata Yuto landed simultaneously at a fraction of a second later. A sharp sound echoed through the forest as the bell fell to the ground. Ultimately, Hinata Yuto could not secure it. Behind the branch family boy, a golden-haired beauty seized his right hand, easily twisting it behind his back. Quite clever, Yuto. Tsunade was fond of this disciple. At the critical moment, you anticipated my attack's direction and attempted to counter with a gentle fist. Although it didn't succeed, it was still a commendable tactic. Hinata Yuto shrugged. The area directly behind the first thoracic vertebra is a blind spot for the branch family's Byakugan. Those aware of this weakness have no reason to avoid attacking it. Unfortunately, your taijutsu prowess far exceeds mine, sensei. Tsunade released him, flicking the bell into her hand with her toes, brushing off the dust that clung to it. Yuto, the blind spot of the branch family's Byakugan, is not a fatal weakness. What difference is there between a 360-degree perspective and a 359-degree one? Many intelligent individuals, just like you did earlier, treat that blind spot as a trap to lure the enemy, transforming a weakness into a strength. Hinata Yuto stood still, listening to his teacher's guidance that do not concern yourself with the Byakugan's blind spot. Yuto, your greatest weakness now lies in the gentle fist. The gentle fist, a proud legacy of the Hyuga clan, is a technique that requires finesse. This secret technique is powerful. It can often inflict internal injuries and target vital points. However, the essence of the gentle fist is to penetrate the enemy's most vulnerable areas with one's chakra. Ultimately, most of your offensive techniques necessitate physical contact with the opponent. What if you encounter a shell-like defense? Even a C-rank defensive Earth-style technique could leave you at a loss. Thus, on the battlefield, Hyuga ninjas often collaborate with explosive specialists to compensate for their shortcomings in ranged combat, unable to penetrate such defenses. While mutual support on the battlefield poses no issue, you are different, Yuto. You are my disciple. Your reputation is a double-edged sword, striking down a genius from the Hyuga branch family and claiming the life of Tsunade. One of the legendary three carries entirely different strategic implications. Furthermore, if you genuinely aspire to become Hokage, achieving unparalleled combat prowess is an absolute necessity. Yuto, what was the technique you used at the banquet? Hinata Yuto respectfully replied, Lion's Jaw. Bite of Destruction. Sensei, a commendable attempt. I see great potential in this technique. You seem to have recognized the shortcomings of the gentle fist and are already working to address your deficiencies. Yuto, henceforth, we will focus on two aspects. First, I will teach you medical ninjutsu that do not underestimate or resist it. Learning medical ninjutsu can significantly enhance your chakra control. Second, I will impart to you the technique of monstrous strength, and we will practice Lion's Jaw, Bite of Destruction together. This technique, which channels chakra outward, is mastered by both Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. We can seek their guidance as for other ninjutsu, like the In seal on my forehead. I will also teach you, but not just yet. Yuto, becoming stronger cannot be rushed. Hinata Yuto nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the golden-haired woman's perspective. Sensei, I understand. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. What a sensible child, Tsunade chuckled, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the mountains behind the Senju clan's territory were cloaked in darkness. Let us go, Yuto. Tsunade stretched lazily. I'm quite tired. Let us have some ramen. I'll follow Sensei's lead. Yuto, you're paying. I've lost all my money. Days passed by. During this time, Hinata Yuto had adapted to his new identity. As a disciple of one of the legendary three, he received significantly more attention than before. Apart from returning to the Hyuga clan at night, he spent most of his days immersed in the Senju clan's territory, either practicing the medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength taught by Tsunade or poring over medical literature. Due to the need to instruct Hinata Yuto, Tsunade temporarily ceased her wandering lifestyle and moved in with Shizune at the Senju clan's territory, neglecting her duties in Konoha. Her daily focus was solely on teaching Hinata Yuto. Shizune was a year younger than Hinata Yuto, the same age as Kakashi. Now, at 11, she was still a little girl, far from the gentle and demure character she would become in the official manga storyline. Initially, the little girl harbored some animosity towards Hinata Yuto, perhaps out of childish jealousy, feeling that this boy without dark pupils was stealing Tsunade's attention. However, this minor antagonism lasted less than a day. Having been bombarded with short videos from another world, Hinata Yuto was a master at charming girls, and with a little effort, he had the little girl beaming with joy, repeatedly exclaiming, "My junior brother is wonderful." As she happily went off to buy fish, beginners in medical ninjutsu often experiment with various small animals, and fish is a common choice due to its simple vertebrate structure, making it ideal for practice. More importantly, even if the medical ninjutsu fails and the fish's body is mangled, it can still be used to make fish soup, preventing waste. Medical ninjutsu may not sound cool, but it only reveals its true complexity through practical application. It demands exceptional chakra control But if the force applied during chakra input exceeds even the slightest threshold, it can result in the death of the subject's nerves and muscles. This bears similarity to the training of monstrous strength. The same technique in the hands of certain individuals may only shatter bricks and tree trunks, while a powerhouse like Tsunade can split mountains and crack stones with monstrous strength. Both techniques require an incredibly high level of precision in chakra manipulation. And the training in monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu complements each other. In the mornings, they would practice medical ninjutsu, and in the afternoons, they would hone monstrous strength. Tsunade often came to impart medical knowledge. And everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The only area that had stagnated was the development of Lion's Jaw, Bite of Destruction. The concept of this technique was exceptionally ambitious when Hinata Yuto first conceived it. He envisioned combining the gentle fist forms with the technique of chakra projection found in the Rasengan, encasing his palm with a layer of solid chakra to compensate for his offensive deficiencies. In simple terms, it was a scaled-down, simplified version of Susanoo, enveloped around his hand, specifically designed to work in conjunction with the Byakugan. However, while the idea was beautiful, the execution proved exceptionally challenging. The fixation of chakra shape must increase its hardness without sacrificing its flexibility, maintaining offensive capabilities while ensuring no harm befalls the user. Each issue presented a hurdle, but fortunately, Hinata Yuto had made a promising start, having already formed the exterior shape point 2 months after becoming Tsunade's disciple. Hinata Yuto could extract the spine of fish and reinsert it, releasing them afterward to swim happily, and the soup he brewed was especially delicious. Regarding monstrous strength, due to his early training in the gentle fist, Hinata Yuto adapted to this technique with remarkable speed, already capable of shattering rocks the size of an adult with a single punch. When combined with the gentle fist, the alternating eruptions of both soft and hard forces significantly boosted his combat power. However, progress on Lion's Jaw, Bite of Destruction remained minimal. Tsunade felt quite exasperated regarding this issue. She was an expert in medical ninjutsu, but lacked profound knowledge in the realm of chakra. Transforming energy into an incredibly hard armor was nearly beyond her capabilities. Reluctantly, Tsunade could only take Hinata Yuto to seek assistance from Minato Namikaze. To some extent, the Rasengan could be viewed as flowing armor. Minato's greatest talents lay in reflexive nerves and spatial awareness, and he also had considerable insights into the transformation of chakra properties. Naturally, Minato did not refuse. Professionally, Tsunade was a peer with a higher status. And personally, she was a comrade who had shared life and death with his master, leaving him with no reason to decline assistance. The Yellow Flash was indeed an outstanding ninja and possessed remarkable interpersonal skills. He dedicated some time to deeply study with Hinata Yuto. To say something unflattering, I believe you might be overthinking this. I am uncertain from whence this notion of yours has arisen, but pray tell, why transform chakra into armor? Chakra, being energy, embodies the essence of wind, lightning, and water. It flows freely. When viewed on a microscopic scale, encompassing even time, all things are in motion. To convert chakra into armor is tantamount to extinguishing its very essence. Is it not? Yuto, I believe the words of Minato Namikaze have inspired you significantly. You have come to realize that you have indeed been caught in a web of your own making. In your previous life, while indulging in manga and television, the profound impression left by Susanoo has clouded your reasoning. After the fog was lifted by Minato, the development of Lion's Fang has also taken on a new perspective. Medical ninjutsu, medical knowledge, extraordinary strength, and the development of new ninjutsu have all begun to fall into place, and Yuto has spent an increasing amount of time among the Senju clan. There were even occasions when he chose not to return home, opting instead to sleep beside Tsunade. Thus, after apprenticing under Tsunade, 3 whole months have elapsed. The ninja world has entered winter, with cold winds howling and the landscape draped in white. During Yuto's immersion in training, numerous events have transpired in the outside world. Tensions among the 5 great nations have escalated, and the scent of war hangs heavy in the air. Minato Namikaze has emerged from a fierce battle with the AB brothers of the Cloud Village. Gaining immense renown, Mikoto Uchiha, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, gave birth to a healthy boy over a month ago, naming him Itachi Uchiha. The era is subtly shifting, Yet none are aware of this transformation save Yuto, Hyuga. On this day, Yuto emerges from 3 months of fervent training and seeks out Tsunade, preparing to depart for a while. The reason is simple, so simple that Tsunade cannot refuse. Master, as a ninja of Konoha, I have secluded myself in the village for 3 months. Today, I realize the year is nearly over. I ought to take on some missions and enjoy the fresh air. There is no one who becomes strong solely through training. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Yuto leaves the Senju clan grounds. The chill outside is palpable, with a thick blanket of snow covering the ground. As Yuto gazes upon the village adorned in snowflakes, he reflects on how much has changed, yet how certain things remain unchanged. Above him, the mark of the caged bird still lingers. Being Tsunade's disciple does not grant him the true satisfaction he seeks. The Branch family youth glances at the distant Hyuga estate and turns away indifferently. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. He thinks that I end the 47th year of Konoha at the year's end. Amidst a flurry of snow, Yuto Hyuga packs his belongings and departs from the Hyuga estate. Recently, the Fire Country has experienced significant snowfall, blanketing Konoha in a thick layer of snow that crunches underfoot. As the new year approaches, a joyous atmosphere envelopes the village. This time. Even the most impoverished families prepare a sumptuous dinner to reward themselves for a year of toil, gathering with loved ones to welcome the new year. Yet Yuto is indifferent to this festivity. His parents have passed away, and in his desolate home, he cooks alone, devoid of even a single person to converse with, leaving Yuto's heart heavy with sorrow. Treading through the snow with his belongings on his back, Yuto exits the gates of Konoha as he always has. However, he is taken aback to find a golden-haired woman waiting for him outside the village. My dear apprentice, Tsunade exclaims, her energy palpable as she pats Yuto's shoulder. If you leave the village now to undertake a mission, you won't make it back in time for the new year. Someone must bear the burden of progress. Yuto responds earnestly, Master. Do you have any instructions for me? Is there something you require my assistance with? I shall face any challenge without a hint of hesitation. The golden-haired beauty appears momentarily taken aback, bending slightly. Yuto's form has yet to fully mature. Reaching only to her chin, Tsunade merely needs to rest her hand on her knee for their gazes to align. The last princess of the Senju extends her delicate hand and playfully flicks Yuto's forehead protector. It is simply to bid you farewell, my Navi apprentice. Understood. Safe travels. At that moment, a sudden call echoes from somewhere in Konoha. It's Shizen. The young girl hides behind a lamppost, her vibrant eyes shining. A few days prior, Shizen and Yuto had a small conflict. The details have slipped Yuto's mind, something akin to why the fish in her bowl appeared more appetizing than his. Yuto, of course, is unconcerned. But the young Shizen harbors a grudge, vowing never to befriend him again. Yet today, she has come to see him off, alongside Tsunade. Thank you, Master. Yuto turns to pull up the collar of his thick winter coat slightly. I will take care. Go forth, Yuto. You are already an excellent ninja of Konoha. Yuto waves goodbye to Tsunade and the distant Shizen, shouldering his pack as he departs. It is only when Konoha is out of sight that he suddenly accelerates, running at a ninja's normal speed for undertaking missions. The unexpected appearance of Tsunade and Shizen has stirred a hint of unease within Yuto's heart. He has paused his fervent training to embark on a mission. Firstly, to integrate the results of his 3 months of study and solidify his rapidly increasing power. More importantly, he seeks to carve out time for his personal affairs, according to the timeline from his previous life in the manga. Next year, in the 48th year of Konoha, is when the Great Ninja War will erupt in full force, with various ninja villages and clans stepping into the fray, resulting in countless casualties for civilians and most ninjas. The coming years will be fraught with hardship. However, for the schemers lurking in the shadows, the Third Great Ninja War represents the perfect opportunity to execute their plans. Hanzo the Salamander and Danzo Shimura conspire to eliminate Yahiko, while the exhausted Obito Uchiha plants the seeds of madness in Kakashi's heart. The ensuing years will be a revelry for the conspirators. Yuto will certainly seize this opportunity, or will serve as an excellent cover for his actions, allowing him to engage in significant endeavors that would otherwise attract undue attention in times of peace. The beginning is always the most challenging, and retreat is not an option, Yuto muses with a sigh. Pursing his lips, as he retrieves the mission scroll while running. The task he has selected is an A-rank mission as Tsunade's apprentice and a member of a prominent clan within the village. Yuto has gained a certain status, coupled with sufficient strength, leading him to aspire to advance to the rank of Jonin. This will facilitate his actions once the Third Great Ninja War commences. Jonin are the elite forces of each village, capable of leading teams and taking on apprentices, with generous compensation for their services. The most exceptional among them can operate independently. The requirements for promotion to Jonin are numerous, among which the most critical is to meet both the quantity and quality standards for missions. Completing multiple A-rank missions is a prerequisite for advancing to Jonin. The task Yuto has chosen is an assassination. He will undertake the mission alone, allowing him ample time to pursue his personal objectives as long as he is efficient. Consequently, since leaving the village, he has maintained a swift pace. The results of 3 months of training are about to manifest. Due to his mastery of medical ninjutsu and superhuman strength, Uchiha Yuto now possesses an exceptional control over chakra, allowing him to unleash greater speed with minimal energy expenditure. His medical ninjutsu can even alleviate muscular soreness. After a long journey, as long as he partakes in the essential nourishment and rest, he hardly feels fatigue. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the border of the land of fire and arrived in the land of hot water. This small nation lies to the northeast of a land of fire, characterized by its elongated terrain. Like the land of frost, it occupies a central region between the powerful nations of fire and lightning, serving as a buffer zone. Historically, whenever war erupted between Konoha and Kumogakure, these two small nations bore the brunt of the conflict. However, they're certainly better off than the land of rain, which is situated at the intersection of the 3 major nations, fire, earth, and wind, all sharing direct borders, enduring turmoil since its establishment. Uchiha Yuto had visited the land of hot water several times during his missions and was relatively familiar with it. He purchased a hat adorned with gauze from a street vendor, donning it to obscure his entire face, and proceeded along the main road like a carefree traveler. In the grim business of assassination, one must avoid haste. The most challenging aspect often lies in locating the target. Yet for one possessing the Byakugan, finding someone has never been a daunting task. Uchiha Yuto merely needed to enter the town, activate his Byakugan, and he would have completed half of his assassination mission. The remaining task would be to plunge a kunai into the target's heart. The winter of the 47th year of Konoha is particularly harsh. Not only the land of fire, but also the land of hot water has been blanketed in snow for several days, reaching the severity of a snow disaster. Although both nations have suffered, the plight of the common folk in the land of hot water is far graver than that in the land of fire, which is, after all, one of the 5 great nations. Despite no longer possessing the formidable might of its founding era, the impoverished remnants are still more substantial than the destitution found in the land of hot water. In the land of fire, at least the common people can afford warm clothing. In stark contrast, the land of hot water is mired in poverty. After walking less than 10 kilometers, Uchiha Yuto encountered over 40 makeshift refugee camps, where ragged individuals expose themselves to the relentless snowfall, huddling around fires for warmth and fear of freezing to death. Pale-faced children clung to one another, singing, clad only in flimsy straw sandals in such frigid temperatures. Beautiful women smiled sweetly at every passerby, their fleeting companionship priced at merely 60 ryo in Konoha, just enough to purchase a bowl of ramen. Frail old men were pushed to the outskirts of the fire, kneeling in prayer, beseeching the omnipotent sage of 6 paths for compassion. It was the 47th year of Konoha, and less than half a year remained until the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. The situation was tumultuous, with constant friction among the great nations. Whenever calamity struck, the lives of the common people would plummet into hell in an instant. In times of chaos, life is as cheap as grass. As he continued on his path, such heart-wrenching scenes were nearly omnipresent. Had he witnessed such a sight before his journey to this world, Uchiha Yuto would have undoubtedly felt tears welling in his eyes. Emptying his pockets, eager to strip off his own garments to offer to these unfortunate souls. However, now, he merely felt a twinge of sorrow in his heart, his footsteps unwavering as he pressed onward into the city. Environment shapes a person, When a 3-year-old child witnesses the death of their parents and subsequently bears the mark of a caged bird on their forehead, their heart inevitably hardens. Perhaps within Uchiha Yuto, there still lingered a sense of compassion for these suffering individuals. Yet he no longer possessed the surplus energy to halt his progress and assist them. Life in the world of shinobi is arduous for the majority. Traversing the suffering-laden land, before darkness enveloped the sky, Uchiha Yuto arrived at his destination. This town, named Liyue City, bore a melodious name, likely celebrating its prosperity akin to the blazing flames. Yet now, under the weight of the snow disaster, the economy of the land of hot water had nearly collapsed, with many afflicted civilians losing their homes and migrating from small villages to the outskirts of Liyue City. However, the capacity of a town is ultimately limited, and the guards of Liyue City barred the ragged individuals from entry. Beyond offering a meager porridge to soothe the populace, they paid no heed to the refugees, leaving them to freeze beneath the city walls. Yet while the walls and snow may deter the refugees, they cannot hinder ninjas. With a simple body flicker technique, Uchiha Yuto swiftly leaped over the barrier and entered the city. The security seems decent, he murmured, stepping into a tavern without removing his hat, ordering a modest fare while squinting to observe the city. This assassination mission targeted a certain wealthy individual within the confines of Liyue City in the land of hot water. The information Uchiha Yuto received described this affluent man as follows. Asakawa Yoshio, male, 55 years old, a wealthy merchant in Liyue City, controlling 70% of the apothecaries and taverns within in recent years. Asakawa Yoshio has been financing representatives of the separatist faction in the land of hot water, acting as a stumbling block to the brotherly ties between the land of fire and the land of hot water. He must be dealt with mercilessly. The ninja who drafted the mission scroll was evidently a meticulous individual, having even included a note at the end. Note: the separatist faction of the land of hot water is a newly emerged political force advocating for distance from the land of fire to avoid becoming a casualty of the conflict between the two great nations. Every time Uchiha Yuto finished reading this scroll, he could not help but mourn for Asakawa Yoshio. The separatist faction of the land of hot water likely witnessed the tragic history of the land of rain and feared that their own nation would follow suit. Hence their adamant emphasis on severing ties with Konoha, at the very least not relying entirely on them as they do now, from a heartfelt perspective, standing in the land of hot water. This notion is not entirely erroneous. In a world where ninjas intertwine with great nations, one either becomes a complete vassal or a battlefield. Moreover, it is crucial to note that even if one allies with a great nation, the benefits may be meager. Now, as their nation faces a snow disaster, there is no sign of the land of fire providing even a single warm garment. However, from Konoha's viewpoint, it is clear, due to the lobbying of your separatist faction, we may very well lose a sturdy shield, an impact that cannot be overlooked strategically. The core of the separatist faction consists of political stars. It is not prudent to eliminate politicians. But what of you? The shadowy financier? Such matters invariably harbor diverse rationales. Although Uchiha Yuto perceives this clearly, he can only serve as Konoha's blade for assassination. Ninjas, humanoid machines of slaughter, at times do not require an excess of sentiment. It seems you are simply unfortunate, a wealthy man. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Uchiha Yuto leisurely strolled down the street. Activating his Byakugan, the transparent vision unveiled itself once more, in a brief span. Uchiha Yuto pinpointed the location. The tallest building to the north, the second room from the left on the 4th floor. What a reliable adult male he is, working diligently even as darkness approaches. With a stoic expression, Uchiha Yuto adjusted the brim of his hat, ensuring no information regarding his identity was exposed, and strode purposefully toward that direction. Along the way, he discreetly acquired a firewood stick from a street vendor, of course leaving sufficient silver coins in the merchant's pouch. Halt! Who are you? Yes, you, short fellow. This is the territory of the Asakawa family. Outsiders are not permitted to intrude. Go away. Buzz. Uchiha Yuto did not even flinch, gripping one end of the firewood stick and lightly striking the guard's head. Even without utilizing chakra, a ninja's physical prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary person. With barely any force, the guard was rendered unconscious. Bang bang! 3 more strikes later, Uchiha Yuto effortlessly incapacitated all the guards. Without lingering in the area, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and leaped to the 4th floor, shattering the glass as he charged into the room. For an assassination, such a brazen entry was rather ostentatious. Yet as long as no one recognized the identity of the assailant, it could still be deemed a success. Conducting business in this world is no simple feat. To become a wealthy individual, one is likely to offend numerous people, and having several enemies is perfectly normal. The glass shattered completely as Uchiha Yuto burst into the room, within the realm of the Byakugan. Several clusters of chakra were swiftly approaching from a short distance away, as the target of an A-rank mission. Asakawa Yoshio, being affluent, naturally employed a few ninjas for his protection. Alas, they were far too slow. "Are you really ninjas?" Uchiha Yuto chuckled softly, gazing at the middle-aged man before him. "You are. Wait, I have something to say. Regardless of who makes the bid, I can interrupt his subsequent words with a sharp kunai." Hinata Yuto ruthlessly plunged the kunai into Asakawa Yoshifumi's heart. With a slight exertion of his forearm, the middle-aged man's heart exploded entirely. The assassination mission was complete. Throughout the entire process, Hinata Yuto was as effortless as crushing an ant. With combat prowess on par with the elite Jainin of the 5 great nations, his presence in a small country-esque city was indeed somewhat overbearing. The branch family youth swung the kunai once more, severing Asakawa Yoshifumi's ear. Such affluent individuals are public figures. Upon their demise, the higher-ups in Konoha and the Land of Fire would be promptly informed. Hence, there was no need to seal the entire corpse within a scroll. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he observed that a few ninja bodyguards had already breached the neighboring area. Was it truly too late, or were they hesitating out of fear for their own lives? Hinata Yuto couldn't be bothered to ponder such matters. He symbolically tossed a detonating tag, using the glow and smoke from the explosion to leap out of the window. The entire assassination process lasted less than 5 seconds. With a resounding thud, Hinata Yuto landed in the snow, his chakra surging forth, propelling him out of the city in the blink of an eye. What followed was his time for free activity. In the Land of Frost, at the peak of Ringa Mountain, the mountains resembled jagged teeth, their peaks connected by iron chains in the depths of winter. These chains were coated in frost, making it nearly impossible for birds to pass through. Kawamoto Kikuro tightened his cotton coat, huddling behind a large rock, unable to stop stamping his feet. Mountain bandits thrived on violence, and thus had no regard for the chivalry often depicted in legendary tales. The hierarchy among the members was strict. Although Kawamoto Kikuro was strong and robust, he was still a recent recruit, forced to stand guard in the biting wind and snow. Guarding the night, what a farce. "Those bastards are holed up inside, feasting while I freeze out here," he muttered under his breath, frustration boiling within him. The cold wind howled, causing him to shiver as he stamped his feet. Damn it, a bunch of foolish pigs. Who could possibly scale Ringa Mountain in this weather? I should find a place to hide and warm myself with some drink. Grumbling, he stood up, contemplating sneaking into the cabin to scrounge for something to eat. Though bandits followed their own rules, they lacked the discipline of a regular army, and it was perfectly common to leave one's post during a watch. However, just as Kawamoto Kikuro straightened up and instinctively glanced toward the mountain's edge, he felt as though struck by lightning. Standing frozen in disbelief at the sight before him on this dark, snowy night, a figure abruptly appeared in midair, walking effortlessly along the iron chain connecting the peaks, unconcerned with the icy, slippery metal beneath his feet. With an eerie sense of balance and control, he traversed the abyss as though it were solid ground. Kawamoto Kikuro rubbed his eyes, thinking he had succumbed to the cold and was hallucinating. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the figure on the chain had vanished. Moments later, it reappeared before him. Ringa Mountain, truly a defensible stronghold, came the youthful, clear voice, Kawamoto Kikuro's last auditory memory. With a resounding thud, Hinata Yuto's hand gently struck the robust bandit's chest, effortlessly obliterating all his internal organs. The bandit's heartbeat ceased, and he died in an instant. The branch family youth pushed the bandit's corpse aside, donned a conical hat to obscure his face, and then, with a kunai in each hand, calmly ventured deeper into the bandit's lair. The main peak of Ringa Mountain served as the bandit's stronghold. Surely, the architect of this hideout was a learned individual. It was designed akin to an anthill, featuring both main thoroughfares and side paths, allowing the leader to retreat through hidden tunnels in the event of an enemy assault, provided they had the time to do so. However, Hinata Yuto's killing speed was alarmingly swift. After dispatching the sentry, he covered a mere 100 meters before reaching the entrance of the bandit's den. Without uttering a word, his Byakugan-esque keen insight was a lethal weapon on this snowy night. 3 kunai struck simultaneously, embedding themselves in the guard skulls, severing half of their heads without a sound. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre. Inside the warm mountain hideout, the bandits laughed heartily, sharing tales of their recent plunder, each adorned with the scent of blood. Some wore garments soaked crimson with gore. Not their own, of course, in truth, they had little care for whose blood it was. Burning, killing, and pillaging were daily routines for them. And who had the mental capacity to remember the unfortunate souls who perished at their hands? Suddenly, at a certain moment, a gust of cold wind rushed in, shattering the heavy wooden door reinforced with iron. The door splintered into fine shards, and no bandit could discern the assailant's identity. Instead, they were met with torrents of gushing blood. The assailant's speed rivaled that of thunder, executing swift and decisive strikes that crushed the bandits' necks. Bones, tendons, and organs, the body's defenses were rendered utterly useless, trampled under the weight of insurmountable power, limbs severed, blood flowing freely. This world belonged to the realm of ninjas. The name of that great power was chakra. Before the elite Jainin of Konoha, even the fiercest brigand was as fragile as tofu, as the splinters of wood danced in the cold wind. Before they even touched the ground, this layer of bandits had already met their demise. Subsequently, Hinata Yuto kicked open the second wooden door. With a stoic expression, he pierced through this level, transforming it into a bloody hell, and continued downward. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers fell before him with ease. The slaughter was astonishingly simple. Hinata Yuto encountered no resistance until he reached the final layer. Ding! Hinata Yuto looked up in surprise at the robust man who had blocked his strike and was subsequently cleaved. Ah, a ninja? The bandit leader, clad in coarse attire, felt an excruciating pain in his wrist and gasped in horror. Master, please spare me. We have already paid our taxes to the land of frost. Oh, a collusion between officials and thieves? Hinata Yuto shook his head, closing in once more that he opted not to employ the gentle fist technique, instead relying on his Byakugan-esque perception and solid physical prowess, engaging in close combat with the kunai. Due to the excessive killing, the blades of his 2 kunai had become jagged and worn, resembling a shark's teeth. The bandit leader desperately defended himself, but soon found his body stained with blood. Master, please have mercy. How embarrassing. A true ninja should charge forth to the death on the path of their choosing. When you gathered this rabble in the mountains to pillage and burn, you should have anticipated this day. It was your choice to embrace the ninja way. Master, no. I'm still of use. I have stolen a great deal of wealth. After you are all dead, it shall be mine. Hinata Yuto replied calmly, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled brightly. Oh, indeed, there is something I require your assistance with. Upon hearing this, the bandit leader rejoiced. Yet before he could utter a word, he witnessed Hinata Yuto's speed explode forth, almost transforming into a blur as the kunai danced. The bandit leader's tendons in his feet and arms were severed completely. Following this, a hand radiating a pearly glow struck him squarely in the face. In the next moment, the bandit leader could see nothing. Ah, my eyes! No! The excruciating pain and terror of blindness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed, writhing in agony, reminiscent of those he had previously tormented. Amidst the boundless fear, the bandit leader faintly heard the voice of his formidable adversary. That voice was calm and steady, gentle as a conversation between old friends. The muscles around your eyeballs have been exquisitely severed, yet the cornea is damaged, causing the fluid to leak out. Truly a ninja. You instinctively covered your eyes with chakra, countering my medical ninjutsu, resulting in the complete destruction of your optic nerve. To summarize, these 2 eyes are beyond repair, and my hands are quick, yet not stable enough. The chakra usage requires greater precision. But that is of no consequence. This was merely practice. There will be ample opportunities in the future. The lessons learned from this failure will surely be applied next time. Bang! In the next moment, the head of the mountain bandit leader was severed from his body, his plucked eyes carelessly tossed aside. The bandits were utterly exterminated in a certain valley of the Frost Country. Hinata Yuto, donning a straw hat, traversed through the swirling snow. The massacre that transpired 3 hours prior had not stirred much within his heart. The complete annihilation of those who regarded human lives as mere fodder posed no burden upon him. Hinata Yuto was not a sadistic fiend who relished in killing and gouging out eyes, nor was he a righteous avenger of good. His sole purpose in slaying that band of bandits was to amass considerable wealth. The world of Naruto boasts a long history and a well-established, coherent system. Although supernatural forces such as chakra exist, and the mightiest can shift mountains and fill seas, all individuals, including those formidable beings, remain entrenched within the same world, the same society. Living within a society naturally entails forming bonds with others, connections, human sentiments, obligations, morals, and dreams that in the realm of shinobi, money remains paramount, perhaps even exceptionally so. Years later, even the formidable Akatsuki cannot entirely detach themselves from the world, nor can they operate in isolation. They require selfless individuals like Kakuzu to earn funds. Were the Akatsuki to find themselves short of money, they would be unable to afford their splendid cloaks adorned with fiery clouds. Hinata Yuto, too, required funds. The bandit's prowess in plundering wealth was unparalleled. Should he convert the spoils of this ambush, including jewels and silverware, into currency, he would effectively have earned the equivalent of rewards for executing 10 A-rank missions. This was a substantial sum, sufficient to serve as Hinata Yuto's initial capital. With less than 6 months remaining until the Third Great Ninja War, he needed to be prepared. Amidst the snowstorm, Hinata Yuto sprinted toward his destination, his feet pressing into the snow, leaving only faint impressions that were swiftly covered by the falling flakes, erasing any trace of his passage. Along the way, although he did not specifically observe, the activation of his Byakugan for safety at intervals revealed countless corpses buried beneath the snow. Among these were many adults cradling children. If there exists a paradise, surely those who perished in such a manner would quickly reunite with their parents. If paradise were indeed real, the sigh escaped Hinata Yuto's lips, the sentiment difficult to articulate. A few days prior, when Tsunade bid him farewell, his feelings mirrored those of this moment. Hinata Yuto was acutely aware that this indicated he still possessed a conscience, an understanding of compassion and gratitude, not entirely devoid of humanity. In another context, he might even be deemed a good person. Yet despite retaining human emotions and boundaries, he recognized his role within this world. A villain. A villain without a doubt, perhaps a minor antagonist destined to meet an untimely demise, or perhaps a grandiose final boss. Regardless of the circumstance, Hinata Yuto was undoubtedly a villain. What defines a villain? Temperament, moral standing, strength, and past deeds are insufficient metrics for determining villainy. The singular criterion for being a villain has always been whether one stands opposed to the protagonist. Those who align against the protagonist are deemed villains. Would Hinata Yuto find himself opposing Naruto Uzumaki? Since the age of 3, when he was branded as a caged bird, Hinata Yuto could respond with certainty. Yes, the future me will undoubtedly be an enemy of Naruto. With no room for negotiation, the Hinata clan is an enemy. Thus, Konoha is an enemy. Consequently, Naruto is also an enemy. This is a straightforward logical chain. In the early years, Hinata Yuto harbored some resistance to the idea of becoming a villain. Standing in opposition to the protagonist exerted tremendous pressure. Hinata Yuto would wager that if those villainous characters in literary works were aware from the outset that their adversary was the beloved protagonist of the world, the vast majority would lose their fighting spirit. Furthermore, Hinata Yuto faced even greater psychological strain as a transmigrator. He still retained a semblance of a moral compass. While he could be ruthless, he would not find it comfortable to engage in excessively heinous acts. Truth be told, the protagonist of this world, Naruto Uzumaki, is undoubtedly a good person from any perspective. Even if he resorts to verbal trickery, he remains a good person, Opposing a good person is, in fact, a rather uncomfortable endeavor. Yet today, after slaughtering all the bandits as Hinata Yuto treaded upon the snow, gazing at the countless corpses hidden beneath the ground, his heart gradually found peace. He suddenly felt that even if the virtuous Naruto Uzumaki were to ascend to the position of Hokage and become a savior, the world would not have changed, at least not in any significant way. Niji Hyuga was dead. The branch family remained marked with the caged bird seal. The 5 great ninja villages continued to exist, and the living conditions of the small nations had never been guaranteed. The 9-tailed beasts remained scattered across the land, their freedom still uncertain. In those years when Naruto, at the 6 paths level, was invincible, he, alongside the equally formidable Sasuke Uchiha, maintained the order of the old world. The 5 great nations coexisted in peace. Ninjas set aside their grudges, and civilians lived in harmony beneath Naruto's golden chakra. Naturally, there existed no conflicts, nor would anyone dare to incite discord. Had the world changed? Yes, it had. Had the world remained unchanged? It had never changed if one were to extend the timeline to encompass the entirety of history. In a certain sense, Naruto Uzumaki had accomplished almost nothing that as Hinata Yuto pressed onward. He recalled a quote from a writer he greatly admired in his previous life. Almost all the malevolent villains in fantasy novels are charismatic. Radical revolutionaries who dare to envision an entirely different world order and are eager to ignite the seeds of change before the conditions are right. In contrast, all the great, righteous heroes are defenders of mainstream ideology. Their views conservative and lacking in creativity. Aside from battling monsters and returning home to embrace their loved ones, they possess little else to strive for. While running, Hinata Yuto cast aside the burdens weighing upon his heart. A villain he may be, yet opposing the child of prophecy sounded rather cool. The young man suddenly chuckled. Hinata Yuto's thoughts swirled. He found himself at the destination, an abandoned temple. He was well acquainted with such places. Employing a transformation technique, he altered his appearance to that of an adult, donned his hat once more, and exchanged his attire for a flowing robe, gradually making his way inside. Navigating with ease, he paused beside the 3rd stone pillar on the right at the entrance, formed several hand seals, and infused chakra into them. A hidden passageway materialized, and Hinata Yuto descended the steps carved from blue stone, illuminated by the flickering oil lamps embedded in the rock walls. Entering a spacious underground stone chamber. "Welcome to the Frost Country branch of the Exchange Bureau, sir," whispered a woman donning a mouse-faced mask. "Please state your name." Hinata Yuto's lips, concealed beneath the hat, curled into a slight smile as he uttered the pseudonym he had adopted for convenience in the underworld. A name laden with memories. Kudo Shinichi. "Lord Kudo Shinichi, please verify your key to him." Hinata Yuto's voice was cool as he executed several seals. A simple series of gestures transformed into myriad combinations due to their varied speed and sequence. The keys to the underground world are diverse. Physical items, passwords, fingerprint verifications abound. But they share a common trait. They are not entirely bound to individuals in other words, by eliminating someone, one can assume their position within the underground realm. As long as the secret codes align, no one would pursue the matter, and the act of violently seizing such a position conforms to the established rules of this place. The Exchange Bureau is a chaotic yet orderly underworld. During his previous life, Hinata Yuto had merely glimpsed the name Exchange Bureau in comics, with related memories only involving Kakuzu carrying Asuma Sarutobi's corpse to the Bureau to redeem a hefty bounty. However, upon entering the world of Naruto, Hinata Yuto understood that the Exchange Bureau was a colossal entity spanning the entire land, that it possessed numerous strongholds and branches, commanding the largest network of black and gray market interests in the world. Assassinations, mercenary wars, illicit experiments, and the trade of contraband. The mission boards of the various ninja villages are always cloaked in a veneer of morality. At the very least, they cannot engage in excessively disgraceful acts in public. The world necessitates a loose coalition of interests like the Exchange Bureau to accommodate the filth and distortions beneath the sun. The Exchange Bureau is the hidden 6th great ninja village. After verifying the identity and secret codes, the woman with the mouse mask slightly inclined her head. "Lord Kudo Shinichi, Welcome to the second branch of the Exchange Bureau in the Frost Country. I have a batch of items I wish to process. Very well. Please follow me. The woman responded with deference, her hand gently caressing the wall as she activated a mechanism that opened a narrow door. She stepped inside first, exposing her unguarded back to Hinata Yuto, her fair neck and waist swaying like a water snake. It was clear to Hinata Yuto that she was not a ninja, and he followed the woman into the hidden passage. Anyone trained in the ways of a ninja, who successfully harnessed chakra, would find it difficult to adopt a completely non-aggressive posture, even when forced to turn their back to another. Their toes would discreetly angle away, ever ready to spring into action. Such was the indelible mark left by rigorous training that, of course, just because the receptionist was not a ninja, did not imply that the exchange office was devoid of defenses. Even without activating his Bikugan, Hinata Yuto could sense a tightening in his spine, clearly indicating the presence of genuine ninjas stationed here, both in number and quality. Lord Kudo Shinichi, we shall complete the exchange here. The woman with the rat-like face led him into a more concealed chamber, retreating several steps with practiced ease. With a sudden puff, smoke billowed forth as Hinata Yuto activated the scroll in his hand, unleashing a cascade of gold and silver treasures that spilled onto the ground. Please wait a moment. The rat-faced woman knelt down, pulling out various tools to meticulously assess the value of the heap of items. Lord Kudo Shinichi, the total worth of these treasures is 47 million ryo. If you wish to exchange them for the universal currency of the 5 great nations, the exchange office will deduct a 45% fee. We assure you, all this money is clean, that's unnecessary. Hinata Yuto rolled his eyes internally at the blatant robbery and continued, just use it all here to buy some things. Very well, Lord Kudo Shinichi. The woman's tone carried a hint of cheerfulness that it seemed that regardless of the world, salespeople and guides cherished those who spent lavishly. I need 12 sets of nanograde filters and related equipment. 6 large medical breeding tanks measuring 1 meter by 2 meters, 20 tons of formalin, surgical scalpels, mosquito clamps, and serrated tweezers. All must be produced by the Iron Country. The receptionists at the exchange office were all meticulously selected talents. Although not ninjas, they were sharp-minded. Hinata Yuto rattled off a litany of requests, some of which were rather intricate medical instruments. Yet the rat-faced woman memorized them all, swiftly correlating them with the inventory and required funds. The lids for the breeding tanks must be opaque. All right, that should suffice. Hinata Yuto communicated his needs to the rat-faced woman, specifying even the models and manufacturers of certain tools, having trained in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade for over 3 months. Hinata Yuto was fully aware of the intricacies of the medical field in this world. The woman transcribed these items onto a scroll before sliding it into a small chute. Lord Kudo Shinichi, we have these items in stock at the Frost Country branch. Please be patient. They will all be delivered within half an hour. How much is left? 7 million ryo. Exchange it all for wood. Specifically that from the southern redwood forest of the Fire Country, cut into blocks. Is their size requirement, my lord, standard 1 cubic meter. Understood, my lord. The wood will be delivered along with that batch of medical tools. The rat-faced woman, well versed in her role, quickly grasped that her current client likely sought to establish his own secret laboratory. The large medical breeding tanks were unmistakably intended for human confinement, and the 20 tons of formalin left little to the imagination regarding the potential fate of those involved. Kudo Shinichi truly was a harbinger of death, the woman mused, refraining from asking probing questions or making careless remarks. The receptionists at the exchange office were all non-ninjas, which implicitly conveyed a tacit acceptance of any actions taken. As long as compensation was offered afterward, in this murky underworld, it was challenging to hold onto a naive belief in protecting one's companions. Oh, by the way, Hinata Yuto, feeling somewhat bored, suddenly spoke up. Bring me the bounty list. I want to take a look. Certainly, Lord Kudo Shinichi. This was a simple task. The rat-faced woman had a copy tucked in her sleeve. Hinata Yuto took it and began to peruse the names, contemplating how many more days he could operate freely while searching for suitable prey. He was still in need of money. His gaze skimmed over the names. He ultimately returned the assassination roster to the rat-faced woman. The interior of the hidden chamber fell silent once more until a large scroll emerged from the chute. My lord. This contains all the items you purchased. You may inspect them here, according to the rules of the exchange office. Once you exit this door, we will deny this transaction. Hinata Yuto nodded indifferently, checking several key medical instruments. Once satisfied, he shouldered the scroll and exited the exchange office. Hinata Yuto swiftly returned to the land of hot water. The frost country was not vast, and as he crossed the border, dawn was just beginning to break. Utilizing the last vestiges of darkness, he found a valley and raised his fist, striking down forcefully. His immense strength caused the ground to tremble, creating a 2-meter-deep pit. Bang, 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 a series of strikes followed, and soon, an L-shaped underground structure materialized before him, extending 40 meters below the surface. Hinata Yuto's hands glowed with a cerulean light, akin to a chakra scalpel. This medical ninjutsu was ideally suited for excising tumors from patients' bodies. However, at that moment, he employed it to smooth out the soil of the passageway. As he leveled the protruding rocks within the pit. Hinata Yuto activated the scroll, which released blocks of redwood. These trees from the southern redwood forest of the Fire Country were resistant to moisture and insects and offered soundproofing, making them the optimal material for the outer walls of his underground base. After fortifying the walls, Hinata Yuto sealed the dirt and rocks he had excavated into the scroll, planning to dispose of them elsewhere. The subsequent tasks were meticulous and laborious. Multiple security devices, lethal traps at the entrance of the underground base, ventilation ducts, sewage pipes, and even an emergency escape passage. Notably, he embedded a considerable number of explosive seals in the deepest recesses, serving as self-destruct mechanisms powerful enough to collapse the entire base. Burying all evidence. Finally, Hinata Yuto produced the tools he had purchased at the exchange office. Arranging them within his secret base, 6 large medical breeding tanks stood in a row, facing a metal long table adorned with an array of medical instruments and vessels. Once everything was in order, Hinata Yuto exhaled softly and lay down on the ground. The dim oil lamp flickered gently, the underground chamber often evoking associations with sinister and ominous notions. Yet to Hinata Yuto, this place felt more comfortable than the Hyuga clan grounds. This was entirely his. A secret base at that moment. He was alone, but with the impending war, solitude would soon be a thing of the past. Having earned a substantial sum, he still felt it insufficient. As he lay on the ground, Hinata Yuto pondered. According to his plans, he needed 6 more secret bases, each situated in small nations bordering the Fire Country. He would establish an underground stronghold in every such nation, storing usable medical tools and supplies therein. The forthcoming Third Shinobi World War was expected to last 3 years, and Hinata Yuto was uncertain which battlefield he would be dispatched to. Thus, in a strategy akin to a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, he resolved to create secret outposts everywhere to store and study his spoils. After lying there for a while, he drifted into a light slumber, losing track of time in the subterranean environment. When he awoke, his head felt somewhat heavy, a clear sign of oversleeping. He tapped his forehead, sat up, and began to strategize his next course of action. It had been about 2 days since he had killed the wealthy figure linked to the secessionist faction in the land of hot water. News of the death of such a public figure would have spread rapidly. By now, the higher-ups in the Fire Country and Konohagakure would surely be aware that their assassination target was deceased. Ninja from Konohagakure could not remain on missions indefinitely. Generally, they were required to report back within 5 days following the completion of an assassination. Considering unforeseen circumstances such as being pursued by formidable foes, the deadline could be extended to 10 days. However, this time frame was evidently insufficient for Hinata Yuto. Completing tasks for the ninja village could never rival the swift acquisition of the hefty bounty from the exchange office. Moreover, should the next mission be conducted in a team format, it would be exceedingly challenging for Hinata Yuto to concoct an excuse to act independently. Seizing this opportunity, he must acquire additional funds and establish 2 more bases. Hinata Yuto retrieved paper and pen, carefully deliberating before commencing a letter to Tsunade. To my esteemed teacher, I, Yuto, have successfully completed my mission. However, on my journey back to the village, I experienced a sudden insight regarding that new ninjutsu, leading me to desire an extended period outside. Rest assured, I shall return within a month. That be why the time you receive this letter. The news of the demise of our assassination target, Asakura Yoshifumi, will likely have reached Konoha. Please convey my regards and apologies to Lord Hokage on my behalf. Additionally, dear teacher, I encountered a beautiful jade in the land of water, reputed to bring good fortune. Upon reviewing the content of the letter, ensuring there were no discrepancies, Hinata Yuto departed the base, donning a padded coat, and ventured alone into the snow-laden wilderness. Pausing only after traversing over a dozen formidable mountains, he inserted his thumb into his mouth, bit down, and then pressed his entire hand against a towering tree. Summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a peculiar creature of adult torso size materialized amidst the white smoke, its form distinctly resembling a mollusk. Akin to a snail devoid of its shell, the tips of its two antennae bore tiny eyes, somewhat repulsive yet inexplicably endearing. This was Tsunade's summoning beast, the slug. Of course, this was merely a diminutive segment of the massive slug. 3 months after becoming Tsunade's disciple, Hinata Yuto had also signed a blood contract for summoning Yuto-kun. It is terribly cold here. The slug shivered violently upon appearing in the frigid expanse, its soft body stiffening as if it were to become a popsicle. The sound was indeed melodious, Hinata Yuto thought mischievously, addressing it respectfully. Esteemed slug, I apologize for summoning you to this desolate place. To be brief, I wish for you to deliver a letter to my teacher. The slug swallowed the letter, poised to vanish, but was halted by Hinata Yuto. Wait, dear slug, could you also deliver this jade pendant to my teacher? It is quite lovely and warm, and I have heard it brings good fortune. Haha, my teacher adores luck. This jade pendant was a remnant left by a band of mountain thieves, carefully hidden in the treasure chest of their leader. It was indeed beautiful, warm to the touch, and most notably featured a natural 1,000 pattern, an ideal gift for Tsunade. Regardless of whether it symbolized Senju or Nin, the golden-haired woman would surely appreciate it. Even if she were out of luck, it could serve as a valuable item to gamble with again, boasting both aesthetic and practical value. The essence of being a disciple lies within these seemingly trivial details, and Hinata Yuto, the scoundrel, would not miss any opportunity to touch his teacher's heart. Yuto-kun, you are truly thoughtful. The slug, a gentle summoning beast, was unlike the notorious snakes and rogue toads, treating others with kindness, due to Tsunade's influence. It regarded Hinata Yuto as its own It swallowed the jade pendant and, with a pop, vanished from sight. After the slug departed, Hinata Yuto breathed a sigh of relief. Becoming Tsunade's disciple was of paramount importance. Merely the protection and connections afforded by his teacher granted him significant advantages. When Hinata Yuto departed the land of water and traversed the entirety of the land of fire, the new year had already passed. The air was suffused with lingering joy, the heavy snowfall gradually subsiding, and within the deserted forest, tranquility and beauty reigned. The heavy snow heralded a bountiful year, as the year-end snow seemed to foretell a future of favorable weather. Regrettably, Hinata Yuto was aware that the Third Shinobi World War was brewing, the irreconcilable tensions between nations reaching a boiling point, and a cataclysmic conflict was on the verge of erupting. The year 48 in Konoha marked a bloody beginning. During this journey, he did not travel at an accelerated pace, taking a full 5 days to cross the land of fire, as he neared the border. After traversing several small hills, Hinata Yuto noticed a marked increase in humidity. Upon crossing the mountain and entering the land of rain, the sky began to drizzle. The climate in the world of Naruto is notoriously unpredictable, defying the meteorological knowledge of his previous life. The land of rain lies in the central region of the continent, devoid of towering mountains except to the southeast. Logically, it should be windy, dry, and stiflingly hot. However, in reality, the land of rain is perpetually shrouded in gloom. The sky a heavy leaden gray, damp and chilly, rendering it a year-round rainy season unsuitable for human habitation. Even more dire, this unfortunate nation is situated between the 3 great powers of fire, wind, and earth, and whenever conflict arises, the land of rain invariably becomes the battlefield for the 3 great ninja villages, resulting in widespread devastation, with few children surviving their childhood intact. Amidst such turmoil, Amigakure struggles to endure, with many of its ninjas mastering assassination techniques, often employed as hired killers. The village leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, has earned the moniker of demigod through sheer martial prowess. Yet, these formidable forces seem futile. The land of rain and Amage Cure continue to suffer relentless ravaging. The incessant rain has been poetically described as the tears of the departed. Upon entering the territory of Amage Cure, Hinata Yuto altered his attire. He refrained from utilizing transformation techniques, merely donning dark goggles to obscure his pure white eyes, subsequently removing his forehead protector and binding a deep blue headband to conceal the curse mark of the caged bird. At this time, Amage Cure was still under the dominion of Hanzo. Although it was not as closed off as during the era of Pain, it was still unwelcoming to outside ninjas, making it prudent to conceal his identifiers of Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Within half a day, Hinata Yuto arrived in Amage Cure. Beneath the leaden sky, the rain fell incessantly, below which loomed towering, jagged steel edifices, their countless metal pipes exposed, resembling a roaring mythical serpent. Chimneys belched steam, while cables crisscrossed the air, exuding an inexplicable punk aesthetic. Truly, in the world of Naruto, there are many who appreciate art, Hinata Yuto mused as he stepped into a megacre in a village perpetually embroiled in warfare and rife with assassination techniques. A figure clad in a black cloak with their eyes concealed was hardly a rarity. No one paid in particular heed. The scant few pedestrians on the streets were dressed in heavy overcoats, their expressions downcast and hurried, lacking the leisurely and soothing atmosphere of Konoha. Hinata Yuto did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he found a sheltered corner to escape the rain and quietly observe the street. Calmly regulating his breathing as per Tsunade's teachings, he had come to Amage Cure with the intention of taking a life. Earning quick money through exchanging lives was far more efficient than undertaking village missions. Although the risks were substantial due to the absence of support and comrades, success in this endeavor would allow him to establish another secret base. Killing was no stranger to Hinata Yuto. Despite his tender age of 13, the tally of lives lost at his hands was beyond reckoning. However, this marked his first venture into Amage Cure to eliminate its own inhabitants. The lack of support and comrades meant he had no escape route or sufficient intelligence, rendering him oblivious to the target's real-time location, enemy numbers, or their adept techniques. Nevertheless, Hinata Yuto understood that with patient waiting, he would soon encounter his target. His vigil did not persist for long at a certain moment. The sound of raindrops striking the steel structures was drowned out by a cacophony of voices. A multitude of people approached in droves. Cease the war. Halt the slaughter. Communication is essential between individuals. Let us construct a bridge of hope leading to world peace. Hinata Yuto lifted his gaze, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, marching through the rain, brandishing placards with the demonstrators. Most donned the attire of commoners, their expressions fervent, their voices hoarse from shouting. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern several figures clad in standard high-collared black cloaks mingling among the civilians, their vigilance apparent. Clearly tasked with protecting the protesters, the young member of the branch family of Hyuga crossed his arms, observing these individuals with keen interest. All of them belonged to the Akatsuki organization. The slogans of the protest were penned by none other than Yahiko. The current leader of the Akatsuki, transform a nation and build a bridge of hope to world peace through communication among people. This was the guiding principle established by Yahiko during the early days of the Akatsuki's formation. Though naive, it was not laughable. The fervent vision of the young Yahiko was encapsulated in these words, inspiring his comrades and influencing those around him through his every action. Although the Akatsuki was initially a mercenary organization, it had already begun to exhibit a distinct ideological character. In the land of rain, the influence of the Akatsuki organization is steadily rising, with new recruits joining the ranks of the procession each day. The name Akatsuki has gradually begun to appear on the documents of major factions' conference rooms. Likewise, many individuals within it have found their names on the bounty lists of the exchange center. Hinata Yuto tilted his head, observing the parade, and noticed that the demeanor of several Akatsuki ninjas had grown increasingly tense. Upon closer inspection, he could see their fingertips nervously rubbing against their kunai, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The handsome branch family youth looked up, silently acknowledging the professionalism of the scene. This intersection was rather narrow, obstructed by 4 towering buildings, clearly an ideal spot for an ambush. Boom! As anticipated, an unexpected turn of events erupted at that very moment. Several bursts of flames exploded violently, sending a massive shockwave and fire that rolled back the downpour, blowing the rain several hundred meters away. A dozen figures suddenly emerged, some from the water, others from the walls, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, all rushing toward a specific point in the crowd. Water release. Water barrier, cried the target of the attack. Swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged forth, creating a solid wall of water to shield himself and the civilians. Escort the civilians away. They're coming for me. The assailed showed no fear. Evidently well-versed in such scenarios, leaping forward with 2 gleaming white short daggers, charging at the ambushers. This man was none other than Takeda Shurgen, the 4th-ranked member of the Akatsuki organization, the very target of Hinata Yuto's mission. Amidst the rain, the battle erupted. The assailants wore masks or wrapped scars around their faces to conceal their true identities, employing a disorganized array of ninjutsu, water, wind, blades, without any semblance of teamwork, relying solely on instinctive coordination. Like Hinata Yuto, they too have been lured by the immense bounty on Takeda Shurgen's head, drawn to the lucrative offer of an assassination job. The land of rain, plagued by perpetual civil strife and fragmented factions, is a chaotic haven for assassins. The death of a high-ranking ninja barely stirs the waters. The assassin struck with thunderous ferocity, intent on eliminating Takeda Shurgen, although the land of rain is rife with turmoil. Whispers of the newly emerged Akatsuki suggest a certain unity within its ranks. Should the assault falter and reinforcements arrive for Takeda Shurgen, the assassins would find themselves in dire straits. Yet Takeda Shurgen is formidable. Proficient in water ninjutsu and possessing a body technique that exceeds standard levels, he wields 2 chakra-infused daggers that shimmer with a blinding light, sharp enough to cleave through kunai with ease. Buzzing, the chakra daggers slice through the rain, emitting an unusual humming sound. Takeda Shurgen moved with astonishing speed, employing the water body flicker technique to appear behind one of the assassins, delivering a powerful slash that cleaved through the enemy's neck with the ease of cutting through butter. Bang! Takeda Shurgen dispatched one opponent, but exposed his back in the process. Seizing the opportunity, another assassin struck, their arm hardened like stone, slamming into Takeda Shurgen's spine. The 4th-ranked member of Akatsuki was sent hurtling against the steel wall of a nearby building, leaving a dent in the metal. Hinata Yuto raised an eyebrow. The remarkable strength of the special Nin from Konoha lies in those 2 chakra weapons. However, it seems Takeda Shurgen may not last much longer. Observing the battlefield, he noted the increasing number of wounds on Takeda Shurgen's body. Despite the death of 2 more assassins, it was evident to any keen observer that this 4th-ranked member of Akatsuki could not endure for much longer. It was time for a black market intervention, Hinata Yuto mused. He needed that money. He concentrated chakra into his eyes, activating his Byakugan, the gray-black, transparent vision materializing once more. Hinata Yuto suddenly frowned, halting his movements. Under the Byakugan's gaze, he spotted a figure concealed beneath the ground. Creak! A sharp grinding sound erupted as one assassin blocked Takeda Shurgen's chakra blade with a web-like substance. Though seemingly feeble, it possessed remarkable resilience, withstanding the initial impact of the chakra weapon and quickly enveloping the short dagger, rendering it immobile. 30 million Ryo for your head. The assassin laughed, reversing his kunai to slash at Takeda Shurgen's neck. However, he was caught off guard when a sudden pain shot through his leg. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. A flurry of fine wind blades struck from below, obliterating the muscles in the assassin's leg and severely damaging the bone. Splurt! Takeda Shurgen seized the opportunity, thrusting his chakra blade forward, effortlessly severing the assassin's throat. A woman emerged from the ground, standing back-to-back with Takeda Shurgen. Kyun, what are you doing here? Takeda Shurgen exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Your incessant chatter is tiresome, Captain. A man of few words is far more alluring. Humph. Takeda Shurgen muttered something under his breath, falling silent. Once more, the clash of battle commenced in the rain. The synergy between Takeda Shurjin and Asano Kyun was astonishing. Hinata Yuto observed keenly as the two executed a flawless combination attack without the need for verbal communication or even eye contact. The hastily assembled assassins were no match for the duo, who trusted each other's backs implicitly. After losing 3 more lives, the assassins from the exchange center finally lost their resolve, retreating with various ninjutsu. Having repelled the formidable foes, Takeda Shurjin panted heavily, wiping the sweat and blood from his face. He turned to Kyun, saying, "Kyun, I owe you one, but your injury's still." "It's nothing," replied the woman named Asano Kyun, her expression cold, yet her words sharp. "Captain, if you truly wish to die, you might as well jump into the river. At least you'd have a complete corpse." "Kyun, I don't want to face 15 alone, but I must ensure all civilians are evacuated before I can retreat. If you had run from the start, the assassins would undoubtedly follow you. And what if they threaten me with the slaughter of the parade-goers to force you into the open?" Asano Kyun shook her head, her tone indifferent. "Your life is worth far more than that of those civilians. Their deaths and your survival are but natural order." "Kyun," Takeda Shurjin began earnestly, "the Akatsuki was established for the sake of great love. The conflicts between people arise from insufficient communication. As our leader says, we must become the bridge to the world." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. They turned to find a formidable foe emerging from the shadows. Both standing up in unison, beads of sweat forming, yet maintaining their battle-ready stances, the figure clad in a thick black cloak and tinted goggles stepped forth, veins bulging ominously around their eyes. Hinata Yuto remained silent. Silently approaching, he understood well that both adversaries before him possessed the strength of Special J-Nin, exhibiting an impressive synergy. Although they appeared to be casually conversing, their vigilance remained unwavering, akin to cornered beasts. Quite a troublesome encounter. Thus, Hinata Yuto activated his Byakugan from the outset, intending to launch a frontal assault to psychologically gain an advantage. Asano Kyun clasped her hands together, silently channeling chakra, preparing to unleash another ninjutsu. However, Takeda Shurjin preemptively interjected. "Byakugan, you're a ninja from Konoha, aren't you?" Hinata Yuto nodded subtly. Observing the intent for communication, Takeda Shurjin continued, "I don't know why you've come to the Land of Rain, nor do I understand if your appearance is meant to kill me. But as a subordinate, I must convey the will of my leader. The leader to whom I pledge my loyalty has expressed a desire to find a Konoha ninja." "Yahiko, seeking a Konoha ninja?" Hinata Yuto was taken aback. The leader stated he wished to entrust a Konoha ninja with a task, and based on the principle of ensuring everyone has peace of mind, you may choose the time and place. Takeda Shurjin shrugged. The leader mentioned that in a crisis, this statement might just save a life. Of course, the prerequisite is your interest in our leader. What say you? The unknown Hinata. Is it a fight? Or an alliance? What is the greatest advantage of a time traveler? Beyond understanding the trajectory of world development, the most crucial aspect lies in comprehending the personalities of key figures. Hypocrites, noble souls, schemers, no matter how well they conceal themselves. They cannot escape the discerning eyes of a time traveler. Having read the original work, it is evident that the trajectory of the world lines may diverge due to the involvement of travelers. Yet the core personalities of the main characters remain steadfast. Hinata Yuto possesses a profound understanding of Yahiko, Konin, and Nagato's intrinsic natures. For now, these 3 individuals are undoubtedly positive figures. Yahiko, as the founder and leader of Akatsuki, can almost be likened to a beardless Naruto Uzumaki, passionate, exuberant, valuing friendship, fiercely dedicated to his dreams, remarkably resilient, and yet quite naive. Hinata Yuto is acutely aware that meeting these 3 poses little danger. He gazes at Takeda, Shurjin, and Asano Kuru, who are taut with tension, and offers a gentle smile. "Do you know why I've come to Amage Cure? And why I wish to meet your leader?" Takeda Shurjin responds with unabashed pride. "In recent years, no foreign ninja visiting our Land of Rain has been indifferent to our leader. Even those assassins here for profit are eager to acquire intelligence about him, which is far more valuable than mere bounties." His words are forthright and unpretentious. "Akatsuki, you say? You have convinced me. With his tension gradually dissipating, Hinata Yuto steps back a few paces, establishing a reassuring distance. Your life, I return to you now. Both Takeda, Shurjin, and Asano Curve exhale in relief. The previous proximity was indeed too close for comfort, especially for a member of the esteemed Hinata clan, known for their prowess in close combat. Resolving matters without conflict is truly delightful, Takeda, Shurjin murmurs. Only to be subtly pinched by Kiru, prompting him to straighten up. Our friend from Konoha, where would you prefer to meet? We can arrange for radio communication. That won't be necessary, Hinata Yuto shrugs. I can simply accompany you. Is that convenient? Takeda, Shurjin pauses, taken aback by Yuto's implicit trust in them. Does he fear no treachery? Is the dream of peace in our world finally within reach? Well, if you don't mind, Keiru and I were just about to return to our base for treatment. You're welcome to join us. He and the woman support each other as they venture into a narrow alley, with Hinata Yuto trailing behind, appearing far more relaxed than the pair in front. The architecture of Amegakure is striking, with towering steel structures and narrow alleys flanked by straight metallic walls, creating a claustrophobic atmosphere. They weave through the alleys, eventually entering a vast underground pipeline, walking for over 30 minutes. No need to rush. The underground complex in Amegakure is quite expansive, Takeda Shurjin explains kindly. Given that we experience perpetual rainy seasons, our city's drainage systems must be of the highest caliber. Over the years, extensive expansions have been made, and many hidden areas remain unknown even to maintenance workers. Why hide underground? Hinata Yuto inquires, curious, knowing that at this time, Akatsuki's relationship with Hanzo the Salamander is relatively amicable and poses no threat. It's not so much hiding. Takeda Shurjin shrugs nonchalantly. The rent above ground is exorbitant. Huh. Hinata Yuto momentarily processes this information. You are a ninja from Konoha, coming from a prominent clan. It's understandable that you may not grasp the expenses of daily living. Takeda Shurjin, displaying an amiable temperament and considerable patience, elaborates. Ninja tools cost money, medical care costs money, training costs money, meals cost money, and publicity and combat require even more funds. Our Akatsuki has grown quite substantial, and the expenses are overwhelming. There is simply no surplus to afford such vast plots of land. Thankfully, the underground structure is extensive, making it quite convenient here, albeit a bit reminiscent of a rat's nest. Suddenly, Takeda Shurjin emits a muffled groan, falling silent as he receives another sharp pinch from his female subordinate. Hinata Yuto suppresses a chuckle. This duo presents an amusing dynamic, an earnest commander paired with a cold and sharp-tongued subordinate. Reminiscent of an inexplicable good pairing from a previous life, he surmises that their austere circumstances have undoubtedly left a lasting impression on Konan and Nagato. Otherwise, they would not so fervently exploit their subordinates. Driven by a pathological desire for wealth as they converse, they arrive before a massive steel gate. This is the place. Earlier, I sent a message to our leader. They will be waiting for us inside. Them? Hinata Yuto's tone and expression are those of a seasoned actor, perfectly conveying surprise and curiosity that on the surface, our Akatsuki has but one leader, yet in truth, all three of them are worthy of our loyalty. Takeda Shurjin states, pushing open the steel gate, leading Asano Karu inside, with Hinata Yuto following without hesitation. Within, three young individuals await them. The leader, with orange hair, stands tall and handsome, exuding an aura of integrity. Next to him is a young woman with purple hair, strikingly beautiful yet bearing a cold expression, adorned with a paper flower in her hair. Finally, at the back, a crimson-haired figure bows his head, his long bangs obscuring much of his face, revealing only his pale skin and nose. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, they are remarkably youthful, appearing no more than 4 or 5 years older than myself. Hinata Yuto muses, calmly assessing them. Leader, Takeda Shurjin, with Keiru's assistance, approaches Yahiko. This is the ninja from Konoha. Hinata Yuto removes his dark goggles, revealing his pure white eyes. I am Hinata Yuto. Oh, a member of the Hinata clan? This is the first time I've seen those eyes up close. Yahiko smiles. Thank you for your trust. Even in Amegakure, many ninjas liken Akatsuki to rats. Rats do not protect the innocent, that I have witnessed Takeda Shurjin's actions. He is a ninja of great responsibility and courage. Haha. Takeda Shurjin chuckles sheepishly, once more earning a sharp pinch from his female subordinate. Yahiko examines the injuries of Takeda, Shurjin, and Asano crew before instructing them to seek treatment in the vast steel chamber. Only the trio from Amage Cure and Hinata Yuto remain. When engaging with outsiders, Yahiko usually takes the lead. Clearing his throat, he smiles. Hinata Yuto, I am aware of you. The prodigy from the branch family of the Hinata clan, the Hinata Jewel, and a disciple of Tsunade of Konoha. Hinata Yuto maintains a calm expression. 3 months have passed since he became Tsunade's pupil. If Akatsuki remains unaware of this information, it reflects poorly on Conan, who seems to have done little more than consume resources without contributing. I did not expect Shurjin to encounter you. What excellent fortune! Yahiko pauses before gravely stating, Hinata, I would like to request your assistance in delivering a letter to one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. As anticipated, it pertains to Jiraiya. Hinata Yuto's mind races, but his face remains impassive. Which one? The Toad Sage. Oh, Lord Jiraiya. Hinata Yuto replies lightly, as a ninja of Konoha, I must know your intentions for seeking him. This inquiry is unassailable. If Yahiko and the others intended to deliver the letter through official channels, it would surely reach Jiraiya. However, entrusting it to a Konoha ninja suggests they wish to keep their motives concealed from outsiders. As a Konoha ninja, Hinata Yuto has both emotional and rational grounds to inquire further. Yahiko nods, providing the carefully prepared response. We have spent time with Lord Jiraiya. We are old friends. How can you prove that? I cannot simply relay an ambiguous letter to Lord Jiraiya. Fear not. We will not put you in a difficult position. Yahiko replies with a gentle smile. All we ask is that you convey a message. I trust you possess a technique to communicate swiftly with Konoha. Once you receive a response from Lord Jiraiya, you may confidently deliver the letter to the hotel. The message is, the frog's board has been turned. Yahiko's smile radiates warmth and nostalgia. Rest assured, we are friends of Lord Jiraiya. The frog's board is a code shared among Jiraiya and the trio from Amage Cure, known solely to the 4 of them. Very well. I will use the summoning technique to relay this message back to Konoha. Thank you. This is of great significance. Not at all. I am merely on leave. In return, Hinata-kun, we shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Over the years, as he has built Akatsuki, Yahiko has developed the poise and acumen of a leader. He steps forward, facing Hinata Yuto earnestly. What is it that you desire? Within our capabilities, we shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Hinata Yuto tilts his head, glancing at the aloof Conan before shifting his gaze to the downcast Nagato. Money, do you have any? Xiaonan's beautiful eyes squinted, and, as a member of the Akatsuki responsible for intelligence and finances, she had become an utter miser, preferring to toil away herself rather than spend a dime. For Hinata Yuto, money held little significance. Offering it as a form of gratitude was a mark of disrespect. Xiaonan's voice was cold, yet her words possessed a certain beauty, revealing the tumultuous experiences she had endured over the years. It seemed that the fund for building their base would have to be painstakingly saved up. With a click of his tongue, Hinata Yuto changed his request. Do you have anyone proficient in chakra nature transformations? I have a technique that remains unfinished. Yahiko's eyes brightened. Excellent. That's no problem. Nagato, standing at the back, Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, spoke in a gentle tone. I understand, Hinata-kun. I will guide you. Although aware of Nagato's celestial talents, possessing eyes akin to the Sage of 6 Paths and mastering 6 chakra transformations that no one else could, Hinata Yuto feigned ignorance, pretending not to recognize this information. You don't seem much older than I am. Are you truly capable? Please trust him, Hinata-kun. Yahiko interjected, pride evident in his voice that my brother, Nagato, is the most talented ninja I have ever known. It was evident that the illustrious leader of the Akatsuki would not deceive him. Hinata Yuto sneezed lightly. While we await a response from Jiraiya-sama, I shall reside here, Hinata-kun. We will find you a room. And it will be convenient for Nagato to offer guidance that a few minutes later, Hinata Yuto was escorted out by Asano-kun, while the Rain Village trio remained in place, showing no intention of leaving. Yahiko, a disciple of Tsunade, pondered the previous conversation, reflecting. If everyone were as eager to communicate, the world would not be riddled with so many tragedies and conflicts. But Yahiko, Xiaonan interjected, isn't he placing too much trust in us? He entered so readily with the rest, and would a genius like him be so defenseless? He is Tsunade's disciple. It's only natural that he knows about us, especially since his teacher has met us and might mention us someday. Yahiko turned back, playfully pinching Xiaonan's cheek before chuckling. Don't overthink it. It's exhausting. Human relationships should not be so complicated. Humph, Xiaonan retorted, playfully spitting at him, her cheeks flushed but not angry. Nagato, arms crossed and smiling, watched the two with amusement, silently enjoying their banter. He was a connoisseur of sweetness. All right, Xiaonan cleared her throat, sighing. Should we truly consult Jiraiya-sensei? Will it not burden him? We merely seek his advice. The current situation is unprecedented, and we require the wisdom of an experienced elder to guide us. Yahiko suddenly seemed to recall something, scoffing. The Akatsuki is growing larger, and its composition increasingly complex. Perhaps our small teams are entirely comprised of spies sent from other nations. This poses a significant disadvantage for us. Xiaonan and Nagato sighed in unison, feeling helpless about their present predicament. The land of Rain lay in a battleground of fierce contention, where chaos and insurrection were the norm. As the Akatsuki expanded, Yahiko and his companions became acutely aware that many of their actions were being anticipated by external forces. Not only the local Hanzo of the Salamander, but also the 5 great ninja villages were privy to their every move. The severe leakage of their intelligence was a dire threat to an organization dedicated to restoring peace within the ninja world. No one wished to be stabbed in the back by their own comrades during a mission. Though Yahiko harbored dreams, he was well aware of the gravity of the situation. However, despite several thorough investigations, only a few spies have been uncovered, yielding little overall success. Today, for instance, the 4th-ranking member of the organization, Takeda Shurjin, had been ambushed in broad daylight by a dozen assassins from the exchange, with the higher-ups' operational routes completely laid bare. Who could believe there were no moles? External enemies were indeed vile, but the lurking vipers within posed a far graver threat to the Akatsuki. Within the ironclad underground base of the Akatsuki, Asano Karu arranged accommodations for Hinata Yuto before hastening back to her own quarters. She was Takeda Shurgin's most valued subordinate, serving as assistant, bodyguard, and secretary. Following the assassination attempt on Shurjin, the secret operational routes of the higher-ups had been compromised, and the next morning, Asano Karu would need to present her analysis to Yahiko and the others, assessing potential leak suspects. Yet, this was merely a fragment of her heavy workload. Asano Karu brewed herself a cup of hot tea, downing it in one go before retrieving a scroll to write on with special ink. To Lord Danzo, the operational plan that leaked Takeda Shurgin's intelligence has been executed. However, today Hinata Yuto appeared in the Rain Village, suspected to be dispatched by Tsunade. Hinata Yuto reached for his clothes hanging on a hook, feeling them with a frown. The weather in the Rain Village was dreadful. His garments had been washed for 2 days, yet remained damp. Although he couldn't use fire release, as a ninja, drying clothes was a simple matter. If worst came to worst, he could perform a full set of gentle fist techniques in front of the wet clothes, relying on the wind generated to dry them. Yet, Hinata Yuto was somewhat traditional in certain aspects. Even in the world of Naruto, he believed that clothes should be air-dried naturally. With no other option, he hung the garments back up and changed into a dark blue high-collared windbreaker, the current standard attire of the Akatsuki. He resolved to wear these several outfits for the time being. Strutting around the Rain Village in Konoha-style clothing would indeed be rather ostentatious. He opened the door to his room, coincidentally running into Takeda Shurjin next door. Hinata-kun, Takeda Shurjin remarked, glancing at him. That outfit truly suits you. Indeed, a handsome man looks good in anything. Hinata Yuto smiled. Takeda and I, could you arrange for a few more outfits to be sent over? I train daily and need to change frequently. There should be a drying vent here. It's the airflow from the fire release pipes. Takeda Shurjin suggested that I prefer natural drying. Takeda and I, it's a hassle otherwise. All right. Takeda Shurjin shrugged. The Akatsuki certainly could afford a few sets of clothing. Hinata-kun, don't think me bothersome, but in this humid climate, Naturally drying your clothes may lead to a musty smell. You could ask Karu for some seeds to place inside your clothes. That way, they won't have any unpleasant odors. As the fourth-ranking member of the Akatsuki, Takeda Shurjin had a distinctly nurturing demeanor. Once he began to speak, it was hard to stop. That Asano Karu is particularly fond of collecting seeds. Even after a battle, when lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, if she sees a beautiful bud, she'll pluck it to take home and preserve as a seed specimen. Hinata Yuto smiled. Pulling out a yellow seed. You and Asano-san think alike. Just a few days ago, she gave me a jar that works wonders for eliminating odors. You see, I've known Kiru for many years. Whether in battle or otherwise, we have a remarkable synergy, such as the camaraderie forged through life and death experiences. Just comrades. Hinata Yuto suddenly felt mischievous and began teasing the earnest man. Actually, I've been meaning to say this for a long time. You and Asano-san are quite the match. It's my first time seeing a subordinate daring enough to pinch her superior's waist. You two must be in a secret romance, right? Don't say such things. You'll create misunderstandings, Takeda Shurjin. A seasoned shinobi who had weathered many storms suddenly turned beet red, glancing around as if to escape, muttering as he left. What romance? What underground affair? How ridiculous. It all sounds so dull. Observing the retreating figure of Takeda Shurjin, Uchiha Yuto shook his head and continued on his path. It is indeed noteworthy that in the world of Naruto, most men and women exhibit a remarkable purity. Love is perceived as a lifelong commitment. Devoid of any notions of infidelity, it is skillfully navigated through various pipes and secret chambers, arriving at a spacious training ground. The center of this arena, a young man with crimson hair sat cross-legged, his head bowed in serene stillness, reminiscent of a tranquil lake. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Yuto flexed his hands. Today marked the 10th day of his stay in the Hidden Rain Village. Uzumaki Nagato was a man of his word. Diligent and responsible. When he pledged to assist Uchiha Yuto in developing new ninjutsu, he did so with unwavering dedication, devoting the majority of his day to imparting techniques and researching ninjutsu. Of course, this was also related to Nagato's position within the Akatsuki. While Yahiko served as the visible leader, Konan managed logistics and intelligence. Nagato was not involved in the mundane aspects and only appeared during battles, leaving him with little to occupy his time apart from training. I shall commence. Nagato, Uchiha Yuto murmured softly, his body tensing that a shallow dent suddenly formed in the steel beneath his feet. A thunderous roar reverberated through the training ground as the branch family youth surged forward. Closing in on Uzumaki Nagato, he raised his right hand high, though not in the familiar stance of gentle fists. In armor construct, the size of a human head, enveloped Uchiha Yuto's right hand, flowing like water and swirling like the wind. This armor resembled the maw of a beast, complete with terrifyingly large fangs corresponding to Yuto's fingers that lions bite. Uchiha Yuto struck fiercely at Nagato's chest, a sharp explosive sound echoing forth, the force of the blow sufficient to shatter boulders of considerable size. Nagato's half-closed eyes snapped wide open. His deep purple gaze radiated waves of mystery and power, lofty and commanding. The lion's bite halted a mere 15 centimeters from Nagato's skin, rebuffed by an immense repulsive force, rendering Yuto unable to advance even a fraction. Bang! With a gentle clasp of his hands, Nagato sent Uchiha Yuto hurtling backward, crashing into a wall 50 meters away, dust billowing as steel and concrete crumbled, leaving the branch family youth embedded within the wall, gasping for breath. Well done, Yuto-kun, Nagato remarked, rising to approach him, his tone brimming with praise. You managed an extra 0.4 seconds this time, an improvement over yesterday. I understand now why Tsunedeheim chose you as her apprentice. You possess exceptional talent and will undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja one day. An uninformed observer. One might mistake such words for sarcasm. No, Yuto-kun, a 0.4 second improvement is indeed commendable. Nagato lifted Uchiha Yuto to his feet, scrutinizing his palms, and sighed. This technique possesses immense offensive potential, yet exacts a significant toll on your body. Look, your muscles are already torn. It is fine. I have medical ninjutsu, and my teacher and I will refine this technique to mitigate its physical repercussions. For now, my focus is to maximize its power. Very well, since Tsunade Heim will handle the final adjustments. We can proceed without reservations to amplify its strength. Nagato nodded. Let us continue with your lion's bite. The fundamental framework is gentle fist, combined with brute strength and chakra projection. The chakra armor draws inspiration from wind and water release. This is an extraordinarily brilliant idea. Flowing is power, and the raging water and wind are akin to steel. However, I believe this technique has yet to reach perfection, that if we can draw from the principles of wind and water release. Why not experiment with incorporating additional elements? Last night, I pondered this extensively, Yuto-kun. Today, let us explore the integration of earth release concepts. Observe, this is the earth release, cracking earth palm. We can emulate this method of chakra manipulation. Time passed in the hidden rain village. Uchiha Yuto was faring well. It was now early in the year of Konoha 48, and the trio from the hidden rain remained unequivocally virtuous. The Akatsuki, too, was an organization with a vision of world peace, providing a comfortable residence for him. Aside from the minor inconvenience of clothes taking an eternity to dry naturally, he found himself surprisingly at ease. Having spent nearly a month in the rain, Uchiha Yuto had acclimated to the incessant downpours, even finding some solace in the rainy days, if only for their refreshing coolness on this particular day. He concluded his rigorous training and returned to his humble abode. The small room was imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, the seeds sent by Asano were yielding delightful results. He was uncertain of the method employed to create this enduring aroma. But lying on his bed, he felt as though he were enveloped by the freshness of the wilderness. Uchiha Yuto's appearance had evolved since his arrival. His hands and arms were bound with layers of bandages. Beneath them lay a multitude of unhealed scars. The lion's bite was nearly complete. Drawing from his understanding of chakra and gentle fist, guided by the teachings of Namikaze Minato and the research of Uzumaki Nagato, the technique had now incorporated various concepts from other ninjutsu, achieving ever greater power while simultaneously inflicting harm upon its wielder. The final enhancement must be performed by Tsunade to reduce or even eliminate its backlash, rendering the technique truly perfected. Undoubtedly, this technique was an authentic S rank in terms of both power and training difficulty. This journey to the land of rain had yielded far greater rewards than anticipated. Originally, Uchiha Yuto intended to collect bounties to establish a base, yet he unexpectedly found an opportunity to complete the lion's bite. As he lay on his bed, a sudden, inexplicable sensation washed over him. Uchiha Yuto narrowed his eyes, sitting upright and frowning at his bandage-wrapped hands. With a resigned smile, he bit his tongue, extravagantly utilizing the blood from his tongue to perform the summoning technique. Bang! A large cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing the appearance of a slug. Yuto-kun, what has happened to your hands? It's nothing. Merely the after-effects of training. A bit of careful recuperation will suffice. Uchiha Yuto respectfully inquired, has Jiraiya-sama sent any news? Indeed. He asked little Tsunade to relay a message. Haha. Those three children have already made a name for themselves. Rest assured, I shall deliver their letters, Jiraiya had conveyed. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed slug. Wait a moment. The slug's gentle voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Little Tsunade mentioned that you have been away for a month and a half, and she is on the verge of forgetting she has a male disciple. Uchiha Yuto scratched his head, a look of contrition on his face. I truly apologize to my teacher. I've been so immersed in developing ninjutsu that I lost track of time. I shall return shortly, bearing a letter for Jiraiya-sama. As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from beneath his bed. This contains trinkets I collected in the hidden rain village. I hope my teacher will find them pleasing. They are valuable items that can be exchanged for a substantial sum when necessary. He emphasized the last few words. Yuto, you truly are a child of great filial piety. The slug praised sincerely, swallowing the precious box, which then poofed out of existence. Inside the room, Uchiha Yuto stretched his shoulders, rose, shed his high-collared coat, donned a Konoha-style ninja outfit, and stepped out the door. He had become quite familiar with the base, and soon arrived outside Yahiko's quarters. After knocking and receiving a response, he entered. The moment he stepped inside, the branch family youth felt a jolt in his heart. As a subordinate of Konoha, he held himself to a standard of perpetual vigilance. Instantly upon entering, he sensed that the atmosphere within the room was amiss. Yahiko and Conan wore expressions as heavy as rain, and Nagato no longer exuded his usual calm demeanor. Instead, he resembled a tsunami on the verge of eruption it's Yuto-kun. Yahiko managed a strained smile. What brings you here? Drayasuma has replied to me. He indeed shares a deep connection with you all that I can deliver the letter. This is one of the few good tidings today. Yahiko sighed lightly. Nagato, could you kindly hand that letter to Yuto-kun in a moment? Hyuga Yuto blinked. By the way, I have another matter to discuss. I have been here for nearly a month, since Jiraiya-sama has consented to my carrying letters. I should take my leave. There is no need to rush. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly interjected. Having spent time with Hyuga Yuto, his tone had grown more affectionate. Yuto, your technique still lacks a crucial element that I was contemplating whether we could refine it further. Grant me 1 to 2 days, and once completed, you may depart. Hyuga Yuto pondered for a moment before consenting, aware that the trio likely had matters of importance to discuss. Thus, with a perceptive yawn, he exited the room. The atmosphere within the chamber once again became stagnant. After a prolonged silence, Mihiko spoke softly. Xiaonan, please summon Takeda. Shurjin, a paper crane flew out, and shortly thereafter, the door creaked open once more. Leader, Takeda Shurjin stood respectfully. Mihiko appeared somewhat dazed. This subordinate had always been his most capable ally, charging fearlessly into battle, sincere in his dealings, and imbued with a strong sense of responsibility. Since the establishment of the Akatsuki organization, how many troubles had he resolved for himself? When stormy weather loomed, Shurjin would suffer excruciating headaches, an enduring injury from when he had shielded Mihiko from harm long ago. The handsome and valiant young man felt a pang of reluctance swelling within him. He closed his eyes, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Xiaonan, noting Mihiko's hesitation, decided to take matters into her own hands and bluntly stated, Shurjin, a month ago, we have identified the spy who leaked your operational routes. It is Asano Ko, a Konoha ninja. Takeda Shurgin's breath hitched as though struck by lightning. Xiaonan sighed. Over the past month, I have secretly investigated numerous locations in conjunction with Mihiko, conducting several rounds of probing, and finally confirmed it was indeed Asano Ko. Shurjin, I am aware that she is currently your most trusted ally and shares a close relationship with you. Your subordinates are practically her subordinates. Furthermore, and more crucially, I inadvertently intercepted a message indicating that an assassination attempt against you is imminent. Should you fall victim to this assassination, it would be Asano Keru who takes your place, which poses a grave danger. We must act preemptively. Shurjin. Impossible. Takeda Shurjin suddenly interjected after a prolonged silence, uttering only a few words before once again falling into a state of speechlessness. Impossible in what regard? That Asano Keru could not be a spy, or that she could not truly wish to kill you. Xiaonan pondered this, glancing at Mihiko. Ultimately, the decision lay with Mihiko. Handle it as you see fit. As long as it poses no threat to the organization, I shall acquiesce to your actions, Mihiko replied softly, making the greatest concession possible. Either expel Asano Keru from the Land of Rain, or we eliminate her. There is no third option. That I apologize, Shurjin. Bid farewell to Asano Keru properly. But remember, do not show mercy. After all, she is the woman who seeks to kill you. Asano Keru wielded a pestle, vigorously grinding seeds. That copper-hued oil slowly oozed from the ninja's movements. From 20 seeds, only a fine strand of oil could be extracted, yet Asano Keru meticulously collected, managing to accumulate half a bowl. Knock, 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 the sound of knocking echoed, and the female ninja instantly recognized who stood outside merely by the rhythm. Come in. The door is unlocked. With a creak, Takeda Shurjin entered, locking the door behind him. Asano Keru did not turn around, continuing to exert force to extract the oil from the seeds. Captain, it is rather impolite to enter a female subordinate's room at such an hour. Takeda, a Shurjin murmured in confusion, attempting to adopt a casual tone. What are you doing? Extracting oil. You have a penchant for various seeds. This is the first time I've seen you interested in oil. This is the seed of the black palm flower. It is unremarkable in appearance and lacks fragrance. Yet its oil is incredibly useful. When rubbed on metal, it prevents rust. Takeda Shurjin paused, touching the chakra, short blade sheathed at his back. Is it for me? For the pigs? The man's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. The cold demeanor he had forced upon himself dissipating before entering the room. After a moment of silence, he softly said, "Follow me." Asano set down the pestle and stood up, devoid of any awareness of her role as a spy. Following Takeda Shurjin outside, they walked for a considerable distance, leaving the Akatsuki base, ascending from the underground, and entering the infinite curtain of rain, gradually moving further away. Eventually, they halted at the edge of Amegakure. Takeda Shurjin turned to face Asano, whose delicate features seemed fragile, and calmly stated, "Konoha ninja, Karu, it is a pleasure to meet you." The female ninja remained silent, neither refuting nor engaging in conversation. "I had thought you would flee," Takeda Shurjin frowned, having deliberately brought Asano to this location, with only a short walk to exit the village, the implication unspoken. "Where could I possibly run to?" The woman replied, rainwater drenching her hair, strands of black clinging to her pale cheeks, resembling fragile porcelain. The three leaders are all formidable figures. Here at the edge of Amegakure, it is unlikely the leaders would pursue you to the land of fire. My mission remains unfinished. Even if I return to Konoha, it will not bode well. Mission. A surge of anger suddenly welled up within Takeda Shurjin as he stepped closer, seizing the woman's shoulders with such force that his nails nearly pierced her skin. "Your mission is to orchestrate my assassination and subsequently usurp my position as the organization's fourth-in-command. Is it not? Are you willing to sacrifice your own life to fulfill the task of killing me?" Takeda Shurjin hesitated for a long time, yet he could not bring himself to voice this accusation. He feared that the woman would affirm his suspicion, turning his actions today into a complete farce. The mission. Asano remained non-committal, gazing aside. The sky over Amegakure was perpetually a daunting leaden gray. During the day, it was bearable, but once night fell, looking upward revealed an endless expanse of darkness, as if the sky had transformed into an abyss. Entering Amegakure felt akin to plummeting into a chasm, a fate from which one could never escape. The female ninja contemplated this and softly remarked, "Do not utter such childish words, Takeda Shurjin." She no longer addressed him as captain, looking directly into his eyes. "Do you think we are who we are? We are ninjas. We can kill, gather intelligence, and wage wars. We can do many things, but showing mercy to our enemies is not among them. Do you think I would be grateful for your leniency?" "No, Takeda Shurjin, I would only mock your weakness. The land of fire and the other two great nations had long been at war, and many in Amegakure had perished at the hands of Konoha. Conversely, Amegakure had also inflicted significant damage upon Konoha's forces. I am a Konoha ninja. You are a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki organization. Regardless of how well we get along, it is merely an illusion. Once you discover my identity as a spy, only one of us can survive. Generations of blood feuds and deep-seated hatred bind us in this world." Asano sensed the grip on her shoulders loosening. "I have wounded his heart," Karu mused, feeling a pang of sorrow, yet miraculously devoid of fear. Dying at Takeda Shurjin's hands would be an acceptable conclusion for Asano. The pressure on her shoulders vanished, and in the next moment, she realized something had unexpectedly appeared in her hand. She examined it closely and asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" "A shell." Takeda Shurjin's voice was gentle, as if seeking to dispel the dreary rain. "I have never been to the seaside." "What about you?" "Neither have I. But what does this shell have to do with our current situation?" Takeda Shurjin gently wiped the moisture from her face and softly said, "In a far-off place. There exists a land called the Land of the Seat, is a remote area even further from the world's center than the Land of Water, comprised of islands with a sparse population. It is said that even ninjas lack chakra there. Yet, it is truly a wonderful place, as I have heard from wandering travelers. In the Land of the Sea, sunlight turns the beaches golden, reflecting into the sky and tinting the clouds into a palace of gold. Towering trees bear strange fruit with skins harder than iron, yet within lies ample sweet juice. There are no ninjas, no wars, only houses built amidst mountains and by the sea, where people live happily together." The man paused and whispered, "Let us go to the Land of the Sea together." The woman suddenly felt at a loss. Despite having become an excellent ninja, in that moment, she felt as flustered as a little girl caught sneaking candy by her mother years ago. Many years had passed, and her parents were long gone. Yet now, the man before her wished to gift her a piece of azure sky anew. Takeda Shurjin opened his arms and embraced the woman. The rainy night no longer felt cold. Let us depart together from this nation of ninjas and journey to the land of the sea. We have done far too much over the years. I owe nothing to the organization, nor do you owe anything to Konoha. I possess sufficient connections to facilitate our safe departure, yet the preparation of the concealed passage necessitates time. Grant me a day. Tomorrow, at the stroke of midnight, I shall await you beneath the red signpost by base 6. Together, we shall embark on a journey to the land of the sea, to that splendid beach adorned with shimmering white shells. Son, allow me this chance, and in doing so, grant yourself an opportunity as well. Will you? In the dim, rain-soaked night, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The woman closed her eyes and leaned against the man, embracing his waist. Her voice quivered softly, as if she were embarking on a grand escape the following day. The destructive aspect of this technique has been completed. Yuto in the expansive training ground. Uzumaki Nagato rubbed his sore arms. Emerging slowly from the rubble, straightening his body. Before him lay two deep chasms, nearly 100 meters long, the scars left by the tremendous force that had propelled him backward upon landing, even with the use of the Rinnegan's special technique. Shinra Tensei, to withstand the assault, the colossal impact could not be nullified. The Lion's Fang, a technique potent enough to immortalize its user within the ninja world. Uchiha Yuto panted heavily, his hands once again drenched in blood. Thank you. Is your hand all right? It's nearly ruined, but fortunately, I am skilled in medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Yuto felt a shiver of apprehension. The Lion's Fang had dramatically increased the physical burden on its user several-fold after its execution. Though its power was unparalleled, it had also shattered the bones in his arm. I must depart today. I have lingered in the village for far too long, and staying any longer would be untenable. While healing his body with palm healing techniques, Uchiha Yuto addressed Uzumaki Nagato. Before my teacher devises a method to mitigate the backlash of this technique, I must reduce its usage in its current iteration. Employing the Lion's Fang 3 times in succession would sever my own arm. Such immense power inevitably exacts a great toll. Uzumaki Nagato sighed. At the end of the day, we ninjas are merely a group of unfortunate souls, strengthened by chakra, yet ultimately destined to perish by it. Uchiha Yuto replied with a smile. Being overly meticulous is not necessarily a virtue. Nagato, I am leaving now. Let us hope that when we meet again, we do not do so as adversaries. If that should be the case, there is little we can do. Ninjas have never had the luxury of choosing their fate. The Branch family youth returned to his quarters, tidied the room, and packed his belongings. Yet he did not depart immediately. Instead, he continued to heal his body within the confines of his dwelling. When venturing outside, one must ensure that their physical state is at least adequate to contend with opponents of similar caliber. As darkness fell, the land remained shrouded in relentless rain. Outside the base, Asuna worked diligently with seeds. The preparation of blade oil for the Takeda Shigenori's flying wing was a laborious endeavor, fraught with numerous steps that could not be substituted with ninjutsu, requiring instead the age-old craftsmanship. For 2 months, Asuna had secretly toiled to complete this task before her departure, aware that the land of the sea might lack the black palm flower. As a spy for Konoha, she could not afford to pack her belongings as brazenly as Uchiha Yuto did while preparing to flee the land of rain. Yahiko had instructed Takeda Shigenori to manage Asuna independently. As long as she posed no threat to the organization, he would not interfere. Taking a female spy along on a hasty exit would not cause significant harm to Akatsuki and could be seen as a plausible course of action. However, slipping away unnoticed was one thing. Making it public knowledge was quite another. Takeda Shigenori and Asuna had to tread carefully, ensuring that Yahiko and the others would not be left in an awkward position. More importantly, Asuna understood that at this specific hour, she must be present in this room. Any failure to appear or any misalignment in timing could result in dire consequences. For today marked the day she had arranged to meet with her superior. After a while, the door creaked open. The footsteps were rhythmic, a secret signal. Yami. The man who entered closed the door and uttered Asuna-sun's code name within the root. Lord Kyo. The female ninja set down her stone pestle. Turning to kneel on one knee, her head bowed low. The incessant rain of the hidden rain village was ever so bothersome. Kyo, adorned with a bird-faced mask, concealed his visage, his dark robe enveloping him tightly, leaving only the contours of his muscular frame visible to outsiders. Yami, do you have anything to convey regarding Takeda Shigenori? Asuna felt as if her heart were gripped by a vice. In that moment, she was so tense that she could scarcely breathe. Yet fortunately, having been sent to the root after her parents' demise, Asuna had navigated through countless trials and tribulations, resilient enough to withstand a careless, probing inquiry. As her eyes briefly closed, the female ninja suppressed her anxiety and fear, responding calmly. The assassination operation targeting Takeda Shigenori will commence in 5 days. Make tea that time. He will escort a wealthy merchant from the land of rain out of the hidden rain village. The wilderness, far from the Akatsuki base, presents our optimal opportunity to strike it. I have heard that you share a good relationship with Takeda Shigenori, Yami. Are you wavering now? Asuna sighed internally, fully aware of the implications behind I have heard. Aside from her, there would undoubtedly be other Konoha spies within Akatsuki. The female ninja lifted her head, her striking eyes devoid of emotion. Kyo reached out, grasping Asuna-sun's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, his fingers pressing into her fair skin without mercy. After a moment, he finally released her. The root cherished and preferred subordinates devoid of excessive emotions, focusing solely on their missions. Speak, Yami. What level of power is required to assassinate Takeda Shigenori? He specializes in water techniques, and of particular note are the 2 chakra blades, the flying wings. Beyond that, he is merely an ordinary special jonin. Then I shall provide you with 4 team members, making a total of 5. That should suffice that if necessary. I will also intervene. Asuna replied calmly. No need, Lord Kyo. If it's a surprise attack, I can manage it alone. Takeda Shigenori trusts me implicitly. Very well. The entirety of this assassination will rest upon your shoulders. I shall temporarily depart the land of rain to attend to other matters. Asuna felt a great weight lift from her heart. Instinctively, she wished for Kyo to distance himself from her, for he was a perilous and a scapegoat. The rationale following a successful operation. Once you ascend, well, no need to discuss such matters. Yami, you have already proven to be an exceptional ninja. Kyo glanced around the room, filled with discarded boxes containing the oil-extracted black palm flower seeds. Quite commendable. A true spy must fully immerse themselves in their role. Once Akatsuki's affairs are concluded, Lord Danzo shall assign you even more significant tasks. As his words faded, he vanished without a trace. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Asuna remained kneeling on the ground, utterly still. Time passed, and eventually, she collapsed onto the floor. She had finally navigated through the last perilous hurdle. Kyo, that terrifying man, was undoubtedly unaware that their earlier encounter would be their final meeting in this lifetime. Asuna sat on the ground for a considerable time, and when her taut nerves finally relaxed, she rose to push open the window. Outside, the rain continued to fall in relentless sheets, with towering steel edifices piercing the night, resembling a deep well emerging from flat land. Oppressive, gloomy, disorienting. The essence of the hidden rain village had always been thus. Unchanging. Yet at this moment, the female ninja gasped for air, greedily swallowing the rainwater that drifted into her mouth. This was the taste of freedom. Takeda Shigenori opened the door, hesitating momentarily as he passed by Uchiha Yuto's room, ultimately deciding against knocking to bid farewell. His departure was akin to defection, and it would be best not to disturb those uninvolved. With this thought, Takeda Shigenori continued on his way. However, after walking a mere dozen meters, a paper crane, folded from white paper, landed upon his shoulder. Within the crane was a chakra signature familiar to Takeda Shigenori, and he understood its significance. The man tossed the paper crane into the air. It soared gracefully under the guidance of chakra, and Takeda Shigenori followed closely behind. The origami ultimately alighted before a door. Takeda Shigenori knocked gently, and upon receiving a response, entered. Yahiko-sama, Konin-sama, Nagato-sama. Takeda Shigenori bowed respectfully, as he always did. Shigenori, Yahiko spoke, his handsome face betraying no emotion. Are you departing? Indeed, my leader. Where to? To a distant place, a tranquil sanctuary far removed from the epicenter of the world. Ah, you truly dare to speak such words. Yahiko shook his head. As the fourth in command, bearing the secrets of the organization and the female spy from Konoha, do you truly wish to depart from Takeda Shurjin in the land of rain? Have you considered this thoroughly? I apologize, esteemed leader. Takeda Shurjin lowered his head, instinctively grasping the two sharp chakra short blades. Fei. The modest chamber fell into a silence akin to that of a grave. It appears that, as a ninja, you have chosen and accepted your fate. Yahiko closed his eyes and spoke calmly. Conan, the icy beauty with purple hair, approached Takeda Shurjin in silence. He felt his heart racing, his grip on Fei tightening. Yet he remained rooted in place, head bowed, neither fleeing nor resisting. Conan extended her hand, resting it gently upon Takeda Shurgin's shoulder. The weight of something new pressed down upon him, so substantial it nearly caused him to buckle. Shurjin, a smile graced Conan's lips, as if the ice had melted, heralding the arrival of spring. When eloping with a girl, one must ensure she suffers not. Takeda Shurjin looked down at the large parcel that had appeared in his hands, filled with precious metals, intricate machinery, and invaluable medicines, items that could fetch a fortune in local currency, no matter where one might find themselves. Lady Conan, Takeda Shurjin felt a sudden surge of emotion. The seasoned man nearly on the verge of tears. For all these years, you have toiled for the organization, bearing wounds and narrowly escaping death in battle time and again. The three of us have witnessed it all and have never forgotten a moment. Conan, who managed the intelligence and finances of the Akatsuki, was typically frugal. Yet in critical moments, she displayed remarkable generosity, knowing you aimed to venture to a remote land far from the world's center. Devoid of chakra, sending money is the most practical solution. Take it. I am aware that you and Asano-Karu have little savings. One for blades, the other for seeds. Ah, truly a match made in heaven. Takeda Shurjin raised his head, meeting the encouraging gaze of Yahiko and the amused smile of Nagato. These are the leaders I have faithfully served over the years. I have never regretted my loyalty to the organization. The man clenched his teeth, bowing deeply, embracing the parcel, and slowly retreated from the room. Just before closing the door, Takeda Shurjin inhaled deeply, suddenly calling out, "Leaders, your wishes will be fulfilled. One day, peace will descend upon the world through the efforts of Akatsuki. And I, far away, shall await that day." The laughter of the three young leaders echoed from within, lingering until the door was fully shut. Coming with dignity, departing with grace, Takeda Shurjin concluded his years in the Akatsuki with a perfect finale. The man wiped his face, turned, and made his way towards the sixth exit of the base. He could now run towards happiness without the weight of emotional burdens. Asano-Karu walked without an umbrella, allowing the rain to drench her face. At 25 years of age, she was no longer a mere child. Yet tonight, as she strolled along the street in the persistent rain, she skipped joyfully, reaching out to pet a small dog she encountered. The female ninja observed and appreciated the world around her with childlike wonder. Everything felt transformed, more beautiful and meaningful. Soon, she arrived beneath the red signpost. The crimson sign stood tall, visible from a distance. A small landmark in the hidden village of Amigakure. Locals, upon hearing about the red signpost, would instantly know its location. Standing beneath the sign, Asano-Karu looked left and right, her lips curling into a smile she could not suppress. She had to wait, for she had arrived too early. The agreed time with Takeda Shurjin was midnight, and it was only 10 o'clock. 2 hours remained. Thinking of this, the female ninja felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, her face was warm to the touch. Oh dear, arriving 2 whole hours early. Would that guy Shurjin tease me if he saw me? I am not in a hurry to elope with you. I merely, Asano-Karu chuckled to herself beneath the signpost, I simply wish to see you sooner. Suddenly, her fingertips brushed against her pocket. Asano-Karu furrowed her brow, searching carefully but finding nothing. That bottle of blade oil, painstakingly crafted over 2 months, had been left at her residence outside the base. The female ninja bit her lip. Takeda Shurjin was a man who cherished his blades in the land of water. Where chakra was scarce, the only tangible connection to his past would be those two sharp fei. Surely, the land of water would not possess such fine black palm flowers. She mused, calculating the time. Returning to her residence would take no more than half an hour. If she fetched that bottle of blade oil and returned to the signpost, she would still have a generous hour and a half left before their appointed time. By then, Takeda Shurjin might not have arrived yet. Humph, that annoying fellow, making me go back for something. Asano Karu caressed the shell Takeda Shurjin had gifted her, turning into an alley to retrace her steps. Not a trace of discontent lingered within her. Have I arrived too early? Takeda Shurjin stepped out from the sixth exit of the base, glancing up to find the red signpost devoid of any presence. Indeed, too early. 2 hours remained until their midnight rendezvous. The man sighed lightly, strolling leisurely towards it. Leaning against the sign and gazing at the sky, he still held the heavy parcel in his hand. Perhaps I should buy a spacious estate by the beach in the land of water first. He pondered, filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. I shall buy Karu an abundance of flowers and plants. Oh, and seeds too. The fate of a ninja is akin to a broken scale. The scales of giving and receiving, happiness and calamity, will never balance. For two lovers from rival factions, 3 years of devotion, over 1,000 days and nights spent together, 115 battles fought side by side, 34 intimate conversations during the night, 16 embraces filled with laughter after surviving peril, and 1 heartfelt confession under the rain were required. Yet beneath the crimson signpost, love-struck souls were fated to miss each other by a mere 6 seconds. Splash! Asano Karu's foot landed in a puddle, water splashing up and soaking her pant leg. What bad luck, she thought, her brows knitting together. Just grab the bottle and leave, she resolved, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The moment she entered, Asano Karu froze. An overwhelming fear and panic gripped her heart like a demon. Inside, a tall man stood silently in the center, his muscular form concealed beneath a black cloak. A grotesque, bird-faced mask obscuring his features. It's Q. You have been too careless, Umbu. Within the room, Q slowly spoke. If it were the usual you would have noticed the bent grass in the yard. If that were the case, you might have had more time to escape, perhaps even survive a little longer. Lord Q, Asano Karu struggled to swallow, refraining from kneeling as she typically would. She dared not kneel, as that position would only hinder her speed, reducing her chances of escape or resistance. How did Q see through her? The man in the bird mask shook his head, fixing his gaze upon the female subordinate before him. Indeed, one can only fly a kite for so long before the string eventually snaps. That a few hours ago, when you hinted that I should leave the land of rain without worry, you were far too eager. Why did you want me to depart from Amage Cure? I suspect you intend to conceal something from me. I asked that the only reason. Asano Karu's voice was hoarse. Those who harbor doubts must face fatal consequences. The towering man began to exude an aura of terror, akin to a predator revealing its claws before a hunt. Any point of suspicion signifies more underlying doubts. You should know how the name Q was earned. The name of the roots Q is synonymous with slaughter and brutality within the Umbu. Better to kill wrongly than to let one go. To Q, there is no punishment, only execution. Asano Karu gritted her teeth, aware that the man before her had made up his mind. She saw no need for pretense and replied coldly. Q, have you ever considered that one day you might be killed by Danzo? You have taken too many lives. Even within the roots, many would gladly see you dead. You are mistaken, Yin. I shall not perish. Xiao paused momentarily before continuing. To Lord Danzo, I am but a tool as long as the task is accomplished. The number of lives taken is of no consequence. Individuals of your caliber are merely expendable, easily cultivated anew. A tool, you say? Xiao, have you forgotten? The first Hokage established a village to prevent ninjas from becoming instruments of slaughter. The first Hokage was a truly great ninja. Yet alas, the essence of this world has not been altered by his existence. The tall man gestured toward himself, and then at Sun. I am Lord Danzo's tool. You are mine, and Hinata Yuto is the tool of the third Hokage in the Hinata clan. You deceived me into leaving Amigakure. Hinata Yuto has hidden here for a month, rebelling against his master. A grievous sin. A tool is merely a tool. It must fulfill its duties and adhere to its predetermined path. Deviate even slightly, and it ceases to be a competent tool. Fortunately, I am here. I shall eliminate you. This tool, and report everything Hinata Yuto has done during this time to Lord Danzo. Suspected accumulation of vast wealth, purported deep connections with the Akatsuki of Amigakure, and the alleged development of a powerful new ninjutsu. You have provided quite detailed intelligence this past month, Yin. With a resounding crash, before Xiao could finish his last sentence, Asano-sun burst through the window, and upon touching the soil of the courtyard, her chakra erupted forth, creating a shallow crater beneath her feet. I must escape. I must flee. The female ninja's heart screamed in desperation as she seized the opportunity, darting several meters away in the blink of an eye. Yet in the next moment, Asano-sun's vision blurred. Her throat burned with heat, and the strength in her limbs crumbled like a dam giving way, flowing uncontrollably away. Zhao's figure materialized before her, a member of the Root organization who reveled in bloodshed. Blood dripping from his hands as he held half of a severed throat. I warned you. You were too careless tonight, too eager. You couldn't even see through the deliberate flaw I presented. Indeed, as a tool. Your worth is rather limited. With a thunderous crash, Asano-sun was hurled against the wall, bones shattering and sinews tearing. Tool eliminated successfully. Xiao flexed his hands, crouching on the ground, observing the gradually fading Asano-sun. Oh, Xiao mused lightly, prying open Asano-sun's fingers to retrieve the object within. A shell. How ridiculous, clinging to it until the very end. Takeda Shigenori had long lost count of how many times he had checked the time. It was now past midnight. Initially, he thought, as expected of women, they're always late, yet one can wait patiently. However, as time trickled away, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Has Sun returned to Konoha? Takeda Shigenori pondered, standing despondently beneath the red road sign. A new terror enveloped him, the dreadful possibility that Sun had met with an accident and could not return. Before long, Takeda Shigenori could no longer contain himself. He departed from the sign and rushed into the streets, searching fervently for the woman he knew where Asano-sun's residence outside the base was. Though he held little hope, he chose to investigate there first, perhaps seeking some clue. After midnight, Amigakure was devoid of people. Although there was no such thing as a curfew, the damp and dreary land of rain was clearly not a suitable place for nightlife, with nearly no pedestrians in sight. Nonetheless, even in this desolation, a few scattered shops remained open, most of which were taverns. The land of rain, with its perpetual rainy season, found warm wine an effective remedy against the cold, making such establishments quite popular and thriving in business. Takeda Shigenori sprinted down the frigid streets, his extensive experience allowing him to gauge a person's general demeanor with just a glance. This search did not last long. He soon halted, standing dazed at the roadside. In a certain tavern, a tall man sat with his back to him, face obscured. The man, clad in a black cloak, lounged lazily, his hands toying with a pearlescent shell, still stained with blood. In that instant, Takeda Shigenori comprehended what had transpired, rage erupting within him like a volcano, obliterating his rationality. Is this a trap? Thoughts of returning to plead for the leader's support, to strategize, to find a place to ambush, none of these crossed his mind. When Takeda Shigenori regained his senses, his body had already moved uncontrollably, brandishing the two winged blades and charging forward. The sharp chakra-infused weapons clashed against the table. A ninja, having lost his reason, would fall for such a simple ruse. In the rain-soaked night, the member of Root, Xiao, laughed wildly. Hinata Yuto held an umbrella as he walked through the cold, rainy night. The native inhabitants of Amigakure held little fondness for umbrellas. To them, rain was merely a normal occurrence. While sunny days were rare and cherished, accustomed to being drenched, they deemed using an umbrella pretentious, as their skin was not impervious to water. The Branch family youth was in high spirits. His recent sortie from the village had yielded bountiful rewards. In addition to acquiring wealth and establishing a secret base in the land of hot water, he had also forged a connection with the Akatsuki, completing the lion's bite with Nagato's assistance. Thus securing his footing in the shinobi world, it was time to return to the village. He mused as he approached the outskirts of Amigakure. Suddenly, his foot splashed into a puddle, and Hinata Yuto found himself struck by an abnormal stickiness beneath his foot. Activating his Byakugan, he need not lower his gaze, for he could see the bloodied piece of flesh stuck to his shoe's sole. Moments later, within the expansive view of his Byakugan, the silhouette of a man emerged. It was Takeda Shigenori. He sat in a filthy alley, leaning against the wall, blood and entrails oozing from his body, mingling with the rainwater pooling on the ground, flowing toward Hinata Yuto's feet. The branch family youth hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped into the alley. Approaching Takeda Shigenori, the Byakugan, the finest tool for a medical ninja, granted him a single glance before he sighed deeply. Green luminescence coalesced in Hinata Yuto's palm, and he channeled healing chakra into Takeda Shigenori. After a while, Takeda Shigenori stirred back to consciousness, coughing up a mouthful of blood in a grim manner. Hinata Yuto withdrew his hand and spoke softly. "I regret to inform you, your innards have been pulverized. Even if my master were here, he could not save you. You likely have only a few minutes left to live. That a gesture of goodwill for being neighbors for a month. I can relay a message on your behalf. Do you have any final words?" Takeda Shigenori opened his mouth, gasping for breath, his voice hoarse to the extreme. "There are no more words. The one who would listen to my final words has already preceded me in death." The external chakra's stimulation, combined with the fleeting flicker of life before death, allowed Takeda Shigenori's mental state to improve considerably. Ignoring the gaping hole in his abdomen, his face appeared unchanged from his usual self. "Is that so?" Hinata Yuto nodded, standing calmly before Takeda Shigenori. "I shall witness your departure. Even a ninja would feel sorrow if no one accompanied them in their final moments. How gentle you are." "Yuto-kun," Takeda Shigenori murmured, hesitating. "On the adjacent street, there's a tavern with a gourd hanging at the entrance. Could you fetch me a flask? Please be swift, for I fear I wait for my return." Hinata Yuto vanished in a blur, quickly reappearing. He crouched down, lifting the flask and slowly pouring it into Takeda Shigenori's mouth. "Cough, cough, cough." Takeda Shigenori violently sputtered, breathing in relief. "What fine wine! Indeed, on a rainy night like this, one ought to indulge in such delightful libations. It warms the body." Hinata Yuto cast a glance downward. The wine he had poured into Takeda Shigenori's mouth had barely flowed through his esophagus before it spilled out. His body was riddled with wounds. The gaping hole in his abdomen had caused his soft innards to spill onto the ground, and his spine was completely shattered. The current Takeda Shigenori survived solely by the chakra bestowed by Hinata Yuto. What an impressive technique! The branch family youth furrowed his brow. "You were attacked from behind. Your body was sliced open. For a master of blades like you, to be caught off guard is quite the feat." "Ah." The assailant wore a bird-like mask. When I asked his name, he said it was Shao. "He must be one of yours from Konoha. The skilled assassin from our village came specifically to eliminate you. Perhaps it's a matter of clearing house. Asano-san was sent by your side as a spy." Hinata Yuto clicked his tongue, continuing to feed Takeda Shigenori wine. "Cough, cough. Take it slow. This wine is quite potent." Takeda Shigenori paused, murmuring, "I can no longer feel my tongue. Because you are nearing death." With a resigned sigh, Takeda Shurjin leaned against the wall as death began to siphon away his last vestiges of vitality. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke with great difficulty. "Approximately 200 meters behind me, to my right, lies a package filled with a considerable sum of money. Consider it a token of gratitude for indulging a dying man in conversation and drink." The moment he uttered these words, his body began to wither like an avalanche. Within mere seconds, Takeda Shurgin's expression grew increasingly dim, his voice becoming more hoarse and faint. In the end, Hinata Yuto could only catch fragments of his last words, mingled with soft sighs amidst the rain. "Kawana, I merely wish to take you to a better place, but why, from the cold, lifeless hand of the gradually cooling corpse, a broken shelf fell to the ground." In the alley, Hinata Yuto stood gazing at the man's lifeless body, lingering in silence. The situation had become more complicated. He mused. Asano Kawana was a spy, so close to me. Everything I had done in the past month had likely been under a watchful eye. Reported to higher authorities, the recent purge outside the village did not resemble the typical practices of the Umbu. Such extreme secrecy and ruthlessness. Could it possibly be the root Drawing the attention of an individual like Shimura Danzo was no trivial matter. Hinata Yuto sighed inwardly, realizing that upon returning to the village, he had yet another person to be wary of. Shimura Danzo was a man known for his cruel methods, particularly fond of scheming in the shadows. In the future, orchestrating the ambush of the Rain Shinobi trio and extracting Uchiha Shursui Sharingan would be among his proudest accomplishments. Should I pursue and eliminate this figure known as Kyo right now? The thought flashed through Hinata Yuto's mind, no. The intelligence regarding me may have already reached Shimura Danzo. This course of action was far too perilous. Moreover, should I allow Kyo to escape, I would become the target of ire. Forced to flee immediately, a notion I am currently ill-equipped to entertain. Hinata Yuto pondered these matters. He retrieved a cloth to cover Takeda Shurgen's body. Takeda, Shurgen, Asano Kawana. Although we are not friends. In certain respects, we are quite alike. While most are but wild dogs too afraid to bark, we foolish souls, hopelessly lost, dare to draw our blades against fate. His hand abruptly stilled beneath the frigid rain of the night. A flicker of madness ignited within the heart of the young Hinata branch member, that if one does not dare to approach the gambling table, how can one hope to win? He shook the sake bottle and drank deeply. The intense spiciness and fragrance burst forth from his tongue, igniting a warmth within his stomach, dispelling the chill of the rainy night. His emotions surged. Something more potent than fine wine roared within the young man's heart. Chakra surged and swirled, resembling a raging tsunami. What exquisite sake! Hinata Yuto chuckled, tossing the bottle aside. In the next moment, he plunged into the curtain of rain, his speed increasing, the rain cascading upon him, vaporizing instantly. Forming a long trail of white mist, akin to a searing blade, in the land of rain, where conflict had persisted for years, survival, without the protection of ninja power, was exceedingly challenging. This difficulty was most evident outside of the hidden rain village, where desolation reigned and towns and villages were scarce. That on the rain-soaked wasteland, a towering figure sprinted through the downpour. The raindrops that struck his body were repelled by his sinewy muscles. He moved like a wild black panther, running through the rain, his heart tranquil. After killing, Kyo would feel at ease for several days. This night, he had consecutively eliminated Asano Kawana and Takeda Shurgen, first exploiting the female ninja's vulnerability and then successfully luring the Akatsuki's number 4 member with the shell. Indulging in 2 satisfying meals. Even in the rain, which he loathed, Kyo felt a desire to dance with joy. This exhilaration persisted until he sensed something amiss behind him. Kyo abruptly halted, his robust form rooted to the ground like a nail. Turning to squint into the dark. Approaching rapidly was a long smoke dragon, a phenomenon clearly caused by the speed of an object vaporizing raindrops in its wake. It signified a master, and not one with noble intentions. He contemplated in just 5 seconds, the long trail of smoke reached him. There was no deceleration, nor was there any testing of skills as often depicted in legendary tales. Hinata Yuto, enveloped in steam, charged at Kyo with the force of a dragon's maw. Both struck simultaneously, their fists colliding with such force that the shockwave sent rainwater flying in all directions, leaving a half-spherical area devoid of rain in the dark wilderness. In the next moment, they exchanged blows once more, opting to thrust their other fists at small angles. Though concealed, this was the true killing move. Super strength, Doton, Kengan. The impact was even more ferocious this time. The ground around them sank. Vegetation was uprooted, and rocks were sent flying. Proficient in earth release, and having trained in secret techniques to augment his strength, Hinata Yuto found himself momentarily disoriented. However, in this deadly struggle with an adult, his experience proved valuable. Transitioning from a punch to a palm strike, he seized Kyo's wrist, unleashing a surge of chakra, aiming to disrupt the enemy's meridians and pressure points. Unfortunately, while Hinata Yuto was experienced, Kyo was also a seasoned and terrifying killer. The instant Kyo discerned the face of his opponent, he readied himself for the gentle fist technique that he understood the prowess of the Hinata's soft fist. When Hinata Yuto grasped his wrist, Kyo sank like a shadow, using his shoulder to ram into Hinata Yuto's head. This collision was solid, threatening to shatter Hinata Yuto's skull. He dared not take the hit directly. Releasing Kyo's wrist and raising his arm to block, leveraging the impact to retreat several meters, creating a deep pit in the ground from the force of their exchanges. Hinata Yuto flexed his wrist. Locking eyes with the striking young man from the branch family. Oh, you know who I am. Kyo, likely a member of Root. He mused silently. Hinata Yuto, discreetly rubbing his fingers, whispered, There's no doubt. You are the one I seek. Attacking fellow villagers is a grave offense. Hinata Yuto, I once thought your actions in the Hidden Rain village were merely driven by a thirst for power, Kyo remarked. Attacking fellow villagers? You just did the same. Didn't you? Hinata Yuto retorted. Are you referring to that fellow named Yami? Kyo chuckled coldly, the bird mask obscuring any hint of emotion. When a tool breaks, it must be repaired. Even scum like you can serve as nourishment for the roots of Konoha. Ah, hold on. Hinata Yuto interrupted with a grin. I've had quite enough of your lofty rhetoric, dressing up the seizing of power and interest in such grandiloquent terms. Oh, never mind. Why am I even debating this with you? The branch family youth grinned wider. For villains, speaking too much before killing is a grave mistake. Killing? Kyo almost laughed upon hearing this. In their brief skirmish, Kyo had already gauged the level of Hinata Yuto's strength. Like him, Yuto was a Nin skilled in body techniques, super strength, gentle fist Byakugan. Truth be told, this combination was formidable. Yet Hinata Yuto was merely 13 years old, at a disadvantage in sheer power and speed. Moreover, Kyo's earth release was highly effective in close-quarters combat. Even more, he possessed some water release techniques, which were especially advantageous in the humid environment of the Land of Rain. The two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Kyo understood that a draw signified his victory. He could return to Konoha and report Hinata Yuto, coupled with the intelligence he had gathered on Hinata Yuto in the Hidden Rain village. This arrogant brat would undoubtedly be branded a rogue ninja, with no place to hide. Simply turning to flee would secure his win, even with the Byakugan's exceptional tracking abilities. But as a seasoned member of Root, Kyo was adept at stealth, confident in evading the Byakugan's scrutiny that a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, all occurring in an instant. Kyo decided to exchange a few more blows to gather evidence of their confrontation. He suddenly felt a metallic sweetness. Kyo paused, licking his lips. Indeed, his lips were chapped, blood seeping from tiny fissures, tinged with a hint of iron. How could they crack in such a humid environment as the Land of Rain? A thought flickered through Zhao's mind. At the same moment, he was enveloped by an indescribable swelter. The rainwater within a 300-meter radius had completely evaporated. It was vaporized by the extreme heat, transforming into steam that permeated the area. Any ordinary individual entering this zone would undoubtedly be scalded by the searing vapor. The source of this intense heat was the right hand of Uchiha Itachi, in armor-like formation, the size of a human head, encased his forearm and entire palm, with menacing fangs enveloping his 5 fingers. The peculiar characteristics of his strange technique were overwhelming, and the high temperature that evaporated the rainwater was merely a side effect of the rapid flow of chakra. The hand of the branch family youth continuously oozed blood, with the cracked skin faintly revealing the underlying bone. This was a ninjutsu capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. An uncontrollable fear surged within Zhao. Was this the new technique developed in the Rain-hidden village? How could it possibly be of such caliber? Even before its release, the momentum was enough to flee. Must you escape? Uchiha Yuto laughed gleefully, as if the one on the verge of breaking was not himself. A ferocious beast does not return to its lair before feasting, in an instant. He vanished, moving faster, quicker, and swifter than ever before. The armor on his hand could slice through the wind. Wielding it, one could scarcely feel resistance. Uchiha Yuto appeared behind Zhao, his right hand pressing firmly on Zhao's shoulder. Lion's Fang, the young man said lightly, his 5 fingers suddenly exerting force. Bite obliteration. Along with the ground beneath, Zhao's body was crushed into dust, as if this area had been devoured by a fearsome beast. Uchiha Yuto landed on the impeccably leveled ground, his right hand hanging limply, clearly indicating that the bones within had been utterly shattered, with muscle and blood nearly desiccated by the extreme heat. Damn it, it hurts. When Uchiha Yuto finally glimpsed the village hidden in the leaves, it was already half a month later. After receiving a package of gold and silver treasures from Takeda Shigenori, he exchanged the money that very night and procured a substantial quantity of chemical agents and medical equipment at the currency exchange, establishing 2 underground secret bases in the Land of Rain and the Land of Waterfalls. Zhao's corpse had been pulverized into dust, leaving no trace to be specially dealt with as for the body of Takeda Shigenori's Asano-ku. Uchiha Yuto simply buried it in the Land of Waterfalls, where majestic waterfalls and mountains resided. According to the wisdom of his previous life, it was a place of excellent feng shui, perhaps allowing them to reincarnate as a pair of lovebirds in the next life. Though the tasks seemed few, they were intricate and required ample patience. Merely using the Byakugan to locate Asano-ku's remains took Uchiha Yuto considerable effort. Upon leaving the village, the snow had barely reached his calves. But upon returning, spring buds had already blossomed, and the great trees had sprouted new branches. The winter in the world of Hokage had come to an end, and now it was the early spring of awakening life. Inhaling the inexplicable fragrance of wildflowers, with his feet treading on slightly damp earth, and facing the imposing Hokage rock, Uchiha Yuto re-entered the village hidden in the leaves. As he crossed the main gate, he sensed an unsettling dissonance that it was clearly the vibrant early spring, yet the village was devoid of laughter and cheer. Many people wore frowns, their steps heavy and hurried. The winds of all-out war had finally reached the most stable of places. The village hidden in the leaves. The Branch family youth sighed inwardly, shouldering his burden and making his way directly into the Senju clan territory. Half a year prior, upon completing his mission and returning to the village, he had immediately visited the Hyuga clan leader before reporting to the Hokage building. However, now, Uchiha Yuto was not only a direct descendant of the Hokage's lineage, but had also received Tsunade's approval to temporarily leave the village for training. Upon his return, it was only natural that he would seek out his teacher first. As he stepped into the Senju clan territory, he had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly leaped upward, soaring into the air. The next moment, a deep pit appeared where he had just stood. That a blonde woman struck the ground with one hand, sending flying debris with greater force than an ordinary ninja's thrown kunai. What a peculiar welcome ceremony! Teacher Tsunade! Uchiha Yuto exclaimed, rushing towards Senju Tsunade as he landed, ready to strike. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. Having honed his super strength, the two engaged in combat, creating a sensation akin to the earth trembling. Smoke and dust erupted throughout the Senju clan territory, and several buildings collapsed. Ultimately, Tsunade proved to be the superior, skillfully subduing Uchiha Yuto with techniques resembling the gentle fist, pinning his arms behind him and gasping for breath. "You've grown much stronger," kid. A strand of her golden hair fell onto Uchiha Yuto's cheek, soft and fluffy. The Branch family youth chuckled. Teacher is a legendary Sannin, a monumental mountain that is difficult for disciples to surpass in a lifetime. Oh, spare me, Tsunade scoffed, releasing Uchiha Yuto's arms. She furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, scrutinizing her disciple. "You've grown quite a bit since you left. You're still only 13, the perfect age for growth. Not as tall as you." Teacher, the timing of his strikes, the rhythm of his super strength, the explosive sensation of chakra, he had transformed almost entirely from just a few months prior. "More importantly, your fists are remarkably solid. You've trained diligently, Yuto. Not as solid as yours, teacher." "Umph." Tsunade playfully wrapped an arm around him, tousling his hair in jest, chuckling. "You little smooth talker, they say the Hyuga clan's jewel is a calm and composed genius. But I think everyone has been deceived by this little rascal." Currently, Uchiha Yuto's height was level with the earlobes of the blonde woman. Those with experience knew that this height difference made for the most comfortable embrace. Tsunade casually draped her arm over her disciple's shoulder and led him in her quarters. "Speak, Yuto." Tsunade settled onto the tatami mat, leaning back and propping herself up with her arms, her curiosity piqued. "Who is it that wishes to write to that guy Jiraiya?" As Yuto tidied his hair, which Tsunade had disheveled, he replied, "It's the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization from the Rain-Hidden Village, named Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato." Tsunade tilted her head. "I don't know them." Uchiha Yuto briefly described the appearance of the trio from the rain, and a buried memory resurfaced. Tsunade recalled encountering 3 orphans in the Rain-Hidden Village during the Second Shinobi World War and sighed. "So it's those poor kids. I never expected they would become capable ninjas. Teacher, What is the relationship between Yahiko and the great Jiraiya? Jiraiya once stayed in the land of rain and taught them for a while. The blonde woman waved her hand. That letter was entrusted to a reliable person to deliver to Jiraiya. He is quite grateful to you. Oh, Uchiha Yuto blinked. Was that all? Just a simple thank you? Wait, that can't be right. The man known as the legendary hero, Jiraiya, is a generous and wealthy man, known for his lavish spending. While delivering a letter might be a small favor, it shouldn't be just a verbal thanks. Right? He should at least treat me to a grand meal or something. Uchiha Yuto might never know that just a few days ago, Jiraiya had sent a return gift to the Senju clan territory to express his gratitude. Tsunade received it promptly and, upon seeing the gift, became so enraged that she began to curse. Jiraiya's return gift was none other than his heartfelt masterpiece, Ika Paradise, although it had not yet been published. The draft was already complete. It must be said that it was destined to become a best-selling series in the future, pioneering a new genre in the ninja world with its vivid and meticulous language. Stunningly realistic illustrations and boldly expressive techniques. Tsunade then darkened her expression and tore the book apart. Damn Jiraiya. He has no sense of propriety. My disciple is only 13. What a pure-hearted boy, like a blank sheet of paper. And he sends him this kind of thing. It seems she had not beat him enough. Tsunade thought to herself, clearing her throat, and continued. Let us set Jiraiya aside for now. How is your new ninjutsu development coming along? It's nearing completion. The offensive portion is fully perfected, leaving only the defensive aspect. Uchiha Yuto replied, unwrapping the bandages that encircled his arms and hands, revealing skin marred with scars. Using it once will damage 70% of the skin and fracture bones. Using it a second time is expected to evaporate all blood and completely dehydrate muscle. If I were to use it a third time in succession, I would lose my entire arm. Tsunade sat up straight, gently caressing her disciples, as a master of medical ninjutsu. She could infer from the shape of the scars just how immense the power of that ninjutsu was. Tomorrow morning, go to the back mountain and demonstrate that technique for me. The blonde woman said seriously, leave the rest to your teacher. With a teacher present, the disciple naturally felt at ease. Uchiha Yuto smiled, rewrapping his arms and hands with bandages. Hey, teacher, where is Shizen? I enrolled her in the Ninja Academy. The blonde beauty yawned. I've been quite busy lately. I can't manage her for the time being. Let her attend school and interact with her peers. It can only be beneficial. Hinata Yuto expressed mild surprise. Kagami-sensei, have you resumed your position in the village? No, I've merely been assigned some tasks by the old man. By the way, this matter pertains to you as well. Kagami paused momentarily before continuing. Yuto, you've been away from the village for 2 months. How does the outside world seem to you? Life is quite challenging in most regions. The land of fire remains peaceful. Hinata Yuto spoke sincerely, setting aside personal bias. Konoha truly is a rather tranquil place. Ultimately, the world is more chaotic and fraught with peril than Konoha. Is it chaotic? Extremely chaotic, indeed, sensei. The signs of unknown ninjas are increasingly prevalent around the land of fire. War seems imminent. Kagami nodded. A formidable warrior who had endured the Second Shinobi World War, she was well acquainted with such circumstances. War could erupt at any moment, perhaps tomorrow, or even the next second, depending on who could no longer endure. The 1st Battalion of Konoha's fighting forces is already assembled under Orochimaru's command. Given the current situation, the village requires a substantial number of available combatants and exceptional elites who can stand on their own. In a few days, the old man will promote several young individuals to Jonin. It serves both to expand the elite team and to uplift morale. Look, the flame of Konoha burns brightly, and outstanding talents continue to emerge. The old man insists on making me the chief examiner. TSK, he must think I have too much free time. Cough. That on a more serious note, I've reviewed the list for this Jonin promotion. And you're on it. And that son of White Fan, Hitaki Kakashi, is also included. Hinata Yuto suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration, thinking that he finally had someone above him. The chief examiner for the promotions is his very own teacher. How could he possibly fail? Perhaps sensing her disciple's thoughts, the blonde woman reached out and flicked Hinata Yuto's forehead. You are my disciple, but I will not go easy on you because of that. Understand? Understood. Your heart is vast enough to encompass the entire village. He replied earnestly. Hey. Kagami glanced down at herself, feeling that her words might have a hint of playful teasing. If it were Jiraiya speaking, he would have probably delivered a punch by now. Yet upon looking up, she was met with the pure, innocent eyes of her 13-year-old disciple. In some respects, they were indeed whiter than paper, and she immediately felt she was overthinking it. Yuto is a positive and earnest child, not like that lecherous Jiraiya. The blonde woman cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. No more banter. In summary, I have only one thing to say. I will not give you any special treatment. In fact, I will increase the difficulty of your examination. Because you are my disciple, a prodigy of the Hokage lineage, you must set an example. But if you fail because of this, her hand tightened suddenly, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Understood. Hinata Yuto nodded fervently. But sensei, I remember my accumulated mission merits aren't sufficient for promotion to Jonin. War could break out at any moment. We cannot adhere to past conventions. Very well, Sensei. By the way, these are for you. I've visited the land of water and acquired some gemstones and such. They are thumb-sized and perfect for carrying, a natural stake for gambling. After finishing his meal at Kagami's residence, Hinata Yuto conversed for a while before leaving the Senju clan ground in the afternoon. This time. Due to the tense external situation, the village had reduced the number of missions and recalled many ninjas. As he walked, Hinata Yuto encountered several acquaintances, including Kakashi Hitaki, who wore a half-mask, the energetic Uchiha Itachi, and the amicable Asuma Sarutobi and Kurinayu. He even spotted a small child carrying an even smaller one, buying candy on the street. Shursui and Itachi, perhaps? Uchiha Itachi was only a few months old, yet those two prominent tear marks were too conspicuous. Given his age, it was no wonder Hinata Yuto recognized him. However, the branch family boy merely glanced at them before continuing on his way. Shursui and Itachi could be set aside for now. There would be plenty of opportunities to see them later. At their current age, they held little utilitarian value. Even plucking out their eyeballs would be of no use. Hinata Yuto soon arrived at the Hyuga clan's grounds. To his surprise, he did not encounter Hinata Hisashi. A brief inquiry revealed that Hisashi and several other clan leaders had been summoned to the Hokage building for a meeting. War was indeed on the verge of breaking out, with Hisashi absent. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen likely had no time to hear his report. Hinata Yuto found himself with little to do that day. The sudden availability left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Shall I seek out my teacher? Hinata Yuto briefly entertained the thought before shaking his head. Based on his knowledge of Kagami, she was undoubtedly at the gambling house, likely being thoroughly fleeced. With nowhere else to go, he returned to his home within the Hyuga clan. It remained desolate, uninhabited for a full 2 months, and layers of cobwebs had formed in the corners. Hinata Yuto sighed as he took out cleaning tools and diligently began a thorough cleaning. With his body gradually maturing and his training in superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu, his coordination had significantly improved, making even the cleaning process much quicker. Before darkness fell, he had tidied up the entire house. Chakra can be considered the productive force in the ninja world, remarkably efficient. With chakra, tasks could be accomplished with half the effort. After completing his household chores, Hinata Yuto did not feel hungry, so he opted not to cook. Simply lying in his room and staring blankly at the ceiling, he was unsure how long he had been lying there when the branch family boy suddenly got up and left the house. Exiting the clan grounds, he followed a familiar path to his secret training area. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Yuto felt a wave of relief wash over him. When he did nothing, he often felt anxious and restless. That mark inscribed on his forehead, resembling a caged bird, seemed like a curse compelling him to move forward relentlessly. Hinata Yuto could not afford a pause. He had never experienced the carefree demeanor of those predecessors who had stolen a moment of leisure in life. A natural-born workhorse, he mused, as he retrieved a training dummy from a hollow tree and set it up in the forest. Thud, 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 thud. Hinata Yuto relentlessly struck the dummy, employing every technique he had mastered. At the moment he was utterly exhausted, he finally found tranquility. The following morning, at the back mountain of the Senju clan grounds, Hinata Yuto sat on a smooth slate, eating rice balls and jerky that Kagami had prepared for him. Occasionally sipping hot fish soup. Just 13 years old, he was in that phase of life where boys eat voraciously, and as a ninja, his appetite was considerable. Shizen, seeing the empty lunchbox, stared at Hinata Yuto with wide eyes. As if he were a rare animal. You won't turn into a balloon and burst, will you? Impossible, replied the branch family boy, patting his stomach. I'm not foolish. If I'm full, I definitely want to eat more. He paused, puzzled. Sensei is an expert in ninja physical techniques. Her appetite should be even larger than mine. Kagami, fiddling with her hair nearby, shot him a glare, commenting on a lady's appetite is quite rude. Amid their conversation, Hinata Yuto finished his meal, letting out a long sigh. I'm done, feeling about 70% full, which is the perfect state for training. Shizen picked up the lunchbox, needing to head to school. She did not linger and hopped down the mountain. Kagami gazed at her female disciple, then sighed. You are only 1 year older than Shizen, yet you seem so much more mature. Hinata Yuto stood up, not responding, stretching his wrists and neck, and also unwrapping the bandages. The blonde woman chuckled softly. Quite cautious, aren't we? Don't worry, I'll 1T ambush you. She beckoned her disciple with a finger. Come, use that technique and strike me. Sensei, Hinata Yuto's expression turned serious. If I hit you solidly, it could really kill. You won't choke on the rice balls, so am I foolish enough to take a hit? The blonde woman stepped back. Come on, my dear disciple. At your current level, it will be 100 years before you can truly harm your teacher. In a similar vein, Hinata Yuto mused that by utilizing the Hayaka no In, he could unleash the ninjutsu known as Shinraizai, renowned for its unparalleled regenerative capabilities within the ninja realm. The blood was plentiful, rendering any concerns utterly unfounded. The heat surged in the mountains, causing the leaves to wither and turn a parched yellow. As high temperatures descended, Tsunade's neck and cheeks were soon beaded with perspiration. Merely the prelude had nearly ignited the forest into flames. This is problematic. The potency of this technique exceeds my expectations. The golden-haired woman thought, without a hint of arrogance. She bit her fingertip, placing her hands firmly on the ground. First gate, our SH Mon? Boom! A massive gate materialized within the forest, imposing and rugged, resembling a small mountain. Adorned with grotesque, demonic faces that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Shirei, Hinata Yuto murmured, charging forward. Bite to the end. He collided with the center of the summoned RSH Mon, unleashing a colossal shockwave that shattered the surrounding trees. With a resounding crash, the gate was completely breached, revealing molten metal at its edges. Hinata Yuto staggered slightly, but in the blink of an eye. He lunged before Tsunade, his right hand striking her abdomen. Fueled by the residual force of Shirei, he barreled through over a dozen trees before finally halting. I've overestimated. I should not have tested this technique with my body. Tsunade lamented internally, though she maintained her composure and declared, that will suffice. Yuto. As the outward chakra dissipated, Hinata Yuto promptly withdrew his hand. The fabric covering Tsunade's abdomen had been torn asunder, exposing her fair skin, which bore the distinct imprint of Yuto's palm. Impressive, Yuto, Tsunade remarked, glancing at the punctured RSH Mon before scrutinizing her own injury. While the intense heat and fangs were indeed striking, the true lethality of this technique stemmed from the rapid flow of chakra. Unlike the spiraling motion of the Rasengan, your technique is considerably more intricate, featuring numerous small vortices and opposing mini-cyclones. Upon encountering bruising, the golden-haired woman furrowed her brow, drawing a sharp breath as she realized the internal damage had been severe. Reminiscent of a blunt force from Earth release, the manner of penetrating the air bore a striking similarity to lightning release. Truly, after breaching the RSH Mon, such power could undoubtedly prove fatal to an ordinary J-nin. With most defensive jutsu entirely impotent against IT, an excellent technique, perfectly suited for you, though it is not without its drawbacks. Your arm is likely quite difficult to lift now. This technique imposes an excessive burden on the user, rightfully classified as S-rank, yet must also be regarded as a forbidden technique. The golden-haired woman caressed her abdomen, where burn and wind-scarred wounds marred her otherwise pristine skin, beneath which lay the bruises of her internal organs. As she contemplated the ramifications of Shirei, she pondered solutions to mitigate its side effects. Tsunade was not a masochist. Her intent in allowing Hinata Yuto to injure her was to gain a deeper understanding of the technique. The reason Shiri inflicts such significant harm upon its user is straightforward. It damages the enemy's body while simultaneously assaulting the user in the same manner. The only difference lies in the strength. The principle of lethality remains identical. Only by experiencing the same injuries as the user can one devise effective methods to counteract the inherent burdens. However, the golden-haired woman felt a lingering trepidation. At the moment Yuto's hand made contact with her abdomen, she nearly instinctively retaliated. Tsunade understood that this reflex was a product of years of combat training, implying a terrifying reality at that moment. Hinata Yuto could have easily bitten through her waist. Yuto had, at the last moment, tempered his strength, prompting Tsunade to cast a glance at him and silently conclude that this apprentice was indeed reliable. Aware of the gravity of the situation, while treating her abdominal injury, she contemplated how to alleviate the terrifying side effects of this technique. The most effective method, of course, would be to introduce a membrane between the torso and the outwardly released chakra, insulating the two and shielding her from the volatile chakra's harm. Yet, this would significantly diminish the duration of Shiri, potentially causing it to collapse upon the slightest interaction, as this protective layer would also obstruct Yuto's chakra. Suddenly, Tsunade recalled the term unidirectional transport of bodily fluids, which could both convey chakra and shield against destructive force. To her knowledge, no physical material in the world possessed such properties. If one were to stretch the notion, the slug could fulfill this role by wrapping a slug around the arm before employing this ninjutsu. The slug could absorb physical attacks. As a summoning beast, it could transmit chakra while simultaneously mitigating damage. Yet persuading a slug to perform such a task felt excessively disrespectful, and the preparation time required was far too lengthy for the unpredictable nature of shinobi warfare. Tsunade, distressed, rubbed her forehead, her body momentarily stiffening. Although she could not touch it, this action reminded her of the Hayaka no, and upon her forehead, the sudden clarity enveloped her. There was no need for barriers, confrontations, or separations. A gentler approach could effectively dissipate this harm. Sealing, Tsunade Senju was undoubtedly the princess of Konoha. Not only was she a formidable figure among the legendary Sannin, but she was also the most cherished granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of ninjas. In contrast to her invincible husband, Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife, was less renowned. Even among those Konohan ninjas who had encountered her in person, Mito was merely remembered as a kind and gentle old woman who loved the village and supported and protected all her beloved ones. Yet, as her granddaughter, Tsunade retained vivid memories of the immense power of sealing techniques. How formidable are sealing techniques? In the current ninja world, few could articulate their strength, for this vast and intricate system had fallen into decline. Few recalled that the former Mito Uzumaki had mastered sealing techniques to the extent of subduing the fully realized Nine Tails. Although she could not commune with it, she could effortlessly control its chakra. For a considerable period following Hashirama's death, she had been Konoha's de facto strongest combatant. In those days, the Uzumaki clan, who had maintained harmonious relations with the Senju clan for generations, stood proud due to their formidable sealing techniques. However, this very prowess had drawn the envy and trepidation of numerous nations and ninja clans. Following a tragic event that rendered the entire ninja world speechless, the land of whirlpools was annihilated, and the Uzumaki clan's members became scattered, effectively ceasing to exist. Since then, sealing techniques had waned, and the truly world-altering grand sealing techniques had been successively lost to time. Yet Tsunade Senju knew that the village held many rare tomes of sealing techniques. Her grandmother had traveled great distances to marry her grandfather, forging a super union that resonated throughout the ninja world, bringing with it a considerable dowry, including extensive knowledge of sealing techniques, Shiki FN, Shish FN, and YFN. Some powerful sealing techniques were still within the grasp of Konoha's ninjas. However, while sealing techniques were invaluable, their entry barriers were steep, akin to space-time ninjutsu. They belonged to the realm of geniuses. For an ordinary person, delving into sealing techniques was far less practical than mastering a few fire release techniques. Tsunade caressed the purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead and beckoned to Hinata Yuto. Yuto, come here. What is it, sensei? The branch family youth approached the golden-haired woman, still employing healing palm to tend to his arm. though fortunately, he had already staunched the bleeding and wrapped it up, alleviating Tsunade's fear of blood. "Yuto," she said, gesturing toward his forehead protector, "there's a technique I would like you to try. Oh, you understand the mark on my forehead?" "Yes, you have mentioned it before." Yuto nodded. "It is the YFN. Now, I want to teach you this technique." Tsunade paused, organizing her thoughts. YFN is an S-rank supportive ninjutsu that serves to condense, regulate, and control chakra. Once one achieves a certain level of proficiency, a diamond-shaped mark will appear on their forehead. Furthermore, with mastery, one can utilize the YFN for subtle adjustments to maintain youthful vitality. My grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, also bore such a mark. However, my YFN is distinct from ordinary YFN. I have made numerous enhancements. From these improvements, I have developed an extended technique that significantly differs from the original version that I have named this mark the Hayaka no In. The YFN requires painstaking effort. Patience is paramount. Practitioners must invest considerable time in regulating and accumulating their chakra to refine this Hayaka no In. Not rush. Yuto, take your time. Starting this afternoon, you may begin to practice the YFN. Of course, do not neglect your medical ninjutsu and brute strength. Hinata Yuto nodded earnestly. "Sensei, I will not disappoint you." "Indeed," Tsunade smiled warmly, playfully tousling the branch family's youth's hair. "Do your best." Hinata Yuto inquired further about the intricacies of the In sealing technique before darting off to the side to continue his healing. Meanwhile, Tsunade Senju sat with her legs drawn to her chest, gazing at her exceptionally gifted disciple with a complex expression. To alleviate the pressure on her student, she refrained from sharing several crucial details with Hinata Yuto. In truth, the primary purpose of teaching the In sealing technique was to evaluate Yuto's innate talent for sealing arts. This particular technique, relying on perseverance and diligence, could be mastered by anyone. The variable lay solely in the time taken, with most practitioners achieving success by their 5th year. However, succeeding in the 5th year merely signified a lack of exceptional talent in sealing arts, representing an average level of proficiency. Attaining success in the 3rd year indicated a modest aptitude, while accomplishing the technique in the 2nd year marked one as a genius, well suited for the study of sealing arts. Achieving mastery in just 1 year was a feat so rare that even during the peak of the Uzumaki clan, few could claim such an accomplishment. This signified a true prodigy, a remarkable raw gem that, with careful refinement, could evolve into a top-tier shinobi or even a master of the Hokage level, much like Uzumaki Mito. The In sealing technique, in a sense, served as a talent detector for sealing arts. Tsunade was acutely aware. Should Yuto progress swiftly and demonstrate commendable aptitude in sealing arts, she would continue imparting knowledge and exploring the exceedingly challenging methods of temporarily sealing damage. Conversely, if Yuto lacked this talent, she would seek alternative paths, resorting to the rudimentary method of utilizing the destructive force of the lion's main technique, which would inevitably harm the practitioner. Thus, she could simply employ the healing techniques of ninjutsu to counteract the damage. A simplistic yet effective solution that, in truth, Tsunade preferred this latter approach for its straightforwardness, as her own lineage was robust. However, she understood that her disciple hailed from the Hyuga clan, not known for their vitality and abundant chakra like the Senju, and would likely not withstand the harsh cycle of damage and healing. Wait, something important just slipped my mind. The blonde beauty suddenly grasped her hair, realizing a crucial matter. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Hinata Yuto. In the forest, merely 20 meters away, the handsome youth diligently treated his arm, his fair complexion and well-proportioned frame giving him the appearance of a pampered young master. Yet upon closer inspection, one could observe the thick calluses and numerous scars on his palms, bearing witness to the arduous training and battles he had endured. Tsunade opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She sank despondently to the ground, somewhat self-deprecatingly muttering, "Forget it, no matter what happens. The old man will take care of it for me. I'll go speak with him shortly." That evening, at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded his obediently standing female disciple with incredulity. "Tsunade, you wish to impart the advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to a child of the Hyuga branch." Tsunade tugged at her hair, attempting to justify. "My grandmother, Lady Mito, was renowned as the greatest genius of the Uzumaki clan. It is entirely reasonable for me to teach my disciple the knowledge of sealing arts. Sarutobi fell silent, merely fixing a steady gaze upon Tsunade. He was neither tall nor conventionally handsome, often seen with a pipe, amiably chatting with others, resembling an amiable neighbor. Yet when Sarutobi truly became enraged, he emanated a formidable pressure, akin to staring into an infinite abyss, ready to consume one whole as Hokage, one of the 5 pillars of the world. His every action could determine the fates of countless lives. The notion that 100,000 could perish in his wrath was not a mere glitch. Tsunade pressed her lips tightly together, refraining from any playful demeanor in the presence of her mentor. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed his disciple by her full name. I, in the name of the Hokage, command you to refrain from teaching Hinata Yuto the advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Teacher, that I in this office. You should refer to me as Lord Hokage. Sarutobi spoke calmly. Tsunade Senju, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and Lady Mito, you understand better than anyone the formidable power of sealing arts. A novice can seal another's body in chakra. A master can even bind souls. The pinnacle of sealing techniques can achieve extraordinary feats, often transcending the realm of ninjutsu. The Hyuga clan's caged bird seal can imprison the branch family's ocular nerves, firmly embedding itself in both body and soul. The second Hokage once stated that when summoning a member of the Hyuga branch using Edo Tensei, the caged bird mark would still remain etched upon their forehead. If there exists a method to break the caged bird seal, I believe that an exceptionally powerful sealing technique could accomplish it. However, we absolutely cannot allow the Hyuga clan to entertain the notion that the Hokage wishes to abolish the caged bird seal. Even if the chances of Hinata Yuto escaping the caged bird seal through sealing arts are infinitesimally slim, we must eradicate this idea at its inception, as it poses a catastrophic threat to the village. The foundation of the Hyuga clan lies in the Byakugan and the caged bird. The foundation of Konoha's existence comprises several powerful ninja clans and schools, including the Hyuga, for the sake of the village. The caged bird must endure, as Sarutobi concluded. A heavy silence enveloped the Hokage's office. After a considerable pause, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice strained. But I am Yuto's teacher. If he possesses that talent, I have an obligation to what you choose to teach is your decision. The Hokage's voice was soft. However, at that time, I would regard him as a potential threat to the village's peace. Aside from fulfilling my duties as Hokage, I have no other choice. Should you dare to teach him advanced sealing techniques, I will eliminate him. Sarutobi's voice remained calm, yet the golden-haired woman understood that this was, in essence, her mentor's final ultimatum. Very well, Tsunade closed her eyes, reluctantly conceding. I shall comply with your orders. Lord Hokage, your choice is the correct one. Tsunade. Peace is the cornerstone of everything in the village, even if it is built upon sacrifice. Sarutobi sighed, perhaps feeling his tone towards his disciple was too harsh. And softened. Of course, Tsunade, aside from those advanced sealing techniques involving souls and more esoteric matters, I will not restrict your teachings. The Een sealing technique, the 100 healings, and creation rebirth can all be imparted to Hinata Yuto. These techniques will suffice for him to become an outstanding shinobi capable of standing on his own. Understood, Lord Hokage. Tsunade maintained her stoic demeanor. Sarutobi felt a headache coming on, exasperated. Tsunade, enough with the contemplation. I will never yield on the matter of sealing arts. Tsunade continued to regard him with a wooden expression, refusing to leave the office. Sarutobi realized she was seeking compensation for her beloved disciple. Fine, Tsunade, the assessment day for Hinata Yuto and the others is approaching. Right? I shall find an opportunity to reward him. Finally securing a benefit for Hinata Yuto, Tsunade let out a satisfied huff and turned to depart. Inside the room, Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, releasing a plume of white smoke as he murmured to himself, the smoke swirling around him. Alas, the caged bird, I apologize. All is for the village. Hinata Yuto once again immersed himself in the tedious and intricate training. The Een sealing technique, superhuman strength, medical ninjutsu, and Hyuga Gentle Fist were his daily essentials. In addition, as a practitioner specializing in body techniques. He also engaged in physical conditioning, studying medical theories, and honing his Byakugan. These daily exercises were indispensable. Although training was arduous, Hinata Yuto found joy in it, as the exhaustion of his body and mind reminded him that he was progressing along a path. Even if that path was fraught with bloodshed and death, why did the power behind my punches dissipate? In the back mountains of the Senju clan, Tsunade seized Hinata Yuto's arm and forcefully hurled him aside, causing the branch family youth to crash into a massive boulder, his chi and blood surging, his chakra flow disrupted. Stars danced before his eyes as he gasped in pain. Yuto, you've confused the gentle fist with superhuman strength. Tsunade crouched beside the young man, playfully tapping his forehead protector. The metallic clash between her finger and the metal produced a pleasant sound. The essence of superhuman strength lies not in sheer brute force, but in the harmonious interplay of body and chakra. Tsunade lifted Hinata Yuto, standing behind him, grasping his wrist, guiding him in his punches. "What do you feel?" the golden-haired beauty inquired. "You smell quite pleasant. Is that citrus-scented perfume you are wearing today?" Hinata Yuto pondered. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts aloud, so after a moment of contemplation, he could only shake his head. Tsunade spoke softly, "Remember, to the brute strength, I am chakra, and you are yourself." Hinata Yuto's eyes sparkled with understanding. He was a truly astute individual, instantly grasping Tsunade's intended message. "Sensei, do you mean that chakra should guide the body?" Clever enough. Now that you've figured it out, continue your training." Tsunade released him and seated herself upon a nearby boulder. Resting her arms upon her head, gazing elsewhere, Hinata Yuto cast a curious glance at his teacher, sensing something unusual. Over the past few days, he had intuitively noticed that Tsunade seemed to be avoiding him, always keeping her distance, as if lost in her own frustrations, and her gaze towards him often carried a subtle hint of evasion, reminiscent of someone harboring guilt. How strange. Had she ever wronged him? Unable to fathom it, Hinata Yuto decided to set aside his teacher's odd behavior and resumed his training. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, rustling the leaves, dancing between the trees and the woman. Finally drifting into the young man's nostrils, that tea was unmistakably citrus, he thought. Hinata Yuto cradled a box of takoyaki, munching as he walked through the streets. It had been 10 days since his return to Konoha. The atmosphere had grown increasingly tense. Even along the streets of Konoha, one could observe fully armed ninjas, many clad in gray armor, the kind typically reserved for large-scale wars, seldom seen in peacetime. 3 days prior. Konoha implemented a lockdown policy, prohibiting all foreign ninjas from entering. Even within the village, masked Umbu would occasionally inspect the identities of suspicious individuals. However, Hinata Yuto had never been scrutinized. His pure white eyes served as a passport within Konoha, for there had never been a living Hinata traitor in the ninja world, at least not at present. Having finished his takoyaki, Hinata Yuto stretched and continued on his way. In the past, at this hour, he would have been sparring with Tsunade in the Senju clan's territory. Yet today, the branch family youth had a different destination in mind. The promotion examination for J-Nin was to be held today. Unlike the public, large-scale Ch-Nin exams, the J-Nin promotion process was seldom witnessed by ordinary ninjas and typically conducted in secrecy, with witnesses and examiners being the village's most prominent figures, including the Hokage. Not only in Konoha, but in other ninja villages, the J-Nin assessments were also undisclosed, with numerous considerations, the most critical being to protect the information regarding J-Nin from leaking. J-Nin represented the elite of a ninja village, responsible for cultivating new talent, leading teams into battle, commanding large-scale wars, and researching ninjutsu, from novice team leaders to advisors or even candidates for the Kage. The number and quality of J-Nin served as a significant indicator of nation strength. Having lived in Konoha for 13 years, Hinata Yuto was quite familiar with the village, following the map Tsunade had provided the previous night. He took a series of turns and soon arrived at the end of a particular street. Triggering a mechanism, a hidden door slowly revealed itself. Hinata Yuto stepped inside and descended through a tunnel, quickly reaching a small chamber with steel walls. Yet another clenched trap, he mentally scoffed upon entering. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as the iron gate fell behind him. and the steel walls rotated, unveiling countless shuriken and cross-shaped shurikens. With mechanisms roaring to life, launching a barrage towards Hinata Yuto. The branch family youth tilted his head slightly, and in the next instant his body spun rapidly, conjuring a spherical chakra shield that left no gaps. Clang, 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 clang. The myriad of shuriken and hidden weapons were all deflected and knocked down, none breaching his defensive perimeter. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, Return to Heaven. This was a secret technique passed down through the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Renowned for its perfect defense, a highly difficult taijutsu that the branch family had no opportunity to learn. Years later, Hyuga would also comprehend it through his own talent. Likewise, Hinata Yuto could master Return to Heaven due to his innate abilities. The training in brute strength had deepened his understanding of fist, and after practicing the Yin sealing, his control over his body and chakra had become increasingly formidable. Additionally, having read manga in his previous life, he was already aware of the general principles behind Return to Heaven, making his mastery of this secret technique quite reasonable. After the storm of hidden weapons subsided, Hinata Yuto waved his hand gently, ceasing Return to Heaven, revealing the floor littered with broken and deformed shuriken, while the steel walls bore dents from the rebounding projectiles. He lifted his foot, about to search for an exit. He spotted several papers affixed to the ground. They were explosive tags. Now, that's a bit of creativity. Hinata Yuto chuckled softly, showing no hesitation that in an instant he activated the body flicker technique, dashing towards a wall, twisting his waist, raising his elbow, and delivering a punch in one fluid motion. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, and the steel wall along with the thick concrete behind it revealed a gaping hole. Hinata Yuto completely disregarded the exploding tags behind him, continuing to smash forward through the opening. The rumbling of destruction echoed as Hinata Yuto began to understand why his teacher, Tsunade, enjoyed using her fists to demolish rocks and trees. Witnessing everything before him crumble under his strikes was a genuine stress reliever. This audacious tunneling behavior did not last long. As he soon felt the resistance ahead dissipate, he burst through the thick wall of concrete, emerging into a spacious underground plaza. There stood Hatake Kakashi, his hair as white as snow, wearing a half-face mask, seemingly surprised by Hinata Yuto's dramatic entrance. Pointing at the hole he had created, he exclaimed, "Yuto, why did you destroy the examination site?" Examination site. Hinata Yuto adjusted his attire, smoothing out every crease. "I thought that was a test of our destructive capabilities." "Of course not," Kakashi replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "This is merely an appetizer, equivalent to a preliminary test. Assessing our overall qualities as ninjas, it's actually a rather clever design. After passing through the hidden weapon chamber, we will receive a scroll. Following the route inscribed upon it, we will have to endure several more trials to reach this place, during which our information-gathering abilities, on-the-spot reactions, speed, and endurance will be tested, as well as the diversity of ninjutsu we have mastered." "Oh." Hinata Yuto smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Kakashi. I found it too easy. However, I believe that as ninjas, we should act without reservations when carrying out missions." Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Kakashi's brow twitched in irritation. Yet upon listening to the latter half, his eyes widened in astonishment. As ninjas, we should act without reservations. Hinata Yuto had once again managed to articulate something quite profound. The white-haired Kakashi shrugged. "You're right. As ninjas, we must indeed possess the resolve to do whatever it takes for our missions." Hinata Yuto was only a year Kakashi's junior, essentially of the same age, and they were quite familiar with each other. Boredom hung in the air, and the two engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere not feeling awkward at all. Gradually, a few more individuals appeared. Unlike Hinata Yuto and Kakashi, these newcomers were young adults in their 20s to 30s, displaying mature demeanor, seasoned ninjas who had executed nearly 1,000 missions. Typically, the age for Jonin promotion was around 28. So for Hinata Yuto and Kakashi to attain such status at their age was considered remarkable. If not for the impending war and other factors, it would have been impossible to rise through the ranks so swiftly. After waiting for a while longer, no one else appeared. Tap, tap. The sound of calm footsteps echoed as several prominent figures from Konoha made their entrance. Among them were Suratobi Arisen and Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained as ever. Puffing on his pipe, clad in the red and white Hokage robe, exuding a genial demeanor. Hoshigaki Kisame, Shizen, Uchiha Makako, Hinata Yuto, and Hitaki Kakashi, he softly pronounced the names of the 5 outstanding elites about to be promoted. 3 from noble families and 2 from commoners, with 1 representative each from Uchiha and Hyuga. The subtle balance within Konoha was evident through this Nin promotion examination. The 5 stood still, hands clasped. Over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen had wielded both authority and benevolence as Hokage, earning immense respect in Konoha. Even the proud Uchiha would not dare to defy him openly. You are the true elite of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, speaking earnestly. A tree has roots, a trunk, branches, and leaves. Each part is indispensable, that if we wish for this tree to thrive and carry on the will of fire, someone must step up to shield it from the storms. I am delighted that Konoha is about to gain 5 sharp blades. Nin and Nin are entirely distinct entities. The former merely serves as the captain of a squad, while the latter possesses the potential to determine the life and death of dozens, if not hundreds of individuals. Oftentimes, the success or failure of a battle, or even a campaign, hinges upon the fleeting thoughts of a Nin. Thus, what do you believe is of paramount importance for a Nin? Sarutobi Hiruzen posed a question. Strength came a feminine voice in response. Belonging to Uchiha Mihoko, she epitomized the Uchiha lineage, possessing both their beauty and temperament, with her flowing black hair and vivid emotions. During this period, the Uchiha clan had yet to find themselves in the awkward position of impending extinction and societal exclusion, and many of their members retained a relatively outgoing disposition. She cast a sidelong glance at the 4 individuals beside her. Scoffing, a Nin must possess the capability to resolve issues in any crisis, which translates to being exceedingly strong. Strong, you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen applauded. An excellent answer, indeed. You and your 4 companions are all remarkably skilled combatants. Do any of you have alternative perspectives? Completing tasks, Kakashi Hitaki remarked, his eyelids drooping. Regardless of what must be sacrificed or given, a Nin must fulfill their missions. The death of Sh Sako weighed heavily on him. Hiruzen mused inwardly, recognizing the gravity of the situation without favoritism. The remaining 2 ninjas articulated their interpretations, lacking in brilliance but not incorrect. Soon, it was High-GA Y2's turn. He adjusted his forehead protector, hesitated for a moment, then spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. Lord Hokage, I believe that a qualified Nin is someone who has garnered the recognition of all. The notion of universal acknowledgement moved Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reminiscent of their conversation in the office 6 months prior, Y2's response encapsulated an extraordinary sense of perspective and inclusivity. However, dear Y2, achieving universal recognition is an exceedingly arduous task, infinitely more challenging than mastering S-rank jutsu. Lord Hokage, when one walks the path of their dreams, what difficulty can truly deter them? Upon finishing his statement, Y2 noticed Tsunade, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, with her lips curling into a smile, her eyes sparkling with pride and satisfaction for her apprentice's response. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, suppressing his complex emotions, and continued. Each of your answers is commendable and correct. J Nin is the most elite ninja of a village, excelling in leadership, psychological resilience, and combat prowess, surpassing that of an average Nin in every aspect. Over the past few years, you have distinguished yourselves, accomplishing numerous missions and demonstrating your combat acumen and problem-solving abilities that, in my view, you are all qualified to become Nin. However, becoming a Nin requires assessment, as decreed by the first Hokage. Individual dueling cannot fully reflect your capabilities. Therefore, I have specifically selected 5 S-rank missions for you. Each of you will undertake one. And upon completion, return here at that point. You shall be Nin of Konoha. Remember, you must complete your missions and return within 5 days. Exceeding even a second will render you unqualified. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped back, and Tsunade advanced. She produced 5 scrolls and placed them on the ground. Choose one each. Once opened, you cannot change. Uchiha Mihoko was the first to step forward, seizing a scroll without a glance. Bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen before departing underground, The others followed suit in selecting their scrolls, while Uchiha Itachi remained stationary, waiting for the others to deplete the options, a display of cautious decorum. As Tsunade was his teacher, he refrained from being the first to choose, wary of suspicion that it might imply favoritism or clandestine dealings. When only one scroll remained, he finally picked it up. In the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, he opened it, scanned its contents, and maintained a neutral expression as he respectfully stated, "Lord Hokage, my mission is number 4, that you must be aware of the specifics. Before departing, I wish to inquire about the extent of my capabilities. I ask their need to control the intensity." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly, "Do not worry about any diplomatic complications. Konoha will shield you. Proceed without hesitation." Uchiha Itachi could almost sense the scent of blood. Just over 50 years old, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at the tail end of his prime. The cold, iron-willed resolve within him far exceeded that of his character at the onset of the narrative years later. Itachi bowed, no longer delaying, and swiftly departed underground. This was a time-sensitive mission, necessitating the efficient use of every moment. In the enclosed underground space, Tsunade suddenly sighed. "Teacher, I don't believe I've seen these 5 scrolls on the village's mission board." "Indeed, these were devised last night in collaboration with Danzo and a few others." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "Tsunade, while Shimura Danzo may be somewhat sinister, I recognize your long-standing disdain for him. Yet, at times, his insights hold merit. When it comes to war, what reason is there to retreat into our shells and await an assault?" Uchiha Itachi raced back to the Senju clan's residence, where he frequently resided. He had even moved many of his personal belongings and weaponry next door to Tsunade's, with the justification of training and assisting his teacher, leaving the Uchiha main family with no grounds for scrutiny. As this was a 5-day mission, he had not packed spare clothing, only taking his weaponry and a certain amount of valuables before departing the village and racing eastward. Mission 4. According to highly confidential intelligence, an elite team from the Mist Village has dispatched to the Land of Fire, led by a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. "Gentlemen, please have a seat. Behold, these are all our own pickled delicacies. Please indulge." A man clad in a straw hat tossed him a pouch of money. The attendant squeezed it and immediately beamed. "Excellent. Your meals will be ready shortly." Sensing that the individuals wearing straw hats were uninterested in engaging with him, he tactfully withdrew, creating ample space. After the attendant left, the group began to converse in a casual manner. This place bore a striking resemblance to the village, enveloped in dense mist, the land of waves. Being an island nation, was heavy with humidity. Once we pass through the land of waves, we must remain vigilant, although our secret base near the shores of the Land of Fire is well concealed. We cannot underestimate the ninja from Konoha, who possess Byakugan and Sharingan. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the idle chatter, prompting the man seated at the center to remove his straw hat, revealing his face. As ninjas, we must act discreetly. Though the Land of Waves seldom sees ninja activity, we must still exercise caution. "Discreetly, you say? Perhaps you should don your hat once more," some subordinates silently remarked, though they dared not voice their thoughts. Simply bowing their heads in submission. "Apologies, Lord Wuri Shinpachi." Wuri Shinpachi nodded lightly, closing his eyes to rest that he was of average height, adorned with a white cloth on his head, his beard braided into small tufts. Thick lips, and his left eye covered by a black cloth, presenting an eccentric appearance. Yet in the world of Hokage, peculiar attire was commonplace, and few paid a mind. More striking than his outfit and visage was the large sword strapped to his back, which could hardly be deemed a sword, as it lacked a sharp edge and was as wide as a door, with a cylindrical spine and covered in a sheath, obscuring its contents. Those from the Mist Village would recognize that the blade, broad as a door, was entirely adorned with explosive tags. The man bearing this formidable weapon was renowned. Wuri Shinpachi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, wielder of the exploding blade. Fleeting drops, removing his straw hat to reveal his true identity, was a reluctant necessity for Wuri Shinpachi. The exploding blade was highly recognizable, and any ninja would identify it at a glance. Moreover, few among the 7 ninja swordsmen would seal their exploding blade away, including Wuri Shinpachi to live by the sword and achieve fame through it. Failing to grasp the hilt at the first opportunity would be an affront to the name of the seven ninja swordsmen. With Wuri Shinpachi's warning, his subordinates became considerably more subdued, communicating silently with their eyes as they awaited the arrival of their meal. Esteemed guests, please, make yourselves comfortable. Come inside. However, before they could be served, another guest arrived. Cloaked in a raincoat and with his head bowed, solitary and forlorn, he entered through the door and made his way directly to the table beside the mist ninja. The newcomer had his back to them, obscuring his features, save for the long hair that hinted at his identity. You see, these are all our own pickles. The lonely guest interrupted the waiter softly, saying, "Bring me a pot of tea, and make sure it's good tea." Of course, the waiter, invigorated, dashed out, feeling that the guests encountered today were particularly generous, their spending habits astonishing that he was elated. Yet the mist ninja remained far from at ease. The mist ninjas accompanying Wooly Shinba were all seasoned nin. Having experienced countless battles, the mist village, being a more volatile entity than the leaf, meant they had faced more combat than ninjas from other villages, and thus were more experienced. They immediately recognized the precariousness of the lone guest position. The distance between the guest and Wooly Shinba was an exceedingly ambiguous 5 meters, just enough for Wooly Shinba to take a step forward and swing his explosive blade, Feimal, yet not quite reach him. Distance is invariably the most crucial element for close combat ninjas, without exception. Several skilled mist ninjas quietly gripped their kunai, casting glances at Wooly Shinba. This member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist remained unfazed, fixing his gaze on the guest and articulating slowly, "Konoha." "Ah, indeed," the guest replied nonchalantly, openly confirming his identity. While not concealing his affiliation might be advantageous in times of peace, in this tumultuous era, such candor signaled irreconcilable differences. "Surely, the exquisite blade you wield is the explosive blade, Feimal. It seems you are Wooly Shinba, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Indeed, so you." Wooly Shinba was interrupted as the guest turned around, revealing a handsome, gentle face and eyes as pure as white paper. "Uchiha Yuto, merely an unnamed foot soldier. So, you are the disciple of Tsunade," Wooly Shinba thought, sighing inwardly. It had been half a year since Uchiha Yuto became Tsunade's apprentice. The intelligence network of the mist could not possibly be unaware of this. "Then, Wooly Shinba, why do you find yourself in the land of waves?" Uchiha Yuto spoke, his expression not unkind, perhaps due to his striking good looks. He even exuded a certain sunny charm. "Traveling, training, sightseeing," Wooly Shinba grinned, displaying rather sharp teeth. "I can do anything, but what does that have to do with you? This is not the land of fire. Indeed, this is the land of waves." "I am aware," the branch family youth chuckled lightly, "but finding you all has proven quite a challenge. Even with my Byakugan, it has not been an easy task So, Wooly Shinba's grip tightened on the hilt of his blade. Honed through countless days and nights of rigorous training, that he was confident he could close the distance to Uchiha Yuto in a mere 1/10 of a second, delivering a lethal strike. Uchiha Yuto, however, appeared entirely unperturbed, continuing to smile. "To be frank, my mission is to prevent you from entering the land of fire. I am quite well liked." The branch family youth gestured to his own face. "My conversational skills are commendable, and my intuition is sharp. I was thinking, if I could persuade you to return to the land of water, that would be splendid, as it would spare us a confrontation. Yet you also know, whether it be Konoha or the mist, the higher-ups are exceedingly cautious and astute. When I return to the village and report that you were persuaded to turn back without evidence, the higher-ups would not believe me. So, could you do me a favor and hand over your explosive blade, Feimal? With that, the higher-ups of my family would certainly believe me. Naturally, if you refuse, it is of no consequence, as this is your mist treasure." "I do not wish to force anyone." Uchiha Yuto paused, his tone softening as if whispering to a lover. "I will bring back both your heads and your blade." Inside the lakeside tavern, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. After a long moment, Wooly Shinba erupted into wild laughter, his voice growing louder. "Arrogant little brat." A massive explosion erupted into the sky. Thanks to his experiences prior to his journey here, Uchiha Yuto understood a crucial truth. Often, what is inscribed on paper does not reflect the true intentions of leadership. The tone and demeanor of leaders convey emotions that subordinates should pay particular attention to, regardless of their motives. The task was to prevent them from approaching the land of fire. The completion criteria outlined in the mission were rather broad. Simply stopping them would suffice, deceiving, intimidating, or negotiating, as long as this group did not approach the land of fire. The mission would be deemed complete. However, when Uchiha Yuto contemplated the extent of his capabilities, he clearly perceived the indifference in Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, his voice calm as iron frozen in winter. Eliminate those ants from the land of water. Sever their heads, drain their blood, and bring their heads back to me. This was the true message Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to convey to AS, for why he did not state it directly and opted for the more tempered term prevent in the mission statement. It was likely due to the unique nature of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although they shared a title, the disparity in strength among the 7 was significant. Some had lost their famed blades, merely reaching the level of elite Genin, while others, such as the likes of Suigetsu, were formidable fighters even without their legendary weapons. Unable to ascertain the combat capabilities of the enemy, it would be imprudent to issue a kill order. After all, this was a test for promotion to Genin, and wasting the lives of potential elite ninjas would be a grave error Sarutobi Hiruzen would not commit. As a cunning turncoat, Uchiha Yuto possessed a keen insight into the human psyche and quickly grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Thus, he exerted significant effort to seek out clues, and with the Byakugan's exceptional reconnaissance and long-range perception abilities, he pinpointed the missed ninja's location, right in the land of waves. Through the Byakugan's extensive vision, he spotted the explosive blade, Feimal. Wooly Shinba was indeed a skilled fighter, but merely a skilled fighter nonetheless. He was killable. Boom! The explosion's force was overwhelming. Uchiha Yuto dared not face it head-on and rapidly retreated. He propelled himself over 30 meters away, landing heavily on the lake's surface, causing the water to surge in towering waves that ultimately fell like a fine mist. Soaked to the skin, Uchiha Yuto's temples throbbed with veins. He tore away the charred sleeve of his garment, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Brat! A thunderous roar erupted from beside him, accompanied by a large blade covered in explosive tags that arrived even faster than the sound. Uchiha Yuto suddenly fell back, narrowly evading the strike. Contrary to Wooly Shinba's expectations, the arrogant, detestable Konoha ninja did not take this opportunity to distance himself. Instead, he thrust his hands backward, smashing down onto the lake's surface, using the force to propel himself toward Wooly Shinba. Wooly Shinba felt a chill run down his spine. In terms of close-quarters combat, Uchiha Yuto was undeniably a master, rooted in his clan's teachings. However, one who wielded a large blade day and night would certainly possess strategies for dealing with such close-quarters entanglements. He leaped backward with astonishing speed, his movements resembling a startled beast, quickly creating distance once more. Uchiha Yuto did not pursue, but instead stood upright, raising his leg until the sole of his right foot pointed skyward. In the next moment, that leg came crashing down like a battle axe descending from the heavens, chakra coalescing almost into a single point. Tenchi-kyaku. The lake waters within 100 meters were displaced, swirling into the air as the enormous wave crashed ashore, snapping trees and destroying pathways. The soft mud of the lake bed was revealed. Wooly Shinba, caught off guard, lost his footing and could not leverage the air, plummeting freely. Conversely, Uchiha Yuto, utilizing the recoil from Tenchi-kyaku, surged forward once more, but he dodged the large blade and landed a punch squarely in Wooly Shinba's abdomen. Due to the effects of Tenchi-kyaku, Uchiha Yuto's chakra flow was somewhat sluggish at that moment. In the heat of the moment, he could only execute his most refined gentle fist technique. But that was more than sufficient. The chakra from the branch family youth surged into the enemy's body, almost instantaneously obliterating Wooly Shinba's stomach. Blood, tainted with fragments of internal organs, erupted from Wooly Shinba's mouth, staining Uchiha Yuto's chest crimson. Uchiha Yuto felt a surge of exhilaration, poised to deliver a lethal strike, ready to sever the enemy's throat. However, what he did not anticipate was that at that very moment, an immense force suddenly surged from his left side. The talisman attached to the blade of Wooly Shinba exploded with great force. The tactic of inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy, while suffering 800 in return, surprisingly proved effective at that moment. As both combatants were propelled through the air, soaring over the lake before crashing into the rainforest beyond the shore. Hinata Yuto felt his blood surge, yet the arduous training of the past 6 months had significantly strengthened him, granting him a level of control over his body and chakra far superior to his former self. He swallowed the metallic taste of blood, adjusted his stance, and stood in a puddle among the rainforest foliage. Remarkably unscathed, something was amiss. The water felt unusually heavy. Hinata Yuto's movement faltered slightly as, through the lens of his Byakugan, he perceived a mass of densely packed water surging upward from his legs. The water prison technique, the fog ninjas accompanying Wooly Shenba, had finally joined the fray. Truly, they were elite chunin, adept at seizing the moment. They chose to intervene precisely when Hinata Yuto had just landed and was at his most vulnerable. Were he an ordinary jonin, being ensnared by the water prison technique would have instantly turned the tide of battle, rendering him a lamb to the slaughter. Alas, his adversary was Hinata Yuto. Reversal. The branch family youth shook his hands, first dispersing the heavy water clinging to his legs, then spinning rapidly, chakra surging from his chakra points to form an impenetrable spherical shield. Thunderous roars echoed as all 4 incoming fog chunin, including the one who had employed the water prison technique, were sent flying, hurtling far away as Hinata Yuto ceased his rotation. His complexion paled. The consecutive use of Tenshuku and reversal had drained his chakra significantly, leaving his muscles and meridians twitching in pain. This highlighted his current combat weaknesses. He excelled in close combat, but was nearly inept in mid-range ninjutsu, faced with a master swordsman like Wooly Shenba. He had no choice but to engage in a perilous physical struggle. Fortunately, he had already inflicted severe damage upon his opponent. The branch family youth mused, focusing his attention on Wooly Shenba not far away. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Hinata Yuto's heart sank. Wooly Shenba was kneeling on the ground, clutching his massive sword, neither fleeing nor begging for mercy. Instead, he resembled a desperate beast, roaring at Hinata Yuto with wild abandon. Die. Kid, we'll go together. He intended to detonate the explosive scroll connected to the sword. The explosion scroll, spanning approximately 1 meter in length and 30 centimeters in diameter, contained at least 20,000 explosive tags. Even after accounting for the mechanisms and the soft fabric used to transfer the detonating symbols. Given the distance and his current speed, Hinata Yuto concluded that it was impossible to kill him before the scroll detonated. Hey, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. How about you give me the sword and then cut off your right hand, and I'll let you live? Hinata Yuto's figure blurred as he frantically retreated, attempting to provoke his enemy with words to buy himself some time to escape. Die. Everyone die. Wooly Shenba howled in fury that a mushroom cloud, imbued with a sense of destruction, rose at the island's edge. Hey, cheer up. Today is your big day. Am I not happy? He replied, puzzled, glancing at his friend. Of course you're not. Look at you, your brows are furrowed. This kind of gloomy demeanor will surely upset the bride. He cast a glance at the mirror, where a tall and handsome man stood in a splendid hotel banquet hall, surrounded by cheerful friends and family, a gigantic 9-tiered black swan cake, and oversized red rose arrangements. Many were taking selfies, posting them online after editing. The man felt both familiar and strangely foreign to this scene. Cheer up, you've married the woman you love, he said to his reflection, forcing a smile by lifting the corners of his mouth. The man in the mirror revealed sharp canine teeth, an oddly distorted grin reminiscent of a beast sneer. A chill ran down his spine, and he dared not look into the mirror again. The wedding march thundered, flowers fluttered through the air. He instinctively turned around, and at the end of the red carpet, the bride in her white wedding gown approached gracefully. Oh, beautiful. The man gazed at her, lost in admiration, until she reached his side, jolting him back to reality. What's the matter with you? The bride laughed lightly. You look like it's the first time you've seen me. I just think you look stunning today. Oh, am I more beautiful than yesterday? Which is more beautiful? Aha, I'm just teasing you, silly. The bride seemed genuinely delighted. Look, even our little prince is smiling. Little prince? Do we have a son? The man momentarily lost himself, only to notice the bride cradling a swaddled infant. The baby's cherubic face was plump and soft, its delicate skin radiant, gazing at him with a smile. My child, a wave of indescribable tenderness washed over the man, causing him to reach out to caress the baby's cheek. In the next instant, he froze in place. He saw a hideous green symbol etched upon the infant's tender forehead. It was the emblem of a slave's humiliation, signifying that this child would become a caged bird, just like himself. This cursed fate would be passed down through generations, unaltered until the end of the world. He felt a chill engulf him, as if he had fallen into hell. The opulent banquet hall twisted into a nightmarish cliff. His friends, guests, bride, and the swaddled daughter transformed into grotesque figures, cackling with shrill voices. One moment as a caged bird, a lifetime as a caged bird, eternity as a caged bird. You cannot escape. Neither your soul nor body knows a moment of freedom. This sorrowful fate cannot be altered, not even by death. The man's eyes widened in fury, and from some unknown wellspring of courage, he raised his fist and charged the monstrous figures, resolute and mad. Kill! Kill! Then I shall cleanse you all, until no one dares to confine me in a cage. Even if it means that I stand alone in this world, I shall. Suddenly, Hinata Yuto was struck by a searing pain. The agony originated from his mouth, specifically from the soft tissue beneath his tongue. The illusion shattered, and clarity returned to Hinata Yuto's mind. He quickly realized what had pierced his tongue and mouth. In anticipation of the explosive shockwave, he had concealed a short needle beneath his tongue. Thank goodness for his good habits, Hinata Yuto thought with grim amusement. Suddenly, he felt a wetness on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found a mollusk the size of a head resting on him, its eyes at the end of its tentacles staring at him with a watery gaze, both frightening and endearing. Yuto-kun, you're awake. The slug's voice remained as gentle as ever. The branch family youth groaned, mumbling, Lord Slug, how long was I unconscious? A day and a half. That damned woolly Shinba. Hinata Yuto scoffed. He wanted to drag me down with him before he died. Yuto-kun, getting angry will slow down your body's healing process. You know, your voice sounds a bit strange. That's because my tongue hurts. Hinata Yuto sighed inwardly, brushing it off. Reflecting on the events of that day, the branch family youth felt a wave of terror wash over him. The power of 20,000 explosive tags was immense, nearly comparable to the tailed beast bomb. In the moment before the impact struck, Hinata Yuto had only managed to do 3 things. Conceal the needle in his mouth to prevent speaking incorrectly while unconscious, summon the slug to hide on his person for post-unconscious treatment, and desperately execute the lion's jaw to shield himself from the shockwave. It proved that Hinata Yuto's choices were astoundingly astute. He had survived. Though it was a dire situation, his arms and legs remained intact, and he was not disabled. An unexpected stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. As Tsunade's disciple, he naturally possessed life-saving tools left by his mentor. Tsunade infused her chakra into the slug. As long as it was summoned, it would automatically release healing jutsu, a remarkable ability of the slug's division and chakra transfer, showcasing Tsunade's profound mastery in both supportive and medical ninjutsu. One must never underestimate anyone. Even Woolly Shinba, who had little screen time after being reincarnated in the Fourth Great Ninja War, exhibited such terrifying decisiveness and secret techniques. Hinata Yuto furrowed his brow, beginning to evaluate the gains and losses of this battle. His use of Tenshuku was still somewhat unrefined. This ninjutsu was best executed on solid ground, and he should have taken the initiative to strike first in that shop. He had allotted too much chakra to reversal, causing the enemy to be flung too far away. Had he managed to capture those fog chunin and hurl them toward Woolly Shinba, he might have delayed the explosion of the scroll. Thus, I shall have the opportunity to sever his head with the body flicker technique. Lacking proficiency in long-range ninjutsu, I would find myself at a disadvantage in combat against skilled opponents. Although Shia's rapid advance is impressive, the endurance of my arms remains a significant concern. In this battle, Hyuga Yuto stands perilously close to death. In fact, he has not spoken in his sleep for quite some time, having just been roused by a sharp needle. It is evident that his physical condition has deteriorated to an alarming degree, leaving him devoid of even his instinctive alertness. He pondered for a considerable time, exhaled deeply, and attempted to rise, wishing to stretch his limbs, only to discover that his body felt exceedingly stiff. Looking down, he noticed that he was enveloped in bandages. Surely, the slug could not have bound me with its tentacles. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Remaining dazed in place, that moment, a voice echoed from the mouth of the cave. "Ah, my dear pupil has finally awakened. What seems to be the matter? You look as though it is our first meeting." The golden-haired woman tossed an unidentified fruit to Uchiha Yuto, chuckling lightly. "Let us return, my esteemed Jonin apprentice, that on a road in the land of fire, a bull cart rattled along. Though termed a bull cart, it was merely a wooden cart with 2 wheels, and the creature pulling it was not a horse or donkey, but a slug the size of a water buffalo." Uchiha Yuto reclined on the cart, basking in the sunlight, feeling warm all over. Tsunade lay beside him, incessantly fiddling with a damaged large blade. The explosive blade, Splash, is quite a formidable weapon, though it remains uncertain whether it can be repaired. "Even if it cannot be mended, it matters not," Uchiha Yuto languidly remarked. "Teacher, I believe this weapon holds more symbolic significance than practical value. It may serve well to undermine the morale of the Mist Village. Yet its combat capabilities are rather lackluster compared to chakra-infused weapons, which at least possess greater sharpness. In the eyes of the branch family youth, the explosive blade, Splash, posed little pressure. Put it plainly. This weapon is merely a door panel adorned with explosive tags. Its intimidating appearance belies its cumbersome nature and singular method of attack. My dear pupil, you underestimate this explosive blade far too much," Tsunade retorted, sitting up and presenting the blade before Uchiha Yuto. The branch family youth was not particularly inclined to lie down before his teacher, but at that moment, he was bandaged like a mummy. Finding even the slightest movement challenging, "Take a closer look at this blade." Uchiha Yuto glanced at it a few times, failing to discern anything noteworthy. Following the reckless detonation of an entire explosive scroll by the rogue ninja, Noara Shinhachi, over 20,000 explosive tags exploded simultaneously, overwhelming the blade with destructive force, reducing it to ruins. The once sturdy blade was now riddled with dents, and the explosive scroll had separated from the back of the blade, leaving behind only a peculiar silk cloth connecting the two, from which a charred odor emanated. Both the blade and the explosive scroll were evidently rendered unusable. The mechanism of this blade's explosion is quite straightforward, Tsunade explained, peeling back the explosive scroll and pointing to the charred inner cylinder. The inner cylinder is lined with concentric explosive tags, with a rotating drum at its center. The drum is connected to the blade by silk cloth. As the drum turns, it moves the silk cloth, which adheres the explosive tags and delivers them to the blade. The design is simple, yet realizing it in practice is exceedingly difficult. Uchiha Yuto grasped Tsunade's intent and sighed. Because it must continuously withstand the impact of explosions, the silk cloth serving as the transmission belt must be extraordinarily durable while also possessing the ability to conduct chakra, enabling it to activate the explosive tags with minimal chakra. His eyes brightened. Perhaps this silk cloth could be modified to protect your arm while executing the lion's bite technique. Tsunade chuckled lightly, but her brow furrowed prettily the next moment. However, as I mentioned, this silk cloth, which withstood the explosive force of 20,000 tags, possesses remarkable toughness and defensive capability, making it challenging to work with. The golden-haired beauty clamped the blade and explosive scroll between her arms. Pulling forcefully, with a display of brute strength, several finger-sized indentations appeared on the blade. Alas, it cannot be torn. Brute force fails to damage this silk cloth, and the sharpness of a chakra scalpel is insufficient. I wonder how that group from the mist originally crafted it. Uchiha Yuto chuckled. What if we let the village's craftsmen give it a try? Every craft has its own expertise. Their skills may suffice for creating kunai and shuriken. But for crafting specialized blades, I would prefer to seek assistance elsewhere. Tsunade scratched her chin, her tone resolute. Leave this to me. Then I entrust this matter to you. Teacher, in their conversation, the master and apprentice had resolved to privately claim their spoils. In the world of ninjas, unless required by a mission, items obtained from enemies are generally assumed to belong to the individual ninja, including silver notes and weapons, which need not be surrendered to the village. In the perilous profession of bloodshed, opportunities for profit abound, and this unwritten rule applies universally across realms. Undoubtedly, the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen possess substantial propaganda value. If wielded appropriately, they can significantly undermine enemy morale. Uchiha Yuto contemplated that if the village were to demand their share, he would retain the uniquely significant silk cloth while surrendering the remainder. The iconic blade and the explosive scroll alone would suffice for further analysis. Besides the explosive blade, Splash, the remaining spoils comprised a few teeth, which Tsunade had gathered in the rainforest while Uchiha Yuto was unconscious. Konoha could analyze the chakra signatures within them to ascertain the identity of the deceased ninja, thereby attributing credit to Uchiha Yuto. Few dare to fabricate tales, as renowned experts in the ninja world are well known by name. With a modicum of attention, one can easily uncover the truth as the slug cart continued on its journey. The master and apprentice engaged in conversation, initially discussing how to modify their spoils, then transitioning to the intricacies of ninjutsu and the dynamics among the various ninja villages, ultimately meandering into casual topics, discussing anything and everything. Uchiha Yuto observed that at this moment, Tsunade shared an exceptionally close bond with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, recounting numerous amusing anecdotes from their childhood, laughter resonating as they relaxed. Notably, the classic trio of 2 boys and 1 girl from Konoha indeed forged profound bonds during their childhood. Even now, in the 48th year of Konoha, while Orochimaru has begun conducting inhumane human experiments, a pure patch of soil still resides deep within his heart, reserved for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Should danger befall these two, Orochimaru would dare to risk his life, at least for now. Though the speed of the slug cart is not particularly swift, its nature as a summoning beast endows it with stamina far surpassing that of horses and mules. As the setting sun's rays intertwined with Tsunade's golden locks, the majestic Hokage rock came into view from a distance. Ahem, well then, Yuto, I must take my leave, Tsunade coughed awkwardly, adding, I still need to prepare a meal for Shizen. What a feeble excuse, Uchiha Yuto thought to himself, as Shizen currently handled all the cooking and household chores. However, he understood why Tsunade chose to depart at this moment. The Jonin promotion assessment was inherently a solo mission, and Tsunade, sensing his life was in peril through the slug, had come to check on him. She neither interfered with the battle nor neglected to protect the village's invaluable potential star. That said, the situation is delicate. If others were to witness Tsunade and Uchiha Yuto returning to the village together, it would inevitably invite gossip. The villagers of Konoha hold great respect for the Senju clan, but that does not preclude them from indulging in idle chatter. After all, every individual harbors a shadowy side within their hearts. All right, teacher, take care on your way. Very well, the slug and cart are yours. We shall arrive shortly. I will be waiting for you in the secret chamber for the Jonin promotion assessment. Tsunade suddenly leaned closer, raising a fist. If you dare to let anything slip, you will be doomed. With a gentle motion, she severed the bandages enveloping Uchiha Yuto's body, releasing a pungent medicinal aroma that was rather overpowering. Rest assured, teacher, Uchiha Yuto replied, flexing his wrist and feeling significantly improved. However, when he turned back, the woman had vanished from the cart, leaving only the lingering warmth of fragrance and a strand of golden hair behind. Hokage-sama. Teacher, in the underground chamber, Uchiha Yuto stood tall, presenting the shattered blade. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Noera Shinhachi, has been confirmed deceased. He paused before continuing. Before his death, Noera detonated the explosive scroll, leaving no trace of his remains. However, I have collected his teeth, which I will soon deliver to the medical team for examination. Kuruzan Sarutobi's fingers traced the explosive blade, Splash, and, after a long moment, he sighed. The task has been completed thoroughly. Yuto, you have become an exceptional ninja. That he returned the shattered blade to the branch family youth. Smiling, on behalf of the village, I congratulate you on your promotion to Jonin. Yuto could never forget the cultivation bestowed upon him by Hokage-sama. The branch family youth bowed respectfully, seizing the moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and chuckled, to wink at Tsunade, while subtly gesturing towards her voluptuous posterior. The golden-haired woman was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching to touch, and indeed, her fingers brushed against a slender piece of straw, which she had inadvertently adhered to while seated on the cart. This child, Yuto, was remarkably observant, a testament to the virtues of my beloved apprentice. Tsunade felt a spark of pride in her heart, oblivious to any underlying impropriety in his attention to her figure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of the secret exchange of glances between his apprentice and grand apprentice, continued his musings before addressing Yuto. Yuto, you have received mission number 4, the most challenging of all. Consequently, you shall be the last to return. However, it brings me comfort to know that all 5 of you have completed your tasks. The will of fire persists. According to custom, the promotion ceremony for you all will be conducted in the presence of the village's elite and upper echelons. For the next few days, rest well and recuperate, for the future of Konoha depends on you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were comforting yet lacked substantial insight, but he finally divulged some substantial information. Yuto, it is just you, me, and your master here. You are my grand apprentice, yet I feel I have not provided you with special care. I ask there anything you desire. I can grant it to you as a congratulatory gift for your promotion to Jonin. Tsunade toyed with the piece of straw, shooting Yuto a pointed glance, urging him to contemplate his response carefully. On that day, Tsunade had sought Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission to teach Yuto advanced sealing techniques. Though met with a firm refusal, Tsunade cleverly procured benefits for her beloved apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow such trivial matters to drive a wedge between himself and Tsunade. Thus, he chose this moment to speak. His words meticulously chosen, knowing that both Tsunade and Yuto would owe him a debt of gratitude. Yuto pondered, why would the third Hokage offer me a favor that was not extended to the other 4? Yet trusting Tsunade's gaze, he refrained from making grandiose statements, and instead replied forthrightly, Lord Hokage, during my encounter with Warrior Jinhachi, I felt acutely that I am still too weak. As a ninja. My offensive techniques are rather singular. Hence I wish to acquire a means of long-range attack. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered, recognizing the peril of engaging in close combat with the gentle fist and explosive blade. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationality of the request. Very well. Yuto, I shall select an appropriate technique from the ninjutsu scrolls and present it to you. In due time, a member of the ANBU will deliver it to you. Understanding the significance of this gesture, Yuto expressed his gratitude. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's stature, he would not offer him trivial Surin techniques. At the very least, they would be of B-rank strength, with a rank or even S-rank ninjutsu being a possibility. In the days that followed, life for Yuto was almost tranquil. The ninja world grew increasingly turbulent, and the atmosphere within the village became ever more tense. The formidable figure of Minato Namikaze frequently graced the Hokage building. New ninja tools and food pills amassed in great quantities, and skirmishes at the front lines intensified, with bodies wrapped in white cloth being returned to the village daily. However, for the time being, none of this affected Yuto. As a wounded yet newly promoted Jonin basking in his glory, he focused solely on recuperating within the Senju clan's quarters, undisturbed by others. During this period, both Kakashi Hatake and Yuto gained considerable renown. At merely 12 years old, Kakashi shattered the record for the youngest Jonin in the Land of Fire, and being the son of the illustrious Konoha White Fang, he garnered much attention for his prodigious talent. Meanwhile, Yuto, at 13, though a year older than Kakashi, hailed from a distinguished lineage, possessing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, coupled with the training of Tsunade. More importantly, during his Jonin promotion examination, he had successfully defeated an entire squad of Mist Chunin and Warrior Jinhachi. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, this was a significant achievement that elevated him above his predecessors, drawing the attention of other villages. The emergence of 2 talented Jonin from the village alleviated the tension preceding the war, signifying a fresh influx of strength for Konoha. For ordinary citizens and even lower-ranking ninjas, this was undeniably a positive development that on the 4th day after Yuto's successful examination, the promotion ceremony was held at the Hokage building. Aside from the village's upper echelons and clan leaders, all available Jonin attended. The proceedings were devoid of excessive formalities, conducted with simplicity. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered praise to the 5 of them before dismissing the gathering to continue his meeting with the higher-ups. As the highest leader of Konoha, the weight of responsibility on his shoulders was indeed considerable. Upon dispersing, Hisashi Hyuga made a point to seek out the branch family youth, speaking kindly and offering numerous words of encouragement. The main family takes pride in you. At the next clan meeting, you may sit beside me. I suggest that Tsunade Heim and the Hyuga clan interact more frequently. Will the lion's tooth bite you develop be included in the Hyuga's secret technique scroll? This was a classic display of a superior's attempt to curry favor while maintaining a subtle warning. Hyuga Yuto listened with a smile, nodding in agreement without offering any rebuttal, embodying respect, friendliness, and compliance. After their pleasant exchange, both parted amicably, seemingly satisfied. As the days passed, Hyuga Yuto's injuries fully healed, and he once again immersed himself in training, awaiting the long-range attack ninjutsu promised by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the impending outbreak of war. However, what he did not anticipate was that the first fruits of victory he would encounter would be the hurried return of Tsunade. The golden-haired woman appeared somewhat fatigued. Upon seeing Hyuga Yuto, she cast him a complex glance before stating, "Yuto, the explosive blade. Flying foam has been remade, but the creator wishes to see the one who will wield this weapon first." The Branch family youth was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to make of this. All right then, let's go." "Very well," the golden-haired beauty replied, placing her hand on the ground and using chakra to sketch a complex summoning formation, softly declaring, "Let's go. We shall head to the wet bone forest." The sensation of reverse summoning was quite peculiar that if one had to articulate it, it felt as if consciousness and body intertwined into a single cord, momentarily vanishing from the realm of reality, only to reappear in another location, the body returning to its original state. After traversing this infinitesimal span of time, Hyuga Yuto and Tsunade found themselves in an extraordinary place. It was an expansive, boundless forest, not particularly eerie, yet the trees loomed colossal, each possessing a diameter of at least 20 meters, their branches lush and verdant to the utmost, completely obscuring the sky. The ground stretched endlessly into a marsh, thick with humidity. Logically, such a superlative forest and swamp should harbor countless creatures. However, upon careful observation, Hyuga Yuto discerned no signs of life aside from the trees. Even the insects, often touted as the most resilient, were absent. This land could not sustain other forms of life. This was the wet bone forest, the dwelling of the sage. Look no further. Aside from the two of us, only the slug sage resides here. Tsunade exhaled a breath of exasperation. As a member of the Senju clan, she too found the silence of this lifeless expanse unsettling. The more you visit, the more accustomed you shall become. But remember, do not linger here for too long. The wet bone forest lacks even microorganisms. Prolonged habitation will pose significant health risks. You have been learning medical ninjutsu from me for over half a year now. You should understand this principle. Hyuga Yuto blinked, puzzled. I expected there to be countless slugs here. How could that be? The golden-haired woman ruffled her disciple's hair, noting that he had grown slightly taller. In the world, there exists only one summoning beast slug. All those large and small slugs are merely divisions of the slug sage, Dada. But teacher, I can't shake the feeling that they seem to possess independent consciousness. The division of slugs encompasses body, chakra, vitality, thought, memory, and consciousness, akin to shadow clones. When summoned through the summoning technique, they split from the main body according to the chakra released by the summoner. Only when completely coalesced are they considered a sage. The divided ones can be understood as offspring of the slug in a certain sense that, of course, after the summoning ends, they must return to the main body. The term one and only crossed Hyuga Yuto's mind. This mode of existence differed from both the white snake sage of the Dragon Cave and the toad sage of Mayaboka Mountain. The Branch family youth seemed to ponder something and uncertainly remarked, "So, the explosive blade, flying foam, was reforged here?" Indeed, Tsunade began to lead her disciple forward. The properties of that silk cloth are peculiar, capable of conducting chakra while withstanding extremely high-intensity impacts that I could only entrust it to the slug sage. Hinata Yuto, lost in thought, followed Tsunade closely. Even during his previous life, while reading manga, the three great holy lands of the ninja world had always been shrouded in mystery. Among them, Mayaboka Mountain, with its frequent appearances, could be said to have significantly influenced the main storyline. From the moment the Sage of Toads revealed the truth of the God Tree to the Otsutsuki brothers 1,000 years ago, to the decades-old prophecy imparted to Jiraiya in a dream along with the bestowal of sage techniques, that ancient toad, having lived for countless years, has been watching over the ninja world from deep within Miyaboka Mountain, subtly shaping destinies at crucial junctures. The white snake and slug, renowned figures alongside the toad, were not elaborated upon in the original text, yet upon traversing into the tangible world of Naruto, Hinata Yuto found himself compelled to consider the thoughts of these two sages. After all, the endeavors he was destined to undertake would inevitably alter the predetermined fate of the Naruto universe. Tsunade led Hinata Yuto for quite some time until they finally arrived at a clearing surrounded by towering trees and marshland, where only this patch of land stood out as a stark flat surface. In the center lay a stone platform adorned with a long black band, devoid of any other items. No sign of the slug sage was present. However, in the next moment, the marsh and forest trembled, and a gentle female voice resonated from beneath the earth. Little Tsunade. Hinata Yuto realized that the slug sage resided deep beneath the wet bone forest, her natural energy and chakra emanating so abundantly that they gave rise to this peculiar forest. Yet, it was precisely because the entire wet bone forest was influenced by the slug sage that no life, aside from the trees, could exist within it. Nonetheless, slug sage, why do you not emerge? Are you fearful that your majestic form could bring calamity to the living, or is it simply that you cannot leave your hiding place? A sense of irreverence blossomed within Hinata Yuto, though he maintained a respectful demeanor, kneeling beside his teacher to listen to the sage's teachings. Little Tsunade, the item you entrusted me with is on the stone platform. Thank you, slug sage. The golden-haired woman spoke sweetly. She had frequented the wet bone forest since her youth, viewing the slug sage as a figure akin to an elder. The boy next to you the one who inscribed his name on the summoning contract last time? Yes, slug sage. I am Yuto Hinata. The branch family youth spoke at an opportune moment, his tone respectful, leaving no room for criticism. However, the eternally youthful slug remained silent for a considerable time, just as Hinata Yuto and Tsunade began to wonder if the slug sage had dozed off. The gentle voice thundered once more from below. Hinata Yuto, your eyes seem to reflect a future I cannot fathom. The branch family youth's heart skipped a beat, nearly prompting him to leap up and use reverse summoning to return to the real world. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, striving to control his muscles, and responded calmly. May I ask, slug sage, what is it that you see in my eyes? As a Konoha ninja, do I truly have hope for peace in the future? Ah, the future. The slug seemed to sigh. No one can perceive what the future holds, not even the three of us. We can merely catch glimpses of fate's trivial seams. Perhaps it is for the best that you cannot see. It would be quite terrifying. Hinata Yuto exhaled in relief. He discreetly glanced at the golden-haired woman beside him, discovering that Tsunade's expression bore no signs of distress. On the contrary, she appeared somewhat pleased and reassured, even flashing a grin at him when their eyes met in Tsunade's eyes. The slug sage's mention of an unfathomable future likely signified approval, implying that her disciple, as a ninja, might achieve realms beyond imagination. Little Tsunade, take that new ninja tool back to Konoha first. Yuto shall remain. The old man still needs to have a chat with the young one, the golden-haired woman said cheerfully and without hesitation. She approached the stone platform to retrieve the long black band and patted Hinata Yuto's shoulder. Keep the slug sage company. Having maintained a blood contract for over 20 years, Tsunade held immense trust in the slug. Reminiscent of the relationship between the toad and Jiraiya, Hinata Yuto watched as Tsunade departed, feeling a sense of despair akin to being left behind while a parent visited relatives. After her exit, the slug sage's voice resounded once more, delivering words that were even more direct. Many years ago, a man who discerned fate made a prophecy concerning the three of us. The ageless sage paused, seemingly reminiscing about the man's words. The toad shall perish, the white snake shall shed its skin, and the slug shall attain immortality. As if fate were stirring, the slug sage's voice echoed through the earth, causing every droplet of liquid in the marsh and every leaf in the vast forest to tremble. Just a few days ago, little Tsunade brought the explosive blade and mist, and among them. That exceptionally resilient silk cloth was a fragment of that man's garment. 1,000 years have passed, yet I can recognize it at a glance. That man is none other than the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths once bestowed destinies upon the toads, white snakes, and slugs of the three great holy lands. Hinata Yuto was deeply moved. He remained silent, still kneeling and listening. The toad shall perish. Which means that fellow is growing increasingly frail. The last time I saw him, his skin was sagging to the ground. The white snake sheds its skin, hibernating in the dragon cave for years, appearing to have undergone little change, the laziest and most leisurely of them all. And the slug shall attain immortality. The ageless sage suddenly burst into laughter, showing no sign of stopping. Hinata Yuto's intuition told him that the emotions encapsulated in that laughter were far from joy. It was only when the trees within a radius of several dozen kilometers toppled that the slug sage ceased her mirth that, in short, everything unfolds according to the prophecy of the Sage of Six Paths. He is the founder of the ninja religion and the first to grasp the true essence of chakra, his power unparalleled throughout history. His eyes can see far, far beyond that I enjoy immortality, yet I must also accept this destiny. Even after another 1,000 years, the slug shall not perish, still dwelling beneath the wet bone forest. However, a small bird attempts to use its beak to break the cage. This was a trivial matter, insignificant to the point of being unworthy of mention, akin to a new bud sprouting from the great tree at the entrance of Konoha. Yet even the smallest of things, in my eyes, are profoundly different. The gentle voice came to an abrupt halt, and the vast wet-bone forest fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. With his thoughts laid bare, Hinata Yuto felt an unexpected calmness wash over him. Deep within, he even exhaled a sigh of relief. He raised his head, removed his forehead protector, revealing the ugly green bird within the cage. Slug Sage, may I ask, how do you view my thoughts? In a land of waves, although you possess a fine needle to prevent yourself from speaking in your sleep, the fluctuations of chakra already convey much. When that slug returned to my body, I knew not worry. Individuals capable of deciphering emotions from chakra are few and far between in this world. And at that time, only I was beside you to, the land of waves. Hinata Yuto shrugged. Then, what are your thoughts on my ideas? Observe within the wet bone forest, the slug sage replied. Hinata Yuto nearly laughed inappropriately, almost believing that this ancient slug was sharing a cold joke to amuse him. However, it was evident that the sage's response was not a jest. The Branch family youth understood the meaning behind the slug's words. What you choose to do is your own affair. I shall not interfere, nor will I divulge it to anyone. This response perfectly aligned with the identity of the slug. She had existed for a millennium, long before the establishment of the ninja religion. To her, the state of the world held little significance. The internal affairs of Konoha, in her perspective, might merely be akin to children playing house. In a few hundred years, the tides of change would render everything unrecognizable, perhaps even eradicating the very notion of ninja villages as a form of governance. Yet she, the slug sage, would continue to exist within the wet bone forest. After all, the slug shall attain immortality. This was her fate. Yet, this was not enough. Having broached the topic to this extent, to refrain from pushing for further clarity would be a wasted opportunity. Hinata Yuto mused, unwilling to let the moment slip away. If you truly believe in the principle of fair competition and do not cozy up to those in authority, you will likely never rise in rank, like all predecessors who had traversed realms. Hinata Yuto was also a cunning outsider. Moreover, from the implications woven into the slug sage's words, it was clear she was not entirely content with the fate of the slug shall attain immortality. What you do, I will not reveal to others, was in essence a form of tacit consent. Though he was unaware of the specific reasons, Hinata Yuto felt an instinctive awareness in regard to the task at hand. The Sage of Slugs harbored unspoken expectations. The young scion pondered momentarily before articulating, Sage of Slugs, the world has recently descended into chaos. Even the most peaceful and stable Konoha is stockpiling ninja tools and military rations. As a ninja, both publicly and privately, I shall engage in battle against our foes. Given my current status, I would likely assume a position and act alongside my comrades from the same village. However, I also desire a personal space of my own. Hinata Yuto offered a sly smile, fully aware of the true purpose behind this personal space. Recently, he had established several underground bases to facilitate his scientific experiments. Yet, on the battlefield, the transfer of certain items could not be executed using sealing scrolls, as they are military supplies subject to regulation. Thus, may I summon slugs to assist in transporting my belongings? If necessary, I could even store them in the wet bone forest. As one who has signed the Pact of Summoning, Hinata Yuto undoubtedly possessed the right to make such a request, which subtly implied, "Could you assist in concealing my activities should I employ the slugs for treacherous deeds?" Before long, a rumble arose from beneath. Prior to today, if Tsunade were to inquire, the slugs would inform her of your activities involving summoning techniques. However, from this day forth, such will no longer be the case. Your authority will be elevated to the highest among summoners, and the slugs will prioritize your commands above all else. Naturally, Tsunade and anyone from Konoha shall remain oblivious to this change. Hinata Yuto exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Sage of Slugs comprehended the nuances hidden within his words, revealing a certain level of tacit understanding. The young branch family member suddenly recalled a saying from his previous life: "An old fox is cunning. A horse grows slippery with age, and a rabbit becomes elusive as it ages." The Sage of Slugs had dwelled in the wet-bone forest for a millennium. Such an extensive duration would surely endow even a piece of wood with wisdom. The cunning and intellect of such an ancient being were indeed challenging to navigate. Then, esteemed sage, I take my leave, Hinata Yuto said. Understanding the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, he donned his forehead protector and prepared to exit the wet-bone forest. Yet unexpectedly, the gentle voice of the sage echoed once more in his ear, "Yuto, what is the weather like outside now?" The young branch family member hesitated for a moment before responding. In reply, "Sage, the sun is shining brightly. It is a splendid sunny day. A sunny day. Indeed," Hinata Yuto thought to himself, puzzled. Yet he respectfully departed the area. The vast wet-bone forest was left behind, reduced to a sea of trees, a marshland. And the slugs that resided beneath the earth, it is unclear how much time passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, or even a month, when the gentle voice finally rumbled through the wet-bone forest. "I recall the last time I basked in sunlight was 1,000 years ago." Upon leaving the wet-bone forest, Hinata Yuto's first sight was of Tsunade. "You're out. How was your conversation with the sage?" "Quite well," Hinata Yuto replied, scratching his nose. "Surprisingly, we had much in common." Tsunade chuckled. "I often played in the wet-bone forest as a child. The sage would tell me stories." She handed him a black bandage, explaining. The sage disassembled the silken cloth from the exploding blade, transforming it into a brand new ninja tool through sage techniques. It is named Flowing Cloud Steel. The bandage measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and 3 fingers in width. As Hinata Yuto weighed it in his hand, he estimated its density to be about 1/3 that of wrought iron. This was a fragment of clothing once worn by Otsutsuki Kagaya, although it may not qualify as a six-paths ninja tool. Its exceptional properties were worthy of being called a treasure. The flowing cloud steel possessed remarkable toughness. The golden-haired woman softly remarked, "It is resistant to rupture and stretching, has thermal insulation properties, and does not impede chakra transmission. You can even enhance its hardness instantaneously by channeling chakra through it. It is both as flowing as a cloud and as reliable as steel." As Hinata Yuto listened, he began to wrap the bandage around his right arm. From his fingers to his shoulder, his entire right arm was enveloped in the inky black bandage. His chakra ebbed and flowed, causing the flowing cloud steel to alternate between extreme softness and hardness. Before long, Hinata Yuto discovered the technique, utilizing a layered structure akin to shrimp shells, allowing his fingers, wrist, and elbow to move with ease while the remaining areas remained harder than steel. "Let me give that technique a try," he muttered. Boom! So fast, Tsunade's pupils constricted in astonishment as she turned to witness the young branch family member demolishing a dilapidated building. Hinata Yuto pushed aside the debris that had pinned him down and brushed the dust from his head. His right hand, wrapped in the black bandage, was covered with a 1 centimeter thick chakra gauntlet, encasing his entire right arm, with the fingertips resembling menacing fangs. The roar of heat and wind reverberated, akin to a beast's growl. The S-rank ninjutsu, Lion S-Fong Bite, could finally be unleashed without restraint. "You are far too quick," Tsunade exclaimed, her shock evident. "This speed exceeds that of most J-nin, even with lightning release to stimulate muscle explosive speed. I doubt it could match yours." Hinata Yuto exhaled deeply, dissipating the Lion S-Fong Bite and retracting the chakra infused within the flowing cloud steel, rendering the black bandage soft once more. He merely smiled at his teacher's praise, refraining from disputing it. He understood that when employing Lion S-Fong Bite, he indeed moved at an extraordinary pace. While utilizing body flicker technique, he shielded the Lion S-Fong Bite with his right arm, cleaving through the air and reducing wind resistance to nearly zero. Furthermore, due to the high temperatures emanating from the Lion S-Fong Bite, the temperature of the air in front of him surged. Given that pressure remained constant, density would decrease, causing the cooler air behind him to surge forward. In simpler terms, the thermal motion of molecules propelled Hinata Yuto forward, with no wind resistance and an additional thrust from the cooler air behind him. Alongside his already exceptional body flicker technique, it would be difficult for Hinata Yuto not to be fast. The Lion S-Fong Bite possessed three remarkable attributes: linear advancement speed, the hardness of the gauntlet, and the final explosive bite of chakra. Its formidable power and high difficulty of mastery would have rendered it impossible for Hinata Yuto to execute without sustaining injury, were it not for the flowing cloud steel. "This is truly an excellent ninja tool," Hinata Yuto mused, stroking the black bandage encircling his right arm. He sheepishly addressed Tsunade. "I apologize, teacher, for collapsing the house in the clan district. It's no trouble." Tsunade replied generously, "It's better to tear it down. It has been lived in for many years and is long since weakened." Hinata Yuto smiled. "Teacher, may I head to the back mountain to further familiarize myself with the flowing cloud steel and Lion S-Fong Bite?" "Go ahead." The golden-haired woman waved her hand dismissively. "I'm off to argue with the old man," he responded, recalling the promised promotion to J-nin. "Humph. One ninjutsu has taken far too long." Hinata Yuto unleashed the Lion S-Fong Bite with a thunderous roar in the back mountain of the Senju clan district. Tsunade had already pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, seating herself at the desk and looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Little Tsunade, only you would dare to glare at me like that." Sarutobi sighed in resignation. "What is it now?" The golden-haired woman spread her hands before the third Hokage. "Where is the scroll?" "What scroll?" "The scroll, the one you promised to give Hinata Yuto. The ninjutsu scroll that allows for long-range attacks." "Huh? Oh, that one. Please do not tell me that our esteemed Hokage has completely forgotten." Tsunade glared, her expression darkening. "How could I forget, Tsunade? I am, after all, your teacher and the village's leader. At least you. There is no one else here." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled wryly, feeling rather helpless against his only female disciple, whom he had watched grow up. If not for the matter of principle, he would have indulged her further. "All right, Tsunade, please reiterate the ninjutsu and techniques that Hinata Yuto excels in. I will contemplate what would be most suitable for him." The golden-haired woman scoffed, but patiently began to list them. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened intently, having made a mental note of the matter and certainly not forgetting it. However, the pressure during this period has been overwhelming, coupled with the scarcity of suitable long-range ninjutsu for the Hyuga clan, which has delayed matters until now. Even for Sarutobi Hizashi, the C-rank ninjutsu feels somewhat inadequate. Tsunade would undoubtedly be furious, AS for B or A-rank mid to long-range offensive techniques. Many of them rely on the 5 elemental chakra natures, and given that the Hyuga have primarily practiced gentle fists since childhood, they may not be suitable either. Not to mention the difficulty of mastering S-rank ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hizashi is unwilling to easily grant such power before his subordinates have achieved significant merit. Furthermore, Hyuga Yuto has already studied the Ein sealing technique, and the subsequent series of jutsu based on the 100 healings will require immense energy, leading to the adage of too much leads to indigestion. Nevertheless, as Tsunade continued her discourse, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes suddenly brightened. "You mentioned that after employing your newly developed ninjutsu, his speed was remarkable." "How remarkable?" "Not to the extent of surpassing Minato's Flying Thunder God technique," Tsunade paused before adding, but in terms of linear assault speed, it surpasses the body flicker technique. That is indeed quite impressive. Sarutobi Hisashi mused. Given this, that technique seems perfectly suited for him. He formed a hand seal and presented a scroll to Tsunade, stating, "Please give this to Yuto. Once he memorizes the contents, I will destroy the scroll." The back mountain of the Senju clan is extensive, and it is quite convenient for practicing this technique. Tsunade glanced at the name of the ninjutsu, clearly satisfied that in 3 days, Yuto will depart from the village. Accompanied by many others, Sarutobi Hisashi softly remarked, "Let him study this technique at his leisure during the journey." The blonde woman paused momentarily, then exhaled a heavy sigh. The war has finally begun. It is Yuto's first time participating in such a high-level meeting. Presided over by Sarutobi Hisashi, the gathering includes Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, and Shimura Danzo, with all available high-ranking shinobi from Konohagakure present. This is a war mobilization meeting, a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage and a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan. Yuto has no reason not to attend out of course. He understands that in such a setting, he is not expected to speak, so he huddles in a corner, arms crossed, listening attentively to the discussions of the esteemed figures. Beside him leans Hatake Kakashi, the youngest J-nin of Konoha, appearing equally disinterested. "Kakashi," Yuto inquired with curiosity, "why aren't you standing with your sensei? That would draw too much attention." The silver-haired young man replied quietly, employing chakra to discreetly communicate as is customary among J-nin. "Being the center of attention is too troublesome. That aren't you also not standing beside Lady Tsunade?" "That's because the clan leader is present." Yuto quipped, "Look, Lord Hisashi and our Hyuga J-nin are here, and Lady Tsunade as well. Would it be appropriate for me to stand? One side is my kin, the other is my teacher, and with such distance between us, it would be awkward no matter where I choose. Though I am indifferent. You know how complex the world of adults can be. That if we, as young descendants, stand together, no one could find fault." Kakashi's eyes widened. "Yuto, you are already contemplating such mature matters. One could say, as expected from a disciple of the legendary three." Suddenly, a commotion interrupted their conversation, prompting Yuto and Kakashi to promptly fall silent. Under the gaze of all present, Orochimaru stepped forward with measured grace. His long black hair, golden snake-like eyes, and strikingly handsome yet cold visage commanded an extraordinary presence merely by standing there. Sarutobi Hisashi's voice resonated in the ears of every J-nin present. "Then I entrust this to you, Orochimaru." Yuto sighed inwardly, as expected. During the Third Shinobi World War, the battlefield commander for Konoha is Orochimaru. Being the Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi cannot personally lead the charge due to the abundance of capable individuals under his command. He must oversee from the rear as the commander of the external campaigns. There is truly no one more fitting for this role than Orochimaru. Jiraiya is currently wandering, having become rather lackadaisical. Tsunade suffers from a blood phobia. Minato, while undoubtedly strong, is still too young, lacking the necessary reputation and accomplishments, and Danzo's penchant for scheming renders him ill-suited for leading a major conflict between shinobi villages. Following Orochimaru, Minato rose to his feet. This extraordinary genius, hailing from a common background, serves as the deputy commander for Konoha. Naturally, there are several deputy commanders, yet Minato's precedence in the order of appearances speaks volumes. However, at this moment, none could have anticipated that Minato would emerge as the next Hokage. By seniority, Orochimaru's ascension seems almost guaranteed, with Jiraiya holding a significantly greater likelihood than Minato. The complexities of adult politics amuse Yuto, who quietly closes his eyes, standing still. The primary purpose of this war mobilization meeting is to establish the hierarchy of command on the battlefield. Orochimaru at the forefront, with Minato following closely behind. Once this structure is set, most of Sarutobi Hisashi's subsequent remarks are mere reiterations. Fighting for the sake of Konoha, for the peace of the land of fire, inheriting the will of fire, and repelling foreign enemies. These phrases have become almost ritualistic since Hisashi assumed the role of Hokage, having been articulated numerous times before. While these words may lack tangible impact, at the very least, they provide a reassuring psychological affirmation that Konoha's order remains intact. everything under control. After the meeting concluded, Yuto stretched his shoulders and was about to exit the Hokage building when someone called out to him. Yuto, I have a word. Turning around, he was met with a clean, handsome smile framed by a head of golden hair. Minato-senpai, Yuto, stood still. Their relationship had been amicable, especially due to the development of the lion's bite technique. Calling me senpai makes me feel a bit aged, Minato chuckled, gesturing for Yuto to enter an office. Yuto, for this war, Lady Tsunade will not be heading to the front lines, I understand. Her illness remains untreated. Therefore, I believe that as fellow disciples of the legendary three, we should shoulder greater responsibilities for our respective teachers. What do you need me to do, Minato-senpai? Minato regarded the branch family youth, his blue eyes revealing sincerity and warmth. Yuto, due to the Flying Thunder God technique, I will be responsible for reconnaissance and surprise attack units. As a Hyuga Genin, your Byakugan has always been a crucial component of Konoha's reconnaissance efforts, so I was wondering if you could oversee the reconnaissance division. Yuto's brows slightly furrowed. Minato-senpai, I fear. He paused, then continued, my status is not particularly suited for leading the reconnaissance division. That I appreciate your kindness, but it would be a grand joke for a branch family member to manage the main family. Minato seemed to realize this, apologizing sincerely. I'm sorry, I did not consider this adequately. His tone was earnest as he patted Yuto's shoulder. Sometimes, I could be rather slow to catch on. Let's consider this matter as if I never proposed it. However, you can rest assured. I promise that under my command, you will not face any embarrassing situations. After Minato spoke, he shifted the topic. By the way, Yuto, I heard that you obtained an A-rank ninjutsu the other day. Yes, Minato-senpai. It was developed by the second Hokage, and its difficulty is quite high. The genius of the second Hokage never shows any mercy to us fools. Minato laughed. My Flying Thunder God technique was also developed by the second Hokage. When I think about it, it bears some resemblance to the technique you just acquired. This evening, I will write you a detailed account of my insights, the sequence of actions, bestowing responsibilities, offering sincere apologies, and providing rewards. Moved even Yuto's heart slightly. Here stands a powerful figure, a super genius, extending both camaraderie and promises while sharing invaluable insights on ninjutsu, all without any ulterior motives, showing profound respect and admiration for him. Perhaps Minato truly is a kind-hearted super genius, but that does not imply a lack of acumen, that if someone Navi were to ascend to the position of Hokage, the entire village would face dire consequences. Thank you very much, Minato-senpai. Yuto expressed his gratitude, his words sufficiently eloquent. Thank you, Commander. He refrained from stating the word deputy. Upon returning to the Senju clan grounds, Yuto finally encountered Tsunade in the evening after the war mobilization concluded. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hizashi convened a small meeting with the village's higher-ups. The old man is indeed showing signs of aging, Tsunade remarked, plopping down on the tatami mat. Her tone tinged with nostalgia. He is becoming increasingly verbose. Teacher, will you be heading to the battlefield this time? It depends. I will mostly be organizing and training the medical corps from the rear. However, if the situation deteriorates, I will undoubtedly head to the front lines. For I am, after all, a ninja of Konoha. The golden-haired woman massaged her neck and reclined, stretching like a contented feline, her toes pointing toward a certain spot within the room. My dear apprentice, that package is for you. Hyuga Yuto took the parcel into his hands, discovering it filled with garments, each adorned with the clan symbols of Senju and Hyuga. These clothes have been custom-made for you, crafted from the finest materials of the land of lightning dough, and I placed a box in your room containing 1,000 explosive tags. Practicing your great uncle's techniques consumes quite a bit. Thank you. Sensei, Yuto expressed his gratitude. Tsunade paused momentarily before continuing. Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes, I have been assigned to the Konoha Reconnaissance Unit. Directly under the command of Kakashi-senpai, we are to depart for the land of hot water tomorrow morning. Though young, Minato Namikaze is a formidable ninja capable of standing on his own. Yuto, remember that once you step onto the battlefield, you cannot view him merely as a gentle mentor guiding your jutsu. You must absolutely obey his commands. Of course, do not be foolishly obedient. It is wise to remain vigilant in all matters. Tsunade imparted her experiences of war, and Yuto listened intently as time slipped away. The darkness gradually enveloping the surroundings. That should suffice for now. Yuto, do not disappoint the village. Yes, sensei. The branch family youth performed a solemn bow that I shall take my leave now. Lord Hizashi has requested my presence this evening. Tsunade non-committally grunted and softly uttered, "Wait a moment." After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly turned away from Yuto. Remember the last time the world was engulfed in war? Two men of great significance to me departed from my life forever. Her voice was a mere whisper. Do not die, Yuto. Hyuga Yuto knelt before Hizashi, remaining silent. Ah, Yuto, do not be so formal, Hizashi sighed. You are now an exceptional ninja, a jounin at the tender age of 13. I have heard that during the Warring States period, one could even be betrothed at your age. He spoke in a half-joking tone. Are there any young ladies in the clan that catch your fancy? Clan leader, Yuto replied calmly. I have yet to contemplate such matters at all. You young ones are far too tense, devoid of any vitality. Hizashi shook his head, his tone suddenly shifting to seriousness. Yuto, have you been assigned to the observation unit? Yes, clan leader, a jounin. You must either become a solitary hawk solely accountable to Minato Namikaze or lead a squad. Regardless of the arrangement, the responsibilities are substantial. Hizashi sipped his tea, enunciating each word. Yuto. While Minato is indeed outstanding, he lacks the Byakugan and may not fully comprehend its intricacies. Thus, at times, we must place our trust in our own kin. The clan leader speaks wisely. In critical moments, Yuto will prioritize the interests of the Hyuga. Good. Your awareness is commendable. Your parents shared this understanding, recognizing the greater good and being willing to sacrifice for the clan. That is the secret to our Hyuga's enduring prosperity. After some reflective words, Hizashi clapped his hands. You all come forth. Yuto, lift your head. Several youthful figures emerged from the hidden doors within the room, all of them young Hyuga, unadorned by forehead protectors, boldly revealing their smooth foreheads. They were all members of the main family. Among them were Hyuga Shinsuke and Hyuga Yoshiko. Hizashi's voice rang out once more. The slender saplings are destined to grow into majestic trees, primarily due to the strength of their trunks. The branch family serves as the delicate branches and leaves, while the main family constitutes the sturdy trunk. Yuto, these young members of the main family will accompany the troops in a battle, like all Hyuga ninjas. You must protect them with your life, as the shield and sword of the main family. You must maximize your potential. Oh, this is Shinsuke and Yoshiko. You have met them at Hokage-sama's residence. Greet one another. As young people, you should foster closer ties. Hyuga Shinsuke stepped forward, extending his hand. Hyuga Yuto, it is good to see you again. I heard you have become a jounin. Haha, I entrust my safety to you. Hyuga Yuto rose, his expression stoic. I will wager my life. Good. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Shinsuke clapped Yuto on the shoulder, the atmosphere becoming amicable. However, at that moment, Shinsuke suddenly reached out, lightly brushing his forehead. A smile playing on his lips. You haven't forgotten that pain, have you, Yuto? The branch family youth retreated, exchanging farewells with the other young members of the main family, etching every detail of their features into his memory. All right, Hizashi waved his hand. Yuto, you may withdraw now. Rest well. I recall you are departing the village tomorrow. Yes, clan leader. Hyuga Yuto exited the hall, and the expressions of the main family members remained unchanged that evening. They would still need to remind and suppress many branch family elites. Yuto was merely one among them. Suppressing, garnering support, issuing warnings, punishing, rewarding. The main family had become exceedingly adept at managing the branch family's affairs. Even more so than executing gentle fist techniques. After all, the main family had been performing such tasks for a millennium. Whenever they heard others extol the Inuzuka clan as the foremost dog-breeding family in the ninja world, the Hyuga main family could hardly suppress a smile. Training humans requires far more skill than training dogs. Hyuga Yuto traversed the nightscape of Konoha. This was the eve of departure, filled with the exhortations of numerous elders and the reluctant embraces of many couples. Even someone as esteemed as Sarutobi Hiruzen likely found it hard to sleep tonight. Yet, the branch family youth felt light on his feet, an inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him, as if he had won the lottery. However, there was a slight tinge of regret. Yuto murmured to himself. He reached into his waist pouch, feeling around before giving a light tap. The crisp sound echoed at his fingertips, the noise of a glass vial vibrating. Somewhat muffled due to the preservation liquid it contained, a grin suddenly crept upon his lips, tinged with a hint of madness. I bought too little. Uchiha Yuto balanced himself on a slender branch of a great tree. And through his Bikugen's vision, he detected no anomalies. He swiftly departed from the area, dashing forward. Every kilometer traversed marked by a gentle slash with a kunai coated in a special paint on the tree trunks. The main force behind him would recognize this signal, indicating that this route was safe, at least free from large-scale ninja ambushes. This marked the third day since the advance unit had departed the village. Given Yuto's pace, he could have easily made several round trips within the Land of Fire during this time. Yet at this moment, he could only faintly see the border of the Land of Fire on the horizon. War between nations and ninja villages is not simply a matter of ninjas undertaking missions and hastening their speed. That would be akin to courting death. The Konoha Advance Unit, led by Minato Namikaze, comprised two components, reconnaissance and tactical surprise attacks. While the total number was not substantial, around 400, it was filled with elite ninjas, the strategically significant Byakugan, the formidable combat prowess of the Sharingan, the unpredictably peculiar attacks of the Yamanaka clan, the tracking expertise of the Inuzuka clan, and those civilians who had mastered unique ninjutsu. Within the advance unit alone, the Hyuga clan contributed 3 jounin, including Yuto, although the main force led by Orochimaru had even more combatants from the Hyuga clan. However, in terms of ratio, the ninjas of the vanguard are significantly more elite, with the presence of lower-ranking ninjas almost imperceptible. After all, the mission of the vanguard is to gather intelligence and eliminate threats, which will inevitably lead to confrontations with the enemy's finest if any issues arise on the side of Namikaze Minato. The frontal forces led by Orochimaru will not fare any better. Hinata Yuto's task is to act as the spearhead, scouting in the 2 o'clock direction of the vanguard. Apart from him, every direction is also manned by skilled reconnaissance ninjas. He recalls that the 1 o'clock direction is under the supervision of 8 Nin from the Uchiha clan. Although Namikaze Minato is young, he exhibits remarkable organization in his actions. Of the 400 members of the vanguard, few are mere novices, yet all have been brought into line under his command, and there have been no troublesome incidents during the march. Yuto, a voice suddenly called out from beside him as Hinata Yuto leaned against a large tree. He turned to see Namikaze Minato holding a specially crafted kunai inscribed with sealing techniques, beaming at him with a cheerful smile. 8 members of the vanguard, the 8 of them, including Hinata Yuto, carried the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Namikaze Minato utilizes the astonishing power of space ninjutsu to traverse the entire route, which is one of the key reasons he can maintain control over his subordinates. Commander Hinata Yuto stood at attention. Namikaze Minato chuckled lightly, giving Yuto's shoulder a playful punch. "You look quite capable, Yuto. Your chakra is calm, entirely unlike someone embarking on their first mission." After all, they had yet to encounter the enemy. Soon, Namikaze Minato pointed ahead, where a dense forest stretched along the border. "We are nearing the junction between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, given the nature of those from the Hidden Cloud Village. An ambush could occur at any moment. Slow down a bit. Yuto, you must maintain an appropriate distance for support with the vanguard. But you are here, Commander." Namikaze Minato shook his head with a wry smile. "The Flying Thunder God is not infallible. I cannot know precisely what you face, Yuto. Take a moment to rest, and we shall depart in 1 minute." "Understood, Commander." Namikaze Minato vanished from his position, reappearing beside another Nin from Konoha at an indeterminate distance. Hinata Yuto felt a twinge of envy. Spatial ninjutsu is truly an advanced skill, and mastery of any form of it could serve as a foundation for renown in the ninja world. If Namikaze Minato were a bit more reckless, he could easily inscribe sealing techniques beside the enemy and harass them continuously from dawn till dusk. Just imagine, while you are joyfully enjoying Odin and singing, a handsome man suddenly teleports behind you and strikes you with a Rasengan, only to vanish afterward. Even if one were not killed instantly, the constant vigilance would be utterly exhausting. Currently, even if Namikaze Minato cannot defeat the enemy, he can effortlessly escape, rendering him nearly invulnerable. The only way to eliminate him would be to lure him into a guaranteed trap. Hinata Yuto sighed inwardly, flexing his ankles in preparation to set off once more. In recent days, he has observed that the morale of the Konoha forces is quite high. Though many ninjas experience tension or even fear, the overwhelming majority believe that ultimate victory will belong to Konoha and the Land of Fire. This judgment is well-founded. The Land of Fire possesses the most fertile lands in the world, the largest population, and the most developed economy, with supplies and tactical equipment that far surpass those of other great nations. More importantly, at this time, Konoha boasts an abundance of elite ninja at the shadow level. The peak of the Sannin, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the robust trio of Sannin, Shimura Danzo, and Namikaze Minato, along with 3 other formidable figures. If push comes to shove, Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails, can unleash a tailed beast, resulting in mutual destruction. Furthermore, if the situation truly escalates to the annihilation of the village, Konoha will undoubtedly resort to the reanimation jutsu to revive their strongest warriors. Taking action first and worrying about consequences later, as for the ethics of forbidden techniques, when faced with the Grim Reaper's scythe, there will naturally be fewer moral guardians. Now, no one could have anticipated that this war would drag on for 3 entire years, claiming the lives of so many powerful ninjas and precipitating events that would affect the entire world. Hinata Yuto momentarily lost himself in thought. A minute had passed. He strictly adhered to Namikaze Minato's orders, inscribing a secret mark on the tree he had rested against, and then dashed forward. This time, Hinata Yuto exercised great caution. The closer he got to the border, the more perilous it became. The Hidden Cloud Village is martial in nature, often exhibiting a brutish temperament, and one must remain vigilant when facing them. His Byakugan remained active as he crossed the border. Boom! So they really are launching a surprise attack at the border. No wonder they are called Thunder Barbarians. Hinata Yuto evaded the assault from an enemy emerging from the ground, laughing mockingly. However, although he feigned ease and arrogance, he remained acutely aware. This squad of Hidden Cloud ninjas had perfectly positioned themselves underground, precisely at the boundary of his Byakugan's range, clearly having come prepared. This was a tactical maneuver targeting the Konoha vanguard. The branch family youth landed in the center of the enemy's encirclement like a hammer striking an anvil. He tore off the wide sleeve of his right arm, revealing the black bandages wrapped around at point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 heads of Hidden Cloud ninjas, a commendable feat indeed. The moment Namikaze Minato's fingertips made contact with the end of the kunai, he squeezed himself out from the fissures of space. His reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and almost simultaneously, he took in everything around him. Fallen trees scattered across the ground, a landscape ravaged as if by a dragon, crushed corpses, and the 7 bodies of Hidden Cloud ninjas piled together in a heap. And there, seated atop the mound of corpses, was Hinata Yuto, eyes closed in meditation. The 13-year-old boy had long hair cascading down to his waist, tied at the end with a red ribbon, and he possessed a strikingly handsome and upright demeanor. His right arm, wrapped in black bandages, exuded a serene and gentle aura that added an air of mystery to his presence. Yuto, Namikaze Minato, suddenly spoke. "Are you injured?" "No." Hinata Yuto opened his eyes and replied with a light smile. "This level of ambush is insufficient to wound me. Commander, you should go assist others." "Very well, be careful. The main force will arrive in 10 minutes, a flash of gold." And Namikaze Minato vanished from sight. As a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, his speed of support is unparalleled in the ninja world, with his presence felt throughout the battlefield. Hinata Yuto leaped down from the pile of bodies, his expression calm. Victory is as simple as outpacing the opponent, though the average physical prowess of the Hidden Cloud ninjas ranks among the best in the 5 great nations. They are as slow as lambs awaiting slaughter in the face of the lion's bite. 10 minutes passed, and the vanguard arrived, with designated record keepers assessing their achievements, processing the bodies of the Hidden Cloud ninjas, and documenting the encounter. Subsequently, Hinata Yuto advanced with the main force, establishing camp in the dense forest near the border of the Land of Water. Time flew by, and those dispatched for reconnaissance began to return one by one. Not everyone was as composed as Hinata Yuto. Some returned bloodied and on the verge of collapse. quickly attended to by medical teams upon being carried back by Namikaze Minato after crossing the border of the Land of Fire. The vanguard set up camp, deciding to rest for the night to alleviate their fatigue from the march as night fell. The camp of the vanguard was filled with the fragrant aroma of cooking, with relaxed conversations ebbing and flowing, even the enticing scent of grilled meat wafting through the in a world of extraordinary powers, such as that of the ninja. Executing a night raid on an enemy camp is exceedingly difficult. Just considering the vanguard's camp, for example, the outskirts are guarded by Jainin from the Hinata clan stationed at several critical choke points. There be Akugan-S reconnaissance capabilities surpassing even thermal imaging cameras. The oil woman has already scattered insects hidden within the soil, making underground ambushes nearly impossible. Highly mobile ninjas are on constant patrol, leaving no corner unchecked, and various plants and rocks are rigged with highly sensitive traps. Should the hidden cloud side attempt to storm the camp under the cover of night, their losses would be catastrophic. Moreover, as the war has only just begun, the ninjas remain on high alert. And a moment of relaxation within the relatively safe camp is merely human nature. However, while ordinary ninjas may let their guard down, the commander of this vanguard must not be careless in the central military tent of the camp. Namikaze Minato gathered the Jainin, pointing at the map. In 3 days, we must advance to this point and establish a defensive line at the junction between the Land of Water and the Land of Frost. We must completely thwart any attacks from the hidden cloud and the Land of Water. At the heart of the battlefield, the farther it is from one's homeland, the better. This is a universally acknowledged truth among all military strategists. With an abrupt departure from his usual genial demeanor, Namikaze Minato issued a resolute command. 3 days. Regardless of the challenges we encounter, we must forge ahead. No one is permitted to retreat without my explicit orders. Strangely, despite the firmness in Minato's tone, it did not incite any rebellious sentiment among his subordinates. Rather, it compelled the Jonin to sit up straighter in their seats. I will leave 50 individuals to guard the advance and the rear supply routes, changing the signal every half day, ensuring a vigilant defense. The remaining ninjas from Konohega Corps shall accompany me to establish a defensive line at the border of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost. The Cloud Village is formidable. Although we may not encounter large forces along the way, skirmishes and ambushes will undoubtedly be frequent. It is possible that any one of us, myself included, may perish in battle. I can only hope that everyone upholds the will of fire and annihilates all enemies in our path. The handsome young man with golden hair paused for a moment before commencing the task assignments. The main forces will be divided into 6 groups, each led by 2 Jonin. The first group comprises Hyuga Wainiji and Kunizaki Iter. The second group will consist of those guarding the rear supply routes, organized into 15 smaller units. Lastly, given that the Cloud Village often employs tactics of single-point breakthroughs, I will select several highly capable ninjas for independent action, allowing them to operate freely in the Land of Hot Water and beyond, tasked with eliminating small enemy detachments. He called out the names of a few individuals: Hyuga Waito, Uchiha Mini, Aburame Y Kib. Hyuga Waito, who was leaning against the wall, nodded slightly, accepting his orders with enthusiasm. The meeting was brief, dictated by the exigencies of war, when Minato dismissed the assembled Jonin. Waito's bird, roasting over the fire, was still uncooked. He sprinkled a pinch of salt over the meat, and only when the savory aroma wafted towards him did he begin to eat, accompanied by clear water. 3 days he contemplated silently, calculating the time and distance. Given the nature of the cloud, a major confrontation would undoubtedly ensue in 3 days' time. The advance force from Konoha would be matched by the elite scouts of the cloud. Predicting the outcome of this clash would be difficult, but mutual casualties were certain, and losses would not be trifling. Swallowing the last morsel of bird meat, Waito stood up slowly and walked into the darkness alone. He made no sound, as their strategic value as independently acting free agents lay in their element of surprise. Ideally, even Minato would remain unaware of their whereabouts, in a world where individual combat prowess could dictate the course of war. The freedom of skilled ninjas to maneuver independently bore significant tactical implications, as long as they could consistently gather intelligence and take down enemy elites. Their accolades would surely soar, Dewata melded into the shadows. Clutching the token bestowed upon him by Minato before the meeting's conclusion, swiftly departing from the reconnaissance range of the advance force, he raced deeper into the land of hot water, his Byakugan activated, pausing only briefly to rest when fatigue set in. For the solitary freeman, the greatest challenge lay in locating the enemy. The land of hot water, bordered by the land of fire, had long been under Konoha's influence, making it difficult for the Cloud Village to dispatch large forces into the region in the early stages of the war. However, Wada possessed his own ingenious methods for locating the enemy. If none could be found within the land of hot water, he would venture into the land of frost, pushing towards the borders of the land of lightning, certain to encounter cloud ninjas. In the northeastern direction of the border between the land of frost and the land of hot water, 70 kilometers away, a convoy advanced in a serpentine manner. Their pace was not swift, yet the formation was tight and orderly. This was a supply convoy affiliated with the Cloud, transporting essential materials for the front lines, including ninja tools, food, clean water, and medical supplies, although the primary personnel consisted of lower-ranking ninjas and civilians. The Cloud had also dispatched 2 Jonin for protection, accompanied by 5 squads of Chunin combatants. Under ordinary circumstances, such a configuration would allow them to traverse the land of frost with ease. Yet the atmosphere within the Cloud's transport unit was tense, with few exchanges of words along the route. What a bunch of cowards. Ordinary folks I can understand, but those skilled in ninjutsu, clutching their kunai like that, are they even true ninjas? One of the Jonin from the Cloud suddenly exclaimed, his skin a bronze hue typical of the land of lightning, his temperament fiery and direct, and already cowering before we even reach the front lines. If we truly engage with those Konoha scoundrels, enough, Jay Sure, a fellow Jonin, interjected, nudging him lightly. Chakra grants us strength, but let us not lose our sense of respect and caution. Quit the empty chatter. Ueda Jay Sure retorted impatiently, shrugging. This is a battlefield of life and death, not a place for idle lamentations. If we lack the courage to wield our blades, how can the land of lightning hope to win this war? Under the leadership of Lord Raikage, victory shall ultimately be ours. Konoha may be strong, but that is a thing of the past. The fervor in his companion's eyes was palpable. Lord Ei is invincible. Indeed, Ueda Jay Sure replied, his expression one of reverence. Lions and the like. What a joke. Those who only dare to harass supply lines from the rear. His companion chuckled. If he dares to show himself, we shall capture him and bring him back to the village. Lord Raikage has a penchant for exotic beasts. Huh. The two laughed heartily, their mirth unabashed, as the laughter of the 2 Jonin reached the ears of the others in the transport convoy. It subconsciously bolstered their spirits, alleviating the tension that had gripped them. Ueda Jay Sure and his companion had grown up together, sharing a profound understanding. Their conversation began as mere complaints, but soon transformed into buoyant exchanges that lifted morale. Supplying the front lines is just as crucial a part of warfare. Should this convoy suffer from morale issues, it would lead to delays, an unwelcome complication. The underlying cause of the low spirits within the transport convoy of the Land of Lightning was a stark reality confronting the Cloud Ninjas. Over the past 2 days, 5 supply routes traversing the Land of Frost had been severed, with the assailants being Konoha ninjas, ruthlessly eliminating the escorting ninjas before incinerating the supplies. Their speed was swift, and their reconnaissance capabilities were astonishingly effective, leaving the Cloud without even a shadow to pursue. Survivors described the attacking foes as possessing Byakugan and an array of powerful ninjutsu akin to a lion's roar. Consequently, the leadership of the Cloud's advance unit swiftly responded by increasing the protective Jonin for the transport convoy to 2. It was said that formidable expert from the Cloud had been dispatched, vowing to track down the enemy, causing chaos in the Land of Frost. The first direct confrontation between the Cloud and Konoha would erupt at the border of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost, where the supply lines could not afford to falter. While the Land of Lightning had also dispatched formidable individuals to ambush the transport units from behind, the famed Namikaze Minato led Konoha's forces, ensuring swift reinforcements in the event of any disturbance. The Cloud surprise units had barely made an impact. In this ebb and flow of advantages, the Cloud had sustained a minor setback. This batch of supplies must not encounter any issues. Ueda, J. Schur, and his companions were acutely aware of this. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, continually bolstering morale and accelerating their pace in hopes of reaching the border of the land of frost swiftly. However, just as the words of those two jonin from the cloud began to take effect, an eruption of startled birds erupted from the dense forest ahead. A deafening roar, akin to that of a beast, shattered the air. Is a lion. That lion. Damn it, we have underestimated the prowess of our cloud ninjas. Protect the supplies. This creature aims for our rations and ninja tools. Prepare for impact. Defense team. Voices surged in a cacophony of fear and fury. Yet the formation of the cloud remained intact, their morale unshaken. The Land of Lightning, a military powerhouse, demonstrated a high level of tactical sophistication. J. Schur. Yes, the two cloud jonin exchanged no glances, stepping forward in perfect synchrony, their bodies crackling with the electric energy of lightning release, significantly enhancing their muscular capabilities. The Land of Lightning was not renowned for its defensive ninjutsu. When faced with formidable foes, they typically opted for a straightforward approach. As the roar of the lion reverberated through the forest, almost simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi, with his right hand wrapped in dark bandages, materialized before the cloud ninjas, moving with astonishing speed. That boy is too fast. The two jonin from the cloud gasped in astonishment, their bodies surging with electricity as the ground beneath them cracked with fissures resembling serpentine water snakes, with lightning release coursing through their muscles and metal weapons. They prepared to confront the oncoming Uchiha Itachi, striking down with all their might. Fong of the lion, Uchiha Yuto murmured softly to himself, and as the last word fell from his lips, his speed surged once more. He deftly brushed past Juro, just before Juro's blade could descend upon him. Raising his hand, which was ensnared in black bandages, he seized the long sword of Juro's companion, his fingers clenching tightly. In an instant, the flowing steel hardened, firmly safeguarding Yuto's palm. The hurricane and intense heat of his chakra armament erupted simultaneously, merging with the overwhelming strength in the Uchiha clan's esteemed gentle fist technique. Exploding with ferocity, the masterfully forged long sword, crafted through countless trials, shattered into pieces, and the hidden cloud shinobi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into numerous towering trees. Had it not been for the Land of Lightning's long-standing tradition of mastering the ninjutsu of physical combat, his body would have surely been torn apart by that vicious assault. The lion's bite was indeed a formidable technique, its direct frontal assault possessing terrifying lethality, perfectly tailored to counter the muscle-bound warriors of the hidden cloud. As he repelled his formidable foes, Uchiha Yuto chuckled lightly. Why not send another supply batch my way? He dashed toward the largest vehicle, retrieving an explosive tag and clutching it in his right hand. With a swift motion, he tore through the vehicle's curtain, preparing to affix the explosive tag within. However, at that very moment, a blade thrust forth from within. How fast, Yuto thought, echoing the sentiments of the two hidden cloud shinobi. He leaned back desperately, raising his right arm in defense, using the flowing steel to block the blade. He retreated, his arm throbbing with pain, nearly numbed. A robust young man, donned in sunglasses, emerged from the vehicle. A lone lion, a pair of striking eyes. Oh, I never knew the hidden cloud had a knack for Earth-style ninjutsu. Planning to play the mouse, are we? Uchiha Yuto massaged his right arm, the flowing steel, infused with chakra, now harder than iron. Yet, the ferocity of that strike still penetrated his skin and bones, rendering his entire arm numb, his fingertips trembling. Not a mouse. I'm a cool assassin, you dimwit. The tone of Karabi was rather peculiar, reminiscent of a first-round eliminated rapper from a talent show, as Yuto would describe from his past life. Yet despite the comical inflection, Karabi exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Clad in sunglasses, his skin a vibrant bronze. He wore black trousers and a casually draped white, one shoulder top, showcasing his impressive musculature. Behind Karabi, through the torn curtain of the vehicle, a circular hole was visible, through which Karabi had surged towards Uchiha Yuto. Is that a hole dug with an octopus's tentacle? It seems I must channel more chakra to my optic nerves to monitor the subterranean situation. Yuto pondered silently, the veins around his eyes bulging ever more prominently. The rustling of leaves reached his ears from behind, and within the scope of his Byakugan, Yutojiro positioned himself behind Yuto, flanking him alongside Karabi. Surrender, Leaf Ninja. You are no match for Lord Karabi. However, we assure you, at least here, you shall not be killed. Though Yutojiro was concerned for his friend who had been sent flying, he still uttered these words that, "Oh, is that what you seek?" Hyuga Yuto smirked, gesturing toward his eyes. "Apologies, but my Byakugan has long been caged. I at the branch family of the Hyuga." Yutojiro was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering across his face. The Byakugan marked with a curse seal was untransplantable and unremovable. The plan had been disrupted, and he instinctively glanced at Karabi across from him. "Steady your hand. Be wary of this cunning little bird, you dimwit." In the instant, Yutojiro shifted his gaze to Karabi. The latter bellowed a strange war cry and charged forward. Seizing the precious opportunity of their distraction, Hyuga Yuto darted to the right. However, Karabi reacted with lightning speed, positioning himself directly in front of the branch family youth as Yuto bolted 20 meters away. "You have completely failed to rhyme," Hyuga Yuto bellowed, the sound of a lion's roar emanating from his right arm. The monstrous strength surged once more, yet before Yuto could unleash his bite, Karabi utilized the momentum of their collision to retreat. His lightning-style, silver arcs flashing, muscles fully activated, darting around Yuto at high speed, and a novice is hindered by rhyme. It is the depths of the soul that define a true singer, with a cacophony of clashes. Karabi's blade met Yuto's chakra armament repeatedly. Each time the branch family youth attempted to break free, the lightning-infused sword would force him back. Yuto sensed dread. While Karabi's eccentricity was evident, he was also remarkably composed in battle, clearly having discerned the flaw in Yuto's technique. The lion's bite was a technique of relentless forward momentum, its full potential requiring a certain distance for a straight charge. Yuto had confidence in defeating, or even killing, the majority of average jounin in a head-on clash. However, Karabi had discovered a counter to the lion's bite. He relentlessly struck with his blade, systematically diminishing Yuto's momentum before he could fully accelerate. Though Karabi stood alone, he had effectively become a cage confining the lion. The brute force technique was most vulnerable to the soft tactics of continuous assault. Yet Hyuga Yuto, with his mind firmly set, had long prepared a countermeasure. As he stepped back, he halted, refraining from another reckless charge, instead raising his right arm high. The roaring armament transformed, the chakra's flow and manipulation reconfigured entirely. The lion's fangs dulled in an instant, morphing into a colossal hammer the size of a human head. Boom! Hyuga Yuto struck the ground with his fist, sacrificing the explosive power and speed of the Fong form for an exaggerated raw strength. Lion's bite. Ground slash. The earth within 100 meters erupted, massive boulders soaring into the sky, clouds of dust billowing upward, trees uprooted, and the terrain utterly ravaged. There's space now, Yuto thought gleefully, activating the body flicker technique to sprint forward. However, at that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and two octopus tentacles swiftly emerged, ensnaring Yuto from both front and rear with incredible speed. The branch family youth scoffed, preparing to unleash the lion's bite once more, intending to blow away the octopus tentacles with heat and wind. Just the mere leakage of the eight-tailed chakra was insufficient to hinder him at this moment. However, as he raised his hand, Hyuga Yuto suddenly felt a tightening sensation enveloping him. Fatigue and pain surging from within. His chakra was running low. Yuto grimaced, realizing he could maintain the lion's bite for at least 10 minutes. Yet just moments ago, he had defeated a hidden cloud jounin in a direct confrontation and had uprooted the landscape in his escape, resulting in severe chakra depletion. Though his total chakra was not insignificant, it was far from the abundance possessed by the Senju and Uzumaki clans. As the chakra armament dissipated, Hyuga Yuto, resigned, spun his body during his retreat, gritting his teeth to release the heavenly return technique. Bang! He and the chakra shield were propelled like a ball, crashing heavily to the ground far away. "You dimwit," Karabi charged in, drawing his short blade. "Since we cannot take the Byakugan, we shall eliminate you instead. The war of ninjas has always been a matter of life and death." Yet he did not anticipate that as he landed, the handsome Byakugan-wielding brat would smirk at him and point downwards. "Farewell." Karabi's peripheral vision caught sight of the explosive tag stuck to his foot. An explosive tag? Just a single one. I can easily block it with my lightning style. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki's pupils constricted sharply as he caught a glimpse of the tag's design. In the center was the character encircled, connected to 4 line segments, each terminating in a similar. The Land of Lightning, having slain the second Hokage, was all too familiar with this technique. Mutual explosive tag. Karabi sensed the scent of death. A colossal surge of chakra erupted skyward, ominous, violent, and frenzied, akin to a natural disaster. Karabi roared, enveloped in the chakra of the Eight Tails, preparing to withstand this unprecedentedly powerful attack. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Many seconds passed with nothing occurring. Karabi, puzzled, glanced at the explosive tag, enveloping it in tailed beast chakra before tearing it apart. Finding no reaction, no signs of any summoning techniques chain. I've been played. Karabi dispelled the tailed beast chakra. You dimwit. Now I'll get scolded by my brother. He paused, feeling somewhat deflated. It seems I truly failed to rhyme a certain unremarkable hollow of the Frost Country. Hinata Yuto concealed himself within a newly excavated burrow. The refuge was profound, with traps set at both its entrance and exit, conveniently located near a water source, and the soft earth was suitable for further digging. An exemplary makeshift shelter, as described in textbooks. The Branch family youth lay deep within the cave, gasping for breath in an unrefined manner. His right arm still throbbed with pain. The initial strike had indeed injured the bone, enduring the agony. Hinata Yuto had fought valiantly against a formidable adversary and managed to escape, which in itself was a stroke of fortune. Now, devoid of the chakra necessary to perform his palm healing technique, he could only lie on the ground, gulping down fresh water and consuming a few soldier food pills, patiently awaiting the restoration of his chakra and energy. Killer Bee is as strong as a monster. Hinata Yuto murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of fear. Setting aside the training he had received from Tsunade, this was his first encounter with an enemy of such caliber. Killer Bee, at a mere 17 years of age, had already ascended to the ranks of true elite shinobi, a Jinchuriki embodying an extraordinary existence. Cloaked in the power of the tailed beast, even a mere glance from him could be fatal for an ordinary jonin. Moreover, even without the Eight Tails, Killer Bee's combat prowess surpassed that of Hinata Yuto. Throughout the battle, Killer Bee had not unleashed his full strength. His most proficient technique, lightning release, twin lightning spheres, remained unused. In the end, Hinata Yuto had no choice but to resort to the rank ninjutsu mutual exploding tags, which he had yet to master, merely to intimidate his opponent and seize the opportunity to flee. The fact that he had managed to escape, albeit in a haphazard manner, left Hinata Yuto feeling quite satisfied. The worst outcome he had envisioned was being struck down by Killer Bee on the spot, becoming yet another casualty in the early days of the Third Great Ninja War, that he wondered, if he were to perish now, would he be resurrected in the Fourth War by the Edo Tensei technique? With a wry smile, he contemplated this as he retrieved a special exploding tag from his pocket. The mutual exploding tags were a reward granted to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen for his promotion to Jonin. In truth, suitable mid to long-range ninjutsu for the Hinata clan was scarce, and Hiruzen had yet to find an appropriate technique. However, when Tsunade had described Yuto's combat characteristics, the third Hokage had an epiphany and introduced this technique. The linear assault speed surpassed even that of the body flicker technique, which was indeed remarkable. Centered around this strength, a series of tactics could be devised. Defining mid to long-range ninjutsu hinged upon the effective distance for striking the enemy. For speed-oriented ninjas, this effective distance could be significantly reduced. Close, mid, and long range are all relative concepts. The godlike swiftness of Namake's Minato rendered any ninjutsu a long-range attack in his hands. With the rapid advance of the lion's mane, Hinata Yuto could easily close the gap with his adversary to at that point. Whether planting explosive tags around or directly adhering them to his opponent, neither would pose much difficulty. After the second Hokage developed this technique, he frequently employed it in conjunction with Edo Tensei, applying the mother tag of the mutual exploding tags to the resurrected individuals for a suicidal charge in his previous life. While reading manga, Hinata Yuto had deemed such an attack method foolish. Yet now, having traversed into this world, he found himself using the mutual exploding tags in a manner far less clever, simply charging forward with them in hand. Of course, this was merely a temporary offensive strategy. In recent days, Hinata Yuto had been contemplating additional scenarios for their application and combinations with other ninjutsu. He held this technique in high regard. The mutual exploding tags appeared inconspicuous at first glance, yet were in fact quite formidable. Like at its core, it was an automatically released summoning technique. When one explosive tag detonated, it would summon 4 more. Those 4 would then yield 16. And so forth, exponentially increasing until all prepared tags were depleted in the blink of an eye. Thousands of explosive tags could be summoned, resulting in ceaseless explosions that could not be easily discarded. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Senju Tobarama had effectively utilized this technique against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Itachi, with notable results. The box of explosive tags that Tsunade had gifted to Hinata Yuto before their parting was intended to support his training in this technique. Although he had yet to fully master it, he had already acquired a few special explosive tags that had unexpectedly proven useful today, successfully intimidating Killer Bee. Fortunately, he was battling a ninja from the Cloud Village. Had it been a mist or rock ninja, it was likely they would not have recognized the technique. Having lain on the ground for quite some time, Hinata Yuto felt that his chakra had replenished significantly. Leaning against the rocky wall, he utilized his palm healing technique to begin mending his injuries. This was where the advantage of possessing medical ninjutsu became evident. While an ordinary ninja would lamentably apply a medical kit to their wounds, Hinata Yuto could heal himself, greatly enhancing his chances of survival. The power of the palm healing technique permeated his skin and deeper tissues. Since it was his own chakra, the healing process was far more effective. Damaged tissues were excised, new cells proliferated rapidly, and the injured bones regained their strength. The next time he encountered Killer Bee, he would have to make a swift retreat. Feeling adequately restored, Hinata Yuto stood up and tested the mobility of his right arm. This battle had made him acutely aware of his current combat capabilities in a one-on-one confrontation, relying solely on gentle fist, brute strength, and byakugan. These conventional techniques, he was at the level of a jonin. When employing the lion's mane for a direct charge, should the enemy choose to confront him head-on, even a jonin could find it difficult to withstand the assault, potentially resulting in their immediate demise. However, as the saying goes, intelligence in the ninja world is the lifeblood that determines life and death. As the war progressed, his aggressive style of rapid advance would undoubtedly attract more attention, and counter-strategies aimed at him would inevitably become more refined. Flanking attacks and attrition tactics were foreseeable responses. Though the speed of the lion's mane was indeed remarkable, it was not an instantaneous space-time ninjutsu. It did not reach a level where it was unmanageable for everyone. The mutual exploding tags represented a limitless explosive technique. Deploying it unexpectedly yielded the best results. Mastering it would be a fine addition, but it had yet to reach a transformative level. He needed to acquire greater power and learn to combine techniques to challenge higher-tier experts. The road ahead was long and arduous. Hinata Yuto sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of his forehead protector in the dim underground chamber. Today marked the 3rd day since he had departed from the advance party. Given Namake's Minato's marching speed, they should reach the border between the land of hot water and the land of frost before nightfall. The Cloud Village would likely be moving at a similar pace. With Killer Bee already present, the renowned son of the 3rd Raikage could not be far behind, and imminent confrontation awaited. Hinata Yuto employed his byakugan to survey the cave, ensuring there were no oversights before he emerged. Returning to the surface, he glanced up at the sky. The sun was high, suggesting there was still some time before the impending battle. He could afford to rest for another 2 hours, eat something, and regain his strength. Hinata Yuto licked his lips in anticipation. Namake's Minato stood atop the highest branch, his azure eyes surveying the horizon. Even without the enhanced long-range vision afforded by Byakugan, he sensed the densely packed chakra amassed ahead. Such an unrestrained display, he mused. The land of lightning, Cloud Village, was renowned for its martial prowess and aggressive stance towards outsiders, coupled with a strong internal unity. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, within Minato's heart, there was no trace of fear. With the flying thunder god technique at his disposal, there were few who could overpower him. He threw several specially crafted kunai as markers for teleportation, his figure vanishing from sight as he reappeared beside his comrades. Most of the members of the advance party from Konoha were gathered here, excluding those guarding the rear, those who had perished en route, and those dispatched as free agents, leaving over 300 individuals remaining. Though some had fallen, the losses were minimal and within acceptable limits. The enemy lay directly ahead, approximately 5 kilometers away. Minato surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, "We will engage them there." The Cloud Village had arrived before them and had already set up defensive ninjutsu. A reckless intrusion would come at a great cost. Therefore, I will be the first to charge in, disrupting their formation. Upon seeing the signal, you will engage them head-on. The handsome young man with golden hair rubbed a specially crafted kunai, his tone gentle. Is there anyone who objects? No one among the Konoha ninjas, whether from the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, voiced any dissent that on the battlefield, challenging a direct superior could indeed result in loss of life. Moreover, in a world where extraordinary powers existed, the art of warfare had diminished in significance. More often than not, it was a matter of sheer bravery and might as a leader. Minato charging in a battle first was the mark of a competent commander. Very well, Minato smiled lightly. Then, my friends, may we meet again this night. As the flying thunder god technique was unleashed, even the Uchiha Sharingan could not perceive the manner of his vanishing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds later, in the jungle 5 kilometers away, dust billowed as a series of explosive sounds shot skyward, swiftly dismantling the defenses and traps constructed by the cloud-hidden village, while vibrant lives were ruthlessly harvested. A roar. The assembled Leaf Village ninjas heard the ferocious beasts howl. Despite the great distance, the ominous chakra of the Eight Tails sent shivers down their spines. Charge! A voice rang out, and over 300 Leaf ninjas sprang into action, their hands whipping back as they surged forward at high speed. Upon reaching the battlefield, they beheld the pockmarked ground and 3 powerful figures clashing violently, their shockwaves slicing through the sky and forest, with every ounce of released energy capable of extinguishing the life of an ordinary ninja. The confrontation between Namake's Minato and the AB duo of the Cloud-Hidden Village resumed. Noticing the approaching Leaf ninjas, the Cloud-Hidden forces hesitated not for a moment, casting aside their wounded comrades as arcs of silver lightning crackled ominously. Without a battle cry, the two sides collided fiercely. In mere seconds, dozens of ninjas would forever close their eyes. Uchiha's fireballs, oil users' swarms, swords flashing with lightning, and bronze figures darting at high speed. Under the dazzling array of ninjutsu, the land became riddled with destruction, its original ecology utterly obliterated. Even the tiny beasts hiding deep underground would be crushed to dust by the force of chakra. Severed limbs, internal organs, blood. Murder became the prevailing theme of this land. Whether they were young prodigies, seasoned veterans, or youths waiting for their loved ones back in the village, all could lose their lives in this place. For the majority of ninjas, and even most Jonin, a mere kunai could easily reap their lives. Though the world now knew chakra, it did not grant happiness. Perhaps, even without chakra, humanity would find other superpowers to slaughter one another. These superpowers might be named steam, electricity, nuclear fission, or gene programming. The world has always been a vast arena of gladiators. Hinata Yuto stood by a small stream, his remarkable Byakugan activated to its utmost capacity, veins bulging to an exaggerated degree, raising concerns of a potential rupture. Yet, even with all his chakra concentrated in his eyes, he could only discern a vague cloud of dust far off in the distance, approximately 10 kilometers from the heart of the battlefield. He gauged the distance, subtly adjusting his chakra allocation to maintain his Byakugan's capabilities at an optimal level. Just then, a small supply team came into view of his Byakugan. It was a modest contingent from the Cloud-Hidden Village, 2 ch. 5 genin, and the rest were ordinary warriors from the Land of Lightning. Hinata Yuto frowned imperceptibly. They were on a collision course with him. He stroked his chin, forming hand seals to use a transformation technique for concealment. However, before releasing his chakra, he halted, opting to maintain his original appearance. Suddenly, the handsome Branch family youth sighed. Be cautious. eliminate them, he withdrew 2 kunai, holding them in front of him, bowing his head, remaining motionless. Soon, the supply team spotted him. "Hey, you there! Who are you? State your identity." The leading nin from the cloud-hidden village bellowed. Without any reply, Hinata Yuto, who had been training in gentle fist and honing his extraordinary strength for 7 months, even when using kunai to engage in close combat, displayed power and speed that far surpassed that of the chin in less than a minute. The entire cloud-hidden squad was annihilated. Smoke billowed as a giant slug was summoned. Great Slug, consume the bodies of these cloud ninjas and the supplies. For now, store them in the wet-bone forest, and I shall deal with them in a few days. Understood, Yudoken. The slug enveloped everything with its soft body, vanishing amidst the white smoke. In the chaos of war, such missing squads were countless and drew no attention. Hinata Yuto surveyed his surroundings, confirming no oversight before advancing once more towards the battlefield 10 kilometers away. He maintained a moderate pace. His Byakugan was his weapon, but it was also a weapon for others. Each step closer risked being spotted by leaf ninjas. However, after walking 3 kilometers, Hinata Yuto pondered, producing a fearsome Hanya mask to dawn upon his face. As dusk fell, he caught the scent of blood wafting through the air. This was war, countless lives extinguished in the whirlpool of slaughter, regardless of age or gender. Disappearances, deaths, maiming, slaughter. Those events that would stir great uproar in times of peace hardly caused a ripple in the chaos of war. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Yuto, now masked, mused, what a convenient thing war is. Night gradually enveloped the land. The battlefield at the borders of the land of water and the land of frost expanded increasingly. Whether leaf or cloud, the previously coherent formations were disrupted, scattered across the terrain. Aside from those engaged in one-on-one combat with the enemy, the remaining forces had grouped in pairs, gritting their teeth as they fought against their opponents. Namikaze Minato and the AB duo of the cloud-hidden village were no longer on this battlefield, their whereabouts unknown amid the fray. Across the vast expanse of the two nations' border, only a few small skirmishes remained. Distanced from one another, the battle was nearing its conclusion, and the victors would firmly establish their footing at the boundary between the land of water and the land of frost, gaining the upper hand in this protracted conflict. "Return heaven!" Hinata Shinsher shouted, a dense chakra shield materializing as he spun at high speed, flinging 2 cloud ninjas wielding swords away, that a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he approached the dazed enemies. His palms striking in tandem, the lethal chakra of gentle fist crashing into the cloud ninjas' bodies, instantaneously shattering their internal organs and meridians. Just then, a hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder. Young Master Shinsher. A deep voice resonated behind him. "Let us go. These two are as good as dead." Humph. Shinsher did not turn around, his tone icy. "Hinata Takumi, you just let these two slip past." He directly addressed the name of the branch family Nin. His tone far from courteous, a clear sign of impending conflict in most scenarios. "My apologies, young Master Shinsher." Hinata Takumi stepped back, extending his charred right hand. "This hand is no longer usable. That Cloud Nin's lightning release was formidable." Hinata Shinsher huffed in discontent, begrudgingly accepting this explanation. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the woods, each bearing wounds and exhaustion evident in their eyes. They formed a protective circle around Shinsher along with Hinata Takumi. Except for Hinata Shinsher, everyone here belonged to the branch family. The Hinata clan was a ninja family. Naturally, the main family would not be inexperienced fledglings, but would possess martial prowess as a member of the main family. Shinsher had undergone elite training from the clan elders since childhood, being bestowed with the complete secret techniques of gentle fist, making him a capable individual who could undertake missions outside the village. However, being of the main family, he was shielded by the branch family's elite warriors during battle in the event of danger. The branch family's warriors would desperately intercept the enemy, allowing Hinata Shinsher to retreat unscathed. The protective warriors typically consisted of 2 branch family Nin and several Nin, forming a formidable force. With the Byakugan on guard, the precious bloodline of the main family was seldom at risk of life-threatening situations. After waiting for a brief moment, Shinsher suddenly furrowed his brow. Where is Hinata Masakuni? Young Master Shinshur. Masakuni may have encountered trouble. He sustained an injury to his ankle while covering our retreat. The ankle, known as the root of the ninja, once injured, would obliterate the high mobility that chakra users pride themselves on, more severe than a severed hand. Oh, Hinata Shinshur nodded nonchalantly. Then let us go. Yes, young Master Shinshur. Takumi, upon our return to the village, I will request an additional J-nin to reinforce our ranks. That is within your rights, young Master Shinshur. What do you think about having the Hinata Yuto fellow protect me? Alas, it is unfortunate that he is a disciple of the three shinobi. This matter is not easily manipulated, and O1 has suggested a rescue for their compatriots. For the branch family's dead soldiers hold the life of the main family as paramount. Hinata Shinsuke's indifferent demeanor has gone unchallenged by anyone. The Hinata clan is among the few noble families that keep the majority as subservient, although they share the same bloodline limit and lineage. The main family holds a deep-seated belief that these individuals, branded as caged birds, are not their kin. Once one fully grasps the lives of others and their descendants, it becomes exceedingly difficult to regard them as equals. From the moment the caged birds emerged, everything was destined. Even if the original intent of this curse mark was perhaps benevolent, amidst the ragged jungle, Hinata Shinsuke was swiftly escorted by the branch family's dead soldiers towards their rendezvous point, a location fortified by defensive ninjutsu, ensuring safety. Despite the early evacuation, Hinata Shinsuke remained confident he would not face military punishment. 6 of his branch family guards had already fallen, a reasonable toll. However, as Hinata Shinsuke brooded darkly, contemplating how to compel Hinata Yuto to become his dead soldier, a sudden roar from the distant thicket pierced the air. Had it been a cloud ninja, the implications would have been immediately apparent. Yet Hinata Shinsuke and his companions merely paused, cautiously surveying their surroundings, adopting defensive stances on this day. When Konoha and the cloud first clashed in open battle, the long-awaited fangs of the lion mercilessly targeted the object of their desire. A man clad in a mask of wisdom surged forth like a malevolent specter, approaching with an alarming velocity. His angle of assault was peculiar, chin tucked into his chest, his visage maintaining a perfect incline. The main family's Byakugan granted him a panoramic view. However, the straight-line speed of his advance was so swift that several Hinata members could not discern his face. The sound of lion's fawn, light as a whisper, echoed, and almost simultaneously, the masked lion was upon them. Hinata Shinsuke still could not see his face, yet his Byakugan perceived the chakra coursing through the enemy's body, from the elbow to the shoulder. The chakra spiraled through several crucial points before converging at the wrist. This was Gentle Fist. The main family's young master's pupils constricted in disbelief, akin to a dog trainer surprised by an attack from his own hound. Incredulously exclaiming, "You are Hinata, bite." The last 2 words were shouted by Hinata Yuto. In order to increase his impact speed, he had dialed down his raw strength. Thus, the force of his bite was insufficient to tear his foe asunder in an instant. Nevertheless, the exchange of power for speed proved worthwhile, as he succeeded in breaching Hinata Shinsuke's defenses just before the branch family's dead soldiers could unleash their counterattack. His right hand, encased in chakra armor, struck mercilessly at Hinata Shinsuke's abdomen, instantly shattering the core of his chakra flow. Subsequently, he extended his left hand, slamming it against the opponent's mouth. His fingers tore through the lips, forcefully penetrating within, sensing imminent doom. Hinata Shinsuke instinctively bit down on Hinata Yuto's fingers. Blood erupted, revealing the bone beneath. Yet, the branch family youth seemed impervious to pain, exerting all his might to clamp down on Hinata Shinsuke's jaw, yanking it outward along with the tongue, effectively dislodging the entire lower jaw from the mouth. In the depths of the forest, Hinata Yuto resembled a lion savaging its prey, wild and ferocious. Blood sprayed forth as Hinata Shinsuke's jaw, along with his entire tongue, was torn from him. Due to the excessive force, the main family's teeth sank into Hinata Yuto's fingers, yet the branch family youth felt no pain. His blood and chakra roared violently within him. Hinata Yuto silently grinned, gripping the bloody jawbone of Shinsuke and, with brute strength, slammed it into his face, causing the right side of Hinata Shinsuke's cheek to cave in, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Reversal. At that moment, the dead soldiers of Hinata finally unleashed their defensive technique, as guardians of the main family. This group had been bestowed with defensive maneuvers such as the 8 trigrams palm and reversal. Executing them in perfect harmony, point 2 chakra shields spun rapidly, their convergence pinpointing Hinata Yuto's position. With a resounding crash, Hinata Yuto was propelled backward, tumbling through the air before landing several meters away. The expressions of the branch family's dead soldiers turned extremely grim. This masked adversary displayed an uncanny proficiency in countering their reversal, as if he were inherently skilled in the technique. More importantly, his movements were astonishingly swift. Just before the 2 reversal techniques could unleash their power, he seized Hinata Shinsuke by the collar, dragging him back while casually using Shinsuke as a human shield to absorb 2 strikes of reversal. Hinata Yuto landed firmly, tossing the unconscious Hinata Shinsuke behind him, and calmly surveyed the remaining dead soldiers. With the cessation of high-speed advancement, the mere mask could no longer obscure the Byakugan's penetrating vision. The visage beneath the mask became clear to the branch family dead soldiers. His right hand was bound in black bandages, strikingly handsome, and at a young age, he had been taken as a disciple by Tsunade. Rising to the rank of Jonin, Hinata Yuto was not only renowned but also easily recognizable. Among the branch family dead soldiers, the only Jonin, Hinata Takuya, spoke, his voice laden with palpable fear and confusion. "What are you doing?" Hinata Yuto first tapped the rough horns of the wisdom mask, then let his left hand fall naturally onto the shoulder of the unconscious Hinata Shinsuke, the gesture gentle as though greeting an old friend. With a crack, he broke Hinata Shinsuke's clavicle with a single hand. The young master of the main family let out a muffled groan but remained unresponsive. "Hinata Yuto, you've gone mad attacking the main family. You will be subjected to severe punishment within the clan. Stop, Hinata Yuto. I warn you." Commander Minato could return at any moment. No one dared to speak further. They watched in silent dread as Hinata Yuto sat upon Hinata Shinsuke. A chilling aura emanating from him. As mature-minded ninjas, they understood clearly the implication of Hinata Yuto's intent. There was nothing left to discuss between them. Cold sweat broke out on Hinata Takuya's back. As dead soldiers, if anything happened to Shinsuke, none of them would survive. Though the purpose was unclear, he had taken the main family hostage to prevent them from alerting others about his attack. He was undoubtedly intent on silencing them. He was recovering his chakra, gathering enough strength, and torturing Shinsuke to ensure they remained paralyzed with fear. In the blink of an eye, Hinata Takuya grasped the critical situation. He signaled to a female subordinate, who understood immediately, sprinting away without looking back. All the remaining dead soldiers, including Hinata Takuya, charged toward Hinata Yuto. Since you wish to use Shinsuke as a shield, you cannot easily kill him. If we encircle you, it is impossible for you to eliminate us all in such a short time. Even if you defeat a few, Lurina will have ample time to reveal your betrayal of the Hinata. Hinata Takuya's mind raced with thoughts as he accelerated towards Hinata Yuto, closing the distance to within 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, in the next moment, he halted abruptly, as if gripped by an unseen force, emitting a strangled sound from his throat. Hinata Yuto had snapped Shinsuke's neck. Then, a green glow of medical ninjutsu enveloped his hand as he leisurely inserted it, extracting the 2 unsealed Byakugan from Hinata Shinsuke. Thud thud. Hinata Yuto retrieved 2 small vials from a hidden pouch at his waist, tossing the Byakugan into a preservative solution, shaking them lightly with satisfaction. Hinata Takuya's heart sank into true despair. He realized he had made a grave error, misjudging Hinata Yuto's chakra recovery speed and the sheer ruthlessness of his murderous intent. It was never about hostage-taking. Hinata Yuto's initial aim was to annihilate Shinsuke and all of them. Takuya's mind was clouded with the entrenched belief that the branch family would never kill the main family, leading him to completely misinterpret Hinata Yuto's intentions to end the world of ninjas. One misstep could plunge one into the abyss of death, Scatter! Run! Hinata, Takuya shouted, having made the correct judgment for the first time in this dense forest. However, it was all too late. Hinata Yuto stood up, stretching his neck as his right arm once again coalesced into armor resembling the fangs of a lion. Throughout the ordeal, he uttered not a single word. Ha! Ha! Hinata Arena clutched her abdomen, pressing hard against her wound. Even without the Byakugan, she knew her insides were already riddled with injuries. Damn those Cloud Village bastards, she muttered through gritted teeth, her consciousness fading. As the frontal battle drew to its conclusion, both sides would consolidate into small combat units, making solo actions exceedingly perilous. The moment she spotted the Cloud Shinobi, she had no time to utter a word before engaging in fierce combat. After enduring several harrowing skirmishes, Hinata Arena finally managed to escape, her physical condition deteriorating to its utmost limit. Yet this female shinobi of the Hinata clan persevered through her agony, moving towards the temporary outpost of the Leaf's advance party. Hinata Yuto must be informed of your atrocities, she whispered softly, driven by the will for vengeance. Trudging through the darkened forest, Hecate last, upon sighting the enormous Leaf symbol, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. There's a situation. It's a member of the Hinata clan. Quick, medical stretcher. She's gravely injured. Where's the medical team? We're short-handed. There are too many casualties. Lying on the stretcher, inhaling the pungent scent of medicine. Hinata Arena felt a wave of warmth and happiness wash over her. Even as she remained immobile and unable to utter a word, she knew she had finally reached the safest place. Damn it, there are just too many casualties. All the medical team members are occupied. Is there anyone who understands? Think of a solution. Huh. Is that Tsunade-sama's disciple? How wonderful. Hinata Arena's lips quivered, her eyes widening in terror. Yet she found it an arduous task to even blink. Indeed, I am Hinata Yuto. Medical ninjutsu, of course, I am a disciple of Tsunade-sama. Such a poor soul. Another from the Hinata clan, from the same village. I will save her, but she is too gravely injured. Medical ninjutsu is not a miracle that I cannot guarantee success. Please, grant me a room. I will perform the surgery. Hinata Arena's body began to tremble slightly. A fierce desire to survive rekindling some strength within her. She yearned to rise and scream the truth that Hinata Yuto was a traitor. However, a powerful young hand pressed down on her abdomen, exerting a subtle force invisible to outsiders, suppressing all her movements and extinguishing her hopes for survival. Oh, not worry. Trust me. It is our fate to meet here, the young man, named Hinata Yuto, said with a gentle smile, his voice soothing like a warm breeze brushing against her cheek. Everything will be all right. You will recover. These are the last words Hinata Arena would ever hear in her life. As Hinata Yuto stepped out of the room. Nearing the doorway, two members of the medical team could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, Yuto-sama, was the surgery successful? Is the patient all right? Upon hearing this, Hinata Yuto nearly burst into laughter. The surgery had indeed been quite successful for him. The patient was also fine. At least for now, she was still breathing. Having trained under Tsunade for over 7 months, learning from a grandmaster in the field, Hinata Yuto's progress had been remarkably swift. With his ability to extract eyes being the best testament to his skills out of course, he could not allow her to die directly. But this woman would not survive the night. Talented in medical ninjutsu, he was capable of performing intricate manipulations on blood vessels and nerves, and as long as he was careful, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect. After nearly 8 months of practice in medical ninjutsu, Hinata Yuto knew all too well how to end a life. By embedding chakra mixed with a volatile special agent, flowing it along the bloodstream, passing through the heart, arteries, and then into the web of capillaries in the brain. It could form a conical thrombus. Once a certain threshold was reached, it could mimic the effects of a stroke, thereby damaging the entire brain. Even if one were to extract the brain, no useful information could be found. The intricate micromanipulations and complex mechanisms involved, describing them with mere words would take half an hour. The surgery had gone fairly well. For the time being, there was no danger. The Branch family youth chuckled, wiping the sweat off his brow. Take good care of the patient. Yes, Yuto-sama. Hinata Yuto nodded gently. Not leaving immediately to avoid raising suspicion about his treatment, he deliberately lingered within the medical team's territory, assisting with various tasks. Of course, this time he was genuinely saving lives. Gradually, Hinata Yuto's heart began to calm. The risks of tonight's mission were indeed high. If anyone were to witness him killing a fellow clan member, he would have no choice but to eliminate witnesses, which would introduce many uncertainties and increase the likelihood of exposure. Moreover, Hinata Takuya's strategy of scattering his subordinates was an excellent choice, causing significant trouble for Hinata Yuto. After using the lion's fang to eliminate a few branch family dead men, he spent considerable time locating and dispatching the remaining ones one by one at AS for Hinata Rurina, who had set off to report back from the beginning. Intercepting her midway had become a distant hope, but now that he knew where she was headed, that problem had been resolved. Regarding whether Hinata Rurina would leak information on her way, whether she would think to steer clear of the Leaf's advance camp, or whether she might be captured by Cloud's shinobi along the way, posing an even greater threat. These were all uncontrollable variables. Although Hinata Yuto did his utmost to avoid such unforeseen events, he could not entirely eliminate these risks. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in executing his plan. Betraying one's clan and village was a matter that could cost one their head. Encountering risks was entirely normal. If one did not dare to gamble with their life, it was better to kneel and serve others as a DOG. As night deepened, Hinata Yuto used his medical ninjutsu to heal the injured. Stretching lazily, he stepped out of the medical team's territory. Being Tsunade's disciple, he held a prominent position within the Leaf's medical system, enjoying considerable freedom of movement. Even if the Hinata clan investigated the cause of Hinata Rurina's sudden demise in the middle of the night, they would undoubtedly find nothing, as the medical team members would not speak out of turn. The medical system was a bastion of the Senju and Hokage's influence, and the Hinata clan's reach had yet to extend this far. Exiting the medical team, Hinata Yuto made his way directly to the center of the advance party's camp. Namake's Minato had returned. Despite the prolonged battle, the yellow flash's eyes sparkled with vitality, evidently unperturbed by the formidable pressure posed by the Cloud's AB combination. Furthermore, after today's confrontation, the Leaf had solidified its position at the borders, and the advance forces route had been thoroughly cleared, marking a promising start. Yuto, Namake's Minato exclaimed, looking quite pleased. "Welcome back, our Leaf's lion. Please don't tease me." "Minato-senpai," Hinata Yuto replied, scratching the back of his head. "I speak sincerely. During our skirmish today, that killer bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, even told me that if we meet again, he would shove his sword down your throat." "A Jinchuriki? Huh?" Hinata Yuto chuckled ruefully. "I faced him today and barely escaped. He is an incredibly formidable opponent." "You possess remarkable ninja talents, Yuto-kun." Namake's Minato laughed, his azure eyes filled with sincere admiration. Being praised by the true genius known as the Yellow Flash was indeed a joy. And even Hinata Yuto felt a lift in his spirits. After a brief conversation with Namake's Minato and reporting his duties to his superior, Hinata Yuto departed from the advance party's base. He remained a free man, returning to support during the frontal combat, and afterward, he circled back behind enemy lines. Every action of Hinata Yuto was justified, and no one could find fault, leaving the realm covered by the Leaf's influence. Hinata Yuto bit his finger and performed the reverse summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, he found himself standing in an expansive swamp, surrounded by towering, robust trees. Aside from the flora, slugs, and oneself, there existed no other living beings. However, today, an unusual sight graced this place. 6 corpses of the Hyuga clan were carelessly impaled on the branches of trees, their dark crimson blood trickling down the rough bark, drop by drop, into the marsh below. The young body at the center lay in a contorted state, its hollow eyes devoid of the vigor it once possessed when casting the caged bird seal. Hyuga Yuto lifted his foot, glancing at the bloodied soles of his shoes, contemplating the meticulous cleaning of his attire upon departure, ensuring no trace remained. "Thank you, Lord Slug," the branch family youth murmured softly, awaiting a response that never came. Yet he was aware that the slug sage, concealed deep beneath the earth, had undoubtedly heard his voice. When it came to erasing traces and disposing of bodies, slugs were undoubtedly adept. Their peculiar anatomy allowed them to swallow corpses and assorted debris into their plump bodies. spraying a viscous substance that obliterated bloodstains and remnants with remarkable efficiency. The slug was a creature intimately connected to nature, its slime evaporating rapidly, leaving not a single mark behind that in the past. Should Uchiha Yuto have eliminated fellow clan members and summoned the slug to dispose of the bodies, it would have promptly alerted Tsunade. However, now, the slug sage had elevated his summoning authority to its highest level, granting him complete autonomy over its USAS for whether Tsunade might fortuitously stumble upon the bodies in the wetbone forest. This had never troubled the branch family youth, the slug sage, having lived for countless years, would surely not overlook such a detail. After observing the gruesome display on the trees for a moment, Uchiha Yuto shrugged and muttered that the wet-bone forest had plenty of elegance yet. Before beginning to transport the corpses, the unique environment of the wet-bone forest was entirely enveloped by the slug sage's power. The chakra there was unlike that of the outside world, capable of temporarily harboring trophies, though it was not particularly suited for other activities in the land of water. Within a clandestine underground base, large medical preservation tanks stood in a row, the Uchiha corpses submerged in a preservative solution. The air was thick with an odd scent, a concoction of chemical reagents, treated blood and organs, mingled with metallic instruments and rubber, creating an eerie, silent atmosphere. Were background music to be played at this moment, a gothic organ would be most fitting. The body of Uchiha Shinshur lay upon a metal bed, its eye sockets still hollow. However, after Uchiha Yuto's meticulous stitching, the corpse of Shinshur appeared relatively intact. No longer as terrifying as it had been while hanging in the wet-bone forest. That "You're actually quite handsome," Uchiha Yuto remarked lazily, stretching as he spoke to Shinshur's remains. He rotated his neck before turning away from the metal bed and preservation tanks, focusing on the two precious Byakugan he had excavated. The Byakugan, meticulously extracted, was a treasure beyond measure, invaluable and irreplaceable. Once removed, the Byakugan of the branch family would automatically deteriorate. The main family, while not burdened with such concerns due to their limited numbers and elite combat prowess, still faced challenges in capturing a member of the main clan alive. Merely pinpointing their exact location was a nearly insurmountable task, especially when considering the costs involved in tracking or ambushing a master of reconnaissance with exceptional long-range vision. Uchiha Yuto placed one hand over the Byakugan he had extracted from Shinshur, while the other caressed his own eyes, channeling an equal amount of chakra into both, savoring the differences between them. After a considerable time, he lowered his arm, toying with the eye he held, seated in contemplation. His own eyes were deformed. This did not refer to imperfections in shape or size, but rather a deeper level of deformity, density of the optic nerve, speed of chakra transmission, and efficiency of chakra utilization. Branch family members were marked with the cage bird seal during their formative years, which bound the Byakugan's capabilities during crucial growth periods. To claim that this had no impact on their bodies would be utterly implausible. The branch family lacked more than just a single perspective. Uchiha Yuto carefully placed the two Byakugan into a small glass vial. Returning it to the table, he then rose, transferring Shinshi's corpse into the preservation tank, followed by arranging the 5 corpses of the branch family elite neatly upon a large metal platform. Subsequently, he began to calibrate and clean various peculiar instruments. Had Tsunade been present, she would have recognized this set of medical apparatus as designed for treating certain blood disorders, capable of extracting blood from the body, processing it externally, and then reintroducing it into the system. However, Uchiha Yuto had significantly augmented the original design with numerous components, far exceeding its intended purpose. Not only could it extract blood, but it could also shatter bones and grind flesh. After finalizing the calibration, Uchiha Yuto lifted the body of a Hyuga Chunin and inserted it into the funnel-shaped apparatus. The brilliance of new technology lies in innovation and experimentation. A thought flickered through Uchiha Yuto's mind as he watched the corpse being consumed by the machine. He did not remain idle. Instead, he dashed to the side, monitoring real-time parameters while continuously releasing chakra at a specific point that, in the world of ninjas, the pinnacle of medical technology invariably intertwined with chakra. What Uchiha Yuto sought was purification, meticulously adjusting temperature, rotation speed, pH levels, buffer solution composition, chakra proportion, and the arrangement and timing of each step in the purification process. Every detail had been scrutinized in his previous life. He had received a comprehensive education in applied sciences, granting him a deeper understanding of experimentation and technology than 99.9% of individuals in this world, in our past. And the apparatus came to a halt, slowly ejecting a cylindrical vessel the size of a fist from its end. Inside the vessel lay a pool of amber-colored viscous liquid. The entire essence of that Hyuga Chunin had ultimately condensed into this form. Blood and flesh, meridians and nerves, all transformed. Not even 30 milliliters. Uchiha Yuto carefully placed this precious viscous liquid into a sterile container, resting for a considerable time, until his chakra levels returned to 80% before rising again. He then switched the power source and brought another body, inserting it into the machine once more. What Uchiha Yuto was engaged in was purification, meticulously distilling the essence of the Hyuga corpses. He yearned to replenish his bloodline. To break free from the constraints of the caged bird seal required formidable strength. Now, as a disciple of Tsunade, having developed his own S-rank jutsu, Lion's Bite, and practicing in-sealing, it was a foregone conclusion that he would eventually learn the Byakugan technique. With diligence, Uchiha Yuto was confident he would achieve power on par with the Kaga level. Yet Kaga level strength was still insufficient. In his previous life, while reading manga, he had come to a profound realization. Even among those considered Kage, the disparities in power could sometimes exceed those between a Kage and a mere genin. No one would dare to compare Senju Hashirama with the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Even if one possessed combat capabilities sufficient to become a Kage, the difference between merely passing and breaking through the ceiling was as vast as the heavens and the earth. However, Uchiha Yuto was ultimately not an ordinary ninja. Flowing through his veins was blood that shared the same origin as the progenitor of chakra. The Byakugan, the eyes of the progenitor of chakra, held immense potential. The Hyuga surname, when traced back several dozen generations, was linked to the name Otsutsuki. The organs of bloodline limits were formidable. The theoretical level of chakra that one S-body could refine was astonishing. When these two elements converged, what would it yield? Every time he pondered this, even Uchiha Yuto found it somewhat incredible. How had the illustrious Hyuga clan, which began with such a powerful legacy, ended up in its current state? Nevertheless, he bore no interest in the decline of the Hyuga clan. Replenishing his bloodline could very well align his body closer to that of the Otsutsuki. Knowing this was sufficient. The plan for bloodline reversion had lingered in Uchiha Yuto's mind for many years. It was only after becoming Tsunade's disciple that he acquired enough knowledge, following prolonged contemplation and preparation, that he finally gathered sufficient materials in the first week following the commencement of the Third Shinobi World War, attempting to implement a .4 Chunin and 1 Jonin. This was a configuration capable of executing S-rank missions. The forces that those small ninja villages could muster would hardly surpass these 5 elite Hyuga warriors. These Hyuga corpses provided ample resources for Uchiha Yuto to initiate the first step in replenishing his bloodline. Time passed, and before long, all but Shinshi's body had been processed by the apparatus, transformed into a pool of viscous liquid. Uchiha Yuto meticulously collected these invaluable essences, then poured the items he had prepared beforehand into the dish filled with Hyuga essence. Those were his own stem cells. Extracorporeal cell culture was yet another technique Uchiha Yuto had mastered through his in-depth study of medical ninjutsu. Be sure to consume plenty, he instructed. The Branch family youth placed a large cultivation dish into a temperature-controlled environment, harboring hopes that upon their return to my body, they would bring forth unexpected delights. Hinata Yuto positioned the dish within the incubator, allowing his nerves to relax. He possessed considerable talent in experimentation and technique, adeptly adjusting environmental parameters such as air pressure and humidity, creating an optimal setting for cellular growth. Why distilling the essence of Hinata and nurturing his own stem cells within it, he planned to extract them after a designated period, reintegrating them into his body. Throughout this process, the extrinsic cells would effectively undergo a second phase of in utero development, albeit in a pristine environment suffused with Hinata essence. He eagerly anticipated the transformations that would occur within himself upon their reintegration. Hinata Yuto was a person of notable safety consciousness, maintaining a profoundly cautious stance regarding the transplantation of interstitial cells. Orochimaru had conducted human experiments involving 60 children, all of whom received interstitial cell transplants, resulting in only one survivor, Yamato, whose strength was far inferior to that of the first Hokage. Given such a high mortality rate, Hinata Yuto dared not embark on such trials lightly, by cultivating his own stem cells and prompting them to undergo mutations before reintegration. He believed he could disseminate the effects throughout his entire being. Since these were his own cells, the likelihood of rejection was minimal, and when absorbing Hinata essence within the cultivation dish, the occurrence of uncontrollable consequences was generally unlikely. After all, the Hinata clan was relatively insular, often intermarrying within the clan to prevent the leakage of their bloodline limit and maintain social stability, with most ancestry tracing back several generations, considering the cycles of cellular division and growth. He would need to wait a while longer. Hinata Yuto sat upon a metal chair in the secret base, calculating the passage of time, suppressing his anticipation and excitement, striving to maintain his composure. Although he was a free man on the battlefield, if he failed to relay messages for too long, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of Minato. Furthermore, the main house Hinata Shinsuke and all of his elite guards had vanished, with the sole survivor returning to the base, Hinata Rurina, succumbing to a cerebral thrombosis in the dead of night. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that this series of disappearances and deaths was no mere coincidence. Konoha and Hinata would certainly dispatch investigators. The leakage of Byakugan was something neither the village nor the Hinata clan wished to witness. Hinata Yuto understood that he could not afford to show any signs of weakness. Should he fail, not even 10 Tsunades could secure his safety. After resting a bit longer, he resolved to step outside. Hinata Yuto gazed at the slowly functioning incubator, his breath gradually stabilizing. Time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed. The Third Shinobi World War, having begun with tentative skirmishes, erupted into full-scale conflict, with vast armies of ninjas clashing head-on, the death toll soaring, and daily reports of fallen Nin arriving like snowflakes in their respective homelands. Initially, Konoha battled against Kyumogakure, while Sunagakure and Iwagakure engaged in mutual assaults. Yet, somehow, as 2 weeks slipped by, the number of warring factions multiplied. Today, Konoha fought Kyumogakure with Kunai, and tomorrow, they would clash with the Land of Water amidst the techniques of Kirigakure. The 5 great nations and their formidable ninja villages were all embroiled in the fray, with no clear alliances, plunging the world into chaos. Smaller nations once again became battlegrounds, with the 5 great ninja villages conspicuously distancing themselves from their own territories to wage war in weaker countries. Although most ninjas lacked an interest in slaughtering ordinary civilians, the battlefield was merciless. The destructive capabilities of those imbued with chakra were immense, often resulting in the complete annihilation of nearby civilians after a battle concluded. Tragedies unfolded daily, with some proclaiming slogans of peaceful coexistence, only to be swiftly derided by certain factions as weak and inept, their views and thoughts disregarded. War resembled a colossal train with faulty brakes. Unless the wheels ground to dust or it collided with a mountain, it would never come to a halt. On this day, in a certain meadow, dense dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the sun, with the rays that pierced through taking on a ghastly crimson hue, reminiscent of the gaze of demons from hell. The scene below was even more horrifying. Severed limbs and blood stained the decayed grass. Dismembered bodies littered the ground, and a group of ninjas adorned with forehead protectors engaged in a frenzied battle, oblivious to the lives they were extinguishing. More accurately, it was a squad of Kirigakure ninjas and a squad of Kyumogakure ninjas surrounding a solitary youth. This youth was strikingly handsome, wearing the forehead protector of Konoha and clad in a dark green Nin vest with a high collar, layered over a loose kimono. His right arm was wrapped in black bandages, and a semi-transparent chakra gauntlet adorned it. Roaring like a beast, such attire, at such a young age, and with such speed and ninjutsu, made it easy for both Kirigakure and Kyumogakure to identify him. Hinata Yuto, a prodigy from Konoha, had risen to fame since the war's onset. We must eliminate this young lion, or we shall not survive. The leaders of Kirigakure and Kyumogakure reach a consensus, leading their subordinates in a concerted assault on Hinata Yuto. With decisive action, Hinata Yuto chuckled lightly, raising his right arm to casually deflect a Kumogakure ninja's sweeping strike, while his free left hand gently pushed forward, delivering a soft punch that shattered his opponent's liver. Over the course of time, through numerous battles, his Lion's Fang technique had become increasingly refined, allowing him to control the temperature, force, and speed of the technique in a remarkably brief period. When confronting enemies, he could often adjust to the most suitable combat form. The young lion of Konoha was frequently referred to by this term in the battlefield reports of opposing ninja villages. Hinata Yuto was quite pleased with this new moniker. It was certainly superior to the trivial Hinata no Tamashii. Having claimed the life of a Kumogakure ninja, Hinata Yuto narrowed his eyes as the Lion's Fang gauntlet emitted a rumble, the ground beneath him fracturing violently. Harnessing this power, he charged into the midst of the Kirigakure and Kumogakure ninjas, wreaking havoc. To enhance his efficiency in dispatching foes, he utilized his speed to swiftly eliminate lower-ranking ninjas. Before long, the two squads of ninjas were struck with terror, retreating under the cover of their leaders while cautiously keeping watch on Hinata Yuto. The branch family youth stood his ground, refraining from pursuing. After all, the Byakugan was not infallible and could not perceive every trap. Recklessly charging forward was hardly a wise choice, especially with the likes of Kirigakure's Suigetsu and Kumogakure's killer be lurking in the vicinity. Gradually removing the Lion's Fang gauntlet, he maintained the activation of his Byakugan, slipping into a dense forest and swiftly departing the recent battlefield. However, he did not anticipate that upon reaching the creek, intending to wash the blood from his shoes, a frog would suddenly leap from the water. Clutching a scroll in its mouth, Hinata Yuto paused, accepting the scroll and casually offering a piece of meat. "Is this from you, Minato-senpai? Thank you for the delivery." The little frog emitted a cheerful croak before diving back into the creek and disappearing from sight. The youth, with his right arm wrapped in black bandages, quickly read through the scroll. "Finally, you found me. The border between the land of water and the land of frost, with the arrival of the frontline troops. Konoha established a small fortress here, cutting down the adjacent forest for timber and employing earth-style techniques for construction. The walls were sufficiently thick to withstand a certain degree of ninjutsu impact. 7 days prior, Orochimaru had arrived with a large army, intensifying the chaotic conflict among Konoha, Kirigakure, and Kumoga-s for Wagakure and Sunagakure. They were on guard with Jiraiya leading combat forces, due to the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage. The land of earth and the land of wind were embroiled in conflict, temporarily lacking the capacity to expand their military to the east. Yet, everyone knew that a grand melee among the five nations was inevitable. Upon returning to Konoha's newly established camp, Hinata Yuto displayed Minato's token to the guards, who then guided him to the central area. Along the way, many recognized him. Even those unfamiliar with his face could deduce from the black bandage on his right arm that he was the famed young lion. Hinata Yuto halted before a towering, domed building, announcing his name at the entrance before being permitted entry by the guards. Inside, numerous individuals gathered, including several other free men. Minato sat atop a high seat in the center, his gentle blue eyes gleaming with warmth. "Yuto, welcome back. You must be tired." Captain Hinata Yuto bowed, not wishing to speak too much in the presence of so many. He stood to the side with his arms crossed. Minato cleared his throat, noting the assembly of individuals, and began. "Orochimaru is still at the front lines. There is no need to trouble him with this matter. I hereby declare." He surveyed the room, his voice calm. "From this moment forth, all those present, aside from myself and the village's envoy, shall take a few days of rest." The atmosphere abruptly stiffened. The ninjas summoned to this room numbered as many as 32. Regardless of whether one hails from humble origins or belongs to the illustrious clans of Konoha, they are not mere fledglings, but seasoned elites among the Ch-nin, occupying positions of considerable significance within the ranks. To take a brief respite is tantamount to house arrest, is it not? The gaze of the onlookers gradually converged upon the figure standing behind Minato Namikaze, those masked individuals clad in long robes. Standing in the presence of the yellow flash must be the village envoys mentioned by Commander Minato. These individuals are emissaries dispatched from the village, allies in every sense. There is no need for anxiety. Merely cooperation is required. Minato paused momentarily before chuckling lightly, stating that after the period of rest, they should return to report to him, resuming their duties or perhaps being assigned even more arduous tasks. After all, the wars between nations ultimately hinge upon the valor of those who charge into the fray. Wada Hijie arched an eyebrow, intrigued by Minato's eloquent remarks, which not only informed his subordinates of the necessity to cooperate with the village's investigation, but also assured them of their reinstatement, or even promotion, following its conclusion. Most crucially, he subtly warned the village envoys not to forget who is currently risking their lives on the front lines. It is only natural to consider that a general commanding troops in the field dreads betrayal and distrust from those in the rear. Given that the village envoys are investigating such pivotal figures, Minato's dissatisfaction is quite reasonable. Point one envoy, wearing a monkey-faced mask, spoke softly. Commander Minato, rest assured, this is merely a routine investigation. The yellow flash nodded noncommittally and was the first to exit the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances before departing one by one, awaiting inquiries from the village envoys. Following suit, Wada Hijie made his way to the modest dwelling assigned to him by Minato the previous week. Lying on his bed, he refrained from training, contemplating how to navigate the impending inquiries from the village. Before dusk had fully set in, the envoys summoned him back to the room. The interrogation method was rather clenched, calling in individuals of interest one by one. It was likely that other ninjas had previously surveilled them. Standing with his hands at his sides, Wada Hijie remained composed as the masked man with the monkey face initiated the dialogue. Wada Hijie. The disappearance or demise of Shinsuke Hijie and his accompanying branch family warriors suggests a dire fate. An unfamiliar voice, perhaps a captain from the Umbu, Wada pondered, maintaining a calm exterior. I am aware of this matter. After our Konoha advance party's first confrontation with the hidden cloud, Senior Minato informed me that, and what is your perspective? Shinsuke, sacrificing himself for Konoha and the clan, serves as a role model for Y2. A role model, you say? The monkey-faced envoy expressed approval. No wonder you are a disciple of Lady Tsunade. Apart from Commander Orochimaru and Vice Commander Minato, you are among the most renowned here. Even before our departure, the name of the lion had already reached the village, all thanks to the guidance of the Hokage. Your flowing cloud steel and lion's fang combination is indeed a formidable ninjutsu, excelling in both direct assault and piercing capabilities. That is precisely why Commander Minato has allowed you to act as a free agent. Indeed. Thus, no one knows what you have been up to, and no one can verify your exact whereabouts. Moreover, your lion's fang is exceptionally powerful, capable of easily slaying high-ranking jonin. That is correct, Wada Hijie readily acknowledged. Then, where were you on that fateful night? Within the land of frost, intercepting the hidden cloud. Thus, no one can attest to the veracity of your words. Indeed, Wada sighed. But that is the truth. On the journey here, he had formulated the optimal response strategy, to deny everything vehemently. The traces of battle had been meticulously erased by the slug, and the bodies had been discreetly transported between the wet-bone forest and the secret base, leaving no evidence for the outside world to uncover. Possessing the capability to commit such deeds does not inherently imply culpability. If ability were to serve as evidence, the first individual to be interrogated should be Minato Namikaze himself. He could traverse space using the Flying Thunder God technique and annihilate the entire Konoha advance party in a single night. The monkey-faced envoy expressed helplessness. It was not just Wada Hijie who had no refutable arguments. The other suspects summoned also found themselves in an equally unassailable position. Why would I kill Shinsuke Hijie? What motive do I have to eliminate them? Here we are, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the hidden cloud and mist, yet you turn your ire upon your own kin. I have served Konoha. I have shed blood for the village. I have sustained injuries along this very border. You dare to slander me. I shall report this directly to the commander. No, I shall inform the Hokage in person. Such cases, lacking even a body, are the most challenging to resolve, with few usable clues, merely resulting in needless enmity. Noticing the silence from the other party, Wada quietly exhaled, only for a moment later to be taken aback as a masked envoy suddenly stepped forward, using the body flicker technique to appear before the branch family youth. Their eyes met, and Wada Hige beheld a pair of sorrow-stricken Byakugan eyes. "You scoundrel! As a member of the branch family, how is it that Shinsuke has perished while you remain alive?" Though cloaked in black, Wada discerned through the contours of her waist and chest that this individual was female, and that voice. As he gazed into those eyes brimming with hatred and grief, Wada inexplicably felt a sense of elation. "You have a remarkable girlfriend, Shinsuke." Wada Hige gently furrowed his brow, adopting a demeanor of innocence and confusion, and respectfully said, "Miss Miko, do not utter my name. You are unworthy." Miko Hige growled, her voice strained as she stepped closer, grasping the collar of Y2's attire. "As a member of the branch family, your primary duty is to safeguard the main family's safety. I ask you, why do you remain alive when Shinsuke is gone?" Y2's lips moved silently, and he hoarsely replied, "I apologize, Miss Miko. I was not present on the front lines." Good. You recognize your mistake. The Hige did not raise you in vain." A cold glint flashed in the girl's eyes as chakra instinctively swirled to her hands. "Then take your apology underground to Shinsuke." "Enough!" A thunderous shout erupted, as the monkey-faced envoy interposed himself between the two, tightly gripping Miko's wrist. Wida could clearly see the girl's fair skin marred by bruises, indicating the envoy's genuine anger. "Miko Hige, we are representatives of the village. Temper your temper. Is this how a ninja behaves? This is not the Hige clan territory." The envoy's words struck a nerve, the implications of an envoy slaying innocent combatants on the front lines, especially one who was a celebrated disciple of the Sannin, sent shivers down his spine. Should Wida die without resistance, to placate the ire of the troops and Lady Tsunade, he and his companions would undoubtedly face dire consequences from the Hokage. The recklessness of young girls, driven by love and passion, often heedless of the consequences. The monkey-faced envoy thought to himself, releasing Miko's hand and positioning himself defensively in front of Wida Hige. "You may leave now. Thank you for your cooperation." "Humph," the girl scoffed, glaring intently at the branch family youth. "I command you, as a member of the main family, to wait for me outside at 8 that moment." The envoy felt a surge of frustration. "Miko Hige, this is your final warning that I, in such a setting, targeting combat personnel maliciously is within my authority to. Rest assured, I will not harm him." Miko lowered her head, taking deep breaths. It was merely a conversation. The envoy regarded her with skepticism, maintaining a protective stance in front of Wida Hige offered a respectful bow. "Yes." Miss Miko bestowed a friendly smile upon the monkey-faced envoy before stepping out of the room. Miko followed him, and the envoy could only hope that this love-struck girl would not descend into madness to the point of committing murder in public. Wida Hige found a secluded small hill, standing atop it before turning back. "Miss Miko, what is it you wish to convey to me?" The young woman removed her mask, revealing a visage of remarkable beauty. Her physique sculpted into alluring curves from years of dedicated training in softboxing. There was an air of elegance mingled with a delicate femininity, yet her eyes were bloodshot, betraying the fact that she had been weeping for an extended period. Perhaps since the village received the tragic news of Hinata Shinsuke's demise. Truly, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Mused Hinata Yuto, "Do not fret. I shall find an opportunity for you two to reunite." After removing her mask, Hinata Miko remained silent for an extended duration. She had a multitude of sentiments to express. Thoughts about the deceased Shinsuke, about her father's countless warnings before embarking on this journey, and concerning her loyal companion, Hinata Nato. However, she found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of what she could convey to Hinata Yuto. Perhaps it was the shared resemblance in their eyes that stirred her heart. Even though he was merely a branch family member, she lamented inwardly, in moments of vulnerability, one instinctively seeks out familiar reflections for solace, akin to confiding in a mirror. Miss Miko, the young woman, startled, lifted her gaze to the handsome Hinata Yuto. "I must inquire, before Shinsuke's disappearance, did he exhibit any peculiar behavior?" "No," Hinata Yuto replied earnestly, pondering deeply. Aside from the state of Shinsuke's corpse post-mortem, he truly could recall nothing else. My duties within the military differ significantly from those of Lord Shinsuke. Our encounters were infrequent, and even when we did meet, there was not much familiarity between us. I understand that. Hinata Miko lowered her head, gazing at her toes. What I mean to ask is whether he ever mentioned anything to others. Even in jest? Could you elucidate this further? Hinata Miko remained silent for a considerable time before emitting a sigh. Regardless of what I say, it seems meaningless at this juncture, and given Shinsuke's nature, he would hardly share such matters with others. Even the closest companions would not be privy to such thoughts. He was, after all, a remarkably stubborn individual. Not necessarily, Hinata Yuto mused, scratching his nose. After your boyfriend's passing, you seem to have become more compliant, adopting a rather casual posture. Hinata Miko could not fathom the thoughts swirling within the mind of the striking youth before her. After muttering a few words under her breath, she turned to leave. Hinata Yuto watched her frail silhouette retreat, tilting his head slightly before returning to his modest dwelling, ready to indulge in quiet amusement beneath his covers. And so, the night passed. The following day, Kakashi Hatake summoned the 32 suspects once more, publicly announcing the conclusion of the investigation in the presence of the village envoy, restoring all to their former positions, with some even receiving compensatory benefits. Hinata Yuto did not linger long in the main camp. His attention was wholly consumed by the petri dish, diligently inspecting it at regular intervals, fearful that the controlled environment had faltered and that all his cells might perish, rendering his efforts futile. After ensuring he was not being followed, he navigated his way back to the underground secret base with practiced ease. The traps and alarm systems he had meticulously set were undisturbed. Upon entering the hidden chamber, the first task that Hinata Yuto undertook was to examine the status of the temperature-controlled incubator. The scene within was entirely unexpected, in the realm of external cellular proliferation. Barring any special intervention, a vast number of dividing cells typically coalesce into a mass resembling flesh, generally adopting an irregular form. However, the stem cells nurtured within the crystalline essence of Hinata had taken on an astonishing shape, an oval, roughly the size of a fifth of his palm. The edges were remarkably smooth, with a uniform thickness of 1 millimeter, a vibrant crimson reminiscent of blood. The structure was so orderly that it appeared almost as if it had been sculpted by some grand force. Hinata Yuto's gaze intensified. He recalled that prior to his return to the Konoha encampment, the cells within the culture room had been irregular masses, having been away for merely 2 days. Such a profound transformation had occurred. Although he lamented the absence of an observed mutation process, he knew ample opportunities lay ahead. This alteration at the very least affirmed that his research trajectory was indeed correct. The Otsutsuki bloodline flowing within Hinata was undeniably enabling the secondary development of his cells. For 3 consecutive days, Hinata Yuto rarely ventured outside, such as the convenience of being a free agent. Even an extended absence raises little suspicion, with ample excuses for resting, laying low, or gathering intelligence that he remained within the underground base, observing, documenting, and studying that vibrant piece of flesh. His own stem cells had ingested the Hinata bloodline as crystalline essence, resulting in such an exaggerated morphological transformation. The smooth edges could only reveal their irregularities upon microscopic examination. Over the course of 3 days, that piece of flesh had not increased in size, nor had the quantity of concentrated Hinata essence in the large petri dish changed in quality. The secondary development of the cells had ceased. Realizing this, Hinata Yuto extracted the oval piece of flesh. Weighing the remaining bloodline material, he discovered approximately half remained. The remains of 4 chunin and 1 jonin provided nourishment for merely 2 such specimens. He calculated roughly, activating his Byakugan within the gray-black world. The piece of flesh appeared chaotic. His ocular prowess could not penetrate the mere millimeter thickness of the flesh. Yet, instead of dismay, Hinata Yuto felt a surge of joy. Subsequently, employing various medical ninjutsu techniques, he conducted repeated tests, and upon confirming the absence of any toxins, he cautiously held in his hand. The tea felt somewhat cool, light, and remarkably smooth, almost as if it were a piece of skin meticulously severed. He gazed in a daze at the crimson, oval flesh resting in his palm. The painstaking effort to cultivate such a specimen had completely surpassed Hinata Yuto's expectations. Neither the fragmented biological knowledge he had encountered prior to his transmigration nor the medical ninjutsu taught by Tsunade in this life suggested such an outcome for external stem cell cultivation. His original intention was to implant the redeveloped cells back into his own body, creating a cyclical process to awaken the deeply buried Otsutsuki bloodline within him. However, it was evident that this oval piece of red flesh seemed ill-suited for transplantation. He acknowledged that his understanding of chakra was still rudimentary. In any realm, once one possessed superpowers, experimental results tended to veer toward the uncontrollable unknown. Yet the reality before him compelled Hinata Yuto to accept and overturn his former assumptions. In the silent underground chamber, the Branch family youth contemplated the flesh in his hand, pondering the underlying reasons for this peculiar occurrence. The experiment of purifying the bloodline must have transpired within the boundaries of bloodline limit clans. The Hinata clan had existed for over a millennium, and in such a lengthy span, it was hard to believe that no clan member possessed the scientific acumen or exploratory spirit. Yet, the Hinata clan continued to languish, gradually declining, with no remarkable figures emerging to alter the world's landscape for many years, suggesting that even if the concept of bloodline reversion held theoretical merit, conventional methods were likely unfeasible. Hinata Yuto had approached this endeavor with a sense of trial and error. Should it yield no results, he had alternative methods, including the risky venture of attempting to steal cells from Hashirama Senju, a resource considered an unreasonable yet classic advantage in the Naruto world, undoubtedly useful, albeit at the peril of his life. However, during the external cultivation of his cells, a remarkable morphological and characteristic transformation had indeed occurred. An exceedingly rare phenomenon, so rare that Hinata Yuto stood there, bewildered, unable to ascertain the cause of such a mutation. The process of extracting the essence from the bodies of Hinata ninjas was straightforward. It involved extracting their blood, flesh, and the essence of their bones to create the bloodline crystals, serving as nourishment for the cell's further development. Thus, was it the quality of the raw materials that influenced this? My cells, Hinata Yuto pondered. Placing a hand over his heart, he was indeed a transmigrant, a truth that constituted his greatest secret. However, this identity, aside from granting him an advantage in understanding the plot, bore no other benefits. Over the course of 13 years, he had come to realize that while his talent was commendable, it was not exceptional. He likely could not compete with Hinata Niji, born a few years later, if there was any distinction from the natives. It must lie in a deeper recess, perhaps within his soul. Chakra is a supernatural energy formed by the intertwining of physical and mental strength. If one were to broadly categorize mental strength as soul, then he indeed possessed a fundamental difference from other ninjas. However, arriving at such a conclusion necessitated extensive comparative experimentation. Shaking his head to dispel excessive thoughts, Hinata Yuto reminded himself that he was a pragmatist, unwilling to confine himself within a cul-de-sac of exploring principles and processes as delightful transformations in form and nature have come to pass. One must embrace them with open arms, leaving the remaining considerations for a later time. Thus, the crux of the matter now lies in the application. Uchiha Yuto lightly weighed the piece of flesh in his hand. Should he consume it whole, or perhaps adhere it to a ninja tool? Maybe affix a seal to it? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized that this peculiar item appeared strikingly familiar. The color, the size, and the shape, struck by an epiphany, he removed his forehead protector and pressed the red flesh against his brow. This posture bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of the Sharingan. Like an ancient mechanism, which had been fitted with the most crucial cog, the incomplete body of the branch house of Hyuga sprang to life once more in that instant. The red flesh emanated a peculiar wave, akin to ripples in a lake, vanishing into the skin of Uchiha Yuto's forehead. Chakra began to reconstruct, and a wholly new power generated within him, incomparable to Uchiha Yuto's original strength. Akin to the weight of a lead ball versus the lightness of cotton. It was a power far superior to the Byakugan, the eye power. At that moment, the mark of the caged bird vanished from his forehead, and the sealed single perspective reemerged. The proud seal of the main branch, perfected over millennia, was utterly subdued by the terrifying eye power. Uchiha Yuto trembled as he touched his forehead, akin to a bird that had finally broken free from its cage. Freedom, dignity, and the sense of security derived from grasping his own life filled him with an overwhelming joy that hindered rational thought. I shall be reborn into the world in a brand new form. My soul shall return to me, no longer imprisoned in the prison known as the caged bird. However, this elation of newfound freedom was not to last long. A certain moment, the piece of red, oval-shaped flesh fell from Uchiha Yuto's forehead, landing on the ground like a powerless scrap of paper, devoid of any magical potency. The caged bird returned to him, and that power vanished without a trace. The slave, imprisoned for a decade, had only breathed 3 minutes of fresh air in a fit of madness. Uchiha Yuto picked up the flesh and pressed it desperately against his forehead until his skin was bloodied and bruised. Yet to no avail. At some point, the underground chamber regained its tranquility. Uchiha Yuto lay on the ground, closing his eyes in a state of indifference. In his hand was a piece of red flesh, now stripped of its extraordinary power. This was Cinderella's glass slipper. It was also the mask of the gods. Yuto, I take my leave. This place shall be entrusted to you. Ahaha. The golden-haired Minato Namikaze sparkled in the sunlight, his military garb accentuating his heroic demeanor. Please, do not mock me, Senior Minato. Uchiha Yuto retained his signature attire, his right arm wrapped in black bandages, a white robe over a dark green vest. I am but a humble free man. And here stands the esteemed Orochimaru. Such humility is not always a virtue. Minato patted the shoulder of the branch family youth. A few days ago, I reviewed the battle achievements. Your contributions over these months have been staggering. Even startling to me that on the battlefield, the enemy quakes at the name Jade Lion. Jade Lion, you say? Uchiha Yuto shook his head. Compared to the illustrious Yellow Flash, I still have a long way to go. Haha. Then strive even harder. Yuto, did I hope that when I am battling the IWA shinobi in the Land of Rain, I can still hear news of the lion. Senior Minato, I shall do my utmost. After exchanging a few more words, Minato vanished in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique. The branch family youth gazed towards the Land of Rain, accompanied by the sound of cicadas in the summer air. Before turning and slowly exiting the camp under the reverent gazes of many Konoha shinobi, it was already summer, and Uchiha Yuto had spent 4 months on the battlefield embroiled in conflict among Konoha. The Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist. 4 months, during which he had participated in countless skirmishes. The name Jade Lion had spread across the major ninja nations, with black bandages, a face as beautiful as jade, and a roaring lion-like ninjutsu. The 13-year-old Uchiha Yuto had become a rising star on the battlefield, one of Konoha's key figures in propaganda, recognized as a leader of the younger generation of the Land of Fire. Though he could not compare to the Yellow Flash, the name Jade Lion was nonetheless quite renowned, at the very least, on the bounty boards of hostile ninja villages and in exchange markets. The bounty for Jade Lion Uchiha Yuto had reached an astounding 45 million ryo, surpassing even that of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire. However, as Uchiha Yuto reveled in his accomplishments, the world around him grew increasingly tumultuous. IWA and Suna seemed unsatisfied with their one-on-one skirmishes and dragged Konoha into the fray, leading to several rounds of testing in the Land of Rain, where chaos loomed on the horizon. Under the formidable pressure of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki Tsurutobi Hiruzen dispatched Minato to the front lines. Before his departure, as a direct subordinate of Minato, Uchiha Yuto naturally came to bid farewell. After parting with Minato, Uchiha Yuto ventured away from the camp once more that he had become quite adept at solo operations, mastering the art of hiding his trail, luring enemies, and making swift escapes, skills now ingrained in him like instinct. Of course, these gains came at a cost, often learned through the painful lessons of ambushes. Uchiha Yuto's lengthy record of achievements was soaked in blood, both his own and that of others. He twisted and turned. Returning to the underground secret base in the large breeding tank, the corpse of Hyuga Shinsuke still lay submerged, the only clan body Uchiha Yuto had obtained, which might prove useful in the future. Thus he refrained from extracting human juice. As for the other Hyuga clan members he had captured over the past few months, they had all been transformed into nourishment, serving as a one-time incubator for cell cultivation. He was creating the mask of the gods. Even amidst war, obtaining Hyuga corpses was no easy feat. Uchiha Yuto understood. Ever since the last disappearance of Shinsuke and his guardian shinobi, both the clan and the village had become cautious. Any solitary Byakugan could very well be a trap, waiting for him to take the bait. Thus, he could only remain vigilant, occasionally venturing out to hunt. After conducting the necessary tests, Uchiha Yuto currently possessed only 2 masks. The cultivation of a single mask of the gods required at least 1 J-nin or 4 Ch-nin. Yet, when Uchiha Yuto fused with the mask, the time he could temporarily wield that immense eye power was a mere 3 minutes. Additionally, he had drawn other conclusions. Through external reproduction of Hyuga clan cells, he discovered, as he had suspected, that as a time traveler, he indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Only his cells could undergo complete rank leaps, transforming into the mask of the gods. The mask was the key to compensating for his bloodline deficiencies. But it was evidently not a complete key, unable to be maintained for extended periods. Within 3 minutes, his eyes would undergo a transformation, and the chakra refined from his body would be incomparable. As for this state, Uchiha Yuto aptly named it the mask mode, reminiscent of the style of a Naruto world. However, once time elapsed, and the key was consumed, he reverted to being a bird trapped in a cage. To create a stable key, other components were necessary, and to find those components, the 3 minutes of mask mode was indispensable. Thus, he continued on the path of collecting corpses. Nonetheless, Uchiha Yuto found himself relatively content with his current situation. At least his objectives were clear, and he had some trump cards up his sleeve. 3 minutes of power was not insignificant. After all, even Sage mode from Myabuka Mountain lasted only a few minutes. Walking this path brought a sense of reassurance. Moreover, today, Uchiha Yuto sought to take another significant step forward. He spent 2 hours in the underground base, estimating that as night fell, he would conclude his meditative training. Discarding his clothing, he donned a black robe with a gray base, then used the transformation technique to maintain his form at that of an adult male, finally donning the mask of the evil spirit of wisdom before ascending to the surface. He skillfully navigated the mountains, arriving at a valley, where he performed the hand seals before a special marker. The underground door opened once more, leading to the division of the exchange market in the land of water. Guided by an attendant, Uchiha Yuto descended deeper underground, arriving at a hidden stone chamber. "Please state your name and key," sir. A woman wearing a rat-faced mask appeared. All attendants of the exchange market donned such attire. "Kudo Shinichi. Mr. Kudo Shinichi." After verifying his identity, the woman respectfully inquired, "How may I assist you today?" "I have come to exchange some items." "Very well, sir. Could you please demonstrate?" "Although I am not a ninja, I have undergone professional training through the organization and can provide a preliminary appraisal of the items." "All right." Hinata Yuto nodded slightly, producing a glass vial containing a preservative solution. "Oh, human organs." The voice of the woman wearing the rat-faced mask abruptly halted, as if something had grasped her throat. She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze filled with unprecedented admiration and dread, directed towards the man opposite her, who donned a fearsome demon mask. Within the glass vial, a pure white eyeball floated amidst the chemical solution designed for preservation. The history of the exchange market can be traced back to the Warring States period, where the darkness and desires nestled deep within the hearts of men nurtured this flower that blossomed underground. Bathed in blood and wealth, the exchange market's intricate web of relationships and intelligence extends to every corner of the world, and in hushed tones, it is even referred to as the great nation without soil. Yet, even a powerhouse like the exchange market has no instance of an unblemished transaction amidst the towering piles of transaction records. Although the Hyuga clan may not be as formidable as the Senju or Uchiha clans, it remains a prestigious lineage with a legacy spanning millennia, seldom falling from the upper echelon of the ninja clans. With nearly 10 elite jonin within its ranks, they could easily decimate small nations. Even today, as their influence wanes, the saying "a lean camel is still bigger than a horse" holds true, especially with Konoha's protection. Attempting to seize the Byakugan is akin to provoking a hornet's nest, making it a perilous endeavor to provoke the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, the self-destruct mechanism of the branch family's Byakugan and the loyal guardians of the main family's bloodline make obtaining a complete Byakugan exceedingly difficult. Given how arduous it is to acquire one, selling it to the exchange market is a rare occurrence indeed. The audacity to excavate the Byakugan, only to barter it for wealth rather than implanting it within oneself. Seems utterly inconceivable to a ninja thirsting for power. However, today, this unprecedented transaction appeared at the exchange market branch in the land of hot water. In the depths of the exchange market in the land of hot water. Within a concealed chamber underground, a bald man adorned with tattoos sipped his hot tea and regarded the man opposite him, who was wearing a Hanya demon mask, with respect. Lord Kudo Shinichi, I am the person in charge here. You may call me Viper. Viper, is it? Hinata Yuto replied. It seems you are the one with whom I shall negotiate this deal. Indeed, my lord, you are a valued client. Hinata Yuto chuckled lightly, resting his hands behind his head and leaning back in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Yet to Viper, this pose reflected the man's formidable power. Even seated in such a non-threatening posture, the man known as Kudo Shinichi exuded an overwhelming confidence, as if he held dominion over everything. Viper took a deep breath and placed the glass vial on the table. My lord, the item you brought has been appraised. It is a genuine Byakugan, showing no signs of being sealed, and is preserved in excellent condition. Hinata Yuto replied, non-committally. Are you willing to accept it? My lord, you jest. Our exchange market would gladly trade our lives for you, provided the price is right. Viper chuckled, continuing, such precious organs involved in bloodline limits are always in high demand. My valuation stands at 120 million Ryo. The average bounty for a Konoha Jonin hovers around 30 million Ryo, enough to fund a surprise attack against a small nation with the demise of 4 Jonin. Following the transplant, one would gain a 360-degree field of vision and the ability to see through objects, and with meticulous preservation, it could potentially serve multiple generations, whether for reconnaissance teams or protection squads. Its utility is immense, and coupled with the allure of being priceless and rare, it is indeed worth that price. My offer is fair, and this is the best I can do, Viper thought to himself. The enigmatic man before him was a fearsome individual willing to extract the Byakugan by force. While Viper had a reputation for being as ruthless as a viper and as venomous as a spider, he dared not provoke such a formidable figure, nor attempt any underhanded tactics to lower the price. Hinata Yuto lightly tapped the horn of the Hanya mask, producing a dull thud that resonated clearly within the silent underground chamber. Viper momentarily felt as though the man opposite him was not merely tapping the mask, but rather using his fingers to gouge out his own heart. Such an enormous sum was merely a figure. Suddenly, Hinata Yuto spoke, a trade of items that, of course, Lord Kudo Shinichi. Viper exhaled a sigh of relief. What do you require? I have a keen interest in that tough bone clan, Hinata Yuto replied casually, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. I want 2 living members of the Kagaya clan, awakened with the Shikatsumiya. Viper closed his eyes. Trading a Byakugan for the Shikatsumiya was a reasonable exchange, not overly demanding, though the requirement for them to be living presented a challenge. The exchange market certainly had the capability to facilitate such a transaction. The Kagaya clan was indeed powerful. However, given the current chaotic times, opportunities were abundant. Yet, utmost caution was imperative. The exchange market's involvement must remain hidden to avoid positioning itself against the Mist Village. To maneuver such high-level resources, Viper's status was still insufficient. Lord Kudo Shinichi, the bald man deliberated, I must report this to the headquarters. Could you wait a moment? Within 2 days? No. Within a day, I will provide you with a response. Very well, Hinata Yuto softly replied, rising as Viper regarded him with utmost respect. However, just as he was about to exit the chamber, he suddenly paused, saying, Mind your tongue. Viper smiled ingratiatingly. Rest assured, Lord Kudo Shinichi, this matter will remain absolutely confidential. At least within the land of hot water, no one besides us will be aware. If it leaks, you may take my head. The conspiratorial exchange of a Byakugan for the Shikatsumiya certainly warranted extreme caution, as it would offend 2 great nations. Hinata Yuto nodded, seemingly approving of Viper's cleverness. After leaving the underground chamber, Hinata Yuto walked several kilometers before using his Byakugan to scan his surroundings and change into a different outfit. He did not dispel his transformation jutsu, but instead assumed a different guise, altering both his voice and appearance from before. He then wandered aimlessly, without a definitive direction, until he arrived at a town. The land of hot water was quite renowned famous for its abundant and high-quality hot springs, making it a delightful destination for travelers. Although war had broken out, the townsfolk still managed to get by, at least faring better than the common folk in the land of rain. Hinata Yuto found an inn, settled in, and quietly observed the street. Finally, as the sun began to set, he spotted a merchant caravan. In the world of ninjas, there were no railways traversing the wilderness. Cities were relatively isolated from one another, making merchant caravans crucial for conveying information and news. The land is the body, roads are the blood vessels. Cities are the organs, and these merchants are the nervous network transmitting information. Many urban rumors reaching the ears of those in power, who knew the truth, were akin to thunderclaps on flat ground. Furthermore, the key point was that information originating from the grassroots was virtually impossible to trace back to its source. For both the instigators and the messengers, this was the safest method. Among the caravan, several children were joyfully playing, innocent and carefree. Hinata Yuto purchased a bag of candies and beckoned the children over. "What were you singing just now?" "It's the Big Goose song. We learned it in the city to the west." Captivated by the candies, the children lowered their guard and replied, sniffling, "Oh, the Big Goose song's it?" Hinata Yuto gently patted the head of one child. "Shall I teach you another song? You can sing it when you visit other cities, and it will make everyone envious." "Yes, yes. If we learn a new song, we could trade it with other kids. Ha! The joy of exchanging and sharing is indeed a wonderful thing." Hinata Yuto beamed with sunlight as he cleared his throat and softly hummed. "Snow-white eyes. Hard bones, arrogant." In the Hokage building, Tsurutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm heavily onto the desk, causing a scroll filled with intelligence to tumble and strike Shimura Danzo's foot. "Oh, not lose your temper, Hiruzen." Danzo picked up the scroll. "Anger can cloud one's judgment. I never imagined there would come a day when I would receive a lecture from you." Tsurutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressing his boiling rage. "Danzo, what is your perspective?" "The information is quite explicit. Hinata Shinsuke's eyes have been taken." Danzo replied, "In recent days, several nursery rhymes have surfaced in the land of hot water. Piecing together the information from each, we arrive at the conclusion, under the auspices of the exchange market. Byakugan is traded for shikatsu. Each song contains limited useful information, but when combined, the meaning is quite coherent, making the possibility of it being false information exceedingly slim." The third Hokage lit his pipe. Releasing a puff of smoke, "Are the details of Hinata Shinsuke and his death warriors known to other villages?" "Not yet leaked, but it is not without possibility. We have had too many frequent skirmishes with the Cloud and Mist villages in recent months." "What does the Mist village have to say?" "They seem to be verifying the authenticity of the information, while the think tank over there believes it to be a trap set by us." "Ah, a bunch of fools. The land of water indeed has reason to think so." Tsurutobi Hizashi paused for a moment in silence before continuing. "Have you traced the origins of these nursery rhymes?" "No, there are too many wandering merchants. Share your thoughts with me." "Danzo, I know you are well versed in such matters." "Very well." The man, whose head and half of his cheek were wrapped in bandages, replied casually, "I suspect it may be an internal issue within the Exchange Bureau. The transaction of the Byakugan for the corpse bone pulse is a significant deal. Those who orchestrated this will earn the favor of the upper echelons of the Exchange Bureau. Perhaps that fortunate individual was targeted by their colleagues, who deliberately leaked information to sabotage the transaction. The likelihood of this is indeed substantial. However, that is not the crux of the matter." Hizashi, Shimura Danzo grinned. "Issue the order, Lord Hokage. What shall we do?" Tsurutobi Hizashi extinguished his pipe, gazing intently at the imposing Hokage rock in the distance, and declared resolutely, "Send someone to disrupt the transaction and reclaim the Byakugan. That I belongs to the Hyuga, and the Hyuga belongs to the village. That is the right course, Lord Hokage." Tsurutobi Hizashi turned to deliberate on the appropriate level of force to deploy. However, just as he turned back, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the glass. That it had been less than 5 months since the war commenced, and his hair had already turned much grayer. Tsurutobi Hizashi sighed inwardly. "It is time to consider candidates for the next Hokage." Suigetsu H. Zuki observed the few individuals before him with a furrowed brow. His appearance was peculiar, with long orange hair cascading down to his waist. Sharp teeth and green stripes painted across his cheeks. From a certain angle, he indeed resembled a watermelon. albeit a rotten one, of course. Those who dared mock him by calling him watermelon to his face had mostly been torn apart by him. He was the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, one of the pinnacle users of bladed weapons, known as a harbinger of death. Yet, even this harbinger of death was currently frowning, restraining himself from making any excessive moves. Kagaya Moritsun, what the hell are you doing bringing your clan here? I've already stated that I am the boss of this battlefield. Don't be so heartless, my friend. Kagaya Moritsun removed his hat, revealing the Kagaya clan's distinctive trait, a red between his brows, giving him a somewhat frail appearance. However, the entire ninja world knew just how frenzied a Kagaya was in battle, with their brutal body techniques and formidable physical prowess rendering most taijutsu-specialized ninjas utterly ashamed. Our Kagaya clan has been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. Those thunderous brutes are the most suitable opponents for us. Kagaya Moritsun, produce a scroll. I have come to ask for your assistance. Select some reliable individuals to accompany me. This is the order of the Mizukage. Suigetsu Ichizuki took the scroll, glanced at it briefly, and expressionlessly tossed it behind him, eliciting a gleeful gurgle from the Samahata, which promptly shredded the scroll into pieces. I heed the Mizukage's orders. He did not voice the latter part of his statement, but Kagaya and the others already understood what he intended to say. What do you think you are? You dare to summon me with the Mizukage's hand seal. Oh dear, your temper hasn't changed a bit. Kagaya Moritsun shook his head. Speak. How can we assist you? Boom. The massive Samahata was driven into the ground, fracturing the hard rock and creating a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks. Suigetsu Ichizuki grinned, revealing his menacingly sharp teeth. So, it seems we shall be fighting after all, just like old times. What a mischievous little watermelon you are. Kagaya Moritsun closed his eyes, and in the next moment his previously calm and frail demeanor vanished, as over 20 sharp, thick-boned spikes erupted from his body, resembling a fearsome demon. Our long-awaited reunion. I have eagerly anticipated this moment along the way. Ah, that detestable Namikaze Minato has gone to the land of rain. A burly man with a small mustache bellowed as he stomped heavily, shattering the cliff beneath him. Damn it, we have yet to settle this. Nearby, a man wearing sunglasses, Killer Bee, shook his head and teasingly remarked, Hey, big bro, that's dangerous. Don't you know how dashing I am? Killer Bee. The burly man glared with fury. If you dare utter another word. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki shrugged, making a gesture of surrender, his playful demeanor unyielding. Just then, a bird swooped in from afar, circling above Killer Bee's head before dropping a piece of information. The burly man snatched it up, glanced at it, and suddenly burst into laughter. The Kagaya clan has arrived on the battlefield. Konoha has also dispatched many skilled fighters here. The Exchange Bureau, Byakugan, Corpse Bone Pulse, cowards who only plot from the shadows. I am of Kyumogakure. Killer Bee. What are you doing? Oh. The Jinchuriki lifted the paper and pen in his hand. I'm jotting down notes. Big bro, your earlier statement was quite impressive. I'm of Kyumogakure. You know. Uchiha Yuto opened his eyes, greeted once again by the secret underground base exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of a mad scientist's lair. He stretched his neck and contemplated writing a lengthy report on the scroll. These were his recent accomplishments during his few outings. With Namikaze Minato gone to the Land of Rain, his reporting line had now shifted to Orochimaru. Once he finished writing, he sent it off with a slug, then proceeded to rise. He picked up his mask. Lord Viper. Number 5 has been captured. In the dim underground chamber, a battered man was thrown to the ground, 2 fully armed umbu restraining his arms from behind, twisting his shoulder bones with a painful crack. Yet, even in such a humiliating position, the man dared not resist, repeatedly exclaiming, Lord Viper! Lord Viper! I swear I did not leak any information after taking that scroll. I headed straight to headquarters. Viper stroked his bald head adorned with poisonous insect tattoos, grinning wickedly. Within the land of soup, only I and that traitor are aware of the Byakugan's existence, and that scroll containing secrets was delivered to headquarters by you. Lord Viper, the man kowtowed fervently. I know nothing of the Byakugan. I have always adhered to your orders and never opened the scroll. Then tell me, who leaked the information? That traitor? Or was it me? Lord, it could have been from headquarters. Silence. Viper executed a swift kick, hitting the man's mouth. I see you truly wish to die. daring to utter such words. Gurgling sounds escaped the man's mouth as half his teeth were knocked out. His tongue a bloody mess, rendering his speech incoherent. Honestly, I intended to spare your life, but now, help me hold him down, Viper said coldly, ignoring the man's terror-stricken eyes as he formed a series of complex hand seals and pressed them onto his subordinate's head. This was a memory-altering technique. Although effective, Viper's mastery in this art was far inferior to that of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, and its use would leave the recipient with irreparable mental scars. The man's anguished cries gradually diminished, and he finally rolled his eyes back, fainting. Viper rubbed his temples wearily, returning to his chair. How infuriating! It was indeed not he who leaked the information. However, even if he had divulged news of the Byakugan, it would not matter that a chill ran through Viper's heart. That day, after the man who claimed to be Kudo Shinichi left the Exchange Bureau, Viper promptly dispatched someone to relay the information to headquarters. The response from the Exchange Bureau headquarters was swift. A succinct approval of the transaction, but to proceed with caution. Viper was granted higher authority, allowing him access to more resources from the Exchange Bureau. In his elation, he met with Kudo Shinichi once more that day. Besides conveying the headquarters' approval, they also discussed the specific timing for the exchange of the Byakugan and Corpse Bone Pulse. Capturing the Corpse Bone Pulse from the Kagaya clan was a significant undertaking, and the Exchange Bureau would require time to accomplish it. Yet, Viper never anticipated that just as everything was progressing smoothly, an unexpected turn of events would arise. Several nursery rhymes containing critical information suddenly spread like wildfire throughout the land of Soup and its surrounding areas, leaking details of the transaction that had incited the ire of both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The Exchange Bureau's branch in the Land of Soup became the target of widespread condemnation. In a matter of days, the intelligence network of the Exchange Bureau relayed numerous disastrous reports. Experts from the Kagaya clan of Kirigakure had infiltrated the Land of Soup, and Konoha ninjas began sweeping through the Exchange Bureau's strongholds. While Kimagakure also focused its attention here, the Exchange Bureau prided itself on being the great nation of no land, but it was still not a true nation with a powerful ninja village. Otherwise, he would have long since risen in rebellion to establish his own nation of currency exchange. Following a relentless series of blows, the currency exchange branch in the Land of Soup was on the verge of collapse. Facing imminent disaster, who leaked the information had become a trivial matter. The pressing concern now was survival. Perhaps it truly echoed the old adage, misfortunes never come singly, just as the Viper Spider felt a sense of foreboding. The secret chamber suddenly trembled violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the granite walls, while dust fell from the ceiling in a disconcerting shower. Enemies! The Viper Spider gasped in alarm, slapping the wall beside him, hoping to escape through the underground passage. However, to his astonishment, as soon as the hidden door swung open, hundreds of thousands of tons of water surged in, sweeping the Viper Spider far away. Damn it. This was akin to a mass water attack. They had funneled all the underground water into this place. The Viper Spider cursed, yet found himself utterly powerless. The chamber's walls could not withstand such a deluge. Countless holes of varying sizes were blasted open, and in the blink of an eye, the flood had risen to his abdomen. Helpless, he could only flee upwards alongside his subordinates, the closer they approached the surface exit. The louder the sounds of battle and screams became, causing the Viper Spider's heart to sink further. Suddenly, moonlight illuminated his face. He had emerged to the surface. What lay before him was a grim tableau of the currency exchange members' corpses, many in horrific states of dismemberment. The Viper Spider trembled, devoid of any will to resist. If push came to shove, any of the 5 great ninja villages could obliterate the currency exchange without hesitation. Their reluctance stemmed from concerns over casualties and their own dark desires, which allowed this underground entity to persist. After all, such organizations were part of the money flow, and ninjas needed the currency exchange for their clandestine dealings. Provided the exchange did not violate the bottom line of the 5 great ninja villages. Engaging in the trade of Byakugan and Shikatsumiaku, acts that usurped the bloodline limits of the ninja villages, was a violation of the established rules. The rats in the dirt, having lived too long in comfort, dare to touch the tiger's tail. Only when the rat's nest runs red with blood can the beast's wrath be quelled. Amidst the pile of corpses in the currency exchange, Kagaya Senzu turned back, the red mark between his brows piercing the viper spider's eyes with pain. "Are you the leader of this branch?" Kagaya Senzu inquired. The viper spider swallowed hard, responding with difficulty. "In reply to my lord, yes. You possess quite the audacity." Kagaya Senzu separated from the Mist Village's ranks and sauntered towards the viper spider. "Do you intend to trade our clan's bodies?" The moonlight was cool, yet the viper spider felt as though he were enveloped in the sweltering heat of summer, drenched in sweat, utterly lacking the courage to affirm. As he spoke, teams from the east and south approached. Soon, the forces from Mist, Konoha, and Cloud surrounded the remaining members of the currency exchange, each faction standing on guard, yet tacitly sealing off the escape routes for the viper spider and his associates. "What a grand gathering," Kagaya Senzu chuckled, with Shimura Danzo of Konoha, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from the Land of Lightning, and myself alongside Sujetsu, and the pufferfish from the Water Village. "You, currency exchange, are truly formidable. Worthy of being a major power in the land of no soil.ii." The viper spider stuttered, his teeth chattering. Together, the three great ninja villages had amassed over 200 elite-level ninjas, each squad led by renowned masters. This formidable lineup could easily decimate the currency exchange branch in the land of soup in the blink of an EYD. "Oh, not act rashly." Kagaya Senzu could see that moment. Shimura Danzo from Konoha suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse, resembling the mocking tone of an ancient specter in the night. "Let us temporarily set aside our grievances." He perhaps knew the name or visage of the traitor, and unearthing that individual to interrogate about the Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku would benefit both Konoha and Mist. "Humph, do you take me for a fool, old man?" Kagaya Senzu retorted coldly, his hand tightening around the viper spider's neck, jagged bone spikes erupting from his forearm, piercing into the spider's frail veins. "Speak. Reveal everything you know about that traitor. What is their name?" The dread of death loomed over the viper spider. He understood that should he resist now, far worse than death awaited him. Thus, like a drowning man gasping for air, he opened his mouth. "Kudo Shinichi." This voice did not belong to the viper spider. 200 elite-level ninjas and 4 renowned masters turned their heads almost in unison towards the source of the voice. A man wearing a Hanya mask emerged from the distant shadows, his hands resting behind his head, strolling leisurely as if in his own garden. "Ah, viper spider, my dear," he drawled slowly, laced with mockery and nonchalance. "Are these members of the Kagaya clan meant for me?" "How considerate." Hinata Yuto ambled forward, the moonlight casting a cold, silvery glow upon the mask. He had been meticulous in concealing his identity, employing transformation techniques to maintain the stature and height of an adult. The Hanya mask had also been thoroughly modified, utilizing a divine mask cultivated from his own cells. Although its ability to replenish bloodline traits faded after use, certain characteristics remained, rendering it undetectable even to the Byakugan. He had discarded everything that could reveal his identity as Hinata Yuto at the underground base, including his signature flowing cloud steel. His appearance was flawless. All that remained was to perfect his demeanor. To the outside world, Hinata Yuto appeared as a typical Hinata-style ninja genius, calm, gentle, and composed in mannerisms, with no hint of impropriety in speech or action. Tio thoroughly severed ties with his former identity. The personality of Kudo Shinichi had a starkly contrast that of Hinata Yuto. Thus, the man wearing the Hanya mask was domineering, reckless, arrogant, and utterly devoid of righteousness. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the fighting styles of these two identities would forever be dissimilar. As a ninja, their appearances, physiques, temperaments, chakra, and master jutsu were all distinct. If he could still be seen through, then Hinata Yuto had no choice but to draw a line across his forehead and embrace chaos. Under the moonlit night, the mysterious figure approached with a leisurely gait, his movements so nonchalant that one might believe he was wandering through a garden. "Are these members of the Kagaya clan meant for me?" "How considerate," he repeated, his voice resonating through the air, reaching every ear present. This arrogance, as if he were in a realm devoid of others, made everyone realize he was a formidable character, one who was utterly unrestrained. A glint of cruelty flashed through Kagaya Senzu's eyes as bone spikes suddenly erupted, piercing the viper spider's neck. With a sickening crunch, blood gushed forth, and the viper spider's head tumbled to the ground. "Kudo Shinichi, is it?" Kagaya Senzu's tone turned frigid. "Are you the one who sought to exchange our clansmen for the Byakugan?" In the midst of his speech, he had already dragged Konoha into the fray. Evidently, Hinata Yuto's demeanor had instilled a sense of caution in Kagaya Senzu, who dared not act recklessly against this enigmatic figure. Hinata Yuto paused, tilting his head to regard Kagaya Senzu. The foremost expert of the Kagaya clan furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "What? Dare you act, but not take responsibility?" "Kudo Shinichi," he mused, "why have I never—" "Hey, Hinata Yuto," suddenly scoffed. He then brushed his hand against the forehead of the Hanya mask and chuckled lightly at Kagaya Senzu. "A mere experiment, and it can even speak to—" As he touched the mask, Hinata Yuto deftly activated a hidden mechanism within, causing the divine mask nestled inside to merge seamlessly with the skin on his brow. In the next moment, this mask, cultivated from Hinata Yuto's cells, melded into his skin, vanishing from sight. The world appeared transformed in Hinata Yuto's eyes. Every cell vibrated with joyous resonance as the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, diluted and suppressed for millennia, surged anew within his body. The collision of spirit and flesh birthed chakra, transforming into a tumultuous tsunami that flowed through every acupoint and meridian, eventually crashing into his visual nerves. Manifesting as a magnificent and extraordinary ocular power that influenced every cell. The caged bird vanished. His once pure white eyes shifted to a pale blue. Hinata Yuto understood that he had grasped an unfathomable power, transcending the limits of ordinary ninjas, even if only for a brief 3 minutes. Within that fleeting period, he was no longer a member of the Hyuga branch marked with the brand of slavery. Instead, he was truly a descendant of the divine. The mask mode activated. The process of change was so swift that, upon opening his light blue eyes, Hinata Yuto only then realized the meaning of Kagaya Morisoku's words. "You wretch!" Kagaya Morisoku roared, unable to contain his surging wrath any longer. The power of the Bone Clan erupted almost instantaneously, as bone spikes protruded from his body. Simultaneously, the ground erupted with numerous sharp white bones. "Dance of the early fern," he bellowed, unleashing his proud ancestral secret technique, only to discover that the detestable man before him had vanished. Gasps filled the air. The ninjas looked skyward, beneath the bright moon. The man donning the Hanya mask floated in the air, bathed in the night's embrace, gazing down upon the powerful figures of the 3 great ninja villages. "How insignificant they are," he murmured softly, diving from the heights, creating a sonic boom that shattered the air and shook the earth. The residual shockwave alone was enough to uproot great trees. Kagaya Morisoku was taken aback. Such a formidable opponent with the ability to fly was always the most troublesome. As exemplified by that old Koot Yagura, he thought to evade this strike by employing body flicker technique to the left, but was caught off guard when, as he moved, an unseen force bound him tightly. Not only did he fail to evade, but he was also propelled toward the demon-like man. Hinata Yuto and Kagaya Morisoku collided, and in that instant, the forces of attraction and repulsion shifted rapidly. As Yuto's ocular power surged uncontrollably, redirecting and amplifying his already immense strength by hundreds, even thousands of times. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted, tearing through the air and shattering the earth and rocks. A crater approximately 600 meters wide formed at the site, littered with countless shattered bones, stained with blood to the center of the pit. Hinata Yuto grasped Kagaya Morisoku with one hand, holding him before himself. In the depths of his light blue gaze, the heart of this Kagaya master slowly ceased its rhythm, and chakras ceased to flow. Kagaya Morisoku was on the brink of death. "Capture successful," Hinata Yuto murmured softly, draping the gradually cooling corpse over his shoulder. The forces of attraction and repulsion were the first power he acquired upon entering mask mode. In terms of scale and destructive capability, it paled in comparison to the full version of Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei. However, while its range was lacking, its transformation speed surpassed that of Nagato, falling slightly short, but not by a wide margin. By activating the Tsutsuki bloodline with God's Mask, Hinata Yuto gained 3 minutes of power. This ocular power and chakra were far from supreme, and compared to true 6 paths level figures, it was a chasm apart. yet sufficient for him to accomplish much in this ER8.IT required an external object for activation, had a deadly time limit, and its absolute power was insufficient, with the quantity of abilities not matching the myriad techniques of Rinnegan. Yet it remained the half-eye of God. The man, as powerful as an Asura, stood in the deep pit, bearing Kagaya Morisoku's lifeless body, preparing to depart. However, he had only taken a few steps forward when he was intercepted. It was the Mist Ninja. Kagaya Morisoku was one of the few elite members of the clan and a respected elder. Although he had been easily defeated by Hinata Yuto, the Kagaya clan members could not stand idly by while Morisoku's corpse was taken away. The Kagaya acted, and the ninjas from a mist would not sit idle either. The 5 great nations and their ninja villages possess vast territories and an unparalleled political status for a simple reason. They can fight. If a powerful ninja from the same village was killed and taken away, the mist forces could not afford to remain silent. It would undermine the very foundation of the Land of Water. Even if they returned, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the Mizukage. Endangering their families and friends, a large sword was thrust into the ground, broad and heavy, tightly wrapped in white bandages. The towering figure of Sujetsu. The pufferfish demon squinted at Hinata Yuto, resembling a beast poised to strike. Indeed, matters would not progress smoothly. Yuto sighed inwardly, calculating the time. Mask mode could be sustained for 2 minutes and 15 seconds more. There was little time for words. He had to maximize the precious 135 seconds for battle. He retrieved a sealing scroll purchased at the exchange, sealing Kagaya Morisoku's corpse within, then chuckled lightly at Sujetsu. It was fortunate to have additional supplies. He extended his hand, beckoning to several Kagaya clan members, his half-eye flashing with a light blue glow, as gravity twisted like a constricting serpent, hurling their bodies into the air. Just then, many mist ninjas began forming hand seals. They were elite-level ninjas, all belonging to the same team, trained rigorously, and their hand seal sequence was identical. This was a tactic employed by dozens of ninjas from the same village using the same technique to maximize its power. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. The mist forces yelled in unison, and a colossal torrent of water surged skyward, roaring toward Hinata Yuto with the force of a tsunami. This was one of the strongest B-rank water techniques from the mist. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it could also alter the environment, transforming the battlefield to favor water-style ninjas. The crater was instantly filled with the tsunami, becoming a surging lake, while Hinata Yuto condensed the repulsive force into a spherical shield, firmly protecting himself. Any monstrous wave that approached him was repelled. The sharp sound of an explosion ripped through the air as Sujetsu, gripping his sword tightly, sent a massive rock crashing down upon Hinata Yuto. Simultaneously, several hands shot up from beneath Yuto's feet, the weighty water rising to his knees, and countless thumb-sized high-pressure water bullets were unleashed from the mouths of the Mist Jounin, hurtling directly toward Hinata Yuto's face. Great sword, shark skin, water body flicker, water prison technique, water bullet. The Mist assault was swift and lethal, with no blind spots. However, Hinata Yuto faced this overwhelming barrage with merely the lifting of his hands. Slapping forcefully before him, a powerful ocular force and chakra surged forth, and within a fraction of a second, a formidable gravitational force filled a 10-meter radius around him. Another fraction of a second later, the gravitational force transformed into an equal intensity of repulsive force. And once more, in the same span of time, the repulsive force shifted back to gravitational force in a blinding flash, creating an infinite realm of terror where attraction and repulsion intertwined. Flipped and morphed. Half-eye. Dual serpent strangulation. The screams of the ninjas echoed, and save for Sujetsu, whose robust physique and shark skin shielded him, all ninjas within 10 meters of him were torn to shreds. Their bones and entrails ground to dust, staining the ground crimson. The heavy water that formed the prison and the rapidly moving water bullets were also shattered by the strangling force. Sujetsu writhed in agony. His arms holding the great sword now severed, the shark skin bandages torn apart, revealing his bloodied flesh, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ah, indeed, the chubby ones can take a beating, the man in the demon mask spoke softly, devoid of any pitying glance, raising his foot to crush the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet ultimately, he refrained from stomping down, not out of mercy, but because the moment he lifted his foot, his balance was disrupted by a terrifying surge of chakra from behind. Roar! A brutal and malevolent chakra beam surged forth. Within the vision of half-eye of God, Hinata Yuto clearly discerned the dreadful density of this chakra. In the distance, Killer Bee was engulfed in blood-red chakra, five tails whipping up a tempest, his mouth widening at an impossible angle, unleashing the cataclysmic tailed beast bomb. Boom! The tailed beast bomb flew past, incinerating the earth, forests, and lakes, while the air trembled and roared as if lamenting. Hinata Yuto's light blue eyes narrowed, halting his descent, extending his left hand, not dodging but resolutely receiving the tailed beast bomb with a single hand. The colossal impact he anticipated did not occur. The formidable tailed beast bomb, upon contact with his left hand, deflated like a punctured ball, disappearing with a hissing sound. Sealing technique. Absorption. After entering mass mode, Hinata Yuto's eyes transformed into the half-god eye, a truncated version of the true sage eye, lacking absolute power and unable to wield the full array of six-paths techniques. Yet, even with diminished strength, it surpassed an ordinary Sharingan by half a rank or more. The absence of types did not render him incapable of manipulating both attraction and repulsion. The sealing technique. Absorption, a jutsu utilized by figures such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi in later generations, was now within Hinata Yuto's grasp in mask mode. Naturally constrained by the half-eye, the technique exhibited flaws. Yuto could only employ it with his left hand and could not fully absorb chakra, resulting in a lingering surge of power from the tailed beast bomb coursing through his body. Undaunted, Hinata Yuto directed his powerful ocular force to compress it into a point, intending to unleash a sudden strike later. The demon-faced man, invigorated, and the eight tails, bold and unyielding. Killer Bee rapped with a chaotic and disordered rhythm, his voice somewhat gruff after his partial transformation into a tailed beast, infused with a comical and eccentric tone, yet laced with brutality and a chilling aura. Indeed, the power of Shinichi Kudo is truly terrifying at that moment. The voice of Danzo Shimura echoed, as the ninjas of the Leaf Village stared at the man in the demon mask. Many swallowing hard, but resolutely refraining from retreating. My intuition tells me that your presence will bring suffering to the village, and on your hands lies the Byakugan belonging to the Leaf. Taking advantage of this moment, Suigetsu and the remaining mist ninjas fell back, gasping for breath as they regrouped. For various reasons, the elite forces of the three great ninja villages temporarily formed an alliance. Both the Mist and Leaf sought to protect their respective Kekkei Genkai, while the Cloud Village reluctantly sided with them, fearing that this demonic man would annihilate both the Mist and Leaf forces before turning his wrath upon them. It was a situation where the loss of lips would mean the loss of teeth, leaving no room for indecision. Though the enemy was formidable, it was not a reason to flee. Facing them head-on might offer a slim chance of survival, while turning one's back on Shinichi Kudo would surely lead to a far graver fate. Death was inevitable. Meanwhile, various secret signaling techniques were employed, calling for reinforcements. The true top-tier combatants of the three great nations had yet to arrive, and it was not yet a dead end. Yuto Hyuga tilted his head, manipulating repulsion and attraction, snapping the necks of the Kagaya clan members he had initially thrown into the air, showing no intent to engage in conversation, exuding arrogance and disdain for those around him. Among all the ninjas present, not a single one felt belittled. Even Killer Bee conceded that the mysterious man before him was indeed a true master. Yuto Hyuga turned, a slight grin appearing beneath his mask. Finally, he felt the essence of a true villain. It was an opportunity to test the limits of his mask mode's power. He sealed the newly acquired Kagaya corpses into a scroll, his light blue eyes narrowing. There were 57 seconds remaining until the end of mask mode. While using sealing technique, absorption to defend against Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb, Yuto Hyuga briefly contemplated a question. Should I run now? Displaying the ability to catch a tailed beast bomb single-handedly would surely deter the ninjas of the three nations from pursuing him. At that moment, a swift retreat would meet no obstruction. With the bone pull secured, the combat effectiveness of mass mode had been practically tested, and the name Shinichi Kudo had been established. Yuto Hyuga had achieved all his objectives, and retreating now would be the wisest choice. However, in less than a second, he dismissed this thought. Creating a false identity necessitated that one must remain in character. Every action and demeanor must be in perfect harmony. The greatest taboo was contradiction. Yuto Hyuga must prioritize the greater good, act with decorum, unite with comrades, respect his elders, and place the interests of the village first, making strategic retreats inconsequential. Yet this framework would not hold for Shinichi Kudo. He was one who extracted Byakugan and ruthlessly eliminated Bone Pulse before the Mist S forces, mocking the exchange of gold, disregarding even the three great ninja villages. A character like him, arrogant, extreme, and resolute, must possess the spirit to shoulder the world alone. He could engage in any deed and employ cunning schemes. However, when faced with provocation, he must not waver. Dare you strike me with a tailed beast bomb? Do the three great ninja villages unite against me? Very well, you exhibit great courage. Let us see if I can extinguish your lives. T the 57th second, the three great ninja villages position themselves in three directions. Confronting Yuto Hyuga from a distance, Killer Bee, with the full manifestation of the Eight Tails, stood at the forefront, a position best suited for the resilient Jinchuriki. Beneath the mask of the demon, the shimmering light of his half-god eye glimmered. Yuto Hyuga flexed his wrists, the forces of repulsion and attraction rhythmically coursing through his feet. He once again levitated in the air, this time not too far from the ground, halting at a distance of 50 meters. Then he raised his right hand forcefully, unleashing his ocular power, the earth erupting in all directions, tons of rock and soil soaring high before crashing towards three fronts. Then let us kill, Yuto Hyuga whispered, his voice barely audible to himself. The ground trembled as dust billowed. The ninjas unleashed their formidable techniques in unison, countering the overwhelming impact akin to a mountain descending upon them. Some employed earth release to withstand the force. Others utilized water release to repel it, while yet others shattered it with lightning release. Each village had its own method of response. They managed admirably, yet inevitably, cracks appeared in their once tight formation. Be careful, a voice shattered the night. A Hyuga ninja shouted in warning to his comrades, the veins around his eyes bulging, evidently straining the Byakugan to its utmost capacity. Truly remarkable eyes. However, at that moment, a voice that seemed to emanate from a demon rang behind him. Indeed, the Hyuga are quite fine collectibles. A tremendous force impacted this Hyuga ninja, silencing his cries as he was instantaneously crushed into a mist of blood. Half-eye, dual python strangulation. The terrifying domain of intertwining repulsion and attraction unfolded once more, and to prolong the effect, Yuto Hyuga maintained the area of dual python strangulation to a mere 3 meters in front of him. Blood blossomed among the crowd. Like being ensnared in an invisible meat grinder, Yuto Hyuga utilized repulsion beneath his feet, darting through the gathering of ninjas at a speed imperceptible even to the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Neither the resilient specialized ninja tools nor the honed bodies of the ninjas could withstand the strangling forces of the dual python. Iron was shattered, flesh torn asunder. Even the powerful ninjutsu strikes could be mitigated by Yuto Hyuga's left palm. Harboring the sealing technique, absorption in the blink of an eye, over half of the Lee forces had perished. The power of the Sage Eye, even if incomplete, was sufficient for a dimensional assault, unless someone of the caliber of Minato Namikaze were present. No one could stop him. As the first wave of slaughter concluded, the density of the Lee forces had significantly diminished, and the efficiency of killing in this manner was decreasing rapidly. Yuto Hyuga spared no one. Leaving the Leaf's position, he crashed into Mist forces, unleashing the ever-reliable dual python strangulation, claiming dozens of lives. Scatter. It was unclear who yelled first, but the ninjas began retreating, breaking their formation. They were human too. When faced with an overpowering adversary, retreat was the wisest choice. However, even if they did not retreat, Yuto Hyuga had no intention of continuing the slaughter. With a final grin, he soared into the air, crashing towards Killer Bee like a shooting star. This massacre, claiming the lives of 87 elite ninjas, transpired in a mere 5.3 seconds. All remaining time and chakra now belonged to Killer Bee. Even in mask mode, Yuto Hyuga would not underestimate the formidable Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Roaring, Killer Bee emitted a tremendous sound, resonating not only from his throat, but also from the depths of the beast sealed within him. Bang, bang, two more tails emerged. The raging chakra tore through Killer Bee's skin, blood mixing with the malevolent chakra into a crimson blend, his physique and skeletal structure undergoing significant transformation, his already robust form swelling. Horns sprouting akin to that of an ox. The semi-tailed beast transformation with 7 tails. At just 17, Killer Bee had become the Eight Tails Jinchuriki less than a year ago, while his bond with the Eight Tails was the closest among all previous Jinchuriki. He was still not a perfect vessel, unable to fully awaken as the Eight Tails Gyuki. Nevertheless, 7 tails were more than sufficient. In this form, even his brother Killer Bee thought, lifting his head. Thus he beheld a star. Yuto Hyuga descended freely from the sky, channeling all his chakra and ocular power into his light blue eyes. His divine half-eye was an incomplete sage eye, possessing only 4 unique ocular techniques. The first 2 were weakened versions of Universal Pull and Shinra Tensei, the controlled forces of attraction and repulsion. Next was the sealing technique, absorption contained within his left palm. The final one, however, was a new power. Each sage's eye possessed unique ocular techniques. Sasuke Uchiha's heavenly hand power and Kagaya Otsutsuki's heavenly realm belonged to this category. Inheriting Yuto Hyuga's distinctive will and spirit, he too wielded a special ocular technique. Of course, due to the half-eye, this technique was also a truncated version, severely so, to the point where even its name was reduced to but a fragment. Yet even so, this remains the most formidable power of Hinata Yuto, representing the pinnacle of his current masked form that he soared to great heights in the sky and plummeted vertically, confronting the vast and tempestuous chakra of the earth below, softly uttering a single word, Songyunxia. In an endless moonlit night, a radiant beam of light suddenly ascended. All the ninjas present, even those with keen eyesight like Byakugan and Sharingan, could not discern the nature of this technique. They could only perceive that the brilliance tore through the shroud of night, as if connecting heaven and earth, an indescribable force descending from the sky, akin to the wrath of a world-ending deity. As the light faded, the area where Killer Bee resided was utterly devastated. The terrain completely transformed. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki lay buried 100 meters deep, his chest brutally pierced, while the tailed beast sealed within him unleashed a torrent of chakra, striving to sustain his faltering heartbeat. In the darkness, a man's voice suddenly echoed, resounding in everyone's ears. Live on, despite your wounds. From this moment forth, spread my name to the world. Tell everyone that the man who left you with this scar is named Kudo Shinichi. In the heart of the land of lightning, the village of Kumogakure was perched atop towering mountains, boasting the highest average altitude among the 5 great ninja villages. When ninjas descended on missions or to deliver supplies, they had to traverse arduous terrains, which proved time-consuming. Fortunately, Kumogakure, being a martial faction that revered swordsmanship and ninjutsu, did not find this arduous. Within a structure emblazoned with a character for lightning, a robust man tore apart the scroll in his hands, smashing a table with a resounding crash. The flying splinters grazed the faces of his subordinates, cutting their skin and drawing blood, yet they dared not move. Everyone in the room understood the ferocity of this enraged man. 4 days, a full 4 days have passed. My partner still lies in the medical unit, having yet to regain consciousness. Were it not for the tailed beast sealed within him, he would have perished long ago. And that fiend who defeated him, slaughtering the ninjas of Kumogakure. All I know thus far is the name Kudo Shinichi. One subordinate swallowed hard. Lord A, the analysis of Kudo Shinichi's ninjutsu has been presented in the report, along with speculations regarding his actions. Enough of that. I can see for myself. A retorted furiously, what I wish to know is, where is that bastard? I want to rip out his heart and send every ninja after him. Find him, but, Lord, the subordinate hesitated, finally biting the bullet to respond. We Kumogakure are currently engaged in battle with other great nations. Fool, I shouted, but just then a deep voice resonated. A clenched his fists, instinctively ready to argue. Yet he understood that when his father addressed him by name, it was best not to resist. Otherwise, even he, the first heir of Raikage, would face merciless punishment. The third Raikage rose, a towering figure with long yellow hair cascading to his waist and a thick beard, exuding an aura of formidable strength. And no one wishes to see comrades from our village slain. Whether it be the land of lightning or our Yatsuki clan, we share a tradition of blood feuds must be repaid. However, do not forget, you are my son, destined to inherit the name A. The position of Raikage in Kumogakure has always been a legacy passed from father to son, with the Yatsuki clan being the undisputed ruling family. A gritted his teeth, standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was as robust as a bear. Yet this did not signify a lack of intellect. On the contrary, as the heir to the Raikage, he understood the weight of his father's words. The war had raged for half a year, engulfing all nations and ninja villages, with various factions embroiled in bloody conflict, many having lost loved ones on the battlefield. The war would not cease. In such a climate, Kumogakure could not afford to falter due to the emergence of a sudden adversary, but still sought to advocate for his partner. There are no buts. The third Raikage interjected. That Kudo Shinichi will be the target of a mission and a bounty will be issued. We will also form elite teams specifically to track his movements. However, for now, we cannot divert our forces to hunt him down. He paused before continuing. Tomorrow, we will once again head to the front lines. During our absence, the forces there have begun to falter. We cannot act impulsively out of personal vendetta and jeopardize the village. This is a lesson every Raikage must learn in the mist-enshrouded village of Kirigakure. Kagaya Yagura held a massive, uniquely shaped staff at its apex, listening to reports from his subordinate ninjas. With green hair and violet eyes, he appeared childlike in stature and appearance, yet his demeanor was grave and composed. Commanding respect, Kudo Shinichi, age unknown, gender unknown, appearance unknown, origins unknown. Possesses formidable taijutsu, capable of manipulating repulsion and attraction, able to absorb ninjutsu and chakra, with no apparent weaknesses at close, medium, or long range, coupled with extraordinarily powerful ninjutsu. The power of his technique rivaled that of natural disasters, as if a silver moon had fallen, instantly piercing the eight tails Jinchuriki. He is audacious and bloodthirsty, yet his arrogance may present an opportunity for exploitation. 4 days prior, within the borders of the land of hot water, he slaughtered 62 of our ninjas, including 7 from the Kagaya clan, and Lord Suigetsu of the Suigetsu clan was severely injured. Unable to wield a weapon for at least 2 months, that we do not know his intentions, but we can speculate that he may have an interest in bloodline limit users. Kagaya Yagura listened quietly to the report, and upon its conclusion, remarked, "Even the Byakugan of Konohagakure cannot see through the mask?" "Indeed, Lord Mizukage," the ninja replied respectfully. This morning, Konohagakure and Kumogakure exchanged intelligence, and the Byakugan's vision proved ineffective against that mask. "Ha!" Kagaya Yagura chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with resignation. The fact that he wears such a mask indicates that his true appearance is known to many in Konohagakure. The Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked helplessly at his old comrade seated at the desk. "Danzo, just stay in the hospital and recuperate. I won't die," Shimura Danzo retorted, his body reeking of medicine as he leaned on a cane, his expression grim. "Hiruzen, are we truly going to let that man go?" "Of course not. The bounty notice is already in the works, and Konohagakure will form a specialized team to target this Kudo Shinichi team. That man is a true master. In my opinion, you must dispatch the Sannin or Minato, or even take matters into your own hands, only to be ambushed by other ninja villages." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, feeling a bitterness on his tone. Ninjas of that caliber simply cannot be mere amateurs. They either hail from great nations or have exceptionally skilled mentors. Currently, all 5 great nations suspect this incident was orchestrated by the opposing side, intensifying the fervor of the war, with rumors circulating that it was a blade cultivated jointly by me and the Mizukage, specifically to eliminate disobedient bloodline limit clans. How absurd! The fleeting bond forged between Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure dissolved with the end of that fateful night. What had once been a united front was merely a rash decision made in the heat of battle by Killer B. A fleeting alliance that the world would not comprehend, akin to the fallen white fang of Konoha, In this world, the ties between ninjas seemed shackled by a chain of hatred. However, should an opportunity truly arise, it would be prudent for us to send more experts to by the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to recall something. Many of our Chunin and Jonin have fallen. If suitable, let the senior students in the Ninja Academy graduate early. You are the Hokage. You shall decide. Also, this is a joint bounty issued by the three great nations. Take a look and have your subordinates post it in the land of rain. Uzumaki Nagato examined a scroll of intelligence. The abilities of repulsion and attraction, along with sealing techniques, seemed eerily reminiscent of my own, a joint bounty from the three nations, regardless of life or death. This individual is immensely powerful, comparable to a natural disaster. It is advised not to employ force, but merely to track his movements. The superlatively strong ninjutsu, akin to a falling silver moon, has earned him the moniker of Moon God. Uzumaki Nagato paused, recalling the demigod Hans of the salamander from Amage Cure. The red-haired youth frowned, returning the intelligence scroll to Conan. As if it burned his hands, he harbored a profound disdain for the word God in the heart of the wet bone forest, amidst the endless marshes and vast clearings of the towering woods. Hinata Yuto reclined comfortably atop a slug. This slug, though not particularly large, measured a little over 4 meters in length, its soft and tender form providing a perfect resting spot for Yuto. He had donned his customary attire, a flowing white robe embroidered with the symbols of the Thousand Hands and the Hinata clan, complemented by the standard shinobi armor of Konohagakure, with his right arm encircled by a band of black flowing steel. Yet, unlike his usual self, Yuto's eyes were shrouded in a circle of white bandages. Does it still hurt, Yuto-kun? The slug beneath him suddenly spoke, its voice gentle and affectionate. It does, Yuto replied with a smile, gesturing towards the bandages covering his eyes. If it weren't for the fear of embarrassing myself in front of others, I would be screaming right now. You are welcome to scream, Yuto-kun. I am not others. In fact, I am not even human. That is merely a colloquial expression, my dear slug. Humans are such intricate beings. Even their speech is laden with subtleties. The slug sighed, its tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yuto found himself inexplicably amused at the one and only of this world. The summoned bee-slug had lived for over 1,000 years, its wisdom rivaling that of humanity, that it possessed a profound understanding of the rules and intricacies of the ninja world. At least the original slug sage did. However, the slugs that had split from the sage, while possessing diminished strength and size, also lacked the intellect and experience of their progenitor. The slug beneath him felt akin to an inexperienced college student from a past life, naive, endearing, and easily deceived. However, the slug continued, you should refrain from using that ninjutsu in the future. The eye of companionship. Is it? Yuto chuckled lightly. I will be cautious. It was my first attempt, and I lacked experience. That is why my eyes were injured, but I shall improve next time. Yuto-kun, as one of the three great ocular techniques of the ninja world, the Byakugan must be cherished. Indeed, next time, I will merely need to control the flow of chakra and ocular power to minimize the strain that technique places on my body and optic nerves. Though pain and exhaustion are unavoidable, at least I want to be hiding in the wet bone forest, bandaged as I am now. Yuto sighed, haunted by the memories of that fateful night when he had employed his eye of companionship and defeated the Jinchuriki killer bee in his seven tails form. The half-eye of God was incomplete, lacking the full power of the sage's eye. Even the name of his unique ocular technique had been truncated, leaving him with only the words Tsungyun Chia. Yet, despite its diminished potency, Yuto had been startled by the sheer force of his own technique. The speed of activation was astonishing, instantaneous in release. Even with Killer Bee's remarkable speed, he could only withstand it. It was as if the moon god had cast a spell of light, a force that transcended mere physicality and delved into multiple dimensions. From Yuto's perspective, it felt as if he had merely glanced at Killer Bee, and the ground beneath them had caved in, piercing both the Jinchuriki and the beast within him. The eight tails, Jiwai Ki, fared better. Being a conglomerate of chakra, it suffered only a wound, but Killer Bee nearly met his demise on the spot. Of course, the eight tails had been sealed and weakened, with Killer Bee fighting in a semi-tailed state, both of them far from their full power. Yuto had always been ruthless. Upon seeing Killer be unconscious, he considered simply finishing him off. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, an unparalleled agony erupted deep within his eyes. This pain was starkly different from that of activating the caged bird. It felt more akin to a human losing 30% of their bodily fluids, tirelessly working on a report for 3 days straight. That IT was the pinnacle of overexertion and fatigue. Yuto nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, through sheer willpower, he held on, uttering a fierce declaration and using the last of his strength to make a hasty retreat, summoning the slug beneath him and murmuring, "Let me in," before his eyes rolled back in a faint. Fortunately, the slug understood his intent. It enveloped Yuto within its flesh, and together they entered the wet bone forest. Yuto slept for a full 50 hours. During this time, the slug sage utilized sage techniques to infuse him with essential nutrients, preventing any lasting damage from his overexertion and slumber. Eventually, he awoke, beginning to nurse himself back to health to safeguard his eyes from further issues. He applied medicinal hot compresses, treating his optic nerves with care. Now, 7 days had passed since that harrowing battle under the moonlit sky. Yuto had made significant progress in his recovery, enough to muster the energy for some light-hearted banter, though he had nearly been drained by the eye of companionship. He believed that practice would lead to proficiency. Next time, he was confident he could maintain a state capable of continued combat without losing consciousness. As he lay comfortably, the slug beneath him stirred once more. "Yuto-kun, your absence from the outside world for 7 days. Will it have any consequences?" "Perhaps it will," Yuto mused. With the absence of Namake's Minato and his unfamiliarity with Orochimaru, he recognized the need to be cautious. "I plan to depart from you today, dear slug. Could you inform me of the events that have transpired in the outside world during my absence?" Following this incident, the bond between Yuto and the slug deepened. In the past, the slug sage had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Yuto's antics, observing from a distance as long as he kept his actions concealed. However, now Yuto could request the assistance of the wet bone forest to a limited extent. "Yuto can, please hold on." Before long, a scroll was summoned to him in reverse, and Yuto expressed his polite gratitude before scrutinizing its contents. Upon reading the first line, he chuckled, "An exceedingly dangerous man. Moon God Kudo Shinichi." Moon God. For the Uchiha and Hinata clans, the moon was indeed a significant entity. Otsutsuki, Infinite Tsukimi, Rinnegan. Everything was intertwined with the moon that he rather fancied this title. Yuto quickly perused the intelligence regarding that false identity, focusing his attention on the ongoing war. Despite his interference, the tide of battle had not shifted. The 5 great nations remained embroiled in chaos, with even a minor nation having been obliterated during this time. Having been absent for 7 days, he concluded he must make an appearance. Yuto stretched leisurely atop the slug. He removed the bandages, revealing his pure white eyes. I almost forgot. Before venturing out, I need to relocate the corpses of those Kagaya clan members to the secret base." Fortunately, the slug had taken care of that in advance. With no microorganisms in the wet bone forest, the bodies had not begun to decompose. Otherwise, he would have had to deal with the aftermath himself. After departing the wet bone forest, Yuto submerged the Kagaya corpses in a medical-grade rearing tank. He did not immediately conduct experiments, but instead made his way to the surface, entering the land of frost. Having been absent for 7 days, Yuto understood the necessity of appearing in public to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, as a free agent on the battlefield, it would be unwise to return to the Konoha camp without any accomplishments to report to Orochimaru. Yuto spent 2 days eliminating several squads from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist, acquiring intelligence regarding logistical supply routes before approaching the command center of the Konoha forces, that he encountered minimal resistance and entered without difficulty. The atmosphere within the Konoha camp felt peculiar. With a slight observation, Yuto overheard discussions among the ninjas regarding the moon god, having taken on more than 200 elite ninjas and vanquished over 2/3 of them. The Kagaya clan reinforcements had been completely annihilated, severely wounding the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, GY-Ki, as well as powerful figures such as Suigetsu and Shimura Danzo. Moreover, it was said that during the battles, there had never been a moment of equivalence. That man who brought death had pierced through the elite forces of 3 great nations in the blink of an eye, akin to a beast entering a flock of sheep. Extremely dangerous, should one encounter him alone. Immediate flight is advised. This is the exact wording from the joint bounty notice issued by the three great hidden villages, Konoha, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. Rather than a mere bounty, it resembles a perilous advisory, proclaiming a firm stance while subtly warning the ninjas below not to overestimate their abilities and to flee when necessary. That night in Konoha, dozens perished, including a high-ranking shinobi, resulting in significant losses. Within the encampment, the ninjas harbored both hatred and fear towards the newly emerged formidable entity known as Tsukigami. Uchiha Yuto listened intently, relaying his achievements and intelligence to the statistics team before adhering to protocol and proceeding to the command headquarters to meet with Orochimaru as a subordinate. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Yuto received permission and was led into the command center by a messenger ninja. Orochimaru, seated in his chair, was surrounded by a towering stack of documents and scrolls, in addition to processing these files. He was also required to allocate time to meet with Konoha's senior officials. Even in times of dire straits on the battlefield, he must respond immediately to confront the enemy at this moment. Although Orochimaru was engaged in human experimentation, he undeniably bore the title of renowned commander during the Third Great Ninja War as the leader of the Konoha forces. To speak candidly, the position of the fourth Hokage was bestowed upon Minato Namikaze. After his demise, Hiruzen Sarutobi's reinstatement followed, leading to two missed opportunities for the Hokage title and the subsequent loss of his mentor's trust. It is not without reason that Orochimaru felt disheartened. Commander, Uchiha Yuto respectfully addressed. Yuto has returned, and he recounted the events of the past few days, providing a concise report to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, his voice cold and hoarse. Yuto-kun, your custom is to report every 5 days. Yet this time the interval has reached 10. Have you encountered any difficulties? Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Yuto began, articulating the prepared points. While hunting enemy forces, I heard about Tsukigami. I was not too far from that battlefield and considered whether I could gather information about him. Oh, did you obtain any results? None whatsoever. There were absolutely no leads. Orochimaru pondered. The reconnaissance team reported similarly. Although they sensed traces of summoning techniques in the forest, they could not ascertain the nature of his summoned beast, thus leaving us at a standstill. Lord Orochimaru, if I may speak plainly, is it truly wise to allow such a dangerous individual to operate under our very noses? The bounty notice states that he not only seized a Byakugan, but also eliminated several experts from the Kagaya clan. His motives and origins remain shrouded in mystery. Can we be certain he will not escalate further? At this moment, Orochimaru raised his head, scrutinizing Uchiha Yuto with his golden serpent-like eyes, instilling immense pressure. Yet, Uchiha Yuto met his gaze with calm resolve, neither flinching nor avoiding. Suddenly, Orochimaru sighed. The third Hokage once told us that Uchiha Yuto is an exceptional ninja capable of viewing matters from a higher perspective. It seems my teacher's foresight was indeed remarkable. Tsunade has taken on an enviable disciple in you, known as the Jade Lion. You speak true. That masked man is indeed a threat. It is not just you and I who perceive this. The higher-ups in the village believe he will not cease his endeavors. Strategies against him are already being formulated, and we need not concern ourselves with that. It is a matter for the third Hokage and Danzo. Uchiha Yuto felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is reassuring. I am quite eager to see the face hidden behind the mask. In the presence of the loyal yet enigmatic Orochimaru. Uchiha Yuto understood that as long as he maintained the facade of prioritizing Konoha's interests, he faced little danger. Even after his descent into darkness, Orochimaru remained a benefactor to his subordinates. Uchiha Yuto was quite familiar with Minato Namikaze, able to share light-hearted banter during reports. Yet in the presence of Orochimaru, after delivering his briefing, he found no further words to exchange. He bid farewell to Orochimaru. Before he left, advised him that the frequency of his reports could be adjusted to allow for more covert operations against the enemy in the distant rear. Uchiha Yuto readily accepted and departed from the Konoha encampment. His time spent there totaled less than an hour. The intelligence regarding the strategy formulated against Kudo Shinichi did not catch him off guard. Having orchestrated such significant events, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not possibly remain indifferent. It was reasonable to assume that other hidden villages were also preparing their countermeasures. This was fortuitous. It would provide Kudo Shinichi the opportunity to remain dormant for a while, allowing him to delve into research on the Shikatsunaku and temporarily evade scrutiny. As Uchiha Yuto pondered these matters, he traversed the dense forest, arriving, as usual, at the underground secret base in the land water. The remains of the Kagaya clan floated within a preservative solution. Aside from Kagaya Morishige, the other corpses were remarkably well preserved, as Uchiha Yuto had dispatched them by breaking their necks, leaving their internal organs intact. He transferred one of the bodies to the operating table, rubbing his eyes while mentally finalizing his plans. His eyes still ached somewhat. The exhaustion from using the Byakugan had not yet fully subsided. He resolved to take this time to recuperate. The efforts to capture members of the Hyuga clan must not cease. He could now investigate the differences between the Hyuga and Kagaya bloodlines, though they shared a common root. Their blood's potency differed entirely, but in this vein, it would be ideal to acquire 2 Uchiha corpses for comparative analysis. The Mask of the Divine remains in short supply. Replenishment is necessary, a rather vexing predicament. My own cells are virtually inexhaustible, yet the number of Hyuga ninjas is finite. That it is imperative to account for the extreme scenario of mass shortages. The mass technique, after all, is but a castle in the air. My training must not fall behind. I have essentially mastered the mutual explosive tag technique, and the accumulation of the 100 healings is nearing its pinnacle. Perhaps I should attempt to complete the 100 healings seal? Or perhaps explore a combination ninjutsu of mutual explosive tags and the lion's bite. I must continue to accrue merits, regularly appearing on the battlefield to hone my skills. Alas, upon reflection, there truly is much to attend to. Time swiftly passed as the first snowflake descended upon the land of water. The ninja world remained drenched in blood. This year's snowfall arrived rather late. Winter had long since set in, yet the snowflakes were only now making their tardy entrance. In the context of a ninja war, snowfall is quite beneficial. Those endowed with chakra do not fear the chill, and the thick blanket of snow can conceal, even freeze, corpses, thereby reducing the likelihood of plague outbreaks. From the early spring, when war erupted, into its present deep winter, nearly a year of conflict had transpired, and all parties had suffered grievously. A few days prior, the 5 great nations released a confidential document for internal reference, which reported that, thus far, the number of deceased ninjas and affected civilians was far from optimistic. The casualties among the ninjas of various villages combined amounted to approximately 3,000, with the number of innocent civilians suffering unmerited disaster multiplying that figure 20-fold. Both the economy and population have endured tremendous blows. Prosperity has waned. Families that once rejoiced with laughter during last winter now find themselves reduced to elderly and young children clinging to one another for solace. Of course, these statistics only pertain to the 5 great nations and the 5 great shinobi villages. As for those scattered small nations and their minor ninja villages, they no longer possess the capacity to organize a population census. How many have died? That is knowledge only the sage of 6 paths possesses. Initially, many young, impassioned ninjas surged onto the battlefield, striving to achieve glory for their clans and villages with their kunai, aspiring to become figures as illustrious as the legendary Sannin. Yet, as the war dragged on, no matter how fervently one fought, one would ultimately become numb to the carnage. Either they would be slain, swept away by the tide, or seize the opportunity to become superstars. However, within the chaos of war, the chances of transforming into the latter were exceedingly rare. The majority of ninjas merely became inconspicuous numbers in the annals of warfare. Naturally, true geniuses will always emerge, bearing the hopes of countless individuals, transforming into the pride of their villages and the bright future they envision. For instance, the now world-renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, or, though perhaps not quite on par with Minato, still formidable and deserving of respect, referred to by the enemy as the strongest Byakugan user within 50 years of Konoha's establishment. Uchiha Yuto, the Jade Lion in a certain snow-laden valley of the land of water. A peculiar wail resonated with an uncanny rhythm, erupting throughout the gorge as a torrent of malevolent chakra streaked across the sky. Even ordinary ninjas standing nearby, doing nothing, would find their skin torn asunder. A monstrous creature with 4 tails suddenly materialized on one side of the battlefield. Disaster! It is the 8 tails Jinchuriki. When did he arrive here? Wasn't he supposed to be recuperating? Foolish! There is no time for such thoughts now. Call for reinforcements. Defense squad. Defense squad. The ninjas from Konoha shivered at the sight of the formidable killer bee, shrouded in the cloak of the tailed beast. However, at this juncture of the war, many squad leaders are seasoned veterans, swiftly organizing resistance in an attempt to withdraw from the valley. Over yonder in the clouds, jubilant shouts erupted. Amidst the cheers of Lord Karabi has arrived. The Jinchuriki opened his mouth wide, swallowing a highly dense orb of chakra. The battlefield superstar. The shining 8 tails, oh yeah, IT remains a clumsy rap that scarcely rhymes. Although it sounds ludicrous, the ninjas of Konoha could only feel death closing in, for the chillingly high-density chakra was so ruthless that the snowflakes suspended in the air were melted hundreds of meters away. Karabi, I recall when we first met, I told you that you truly lack the talent to be a rapper. Just then, a clear voice echoed from afar. Following this, a thunderous roar akin to that of a lion erupted in the valley. Karabi let out a strange cry, pivoting his direction and unleashing the tailed beast bomb. The term lion's fong went unheard by many. The arrival was too swift, the sound extremely distorted, creating a tremendous boom in the air that drowned out the original pronunciation. Bite to the end, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, roaring fiercely, confronting the tailed beast bomb with unprecedented valor. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted on one side of the valley. The earth cracked, and ninjas caught a tad too close were blown away, with the unfortunate ones colliding against the cliffs, losing consciousness on the spot. Unlike that night, when sealing technique, absorption nullified the tailed beast bomb. This time, it was a genuine clash of strength. Wah! Karabi staggered back a few steps. His menacing crimson-tailed beast cloak seemed to quiver, reflecting the unrest within him. The youth, embodying the Lion King, halted and gazed at Karabi from a distance. He was strikingly handsome, donned in a voluminous white robe embroidered with the symbols of the Hyuga and Senju clans, topped with the standard Jainin battle armor of Konoha, and his right arm was wrapped in dark bandages. It was none other than Jade Lion Uchiha Yuto. Karabi, shall we call a day? Or perhaps we could change venues. There are many Konoha and Cloud ninjas here, Uchiha Yuto remarked, removing his arm armor with a light chuckle, feigning nonchalance. However, he was secretly employing medical ninjutsu to heal himself, relying on the 100-heal seal and the brute strength of the lion's fong. Directly clashing with the tailed beast bomb would indeed put him at a disadvantage. The destructive power of the Jinchuriki was formidable, and it seemed he needed to elevate his offensive capabilities to the next level. With a subtle motion of his fingers, a detonating tag inscribed with intricate summoning chains quietly wrapped around his index finger. The next lion's fong would carry an infinite explosion. Karabi's tailed beast cloak, resembling bullhorns, twitched in the next moment. The crimson cloak vanished, revealing the true visage of this Jinchuriki. Uchiha Yuto's eyes narrowed slightly, a soft click of his tongue resounding within. Karabi's attire was quite peculiar. He no longer wore that previously revealing and extravagant one-shoulder shirt, but had instead donned a fitted white suit, topped with an overcoat adorned with medical seals. With dozens of metallic wires extending from his chest, flowing with the unique emerald chakra of medical ninjutsu in the Byakugan's field of vision. Live on with all your pain, and from now on, spread my name to the world, telling everyone that the man who left you with this scar is named Kudo Shinichi. This proclamation had truly become a reality. The cloud piercing was not merely physical penetration. It was the power of the half-gods, acting on multiple levels, leaving scars and pain in Karabi's body that could not be healed by ordinary means that to achieve complete healing. One would at least require a similar degree of ocular power. The Cloud Village buried complex medical instruments into Karabi's chest, constantly crafting chakra to maintain his condition, allowing him to bounce around, agile as ever. Yet this body had ultimately been ravaged by the immense ocular power of the half-sage eye. Engaging in battle with only the chakra cloak of the 4 tails against Uchiha Yuto was the best testament to this. A twinge of inexplicable disappointment coursed through Uchiha Yuto's heart. Upon sensing the overwhelming and brutal chakra of the Eight Tails, he had rushed over immediately. Aside from hoping to gain merit and spread his renown, there was also the intention to test his own combat capabilities in a normal state. The 100-heel seal, the Ikugen and Gentle Fist, combined with the detonating tag he had created himself, form an S-rank ninjutsu that at present, ordinary Genin would pose no threat to Hyuga Yuto. However, Kurabi, whose physical condition was far from his prime, could not unleash the full power of the Jinchuriki, thus failing to present a deadly threat to Hyuga Yuto that I think we should call a day, don't you? The new year is approaching. Hyuga Yuto said, observing Kurabi as he removed his tailed beast cloak. Knowing he too was unwilling to continue fighting, he shrugged and added, we have many injured needing treatment on our side, and so do you from the cloud. So shall we halt here? Kurabi glanced at his comrades writhing in pain on the ground and decided to sheath his blade. It's been a few days since we last met, and I must say, I am impressed, truly worthy of being the strongest Byakugan, the pride of the Hyuga. Hyuga Yuto smiled lightly, not responding, merely signaling the Konoha personnel to gradually exit the valley in recent months. On the eastern battlefield of Konoha, whether against the mist or the cloud, a saying had spread. The young man named Hyuga Yuto is the strongest Byakugan since the founding of Konoha. The hope for the revival of the decayed Hyuga clan. Everyone understood that this was the most childish and superficial scheme to sow discord. Those with intellect among the ninjas could see through it, as could the higher-ups of Konoha and the Hyuga clan in the face of a truly united family. Such schemes only serve to become a source of ridicule. Such a simplistic and direct attempt to elevate one at the expense of another lacks even the qualifications for casual conversation, provided, of course, that there is genuine unity. Nevertheless, Hyuga Yuto remained unconcerned. After Kurabi and the Cloud Ninjas withdrew, Hyuga Yuto temporarily took command of this Konoha unit, although it was somewhat against protocol, given the stature of Jade Lion. No one would object. He safeguarded the remaining ninjas as they traversed through the enemy's blockade, successfully arriving within Konoha's territorial bound. If we continue west, we shall soon reach the main camp. Of course. This is something you can see for yourself. Hyuga Yuto patted the shoulder of the leading Genin, adding, after all, you possess excellent eyes. The Uchiha Genin frowned uncomfortably, pride pushing him to glare at Yuto. However, the latter's reputation was too formidable, with commendations from both Orochimaru and the Hokage himself multiple times. This branch family youth had already ascended to a status far above that of a typical leading Genin within Konoha's military. Even among the Uchiha, no genius could rival him during this period. All right, the Uchiha Genin nodded, motioning for his subordinates to vanish into the forest. Before his departure, he cast a surprised glance back at Hyuga Yuto, seemingly questioning why he did not return to the main camp with them. The new year was just a few days away, and, according to tradition, intense conflicts would significantly decrease during this time. Marking a rare vacation in the war, many would return to the camp for a simple celebration of the new year. Hyuga Yuto waved cheerfully at the Uchiha Genin, receiving a haughty humph in response. The branch family youth felt quite satisfied. At times, the Uchiha with their red eyes could be quite entertaining. Watching the Konoha troops fade from view, Hyuga Yuto meandered into a certain valley in a corner of the valley. He had excavated a large hole, filled with accumulated snow and ice, the temperature plummeting, shrouded from the sun. Hyuga Yuto shed his clothing, sealing his ninjutsu tool, flowing cloud steel, into a scroll, removing his forehead protector. His smooth forehead bore not only the repulsive curse mark of the caged bird, but also a purple diamond-shaped seal. This was the 100-heel seal, capable of fine-tuning the body, accumulating chakra, and unleashing it in battle. Even ordinary brute strength could shatter cliffs and dam rivers. Upon learning that his beloved disciple had completed the 100-heel seal in merely 10 months, Tsunade of the village was overjoyed. Rumored to have dragged Sarutobi Hiruzen to a tavern for an entire night of revelry, subsequently coaxing the old man to a casino outside the village for leisure. When Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his senses, he exploded in fury at the Hokage building, appearing as if he wished to tear Tsunade apart. Recalling the blonde woman, Hyuga Yuto's lips curled upward. The day he returned to Konoha drew ever closer, and it would not be long before his teacher dragged him to the back mountain to practice the series of 100-heel ninjutsu. Shaking his head, he cast aside distracting thoughts. Subsequently, Uchiha Yuto, bare-chested, plunged into the frigid, dimly lit ice cavern. Sealing the entrance with a large ice block, he sat cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture, lowering his gaze. Uchiha Yuto's body rapidly lost heat, even for one as robust as a ninja. Without the use of chakra, one cannot resist the heat currents of nature. That be why forcing his body into a state of near death and entering complete stillness, he seeks to attune himself to the energies of the natural world. This is an essential lesson in the art of the wet bone forest, a foundational skill for novices. Indeed, Hinata Yuto is already immersed in the study of sage techniques, a fact known only to him and the slug. In the 6 months following his confrontation with the 3 great ninja villages while in his masked form, Hinata Yuto has accomplished much. His coordination with the slug has grown increasingly adept. He eliminates foes, while the slug collects their remains, leaving the scene impeccably clean, devoid of any trace to facilitate Hinata Yuto's advancement. 2 months prior, the slug sage commenced his teachings of sage arts. However, Yuto has made slow progress in this regard, still yet to grasp the basics. Practitioners of sage arts must possess a vast reservoir of chakra to withstand the encroachment of natural energy. Thus, in terms of innate talent for sage arts, the Senju and Uzumaki clans reign supreme, their vitality and chakra reserves unparalleled, granting them an inherent advantage in such training. Yuto and the slug estimate that mastering sage arts may take years. Nevertheless, the branch family youth remains patient, meticulously organizing his time, training, engaging in battle, conducting experiments, seeking trophies, and delving into sage arts, each day filled to the brim. Although he is yet to enter the first stage of the wet bone forest sage technique. Stillness, Hinata Yuto can now refrain from eating for short periods that he sits in an icy cavern, oblivious to the passage of time. After a prolonged interval, he senses a warm, slick sensation emanating from both the front and back of his body. Opening his eyes, he sees the slug, Yutoken. It is time to awaken. The slug gently intones, its considerable form resting upon him. 4 days have passed. If you do not consume sustenance soon, you may find yourself in peril. Thank you very much, Hinata Yuto replies with a smile, stroking the slug's antennae. The new year has passed, marking the beginning of the 49th year of Konoha. Hinata Yuto is now 14 years old. He takes a moment to collect himself, as this is the first time he has remained in meditation for such an extended duration. Though his body is weary, his spirit is vibrant. With a bit of nourishment, he shall reach his peak condition. Hinata Yuto understands that tonight is pivotal, its significance rivaling that of the development of the god's mask. Let us go, slug, he declares with fervor, a hint of madness in his gaze. We shall conceive a child in the underground secret base of a land of water. Significant expansions have been made since last time. 30 large medical breeding tanks are lined up, the first containing the remains of Hinata Shinsher. As the only captured member of the main family to date, Hinata Yuto cannot bring himself to extract essence from the body, so he has opted to preserve it as a specimen. Beyond the breeding tanks, many expensive instruments have been added. Hinata Yuto has spent a year on this battlefield. Even without another killing spree, he has captured numerous blood-stained ninjas, many of whom were simply collected. With an abundance of raw materials, the scope of his experiments has expanded. Thanks to the information bombardment from his previous life, his mind brims with peculiar ideas. Although most of them are impractical, there are always a few that possess merit. To avoid hindering his research, he has procured numerous instruments and chemical supplies, even acquiring controlled substances from the battlefield medical unit, that he often describes himself to the slug as a psychopathic killer, a scientific madman, and a traitorous rogue ninja. Soon, he shall add the title of ethical challenger to his repertoire. As he chews on jerky, gradually regaining his strength, he recognizes the gravity of the task ahead, which cannot be approached carelessly. Hinata Yuto now comprehends why Orochimaru became so ensnared by human experimentation. The satisfaction and anticipation derived from gradually unraveling the secrets of bloodline limits and ninjutsu are beyond expression. In certain respects, it is even more exhilarating than augmenting one's power. Curiosity and ambition are vital catalysts for societal advancement. After another hour, feeling that his body and mind are in their optimal state, he bites his fingertip, summoning a slug. With a bang, the smoke clears, revealing the summoning beast's head colliding with the ceiling of the base, its soft body pressing Hinata Yuto against the wall. Instruments and glass vials clattering onto the table to Yuto. The slug laments, "I'm terribly sorry. I've grown too large. It's quite all right. Perhaps you should revert to your original form?" "I cannot. My ancestor has placed something within me, and I cannot shrink while maintaining my slug form." "Then you may employ transformation jutsu." "I cannot." Hinata Yuto, taken aback, recalls that the toad Gamabunta also seemed unable to use transformation jutsu without drawing on Naruto's chakra to transform into a fox for combat with the one tail. Shikaku. "Very well, my dear slug, I will channel chakra for transformation into your body, and you must envision the form you wish to take." "Understood, Yuto-kun." With a bang, the slug and Hinata Yuto, now well attuned to each other, execute the transformation jutsu instantaneously. After a puff of white smoke, a charming young girl appears in the underground base, clad in a blue and white kimono, with golden hair styled into twin ponytails. Hinata Yuto places a hand on his forehead. "Slug-sama, why have you transformed into this form?" "Because Yuto-kun favors blonde hair." Hinata Yuto scratches his nose. "Indeed, I have a certain admiration for Namikaze Minato. One could say it is a form of affection." "So, you have discerned this, Slug-sama?" "Huh?" Not catching on to Hinata Yuto's awkward laughter, the slug nods and adds, "I also noticed that Yuto-kun seems to have a particular fondness for soft and fluffy things." Hey, let us focus on the task at hand, Slug-sama." Hinata Yuto interjects, covering her mouth. Indeed, the slug in its split form possesses neither the maturity of mind nor strength of its original self, speaking indiscriminately. Unaware of the situation, Hinata Yuto muses. He gently pats his face, centers himself, and retrieves several black short rods. The rods, about 2 fingers in thickness and the length of an adult's palm, appear inconspicuous at first glance. Yet, any sensory-type ninja who holds them will realize that their chakra conduction efficiency is alarmingly high, capable of transmitting chakra over vast distances that in a few years. Uzumaki Nagato will undoubtedly become well acquainted with such items. These are the chakra black rods that control the 6 paths of pain. Not only have they been utilized by Uzumaki Nagato, but also by Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Anyone possessing the sage I can create chakra black rods using yin-yang release. And the requirements are not stringent, making them distinct from ocular techniques. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi merely needed to implant a single Rinnegan to create black rods and manipulate those tailed beast Jinchuriki. A single Rinnegan is essentially equivalent to the half-eye of God in masked form. Last month, after devising this astonishing plan, Hinata Yuto meticulously pondered over it and sought the assistance of the slug sage in the wet-bone forest to finalize every detail. Subsequently, he painfully utilized a god's mask, temporarily regaining his half-eye, and crafted these black rods. Just as he anticipated, even outside a mask form, he could still infuse chakra into the black rods. His essence remained unchanged. The deepest imprints within his physical being could not be erased, allowing the black rods he forged to still recognize their master. "Shall we begin, Slug-sama?" "Indeed." The golden-haired girl, transformed from the slug, responds softly, opening her mouth to unleash a torrent of energy. This flow lacks physical form, swiftly entering the black rods without a trace of leakage, likely due to a sage technique preemptively applied by the slug, ensuring precise infusion. A magnificent miracle. Hinata Yuto remarks softly. These intangible surging flows represent the immense vitality of the slug sage. Though imprisoned beneath the wet-bone forest, this sage has lived for over 1,000 years, embodying true immortality. As long as the ninja world exists, the slug sage shall continue to endure. A fragment of this boundless life force is now bestowed upon this small slug, subsequently conveyed into the black rods. Time passes unmeasured, and suddenly the golden-haired girl announces, "Yuto-kun, we're almost finished. There are just 5 seconds remaining." Hinata Yuto comprehended her intent, and without the slightest hesitation, retrieved a divine mask, forcefully pressing it onto his head. His bloodline was replenished, The power of the Otsutsuki clan surged back into his body. The caged bird vanished, and the pale blue half-god, I re-emerged. Hinata Yuto narrowed his eyes, with his current ocular prowess. He could easily discern that the slug had indeed honored their agreement, infusing the black rod solely with pure life force, devoid of any spiritual intent. The slug bore no conflicts of interest with him. Such an ally was invaluable that a sigh of relief escaped Hinata Yuto's heart. He clasped his hands together, pushing his mental energy to its zenith. Boom! A large medical incubator suddenly exploded, its contents preserved in chemical solution. Drawn by gravity to the side of the black, our OD.IT was a beautifully curved rib, harder than steel. At that moment, the life force of the sage, housed within the body of the blonde girl, was fully imparted, and with a wisp of white smoke, she vanished into the underground base. Hinata Yuto lowered his hands, merging all his mental energy with his ocular power, twisting them into an extraordinarily potent needle. This needle then connected the black rod and the bone that he aimed to create life, defying the natural order and humanity. This was the authority of a sage. The rib and the black rod were pierced by immense mental and ocular power, ultimately binding them together. The rib, exquisite and translucent, resembled a jade artifact at first glance. Hinata Yuto emulated the method of Juice Hinata, purifying the bloodline of the Kagaya clan and channeling it entirely into a single rib of Kagaya Morisook. Subsequently, he infused his own cells into the rib, nurturing them with utmost care. In essence, this was a rib possessing the powers of the Shikatsumiaku and the cells of Hinata Yuto. Over the past few months, Hinata Yuto had conducted extensive experiments on his own cells, discovering that after being infused with Hinata essence, they entered an activated state, brimming with unique developmental potential. That a traveler from another world was the greatest variable, possessing the ability to shatter fate. This was not only manifested in thought, his physique was also distinct from that of the natives. Once his cells were successfully activated, he could obtain the universal key. Beyond his profound knowledge of the plot, this was Hinata Yuto's greatest reliance. The slug sage, vaguely sensing this, began to favor him. Otherwise, even the immortal slug would not expend its precious life force to assist him. In the underground secret base, a series of astonishing transformations were unfolding. The black rod shattered in a mist, enveloping the pure life force of the slug sage, absorbing the ocular and mental power of Hinata Yuto in mask mode, and forcefully surging into the rib. The Shikatsumiaku, Hinata Yuto's all-purpose cells, mental will, ocular power, the yin-yang escape of the black rod, and the sage's pure life force. All these powers and entities collided violently, leading to wondrous transformations. Pure life force coalesced into a mass, enveloping everything, transforming into a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter, floating in the air, continuously expanding and contracting. It's done. Hinata Yuto's pale blue eyes fixated on the sphere. Even with his current ocular power, he could not fully discern all the changes. The process of transformation was somewhat lengthy, exceeding 3 minutes. When the mask mode dissipated, the sphere remained suspended in the air. Hinata Yuto patiently awaited, eager to witness the birth of this masterpiece. Finally, as the sphere, infused with multiple powers, remained steadfast, a wisp of ethereal gas ruptured its shell, crackling as the sphere's outer layer shattered, revealing the life within a brand new life, orchestrated and created by Hinata Yuto. It truly succeeded, didn't it? The branch family youth paused slightly, then without hesitation, removed his wide outer robe and draped it over the new life. To his surprise, she was rather gentlemanly. The new life chuckled lightly, her tone somewhat indifferent, yet her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a lark. She was a girl, with long white hair, possessing a striking appearance. Seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. Without responding to the girl's words, Hinata Yuto sat down, pinching his brow and muttering, "This shouldn't be the case. Kagaya Morisook is male, and I am also male." The slug sage only provided vast, pure life force. "Why are you a girl?" The girl lightly huffed. "The black rods used as mediums had an incorrect chakra ratio, and your all-purpose cells are simply too versatile." "So that is how it is," Hinata Yuto lamented, thumping his head. "This is my first attempt at creating life. I lack experience, Practice makes perfect. The next time will surely be much better. But I didn't expect you to be so young and your power to be so weak. Probably only at the Chunin level? Kagaya Morisuke's level wasn't high, slightly stronger than an ordinary Jonin, and combined with the life force granted by the Slug Sage, it resulted in her being born in the form of a child. The two began conversing, their language and structure remarkably casual, resembling not siblings nor parent and child, but more like soliloquies of a single individual. This girl was the Shikatsu Miyako clone created by Hinata Yuto. Essentially, she was a part of Hinata Yuto, akin to a finger. However, this finger had separated from the main body, possessing the power of the Shikatsu Miyako, taking on the appearance of a white-haired girl, of course. She also retained Hinata Yuto's memories, along with her own independent emotions and thoughts. Yet, she was ultimately not a naturally conceived life, but rather a product of Hinata Yuto's will, her greatest aspiration being to assist the main body in fulfilling his plans. Their relationship was quite similar to that of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu. The girl noticed Hinata Yuto's frustration and giggled. "What is the matter?" Feeling like it was a miscalculation, Hinata Yuto candidly admitted. Having nothing to conceal in front of the clone, originally, I intended to create a clone with top-tier Shikatsu Miyako power, then absorb it to restore my Otsutsuki bloodline. Using just my own cells. I could only cultivate a divine mask. Hence, after much contemplation, crafting 4 different clones, waiting until your powers reach the pinnacle of that bloodline before reclaiming you to complete my ultimate transformation seemed the most reliable plan. Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, Kagaya. 4 clones, each with different bloodlines and powers, combined with myself, Hinata. This comprises all of Otsutsuki's presence in the ninja world. I will absorb the 4 of you, achieving the most complete Otsutsuki bloodline, acquiring eternal sage eyes, and breaking free from the cage bird. This was the plan, and Hinata Yuto smiled wryly. But your current power is so weak, clearly not meeting the conditions for absorption. Give me some time. The girl shrugged. Let me grow for another 10 years. I'm confident I can reach a high level within the Shikatsu Miyako. Then you can absorb me. During this time, you can also create other clones. Hinata Yuto pondered, nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Even if I create the remaining clones, they cannot instantly possess the pinnacle power of that bloodline. They will also require growth, the girl interjected. But remember, to shorten the growth period, the source cells of the bloodline must be as powerful and pure as possible. For Uzumaki, it's best to use Nagato. If that's not feasible, then Kushina. The last choice would be Kurenai. Hinata Yuto and the girl continued to discuss their upcoming plans. Finally, Hinata Yuto clapped his hands, looking at the white-haired girl. You appear too young. Leaving you alone in the outside world poses a high risk of premature death. I will place you in Konoha. The village is certainly safer than out there. All right, the girl nodded. To the outside world, just say I'm an orphan you found, possessing bloodline limit powers. Such occurrences are quite common in chaotic times. In my appearance, I sent typical of the Kagaya clan, so Konoha will merely consider me a fortunate half-blood. Good idea. It seems I need to find an opportunity to report your existence to Orochimaru and the others. Oh, by the way, Hinata Yuto suddenly recalled something. Let us give you a name. Do you want to take the Kagaya surname? The girl thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Let us choose another one. How about Hitano? My favorite from my past life. Hey, don't say such greasy uncle-like words while wearing a lowly appearance. My main body isn't that lecherous, Hinata Yuto chuckled. How about Mochizuki? It resonates with Kagaya. All right, Mochizuki what? Mochizuki Ruri. What a nauseating name. Main body. There is something I wanted to say for a long time. Your naming skills are but a fraction of your training talent. That ridiculous lion fong bite is painfully awful. You really have sharp tongue. That aren't we the same? Welcome back, Lord Yuto. Lord Yushir, your military accomplishments have been updated by the way, according to the normal rotation schedule. You will be returning to the village this month. You have any suggestions regarding the timing? Senior Yuto, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you at the command center. But what about this girl? Oh, of course, that's fine. Upon his return to the Konoha camp, Hinata Yuto was met with the respectful gazes and courtesies of the gathered crowd. Reputation is a powerful weapon, and over the past year, as the Jade Lion, Hinata Yuto had established remarkable achievements for the village, becoming a symbol of pride. Although his position remained unchanged, still a free agent on the battlefield, his status had risen significantly. Ordinary ninjas addressed him as Lord or Senior. Even when accompanied by a small girl to the command center, he faced no obstruction, a privilege reserved for war heroes. In the central building of the Konoha camp, Orochimaru lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the two who entered. "Is that you, Yuto-kun? You have indeed been working hard lately. I have heard that you repelled the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and saved many lives." Hinata Yuto bowed and replied with a light smile. "Lord Commander, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki has not been in peak condition since being injured by the moon god. I merely took advantage of the situation. You possess the humility instilled by the Hinata clan, which is commendable. Yuto-kun, that a ninja must always remain vigilant." Orochimaru paused, his golden slit-like pupils reflecting the shadow of the white-haired girl. He keenly sensed the peculiar aura emanating from her. "Lord Orochimaru," Hinata Yuto said, gently stroking the girl's head, "this child is someone I encountered in a small village within the Land of Frost. Her parents were killed by invading mist ninjas. Yuto-kun, this girl is quite extraordinary," Orochimaru remarked, clearly impressed. Hinata Yuto naturally added, "Her name is Mochizuki Ruri. Please, Ruri, show him your skills." Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, a bone spike protruded from Mochizuki Ruri's wrist, with an agility and strength far beyond her years. She struck at Hinata Yuto's waist. Bang! The impact of her bone spike colliding with Yuto's steel-clad arm sent a gust of wind that scattered the documents on the desk. A shallow crater formed beneath her feet, showcasing the formidable power of the Shikatsumiyaku, a top-tier bloodline limit known for its hard bones, which not only granted the Kagaya clan unique techniques, but also endowed them with a naturally strong physique. Orochimaru dismissed the guards who had rushed in at the sound and approached Mochizuki Ruri with a piercing gaze. "Little girl, do you remember your parents?" Mochizuki Ruri shook her head, retracting the bone spike, and clutched Hinata Yuto's large hand, her small face betraying a hint of anxiety. This effortless display of innate talent was on par with both her true self and her shadow clone. Orochimaru, unperturbed, even smiled, clearly accustomed to such expressions. What little girl wouldn't be frightened in the presence of a cold, reptilian-eyed uncle? This child seemed to have a significant amount of trust in Yuto, Orochimaru mused. Glancing at the branch family youth, Hinata Yuto was prepared. "Lord Orochimaru, Ruri possesses the Shikatsumiyaku. When I found her, she was using her innate power to steal food. After inquiring, I discovered that her parents were." Orochimaru nodded in understanding, refraining from further questioning. The phenomenon of bloodline limits flowing outside their clan was not uncommon in various villages, and the fate of her deceased parents, whether they were adoptive parents or rogue ninjas from a mist, was now beyond tracing. "Very well, Yuto-kun, you have done exceedingly well," Orochimaru praised twice. "You have acquired a precious asset for the village. This is a tremendous achievement." His words held truth. Wars between nations and ninja villages ultimately boiled down to the plundering of resources. In a ninja world, what is the most valuable resource? It is not land or wealth, but people. Those who possess talented ninjas. The unique organs of bloodline limits inherently surpass those of ordinary individuals. With a bit of training, they could easily become competent shunin. Mochizuki Ruri, at her age, was at a formative stage of understanding the world. Bringing her back to the village for proper training would mold her into a loyal Konoha ninja. The power of the Shikatsumiyaku coursing through her veins could take root in the Land of Fire, and perhaps many years later, Konoha would boast a renowned Mochizuki clan as for the possibility of Mochizuki Ruri being a spy. It was not entirely absent, but the likelihood was minimal, almost negligible. Sending their bloodline limit to a hostile ninja village, even with ulterior motives, would be a foolish move, a self-destructive gamble that the Mist would never undertake. "Yuto, you truly are remarkable," Orochimaru reiterated. He kept his remarks brief in front of Mochizuki Ruri, simply stating, "I will relay this matter back to the village with utmost urgency, that if I recall correctly, you are due to return soon?" "Indeed, Lord Commander. During wartime, the elite of ninja villages are often stationed at the front lines. However, even amidst fierce battles, it is impossible for a village to remain unguarded. Aside from the Supreme Commander, the Kage. Other elite ninjas also take turns returning to the village to protect civilians while catching their breath. Orochimaru calculated the time and continued, "You should return tonight, bringing Mochizuki Ruri with you. The battlefield is perilous, and she is quite reliant on you." Hinata Yuto acknowledged, "Yes, Lord Commander." As a superior, Orochimaru was meticulous and decisive. He promptly arranged for someone to meet them at the village, giving careful instructions before allowing Hinata Yuto to depart with Mochizuki Ruri. Once outside the camp, Hinata Yuto scooped up the girl and sprinted toward their secret base. To my surprise, Orochimaru was so resolute. As he ran, Hinata Yuto frowned. "If we leave tonight, I need to tidy up the experimental materials at the base. The mask of God must be kept on my person, and certain items need to be destroyed. After all, I do not know when I will next return, and there is a possibility of living mutations." "Then why are you carrying me?" Mochizuki Ruri retorted. "You should help me organize. Time is short, and I fear I won't manage alone." Hinata Yuto smirked. "Once we reach the village, I will likely be occupied for a while. What are your plans? Join the Ninja Academy, or seek out a teacher directly?" "No longer interested in being a caretaker. Not at all, that I simply feel that many things may occur in the village, and it might be inconvenient to have you with me." "Humph." Mochizuki Ruri frowned. "Honestly, in front of me, what are you trying to hide? You want to obtain the cells of the Uzumaki or Senju clans, don't you? Be careful, my dear. Konoha is a den of dragons and tigers. One misstep, and the Jade Lion could become a dead lion. This is merely a temporary plan, and I will have the Mask of God with me." Hinata Yuto softly replied that a villain like the Moon God will not remain dormant for long. Mochizuki Ruri's white tuft of hair twitched slightly, and after enduring for a while, she bluntly said, "Wherever you go, the Moon God will follow, fearing that others might suspect you, right? Do you truly believe that entering mask mode makes you invincible? My dear brother, how truly impressive you are. Would you be so kind as to bring down the moon and gift it to me?" Hinata Yuto, this clone's personality bears no resemblance to my own, not in the slightest. After nearly a whole year, Hinata Yuto finally set foot on the path back to the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, the Land of Fire is one of the most formidable nations. Even amidst the ongoing war, it has managed to repel enemy advances beyond its borders, with the flames of conflict never reaching the homeland. The main roads and relay stations remain largely intact. When Yuto was just 25 kilometers from the village, his escort arrived, presenting a grand, luxurious carriage to transport this batch of returning ninjas from the front lines. Including the injured, a total of 386 individuals were meticulously arranged. Yuto was placed at the forefront of the procession, the most illustrious position, reserved for the war hero whose fame had soared. The convoy swiftly made its way towards the Leaf Village, and before the sun had reached its zenith, Yuto could already see the crowd gathered at the village gates to welcome them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a red and white ceremonial robe and puffing on a pipe, stood at the center of the throng, his smile reminiscent of a kindly neighborhood uncle. Flowers danced in the air, accompanied by perfumed scarves as the villagers cheered, welcoming these heroes back from the battlefield. As the highest leader, Sarutobi naturally had a few words to say on such an occasion. He lacked the tedious speech habits characteristic of later generations, merely uttering some pleasant platitudes before dispersing the crowd and leading the ninjas into the Hokage building. Close to 400 ninjas returned from the front lines, some tasked with significant duties, required to report directly to Sarutobi, while the rest, aside from the injured, would be arranged to exchange positions with the station ninjas in the Leaf. Those who had been recuperating in the village for some time would take their place on the battlefield, often accompanied by newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. Through this continuous cycle of training, loss, and rotation, the major ninja villages maintained their formidable combat strength at the front lines as the radiant star of the war. Hinata Yuto was the first to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Yuto, you have become a ninja capable of standing on your own," were the first words spoken by the third Hokage upon seeing him. The young branch member responded respectfully, "It is all thanks to the guidance of the village and my clan." Sarutobi chuckled. "Both Minato and Orochimaru have praised you numerous times. Words from Minato are often the commendations of others. Yet Orochimaru is rather stingy with his praise. The leaders and vice leaders at the front acknowledge you highly, Yuto. Whether it be Hinata no Tama or Yushishi, You deserve such accolades. Lowering his head, Yuto adopted a listening posture. I have reviewed your military achievements. They far surpass those of a typical Jainin. Even during the Second Shinobi World War, not even Jiraiya and his contemporaries amassed such a substantial record of merit as you have. It is clear that you have sacrificed much for the sake of the leaf. For some time to come, you should remain in the village. Sarutobi tossed Yuto a scroll. Your brilliance has drawn the attention of the enemy, who now sees you as a target. Umbu intercepted intelligence from the Cloud Village, indicating they intend to lure you out in the land of water. Among the experts responsible for the ambush, there is a high likelihood of an A-B combination. Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to escape even from dire situations. But for you, Yuto, it would be prudent to avoid confrontation altogether. After perusing the intelligence on the scroll, Yuto returned it to Sarutobi. Yes, Lord Hokage. During my time in the village, do you have any tasks for me? Initially, I had intended for you to gain experience in Umbu. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke with a wry smile. However, your teacher has indicated that since you have successfully mastered the 100 Healing Seal, it is time to prioritize your learning of various ninjutsu. I will arrange for you to have a lighter workload, allowing you ample time for training. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Oh, by the way, Yuto, Orochimaru reported that you have adopted a young girl. She is waiting outside. Hinata Yuto stepped out, holding the hand of a silver-haired girl. Lord Hokage. This is Mochizuki Ruri, whose veins flow with the power of the Shikatsu. Sarutobi smiled warmly as he ruffled Ruri's hair. Good child. You shall live in the leaf. From now on, this will be your home. Home. Mochizuki Ruri looked up, her eyes shimmering like a fawn's, fragile as if they might shatter at any moment, but Ruri no longer has a home. She will never see her father or mother again. The sight of such a beautiful girl at her tender age, appearing so pitiful, proved quite disarming. Sarutobi knelt down, speaking gently. Little Ruri, do not fear loneliness. The village you now inhabit is called the Leaf, a place where everyone can live equally. We are all leaves basking in the sunlight, united as one family. This world, after all, is nourished by love, and people can understand one another. Suddenly, Mochizuki Ruri's tiny hand squeezed Hinata Yuto's palm. Since their hands are intertwined, her gesture was subtle. Even the third Hokage, standing nearby, along with the Umbu guards, failed to notice. Although the little girl said nothing, due to the inherent connection between the original and the clone, Hinata Yuto surmised what was on her mind. Does this old man truly believe in such words? Is he suffering from cerebral hemorrhage? Yuto struggled to maintain a serious demeanor, forcing himself not to laugh. Sarutobi continued to speak at length, expounding on concepts such as the will of fire and bonds of comradeship. After half an hour had passed, during which he sipped his tea, he sighed, apologies as one ages, one tends to ramble. Even I feel fatigue. It's quite all right, Lord Hokage. Ruri thought him more weary, her eyes wide with admiration. Respect and an eagerness to learn. I have never been told such things before. You know so much. Is it true that the Hokage is such an extraordinary person? Then I shall aspire to become Hokage in the future. Ha ha! Sarutobi laughed heartily. Indeed, conversing with the young rejuvenates one's spirit. Yuto, let's conclude for today. Many others await outside. Yes, Lord Hokage. However, regarding Ruri's residence, let her stay in the Senju clan's territory. Although Tsunade may be a bit unreliable, she has raised Shizune in good health. Moreover, your extended stay there will allow you to care for her. Hinata Yuto accepted the command and departed, holding the little girl's hand as they exited the Hokage building. The two exchanged no words. Both the original and the clone were cautious individuals, refraining from casual conversation in potentially eavesdropping environments. They traversed many streets until they arrived at the expansive grounds of the Senju clan. Yuto confidently entered a particular courtyard. In the small garden, adorned with citrus trees and bamboo, a golden-haired woman lay sprawled on a tatami mat. Oh, young man, you've grown taller and slimmer. This was Tsunade's first remark upon seeing him. You surpass me in height. The golden-haired woman stood, comparing her height to that of her apprentice, only to discover that the boy was indeed 1 centimeter taller. In a few years, she would have to look up to him. Tsunade mused, tapping her forehead. Understanding her implication, Yuto removed his forehead protector, revealing the caged bird seal and the central 100 healing seal. The woman's fingertip gently brushed against the boy's brow, the warmth of her medical chakra contrasting with the slight chill of her touch. You have never disappointed me. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Mastering the 100 healing seal is incredibly beneficial. It not only adjusts your body and chakra pathways, but also accumulates the chakra that would otherwise be wasted, enabling you to unleash various powerful ninjutsu. Those who have mastered this seal can even maintain their youthful appearance indefinitely. Moreover, Yuto, you have truly astonished me that I recall telling you about my grandmother, Lady Uzumaki Mido. As a genius of the Uzumaki clan, she took an entire year to master the Yin sealing technique. Yet you accomplished it in just 8 months, demonstrating remarkable talent in the art of sealing. The golden-haired woman suddenly paused, falling silent, merely sighing as she squeezed Hinata Yuto's shoulder. Not comprehending the reason behind his teacher's sigh, Yuto smiled as he brought the little girl forward. Teacher, you should be aware of Ruri's situation. The Hokage has suggested she stay here. Should I find a room for her? That will be fine. Tsunade chuckled as she pinched the girl's cheek.